Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 73. After listening to Ise Nanao's description, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately said, "Your problem is a small problem, and it is a common problem after kid reaches a certain level. You just..." Speaking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes changed, he looked up into the distance, and then stretched out his hand to block forward, splitting void. Suddenly, a huge barrier firmly enveloped the two of them. At this time, a small blue ball condensing fear Reiatsu suddenly flashed over, and the target was Nanao Ise, who was full of doubts. Until the blue ball came in front of her, she still hadn't realized what happened. Boom! 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 The wild sand dances, the earth trembles. The ball carrying the terrifying Reiatsu slammed into the suddenly appearing barrier that cut off the sky. In Ise Nanao's eyes, it was a scene like a natural disaster and doomsday. At this time, she realized that she was saved by this man again. Just when Ise Nanao wanted to express her gratitude, Kuchiki Kyosuke unsheathed her blade and stepped out with one step, her eyes fixed on the sand dunes in the distance. There was a trace of extremely pure killing intent in his eyes. Please go and tell the others to retreat to a distance immediately, and no one is allowed to approach here." "Yes." After hearing this, Nanao Ise left decisively without saying a word of nonsense. In fact, she has a lot to say, and she wants to thank Kuchiki Kyosuke. But she knew that at this time, if she said a word or stayed for a moment, it might drag Kuchiki Kyosuke down. During Shunpo, Ise Nanao clenched her fists tightly. It would be great if she could be stronger. In the wild sand, Kuchiki Kyosuke stood with a knife, his spiritual sense and mind firmly locked on the enemies in the sand dunes. This virtual strength is very strong, even surpassing the level of Chuka's. Obviously the other party is the highest level in Menos Grande, what level Menos Grande, also known as Vasto Lord. At the time, Menos Grande Se Laporo of the Wat level dared to invade the Soul Society alone. Although he was eventually repelled, he was still alive and well. From this, we can see how terrifying the strength of the Wat level Menos Grande is. Someday a Shinigami captain will famously say, 10 Vasto Lords will destroy the Siritii. Although these words are a bit exaggerated, they are enough to prove that the horror of the WA level Menos Grande is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and even the captain will be terrified. In fact, for an ordinary captain, it takes 2 or 3 people to work together to defeat a Vasto Lord. Vasto Lord is strong, but Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't have much fear now. All he had was pure killing intent. The reason is very simple, just now that Menos Grande attacked Ise Nanao in front of him. This move completely angered Kuchiki Kyosuke. Vasto Lord's move was clearly a provocation, but also a mockery. Obviously had the opportunity to sneak attack Kuchiki Kyosuke, but did not choose to do so, which means a head-on confrontation. This Wat level Menos Grande has the confidence to win. The reason why I chose to attack Ise Nanao was to make Kuchiki Kyosuke suffer, just for fun. These days, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao get along very well. This made Kuchiki Kyosuke feel very comfortable and relaxed. In a short time, the two have become true friends. Kuchiki Kyosuke may not care about other things, but his friends and family are his backs, whoever moves will die. "You are so strange." A Menos Grande with a white bone mask on his face stepped out of the dunes. This virtual body is much smaller than other virtual bodies, and it is very close to human shape. This is exactly what characterizes Vasto Lord. Menos Grande has blue skin, 3 eyes, and a horizontal eye without eyelids and eyelashes on his forehead, which looks very strange. In addition, he is surrounded by a circle of clothing made of Reiatsu condensation. This Vasto Lord ignored Shunpo's leaving Ise Nanao, and also ignored Kuchiki Kyosuke's killing intent. He just looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with curious eyes and said, "I'm just curious about your strength, so I came here first." It's just that I didn't expect that my detection circuit could not detect your Reiatsu's strength. Really, you killed those 7 trash? Kuchiki Kyosuke directly Shikai without any hesitation. Sound the bombing, Dejong. The Zanpakuta in his hand changed immediately, the blade became bright, nearly flat and transparent. At the end of the handle, the newly condensed black gauntlet is engraved with mysterious and unspeakable textures. The fiery red stream flutters in the wind, like a burning flame. Reiatsu Kid Talisman tenfold increase. In an instant, the mighty Reiatsu permeated the surroundings, rushing towards the Watt level Menos Grande like overwhelming. Such a strong Reiatsu! You really aren't as simple as you make it out to be. It seems that before my lord arrives, I can have a good time. Listen well, my name is Liad, and I am Admiral, the strongest vanguard under the command of the Lord of the Void Circle. Remember this name, and wait until hell is. As soon as the voice fell, Liad was stunned, disappeared. The enemy who was still in front of him just now suddenly disappeared. With the instinct of fighting for many years, Liad felt a deadly threat. He immediately released the perception method, and his figure disappeared. Ring and turn. Ring and turn. Without any hesitation, he launched 2 spins in a row, and his body moved back as swiftly as lightning. When the first ring was made, the blade gleaming with cold light brushed past his mask. There was an obvious mark on his extremely hard bone mask. After dodging the knife, Liad didn't stop, and immediately burst into Reiatsu to move for the second time. Before landing, there was a knife flashing behind him, and he was caught off guard. He and Odd were all cut off at the bent knee. Ouch! BD! After shouting angrily, Liad fired several false bullets with his right hand one after another. He didn't choose to sense the enemy's position because he knew it was too late. In a critical moment, Liad tried his best to cover the area around his body to ensure that the enemy could not immediately kill him. Then he endured the severe pain and consumed the great Emperor Reiatsu in an instant. High-speed regeneration. In the blink of an eye, his right leg returned to normal and grew back. At the same time, the strange eyes on the forehead of this Watt-level Menos Grande shone with a strange red light. All of a sudden, Liad saw the enemy's stealthy attack. He immediately rolled away to the right with all his strength. Almost instantly, a scorching fire dragon flew past his body. With just a scratch, Liad's left arm was instantly reduced to ashes. After standing up, Vasto Lord put his hand on the burned left arm, and the condensed Reiatsu began to recover. After a short time of confrontation, sweat grew on his forehead and he was out of breath. This is simply impossible in normal times. He had just encountered fatal threats twice in succession, which in itself consumed a lot of his mental power. Coupled with his continuous use of high-speed regeneration, physical strength, Reiatsu, and vitality are all consumed in large quantities. Losing so much power in a short period of time, even Vasto Lord, who is physically strong, can't bear it. How did you lock my position? Liad's expression became very ugly. While moving at high speed, it is his usual method to accurately grasp the enemy's position and make a sneak attack. However, now he is being used by a Shinigami on himself, which almost kills him. This Shinigami looks young, why is it so strong? Originally, Liad used the advantages of speed and perception to lock on the target, thinking of making the first move, so that the credit would be greater. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a monster like Shinigami? At this moment, Liad has no idea of fighting for credit at all. He only wanted to procrastinate until the arrival of the Emperor. This kid would definitely die. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke said calmly. Actually, this attack was intended to burn your head to ashes, and you reacted very quickly. Is it a high perception speed enhanced type? In this regard, he is not surprised. Wasu's Reiatsu started out as a second-class Lingwei, which is stronger than ordinary captains. And through these days of observation and research, Kuchiki Kyosuke understands that Su's body is a killing machine made for fighting. In addition to the basic abilities of steel skin and high-speed regeneration, the perception ability of the virtual probe nerve is also outstanding. So it was to be expected that this Liad was able to evade his own kid. Kuchiki Kyosuke has long known that the Watt level Menos Grande is not so easy to deal with. He also knew that this guy was trying to delay time. It's just that he doesn't care. His Majesty Baragan will arrive soon, and survived. Sensing the three slowly approaching Reiatsu, Liad immediately calmed down. Liad, who had calmed down his violent heartbeat, took a deep breath, only feeling that he had never been so relaxed and satisfied. At this moment, he seemed to see the new world, and even the unchanging scenery of Hueco Mundo, which he was tired of seeing, became colorful. Just then, Kuchiki Kyosuke rallied Reiatsu to wave tea in his hand. The faint blue light above the blade flashed away. Immediately he slashed at Liad from afar. Kuchiki Kyosuke's movements look so casual that there isn't even much Reiatsu attached to the blade. Liad, who saw this scene from a distance, was vigilant and puzzled. What is this BD Shinigami doing? In his cognition, Shinigami can attack from a distance with the help of sword pressure. However, this distance poses no threat to him. Thinking of this, Liad became more and more calm. Hueco Mundo's spirit particle concentration is friendly to Su nature, and within a short while, Hueco Mundo's state has almost recovered. In addition, he felt that rescuers were close at hand, and he relaxed a bit. Kuchiki Kyosuke just caught the enemy's slack for a moment. The sharp blade cut into the air, and the others had disappeared. Is it Shunpo again? After being stunned for a while, all three of Liad's eyes widened. The natural ability is activated at the same time, and his perception ability is opened to the maximum. At the same time, the bewitching three eyes on Liad's forehead also emitted a strange light. When this eye is fully exerted, it can not only see a slightly different one among thousands of sand grains, but also lock on to things moving at high speed. This ability, combined with Liad's lightning speed, has saved him many times. Only this time, just as Liad was getting ready, he felt his eyes go dark. Then the endless darkness began to slowly engulf him. As he was dying, Liad could barely see the vicinity of his void with his third eye, and part of it disappeared inexplicably. He didn't know when he got the trick, let alone how he got the trick. Watt level Menos Grande's reaction ability and on-the-spot reaction are very fast, coupled with his natural ability bonus, he should not have been recruited without knowing it. However, he just fell for it. When Liad gathered his last bit of strength to look again, he found that the young Shinigami who had just shot had retreated into the distance, as if there was no. It's the same as making moves. This. Impossible. Liad said with difficulty. Just now there is no response when the nerves are probed. This is not a trick like Shunpo, but a more terrifying ability. His proud perception and speed didn't play a role in the slightest. Liad, who was extremely desperate and painful, had no time to think about why. He only hated himself for not being strong enough to tear up that hateful Shinigami's body and let him die in agony in despair and helplessness. The last thing Liad sees is the figure of the Lord of Hueco Mundo. His heart was full of unwillingness and despair. It's just a little short, as long as you persist for a while, you can survive, but... His thoughts stop here. His consciousness was plunged into endless darkness. Liad. The tall figure who had just arrived saw this scene, froze and roared angrily. I am Baragan, Lord of Hueco Mundo, Shinigami, you will pay for what you have done. Because of the need to maintain the demeanor of a great emperor, Baragan did not rush forward with all his strength. He just walked forward slowly. This time, Baragan was ordered by Aizen to kill a Shinigami named Kuchiki Kyosuke. Even if Baragan has to follow Aizen's orders due to the situation, he will not actively complete the task. Therefore, he is in no hurry. But his men were quite anxious. Baragan doesn't care about that. With Liad's speed, even if he loses, he can retreat completely. As a result, the confident Baragan saw this scene. Originally, he had an entire army, and there were as many as 5 under Waji. But after being killed by that damned Aizen, only 3 W-level subordinates remained in the end. Leo is one of them. To be honest, Baragan didn't care about Liod's life or death. After all, if you fail, you are a waste, and if you die, you are dead. He just felt a little ashamed. Immediately, Baragan stretched out his right hand and summoned a throne out of midair. Sitting on the throne, Baragan said to the 2-tile-level Menos Grande who came behind him. Mags, Ronin, you two went to solve this kid for me. Ants like this are not qualified to die in my hands, and are not worth my shot. You two make a quick fight and show him how horrible the wrath of Hueco Mundo's only god really is. Yes. Lord Baragan. 2 burly Menos Grandes bowed their heads to accept the order. They stepped forward, Manohao, grinning grinningly, and looked in the direction of Kuchiki Kyosuke. With 1 on 3, Vasto Lord Menos Grande, who is still comparable to the elite captain, Kyosuke Keikaki is not afraid at all. He glanced indifferently in front of him, and saw the appearance of the 3 Menos Grande in his eyes. The first is Baragan, the great Hueco Mundo, whose body is a decaying white bone skeleton. It wears a golden crown, a golden ring on each wrist, and a huge golden compass on its waist. Except for the head, the whole person is wrapped in a purple cloak that looks very luxurious. The only exposed part of the whole body is the white skull. When Kuchiki Kyosuke saw the future Urgian, the first thing he thought of was the Bone King. It cannot be said that the 2 skeletons are exactly the same, only that they are exactly the same. Then, he glanced at the 2 Menos Grandes, who looked disdainful and arrogant. Among them, Maggie's is still a little furry, with thick legs, and a pair of big round eyes under the white mask. This looks like some horse-type Ajichas evolved from. That Ronin has weird scales all over his body, and there are strange red patterns on the scales. When the guy spoke, his tongue kept protruding and retracting, making a hissing sound. So it seems that this Ronin should be Vasto Lord, who evolved from a lizard. Noticing Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes, Ronin said disdainfully. It was just a fluke that you won against Liud, don't think you are so great. That guy is the weakest of the 3 of us, any of us can easily defeat him. Another Menos Grande looked at Liud on the ground, gloated and said. I reminded him a long time ago that it is impossible to rely too much on speed, and now this guy really lost his life. At this moment, the 2 Menos Grande are dealing with Kuchiki Kyosuke with a cat-sucking mouse mentality. They didn't take this enemy who killed their companions to heart at all. The reason is very simple, the 2 of them are powerful enough together. No matter how powerful this Shinigami is, it is impossible to beat the 2 of them. Not to mention, behind them is Hueco Mundo's invincible Lord Baragan. Chapter 74. So they never thought about the possibility of failure at all. Seeing these 2 confident Menos Grande, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't say much. He knew he had to show his true skills. The 2 Vasto Lords are relatively easy to say, he can get rid of them with a lot of effort. The Liud just now is still not weak. But when Kuchiki Kyosuke really wanted to kill, he still couldn't last long. The Majestic and Ronin in front of him, he also would not pay attention to them. He only needs to consume part of the physical strength of the 2 Menos Grandes and Reiatsu, and use Dijiang's unsolvable ability to complete the kill. The 2 disdainful Menos Grandes don't bother Kuchiki Kyosuke too much. The point is, it's Baragan, who's sitting bored on the throne, and that's the real tricky guy. The Reiatsu accumulated over the millennium, coupled with the well-hardened fighting skills and combat experience, finally has a frightening ability. Hueco Mundo's name is worthy of the name. Shinigami, I'll hang your teeth as trophies. Seeing that Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't take them seriously, Majestic roared and launched an offensive first. In an instant, his tall body as solid as granite turned into a hurricane and swept towards Kuchiki Kyosuke. The terrifying Reiatsu mixed in the strong wind, an even more extremely vicious and greedy aura erupted. Covering the sky and blocking out the sun, it is menacing. In the blink of an eye, a tornado connecting heaven and earth swept across the desert with billowing yellow sand, killing Kuchiki Kyosuke like a yellow dragon. Facing Majestic's terrifying attack, Kuchiki Kyosuke calmly analyzed, so it's the power to control the wind. At the same time, he also glimpsed that Ronin had disappeared at this time, and it seemed that he had activated some ability to hide his figure. Kuchiki Kyosuke stepped back a long distance to avoid the incoming hurricane. He glanced at it casually, and then looked back as if nothing had happened. Under Daluo's cave, no matter what illusion or invisibility means, they are all ineffective. I'm going to tear you apart. Seeing that the enemy easily dodged his attack, Majestic became even more angry. He is now in the eye of the tornado, constantly unleashing the terrifying Reiatsu to spawn new and powerful storms. When the wind was raging, Ronin, who was hiding in the dark, had already begun to condense the red Zero. The Zero released by Vasto Lord is so powerful that even the captain-level Shinigami dare not take it hard. Their tactics are very simple. Majestic is responsible for pinning, Ronin is next to use Zero to sneak attack. This is a vicious and despicable plan. If it is an ordinary Shinigami, there is really no good way to face this situation. When the billowing yellow sand in the bright area strangled him, Ronin in the dark opened his mouth, and a red and black Zero blasted out. This Zero carries the power to destroy the world, and there is even a strange power in it. Apparently, this Ronin Zero is not that simple. Facing the insidious and shameless tactics of the two, Kuchiki Kyosuke just raised his hand slightly, splitting void. The transparent barrier rising into the sky first blocked Ronin's red Zero. Boom! There was a loud bang, enough to destroy a small hill, and the red Zero was firmly blocked. After the violent impact, the splitting void barrier only shook slightly a few times. Dijiang's tenfold increase in Kid, coupled with the perfect state of Tiantian, allowed Kuchiki Kyosuke's Kid to reach a level far beyond the captain's level. Don't think Lao Zi's Zero is so simple, Shinigami, just keep your eyes open, ha ha ha. As the world gradually began to darken, Luo attacked violently for a week. He is already very skilled at cooperating with his companions. Even if this Shinigami is really capable, it is impossible to escape the attack of the two. Kuchiki Kyosuke noticed that the splitting void barrier that blocked the red and black Zero was immediately corroded by the strange force. He had noticed long ago that where Zero passed, there were scorched shallow pits in the desert. This lizard, Zero of Menos Grande, seems to have some kind of extremely corrosive venom that can corrupt everything around it. Now it seems that the black and weird Reiatsu can not only corrode the surrounding sand grains, but can even corrode Kid. These strange abilities of Suigetsu also need attention. Otherwise, once you are recruited, it will still be very troublesome. Sure enough, at the level of Vasto Lord, even the abilities of trash can have very frightening effects. This is the same as Shinigami's Zanpakuto ability. As long as the person is strong enough and Reiatsu is strong enough, the ability must be powerful. There is no Zanpakuto of waste, only Shinigami of waste. Of course, it would be perfect if a swordsman like Kuchiki Kyosuke is stronger. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke's figure flashed, and the body pulled out after images, avoiding the strangulation of the tornado. When he hit Shunpo, the distance was very far away, already surpassing the farthest Shunpo distance of ordinary captains. Because the gust of wind rolled up by Majestic has strong suction, if you accidentally get caught in it, your movements will freeze. As long as there is an opening for a moment, Ronin, who hides beside him like a lion majesty, will spit out Zero with corrosive venom. 2 Menos Grande and 1 Shinigami, Agage, chasing and galloping in the sea of sand. The hurricane and Zero roared, and the impenetrable splitting void barriers continued to stand between the sky and the earth and then slowly disappeared, or were corroded by venom. The aftermath of the three-person battle can easily annihilate matter and kill ordinary giant voids. Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke's amazing Kid, Balakan sneered disdainfully. It's a boring trick, you little bugs can only do such acrobatics. In the face of my divine power, all your tricks are useless. Whether it is Shinigami, void, vegetation, desert, sun, moon, and stars, all will be reduced to nothingness. At the same time, Ise Nanao, Madare Mikeko and other vice-captains in the distance are carefully watching the battle with spiritual sense. At this time, they were shocked and worried. The reason is that battlefield is simply hell. The soaring Reiatsu when Kuchiki Kyosuke and Menos Grande fought was as shocking as a volcanic hurricane. These vice-captains can also use their spiritual sense to peep. Other Shinigami will faint on the spot as long as they touch those Reiatsu with their spiritual sense, even if it is just the scattered aftermath. This is when Reiatsu is consumed too much, which triggers the body's protective mechanism. For Shinigami, Reiatsu is life, and if you consume too much, you will die. Unbearable just to feel the aftermath of the battle, these Shinigami can't even imagine the world their grandkid lives in. However, they knew that the grandkid was fighting for them. Some of them muttered to themselves. It's Kuchiki-sama who's been fighting. Master Kuchiki must be fine. Thinking of Kuchiki Kyosuke's careful guidance to her in the past few days, Ise Nanao clenched her fists tightly and didn't even notice that her fingernails were stuck in the flesh. Her mind kept flashing that face with a warm smile and the tall figure of Kuchiki Kyosuke standing in front of her at the end. Such strength, such a battle. Madare Mikeko's eyes glowed, and the brightness almost caught up with that very dazzling head. This is the battle he desires so much, it is the real world of the strong. Unfortunately, his strength is limited, and he is not qualified to participate in this kind of battle at all. Kebutetsuzumon also looked yearning. Blood, fearlessness, justice. Our big kid head is really good. Perfect man. In order to protect his own people, he is willing to face hell alone, to challenge an almost invincible enemy. This kind of fearless will is exactly the backbone that Kebutetsuzumon has been pursuing. This is what a good man should do. Feeling the battlefield like the end of the world, Ayasukawa Yumichika swallowed and looked at the two obviously abnormal companions. It's not that he can't understand the thoughts of his companions at all. In fact, he can understand. Moreover, Ayasukawa Yumichika did not lack the courage to die. It's just that he's also sensible. Ayasukawa Yumichika knew very well that in the face of such an enemy, all of them were extra, even Lulu. If any strong and terrifying grandkid leader falls, there is absolutely no escape for them. I have to admit that this big kid has become the banner and spiritual pillar of this team. Because of this, Ayasukawa Yumichika is nervous and worried. And the two companions next to them seemed to be immersed in some unspeakable atmosphere, and became very fanatical, as if they didn't know what fear was at all. Of course, whether it's Kagami Tetsuzumon or Madare Mikeku, like everyone else, expect Kuchiki Kyosuke to win. Everyone also has inexplicable confidence in Kuchiki Kyosuke. Even though the enemy has become extremely terrifying, they still firmly believe that Chief Kid can still perform miracles. Compared to the Kid congregation and the Shinigami's confidence in Kuchiki Kyosuke, the leader, Kurako Shunsui, was in a state of anxiety. He started to drive Shunpo with all his strength again. Those two Vasto Lords Reiatsu were fine. He believes that even if Kuchiki Kyosuke loses, he can hold on. But the hidden Reiatsu, Kurako Shunsui, couldn't be relieved. It was a horror that seemed to come from the abyss of hell, like a cold pool abyss, extremely ominous, and seemed to be the natural enemy of all living beings. That kind of Reiatsu, as long as you feel it a little, it will make you shiver and feel the chill from the depths of your soul. The Reiatsu after his Bankai was heavy enough, cold enough, but compared to this Reiatsu, it was nothing. Even Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the Millennium, felt chills all over his body after being exposed to that Reiatsu. Kurako Shunsui in the center really panicked when he noticed this Reiatsu. There are still such strong people in Hueco Mundo, but how is this possible? He really couldn't understand why Kuchiki Kyosuke's hatred was so high. The captain who acted as the vanguard did not encounter a large-scale attack, and he, the general leader, did not enjoy this treatment. On the contrary, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was not visible in the rear, was ambushed one after another. Kurako Shunsui vaguely realized something, and at the same time became more certain of a guess that he had long ago in his heart. But at this moment, he has no time to care about these. All Kurako Shunsui could do was rush as fast as he could. For those three captains, he has issued an order to return to rescue. However, Kurako Shunsui is sure that even without this order, as long as they feel the terrifying Reiatsu, Byakuya Kuchiki and the others will definitely choose to come to the rescue. In Seireitei, the Technical Development Bureau at this time has monitored Reiatsu of 3-watt level Menos Grande. This discovery made the always quiet Seireitei turbulent. In the team building of the first team, members of the secret maneuver quickly came to report the latest news. In the area where the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force is located, 3 Vasto Lord Menos Grande Reiatsu suddenly appeared. Right now, the Great Kid Lord is at war with 2 of the Vasto Lords. Really? 3 Vasters? German level Menos Grande. Hearing this report, Yamamoto Genrisai with white eyebrows slightly opened his eyes, an array of light shot out of them. Order Aizen, captain of the 5th Division, to be ready for rescue at any time, and the 2nd Division continues to collect intelligence. The moment the old man opened his eyes, the Shinigami inexplicably saw a sea of flames, and suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature had risen a lot. In the team building of the 5th Division, Aizen received the order with a determined face. It appears to have begun. This time, no matter what, Kuchiki Kyosuke, you can't hide it and use whatever means you have. A squinting Ichimarujin adds to the fire. The former lord of Hueco Mundo plus 3 Vasto Lords, such a battle. Except for Master Aizen, no one will survive. Rationally, he felt that Kuchiki Kyosuke could only do his best this time and run for his life in a panic. But my intuition told Ichimarujin that maybe this time Kuchiki Kyosuke could also create a miracle and surprise everyone. Hearing Ichimarujin's words, Aizen held his own Kaika Suigetsu with his right hand. Maybe. Whatever the outcome, we'll find out soon enough, won't we? It has to be said that if Kuchiki Kyosuke disappears, his plan will go smoothly. It's kind of boring after all. In the Technology Development Bureau, Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at the red dots in the instrument, and his eyes were full of regret. If it weren't for the critical moment of the experiment, and Hueco Mundo is full of uncertainties and the risk factor is too high, he must go to Hueco Mundo. As long as he cleans the battlefield once, he can harvest incomparably precious experimental materials. Whether it is the body of Vasto Lord or the enigmatic body of Kuchiki Kyosuke, they are precious materials that cannot be obtained by common law. Still, Kuratsuka Mayuri also knows he can only think. Neither Vasto Lord's body nor Kuchiki Kyosuke's body are easy to get. After thinking for a while, Kuratsuka Mayuri, wearing a clown mask, murmured. Hueco Mundo is really a good place, it seems that we need to make some preparations earlier. In the 10th Division team building, Shiba Ishin, who just became the captain not long ago, scratched his chest while sighing. Kuchiki Kyosuke? What an amazing guy! He is so much older than Kuchiki Kyosuke, and now he still feels overwhelmed when he is the captain. Not only did Kuchiki Kyosuke take down the kid crowd, but now he's dominating the Hueco Mundo. In comparison, what did I count for? After deeply reflecting on my laziness and relaxation for a while, Shiba-an turned over and continued to openly sleep during working hours. Hueco Mundo, Kurako Shunsui finally rushed to the edge of the battlefield. However, seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke's performance with ease, a light flashed in Kurako Shunsui's eyes. Instead of rushing to help, he stood in front of a group of Shinigami and Kid, unleashing Reiatsu to protect them. Then, Kurako Shunsui turned his attention to Menos Grande, who sat on the throne in the shape of a skeleton. He was sure that the Senyan Reiatsu he felt before came from Chu Taigzu. Therefore, Kurako Shunsui chose to go into hibernation temporarily. On the one hand, he needs to protect his companions. On the other hand, Kurako Shunsui can always plug into the field if the need arises. It's not good, but Kurako Shunsui will do whatever it takes to win. If he had to choose between the so-called personal dignity and the safety of his companions, he would rather choose the latter. After all, the moment they stepped into the battlefield, they lost their so-called dignity and morality. Victory and survival are the key. Kuchiki Kyosuke felt Reiatsu of Kurako Shunsui. If need be, he just needs to lean towards Kurako Shunsui. Next, Kurako Shunsui will definitely perform a surprise attack, and it will be easy to kill these two vasto lords by then. That's not what Kuchiki Kyosuke intends to do, though. Because although Baragan's tone is not small, the other party does have the capital of arrogance. The ability of the master of the virtual circle is not afraid of group attacks, and one more spring water will not affect the battle situation. Moreover, there is no saying that allies are immune to injury in Shinigami battles, and the more people there are, the stronger they are. At the very least, if there are people on the scene, many people's bankai cannot be fully displayed. Kurako Shunsui's rules-based powerhouse bankai is the best example. Chapter 75. If the two teamed up and Kurako Shunsui couldn't turn on bankai at all, then it wouldn't make much sense to team up. And, rather than helping himself, Kuchiki Kyosuke wants Kurako Shunsui to take good care of his kid subordinates. In this way, he can focus on the enemy in front of him. The arrival of Kurako Shunsui did not make the three Menos Grande flustered. Majestic and Ronin thought they were strong, and they would not lose even in a 2-on-2 match. Moreover, there is Hueco Mundo leader behind them. It's impossible to lose. However, the Emperor of Hueco Mundo in their minds had already started yawning at this time, and his expression began to become impatient. The two have been together for so long, and I haven't solved a little bug yet. Sure enough, trash is trash. Hueco Mundo is the only one who is God, the others are all trash. I've seen enough of your abilities, it's almost time to end. After Shunpo, Kuchiki Kyosuke stopped abruptly. He clasped his hands together and made a strange gesture, Feng Kaokuman. Suddenly, a black and white 8 trigrams figure appeared from under his feet. There are also various light blue transparent suinwen around the Yunyang 8 trigrams. Even if you can't understand these words, you can still feel the mysterious and unspeakable aura. Kurako Shunsui's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and he exclaimed in his heart. A new kid again? The big kid's talent on top of the kid is amazing. He looked forward to seeing what powerful effect this kid would have. Hueco Mundo Emperor Baragan still had a look of disdain. No matter what kind of power, what kind of moves, whether it's kid or enchantment, it's all useless, and they all have to surrender and decay in front of the god. Luoji, who had turned into a gust of wind, suddenly showed his figure, and stopped in the area shrouded by the strange gate behind the wind. He had a mocking look on his face. Stupid! You thought we would take the initiative to step into your enchantment? Then, he controlled the strong wind around him to form thousands of sharp arrows, ready to shoot Kuchiki Kyosuke with 1,000 arrows through his heart. Ronin in the dark also showed his figure, with a proud expression on his face. That's right, although I don't know what the use of your enchantment is, but you are a living target right now. Faced with the provocation of 2-watt level Menos Grande, Kuchiki Kyosuke's expression remained unchanged. Kuchiki Kyosuke waved his hand lightly, and some light blue suinwen appeared in the air. Then, his Reiatsu condensed wildly, and the surging Kid power spewed out. The moment Kid was released, the Kimen after the wind immediately took effect, prolonging the effective time of Kid and enhancing the power of Kid. In just a split second, Kuchiki Kyosuke released 4 different types of Kid in succession. Each kid targets an enemy's weakness. Yes, Kuchiki Kyosuke also used Daluo's ability to see through the weaknesses of all enemies and target them. Dragon dancing, lightning and thunder, everything burning, freezing the world. Facing such a disaster-like kid, the 2-watt level Menos Grande were directly involved without even reaction time. Seeing the scene of the doomsday, the captains and Shinigami opened their mouths wide. The same Shinigami, the same kid, why is there such a big gap? Is the elder kid on the opposite side really the same kind of creature as them? Could this kid be the illegitimate son of the Spirit King? Kurako Shunsui helped the edge of the bamboo hat. There was a gleam in his eyes. The two Vasto lords teamed up, and even he had to take it seriously, but in the face of the full-strength Dashu Jinggong, he didn't have any resistance. This kind of kid is about as powerful as the hat after the 90th. That level of kid is cast by the strong kid, and even has the same power as Shinigami Bankai. Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength is really amazing, and it seems that there will never be a limit. Kurako Shunsui can only be extremely thankful that this young elder kid is one of his own and is on their side. Seeing the two being swallowed by the mighty kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded with relief. Although Dijiang's ability is very strong, it is not absolutely incomprehensible. Especially in the face of Mags, who was completely wrapped in the gust of wind, it was impossible to rely on Dijiang's ability to kill him in one blow. His Zanpakuto ability is very strong. But other people are not blank slates, they can also use abilities to evade and dodge. If there is only one opponent, Kuchiki cannot find a fighter. Then come a one-hit kill. It's a bit of a hassle for two people. He didn't want to waste too much power, so he simply used the third gate 8 miraculous skills at the same time for a quick victory. The comprehensive use of various 8 wonders can only be said to be invincible. The power is not as simple as 1 plus 1 at all, but multiplied by several times and tens of times. Its speed is so fast that even Void with a detection circuit can't react. When they sensed the deadly threat, they had already been swallowed up by the Kid Talisman that destroyed everything. That's why Kuchiki Kyosuke chose to use Kid to deal with the two. Like Liad's perceptual speed type, he directly uses the strongest speed and perception to solve it. To deal with Majestic and Ronin, who are not so fast, it is perfect to use the super powerful Kid to deal with them. Ronin, who mainly focused on sneak attacks, was the worst. Because he was not good at confrontation, he was directly burned to ashes. Mages could still resist. With a loud shout, he condensed all Reiatsu in an instant, and activated his natural ability. A black tornado took shape instantly, wrapping him firmly in it. Looking at the wall made up of hurricanes in front of him, Mags heaved a sigh of relief. This is the greatest release of his abilities. This hurricane is the most indestructible barrier when used for defense, and it can tear everything apart when used for offense. However, in the next second, before Mags understood what happened, his body began to melt. When the body structure began to collapse, Majestic saw the wall of the hurricane that had been knocked into a big hole. The power of the wind didn't abandon him, but it couldn't protect him either. He understood that this time he lost, and he lost completely. At this point, Majestic recalled the first time he saw a hurricane. Destroy everything and be unstoppable. He marveled at the great power of this world, and vowed to pursue this power and become the messenger of the wind. After experiencing countless battles and devouring countless people of the same kind, Majestic awakened the ability he dreamed of. It's just that everything that was once persistent seems to have no meaning at this moment. There is just endless emptiness. Even if he got rid of the nightmare of degeneration and became the top Menos Grande, he still couldn't escape the sanction of fate in the end. Dead. Under the protection of Kurako Shunsui, the vice-captains watching with spiritual sense were first surprised, then overjoyed. At this moment, Ise Nanao smiled, and her eyes became more determined. She watched the kid released by Kuchiki Kyosuke, only to feel a sudden light in front of her eyes. Instantly saw the way forward. Madare Mikako laughed even more wildly. I'll just say it. It's impossible for a strong man like that to lose, or the captain wouldn't be interested in him. This big kid is, so terrifyingly strong. Yasukawa Yumichika swallowed, shocked. I thought that after mastering Bankai, I would be able to have the strength comparable to the captain. Now it seems that the strength of these captains is too terrifying, it is simply unfathomable. Ghosts can catch up. 1. Facing such a monster and winning. Kuchiki Kid is too strong. Hearing this good news, the other Shinigami also cheered and became ecstatic. The kid members looked proud and joyful. A team spirit called glory and faith was bred in their hearts. After seeing this scene, Kurako Shunsui's expression relaxed a little, and then, his gaze swept to Menos Grande, who was on the throne of the sky with a gloomy face. There is one more, but this is the real trouble. I hope I don't have the chance to make a move this time. Overall, Kurako Shunsui is pretty relaxing. Because the Soul Society has been able to maintain the balance of the three realms, it has always been aware of the development of Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo's Watt level Menos Grande is actually not much. Having lost so much of the top power here, the entire Hueco Mundo no longer has the power to stop their expeditionary force. B. In Siritii, in the team building of the first team, Yamamoto Genrisai, who received the latest battle report, nodded calmly and said, "Really? Have 2 Watt level Menos Grandes been settled?" Kuchiki Kyosuke. With the removal of 3 of Hueco Mundo's top strengths, the expedition is half done. In this way, Yamamoto Genrisai's hanging heart was mostly relaxed. Because of the incident 10 years ago, Godi 13 was severely understaffed, and the speed of paying the bills slowed down. 10 years on, the Hueco Mundo's delusion has begun. If a large amount of void is not dealt with as soon as possible, it may affect the balance of the 3 realms and cause the destruction of thinking twice. Therefore, this expeditionary force must have results. It's just that Yamamoto Genrisai didn't expect that it would be the young grand kid who opened the situation first. Originally, I was worried that this young man would not be able to adapt to such a big scene suddenly. Who would have thought that Kuchiki Kyosuke is really strong, almost to the point of being omnipotent? What a good leader Miyoshi, shouldn't let it go so easily. Thinking of that scene at the beginning, the chief captain Yamamoto Genrisai was actually a little regretful. He then issued an order the 5th team to continue to stand by, the 2nd team and the 12th team are eager to report the battle situation as soon as possible, and the 4th team is ready for treatment. At the same time, in the Technology Development Bureau, Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at his instrument with a puzzled face. Just now, the subordinates suddenly said that there was a problem with the instrument. When Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at the instrument, he found a strange change in the lingbo in the combat area. Although the Reiatsu of those 2 Vasto Lords can still be manifested. But it became extremely untidy, and there were obvious gaps. The point is, the Reiatsu belonging to the Great Kid had disappeared completely, just like this Shinigami disappeared completely. In the past, when Kuchiki Kyosuke did not explode Reiatsu, it was difficult to monitor strong Reiatsu fluctuations. 0. Seeking flowers. However, it is not impossible to detect no changes in the spirit. Unless Kuchiki Kyosuke hid in an airtight secret room made of murderous stones, the strength of the other party's spiritual power would always disrupt the flow of spirits between heaven and earth. This is the basic rule of the world, and only the gods can change it. This is the first time that Kuratsuka Mayuri has encountered such a situation. At that time, he immediately realized the problem. It seems to be disturbed by some special force. It's just that he couldn't determine what this power was. Because not only is this a completely unknown force amount, and this force is undetectable by any known means. Afterwards, Kuratsuka Mayuri noticed that the 2 Reiatsu of Vasto Lord began to weaken and disappear. He guessed that the elder kid used some kind of forbidden technique to kill 2-watt level Menos Grande in one fell swoop. As a result, Kurotsuka Mayuri immediately activated the preset means of communication, and sent the information to the 1st Division headquarters as quickly as possible. Then he started to think about it. Is there any power in this world that I don't understand at all and have no concept? Is there any power that can evade Reiatsu's perception, and has nothing to do with Reiatsu itself? He thought for a long time without an answer. This time, Kurotsuka Mayuri was aroused to be competitive. Whether this is Zanpakute's ability, or other forbidden technique or Kid's power, I will definitely research it clearly. The infinite unknown world is my pursuit, and I will not allow secrets I don't know. In the team building of the 5th Division, Aizen has received a new order from the captain, which is nothing more than to remain vigilant and be ready for rescue at any time. This order is the same as before, which is good news for the Shinigami. 0. But before that, Aizen already knew everything. He said softly, "Tell the captain, I know, I will be on call at any time, and there will never be any explanation." Even facing an ordinary team member, Aizen still has a warm smile. Not at all arrogant. Of all the captains, Aizensuke is indeed the most unassuming and popular one. After the team member left, Ichimarujin immediately said, "Aizen-sama, you are really calm. If the Hueco Mundo master misses again, your plan will fail completely." Ichimarujin seemed to be gloating in his words, and seemed to be probing something, which made it hard to figure out his true thoughts. Aizen smiled and shook his head. "This time I underestimated the genius of the big kid. But it doesn't matter if Baragan fails. Originally, I wanted to smash Hueco Mundo and rebuild it according to my will. After this battle, when I implement my plan, there will be a lot less resistance." Ichimarujin said in a seemingly sincere tone. It seems that everything is in Aizen-sama's calculations. Aizen-sama's ambition and wisdom are truly terrifying. But at this time, Aizen also fell into thinking. Will Kuchiki Kyosuke really be able to defeat the former master of Hueco Mundo? In just 10 years, can this genius really surpass the 1,000-year accumulation of the master of Hueco Mundo? It's getting trickier, Kuchiki Kyosuke. Meanwhile, in Hueco Mundo, Baragan in the sky got a little irritated, because he shouted, "I, Baragan Luzenbern, am the king of Hueco Mundo, the only god. Hueco Mundo is my world, you Shinigami trespassing is unforgivable. Accept God's punishment now. Since this is the case, let's rot and die in endless years and pain." After speaking, Baragan stood up from his seat. He grabbed the throne with his right hand. Suddenly that luxurious throne turned into a huge double-edged battle axe. The two huge blades on the left and right of the battle axe are like two small door panels. There is also a huge ruby inlaid on the handle of the axe, which is extremely luxurious. Baragan, holding a huge axe, spun in the air and landed in front of Kuchiki. Along with the Lord of the Hueco Mundo comes the terror of Reiatsu that seems to take all but the air in an instant. At this moment, the whole world seems to feel threatened and is constantly distorting. An unimaginable strange atmosphere enveloped the world. So sad. This Reiatsu is so heavy. Feeling this, Reiatsu's vice-captain and other Shinigami felt an indescribable heaviness all over their bodies. But at the moment of feeling this Reiatsu, everyone seemed to be drained of most of their energy. They feel powerless and lacking in spirit. At this moment, Kurako Shunsui instantly released the kid enchantment, setting up a barrier in front of him. After making sure that the Shinigami behind him were no longer affected, he looked up at the distant battlefield with a slightly worried expression. The distance is so far, but there is still such an effect. What kind of ability is this? Why does this Menos Grande's Reiatsu affect even me? While watching the terrifying Reiatsu around that Menos Grande, Kurako Shunsui actually saw some Mirage 3 for a split second. Chapter 76. He saw a scene that seemed like a natural disaster at the end of the world. Everything in the world was decaying and aging, and finally turned into nothingness. Kurako Shunsui can only feel the strength of consciousness that can be affected by Reiatsu alone. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. This Menos Grande, whose title is Baragan, turned out to be the real lord of the false circle. Because Hueco Mundo once launched an invasion war against Siriti 100 years ago. So Kurako Shunsui also knows something about the ruler of Hueco Mundo. He learned from a Menos Grande that there lived a real emperor in the Night Palace. It's just that the Hueco Mundo emperor is very low-key, and hasn't done much in the past 1,000 years. So for this expedition, Kurako Shunsui did not take it into consideration. Who would have thought that within a few days of coming to Hueco Mundo, they would run into the Hueco Mundo emperor? Moreover, Kuchiki Kyosuke is going to confront the great emperor who has ruled Hueco Mundo for thousands of years. For a moment, Kurako Shunsui maximized his perception ability. He is always ready to support Kuchiki Kyosuke. Originally, Kurako Shunsui was ready to take over the battle. Kuchiki Kyosuke killed 3 Vasto lords in a row before, which must have cost a lot. Even those 100-year-old captains need time to recover before they can fight after such a hard fight. But now Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't show any signs of fatigue at all, and even looks full of energy. Because of this, Kurako Shunsui did not rashly intervene in this battle. And taking action at this time may not be able to achieve the best results. Chapter 77. At this moment, Baragan turned to Kuchiki Kyosuke and swung his axe directly to Kuchiki Kyosuke's head. Kuchiki Kyosuke at the center of the array faced this terrifying blow, and his figure dodged to the side. However, at this moment, Baragan waved his right hand, and an invisible strange power permeated the space. Suddenly, a strange 243 force entangled Kuchiki Kyosuke's body. Under the influence of this inexplicable force, Kuchiki Kyosuke's movements became very slow. His dodging looks like it's in slow motion. With the speed of the giant axe, Kuchiki Kyosuke is absolutely unable to dodge this blow. Stupid Shinigami, although kid is still worth seeing, but it's nothing more than that, after all, it's just an incompetent ant. Baragan sneered. He is very confident in his ability to age. No one can heal from this power except himself. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke obviously felt that the bones of his whole body had become crispy. He knew that this was the personal ability of Baragan, the master of the virtual circle. There is this layer of aging breath around the opponent's body, which can age everything, and can also release this aging power to hurt the enemy. Just by touching or approaching this power, things will age, just like being eroded by endless years. In the face of the long river of time, nothing is eternal and immortal, everything will turn into nothingness. If Baragan urges this power with all his strength, it can even nullify all attacks. After all, neither the tangible blade nor the invisible kid can escape the erosion of time. As long as it is not something that exists forever, it cannot maintain its shape in the face of the power of aging. When these attacks reach Baragan's body, they will be quickly disintegrated by the power of aging. Even Kuchiki Kyosuke's powerful body nourished by the consummate Liuku Fairy Thief can't offset this aging ability. His movements slowed down. Seeing that Kuchiki Kyosuke was about to be decapitated by a huge axe, Kuchiki Kyosuke broke out Reiatsu and launched Shunpo to come behind Baragan in an instant. However, Baragan, who was hit by nothing, showed no panic, just opened his mouth and sighed. Death sigh. Immediately, an extremely strange aging power spewed out from his mouth. The things touched by this aging force instantly disintegrate, disappear, and turn into nothingness. This is the power of aging in its purest form. Seeing that Kuchiki Kyosuke was caught off guard and hit directly by the sigh of death, Baragan said confidently. Time and space are the strongest forces in this world, therefore, my aging power is the worst. No one can resist the power of time, and I, Baragan, am the true god. Shinigami, you are strong, but you will eventually grow old and perish. Now die in despair. However, something happened that left Baragan stunned. I saw Kuchiki Kyosuke take the initiative to take a big breath of aging, and then praised safely. Really nice. Refreshing. Then, the Emperor Zhang in his hand swung towards Baragan suddenly. There is already a layer of faint blue light on the blade. This. Hueco Mundo Great Baragan almost burst out with foul language in his heart. Anyone who saw that his invincible unique move not only did not hurt the other party, but even seemed to help the other party, would be furious. Baragan's ability to keep his mind from collapsing is already rare. Mainly, he sensed a threat from the blade behind him. Years of combat experience and accumulation allowed him to regain his composure. At this time, Baragan had just consumed a large amount of aging power to attack, so the defense power dropped a lot. In a flash of thought, Le Gang made the most correct choice. He slammed forward to dodge, and at the same time turned around and raised his axe to block Kuchiki Kyosuke who was chasing him. After holding the opponent's Shikai Zanpakuto with the giant axe in his hand, Baragan continued to slam and retreat to the distance. What kind of god do you think you are? Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't pursue after seeing Baragan retreating in embarrassment. His consumption just now was not small. With Feng Kaokuman as a shelter, Kuchiki Kyosuke can rest assured to recover Luang. In such a short time, there is definitely no way for the other Shinigami to recover Reiatsu quickly. But Kuchiki Kyosuke, who possesses the perfect state of Liuku Immortal Thieves, is naturally different. With just a drag, he can recover most of the Reiatsu. As a Shinigami, Zanken Kaizo and even Zanpakuto's abilities are closely related to Reiatsu's strength. The stronger Reiatsu is, the stronger Zanpakuto's ability will be, and the ability of Zanpakuto will be stronger, and Zanpakuto's ability will be changed qualitatively. In this next fight with Baragan, Kuchiki Kyosuke cannot miss. After all, the power of aging is a very dangerous ability, and conventional methods cannot stop it at all. He has to be at his best. Fortunately, the current master of Hueco Mundo should have just been educated by Aizen, and suffered a great setback in terms of mental energy. Without Haki, who was invincible to me before, Reiatsu's side will also be weaker. The former overlord of Hueco Mundo is long gone, and now there is only a Baragan who wants revenge but dares not do it. This is how the same thing? Baragan, who backed away, ignored Kuchiki Kyosuke's sarcasm. Looking at his double-edged battle axe, he felt a burning sensation in his heart. He has used this thing for an unknown number of years, so he can tell its weight by touching it. But since meeting that Shinigami's Zanpakuto, Baragan felt that the weight of the battle axe was wrong, and it seemed to be a little lighter. When he looked carefully, he realized that this was not his illusion. The axe touched by the enemy Zanpakuto on the left becomes inexplicably smaller, in contrast to the axe on the right. He was very puzzled, why the omnipotent power of aging failed. But the enemy's attack was so strange, the light knife made him feel a fatal threat. And the effect was still so weird that Baragan couldn't figure it out. Originally, he thought that he could easily resolve the battle with a single shot. Baragan frowned and looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke who was in the barrier. What exactly is going on? Is this all an illusion again? He doesn't believe his abilities won't work on this Shinigami. These Shinigami are all the same, only juggling dastardly calculations. This Shinigami must be like Aizen, playing tricks to avoid his aging power. Immediately, Baragan took a look at the strange civil servants who were glowing on the ground. All of a sudden, he had a flash of inspiration, thinking that he had grasped the key to breaking the situation. Is this your Zanpakuto ability? But this ability can only be limited to the range of these words. Baragan, who thinks he can see through everything, has the chance to win. In this way, this little ghost is no threat. As long as he doesn't step into this range, the group can also kill the other party. Thinking of this, Baragan waved his hand, and a group of aging power flew out in an instant, but the target was not Kuchiki Kyosuke. but the strange words laid on the desert. Seeing Baragan's actions, Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his eyebrows, ignoring the actions of Emperor Hueco Mundo. A sigh of death went down, and the sand under those strange words was completely disintegrated by the power of aging, leaving strange holes one by one. However, the words representing Feng Kaokumen's power remained completely motionless. The confident Baragan was slapped in the face again. His skull mask-like face showed a very humane expression of shock. He muttered to himself, "My aging power is invincible, it's all an illusion. It's now." Seeing Baragan froze for a moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately slashed at the space in front of him. The space-cutting ability was activated, and the space between him and Liu was cut to an unknown place. Since there was no space for this part, the place where Kuchiki Kyosuke was standing was moved to near Baragan. From this, he cast real teleportation. Kuchiki Kyosuke's sudden knife was beyond Baragan's expectations, and even Kurako Shunsui, who was watching the battle, was taken aback. Because after learning about Baragan's ability, Kurako Shunsui also had sweat on his forehead and was very nervous. Kurako Shunsui was of course nervous for Kuchiki Kyosuke. This kind of touch-to-kill ability completely ignores Reiatsu's defense, which is really too difficult to deal with. After knowing the horror of the power of aging, everyone secretly sweated for Kuchiki Kyosuke. Therefore, they all thought that Kuchiki Kyosuke could only defend passively, and no one guessed that Kuchiki Kyosuke would choose to take the initiative. That's exactly what Kuchiki Kyosuke wanted. He has never left the range of Feng Kaokumen before. One is to find out the details of Le Gang while ensuring safety. Another important reason is to mislead the opponent, making Baragan think that he dare not go out of the range of the formation to fight against him. But in fact, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't even think about winning by relying on Feng Kaokumen. In fact, even if he stepped out of the range of Feng Ho-Chi-Men, he still has a way to beat Baragan. After experiencing the power of the aging force firsthand, Kuchiki Kyosuke already has a good plan. The opponent's aging power is indeed very powerful. This ability to be connected with time has always been unsolvable and powerful. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke also has the ability to compete with it. This is Dijiang's active ability. Face. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was attacked and killed somehow, and Baragan showed a mocking smile. A mere mortal still wants to hurt the body of a god. The ignorant ants are always seeking their own death inexplicably. After speaking, he directly launched a sigh of death. The pure and strong power of aging spread all over his body. Neither Shinigami's Zanpakuto nor any other kid ability can bypass this aging force and harm him. In the face of aging, everything decays. It is impossible for anything to touch him, and it will disintegrate and die. This is the power of aging, this is the power of time. In this regard, Baragan is confident. Before he felt threatened, it was only because the aging power around him was not enough, but now there is no problem. I saw a Shunpo after Kuchiki Kyosuke teleport, coming directly behind the enemy. The two extremely fast moves in a short period of time made Baragan unable to react at all, and had no time to dodge or block. Baragan didn't panic at all, he thought that the power of aging would never be broken. Enemies who approach this barrier will only kill themselves, at the hands of aging forces. With a flash of blue light, Kuchiki Kyosuke slashed directly at Baragan's heart with the blade shining with faint blue light. Baragan, who was originally confident, suddenly felt a sharp pain. It's impossible! Baragan stepped back in a hurry, and shouted wildly, "You can't hurt me, time protects me, and no one will do anything to my aging power. Nothing and any power can come near me." Seeing Baragan fleeing in a hurry, Kuchiki Kyosuke said indifferently, "Nothing is impossible. Since time protects you, then I will cut off time. Dijiang can injure the enemy, naturally because space itself is a power on the same level as time. What he cuts away is the space where the power of aging resides. The only possibility that time cannot destroy is space. If Baragan's aging power can really disintegrate space, then it will not exist quietly around Baragan. In other words, Xiaolao's power also needs to be attached to space to function. Otherwise, as soon as the power of aging appeared, Baragan would be the first to be killed by the turbulent flow of the cracked space. However, if this kind of thing didn't happen, then Baragan's aging power must not be immune to Dijiang's ability. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke had the confidence to choose to take a risky blow, and finally succeeded in cutting time. Cut time. Baragan froze after hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words. Immediately, he shouted angrily, "How can such a thing be done?" In Baragan's 1.8 cognition, Shinigami's chopping technique is nothing more than condensing Reiatsu on the blade. How can Reiatsu beat aging and cut time? This is too ridiculous. However, he has no time to think about these. Because Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't give the other party time to think at all. His strong physique allowed him to quickly use Shunpo again to kill Baragan. If it weren't for the ability to cut space too much for Reiatsu, Kuchiki Kyosuke will definitely teleport back and forth, cornering Baragan. But Baragan hasn't been all drinking and living wasted for thousands of years. The master of Hueco Mundo does have great combat experience and combat skills, and Reiatsu is also a level higher than Deadwood Kyosuke. Shinigami battles are basically impossible to win against an enemy whose Reiatsu is far superior to him. In the world of Shinigami, unless it is the ability of the rule system, it is almost impossible to leapfrog challenges. After all, if the enemy's Reiatsu is too strong, your own attack can't even break the defense of others, and they can kill you with a single blow. Faced with such an absolute disadvantage, it is almost impossible to turn the tables, even if you want to injure the opponent. The reason why Kuchiki Kyosuke has the confidence to break this rule is very simple, that is, the brave wins when we meet on a narrow road. Charged forward, Kuchiki Kyosuke puts himself in great danger as he corners his enemies. After all, he is actually not immune to the power of aging. Before, because it was within the range of Feng Kaokuman, Kuchiki Kyosuke was able to control all elements in the formation. At the time, he chose to minimize Baragan's aging powers. Now without the protection of Feng Kaokuman, Kuchiki's original price is tantamount to gambling with his life. He bet that Baragan would give up and dare not fight himself. In this way of fighting, Kuchiki Kyosuke can win. Sure enough, facing Kuchiki Kyosuke's fierce killing intent and indomitable momentum, Baragan hesitated. Chapter 77. He chose to turn around and run away instead of defending the king's dignity. Just like after losing to Aizen before, Baragan chose to surrender instead of fighting to the end. As he fled to the distance, he roared angrily. "Damn Shinigami, just wait for me, when I kill that man first, I will definitely seek revenge on you and tear you apart." Without any hesitation, Kuchiki Kyosuke chose to chase after the fleeing Baragan. To be honest, the opponent's aging power is a very dangerous and tricky ability. If this guy is determined to die with Kuchiki Kyosuke, Kuchiki Kyosuke really had to think about it. But he was sure that the former overlord did not have the courage. This, Kuchiki Kyosuke has really felt in the Reiatsu collision with the opponent. While the power of aging is protecting Baragan's body, it is also aging the opponent's mind. I won. I actually won. Until now, Kurako Shunsui still can't believe that Kuchiki Kyosuke actually defeated the master of the virtual circle. You know, Baragan's Reiatsu and abilities are above ordinary captains. Even Kurako Shunsui feels slightly inferior. But in the face of such an enemy, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who seemed to have no advantage in everything, unexpectedly won quickly. And it's still in Shikai state. If it's after Bankai, I really don't know how strong it will be. It was not until a long time later that the Shinigami let out a loud cheer. Great! Won! Survived! I have to say that Baragan put too much pressure on everyone. Even with Kurako Shunsui's protection, they still felt the pressure of the mountain. By the end, even the madman Madarame Ikeko was sweating on his brow. I felt an unprecedented sense of fear. He originally thought that the emotion of fear would not exist since the day he was awakened by the larger captain. But now it seems that his vision is still too shallow, and his strength is still not strong enough. Several vice-captains had the same idea as him. When feeling the weirdness at that time, ordinary Shinigami could only grit their teeth and endure silently. Horror under the oppression of Reiatsu, many people saw the tragic scene of their own dying. Just a little bit, they were about to cry out. Fortunately, 06, they can also feel the Reiatsu of Kurako Shunsui and Kuchiki Kyosuke. These two leaders, one pair and one leader, are like two lighthouses, so that everyone will not be destroyed by the terrifying Reiatsu that contains aging breath. It's fine if you win, it's fine if you win. Ise Nanao muttered to herself, feeling terrified in her heart. Getting along these days, she has regarded Kuchiki Kyosuke as an important person. Having lost her parents since she was a child, what she fears the most is losing an important person. Baragan, who fled in a panic, was really angry to ultimate at this moment. He felt humiliation deep in his soul. As the master of Hueco Mundo, except for that Aizen, he has never been afraid of anyone, nor bowed his head to anyone. But now being so humiliated by two Shinigami one after another, Baragan can't wait to turn around immediately, bursting out with all his strength and fighting each other to the end. It's just that the pain in his chest is reminding him that this is not acceptable. Just the thought of that sharp knife light that seems to be able to pierce the soul. Baragan felt timid. He could only comfort himself that these Shinigami's abilities were too insidious. Before he could crack the young Shinigami's ability, Baragan thought he had no chance of winning. However, he had no clue about the abilities of that young Shinigami. The opponent's ability is too weird and too powerful. Until now, Baragan hadn't figured out what the opponent's ability was, let alone cracked it. This person is different from Aizen, he doesn't seem to like explaining his abilities. While thinking, Baragan stepped forward again. He looked at the several quartz branches clustered together in front of him, his eyes lit up, and it was here. Soon, Baragan's figure flashed, and then he disappeared into Sheihiken. Under the crescent moon, Kuchiki Kyosuke's figure turned into an afterimage. His body disappeared from one place, and immediately appeared from another. While moving at high speed, Kuchiki Kyosuke has been opening Daluo Cave. As a result, he not only obtained supervision similar to Superman, but also has the ability to perceive danger. Although Baragan is now a prodigal dog, but this is the opponent's territory, it is better to be careful. Soon, Kuchiki Kyosuke stopped near a clump of quartz branches. He sensed that Reiatsu of Baragan had disappeared here. Scanning around, he came to the place where Reiatsu disappeared. There is a passage leading to the ground. Looking at the deep and dark cave, Kuchiki Kyosuke was speechless. This Baragan is a dog. How can you run so well, how can you run so well? As far as Shunpo is concerned, his level is considered good among the captains. But it still didn't catch up with this Baragan. It wasn't so fast when it was just fighting. The master of Hueco Mundo might not have escaped. Kuchiki Kyosuke only delayed a little bit of time, and the other party disappeared into the sky. When he chased after him, he only saw the entrance exposed outside the desert. For what lies under the desert, Kuchiki Kyosuke actually knows very well. There is the lair of Menos Grande, which is one of the destinations of their expedition. After thinking about it, Kuchiki Kyosuke left a message with Kid on the spot. Not surprisingly, this place will soon become the real base of the expeditionary force. The Kid will set up a new teleportation point here, and then open a temporary black cavity for information and material transfer. After that, I will make a fuss around this entrance. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke walked into the passage without hesitation, heading down the desert. This place is really amazing. After a while, Kuchiki Kyosuke who walked out of the passage came to an environment similar to a huge cave. It's unbelievably big, dark, and cold here. The desert of Hueco Mundo is built as the top of the burrow, and the moonlight sprinkles in the hollows here and there, becoming the only light source of the crypt, and huge quartz trees are spread all over the ground. The tops of these strange stone trees grew directly to the top of the huge crypt, and then penetrated the top desert and stretched to the ground. The quartz branches they saw in the Hueco Mundo desert were actually the very tops of giant trees. This is the forest of Menos Grande, where the low-level Menos Grande and other commoners live. Compared with the lifeless desert above, there are at least signs of life in the forest of Menos Grande. For example, Kuchiki Kyosuke saw a smear of green in some dark corners, which was a moss. Beside the moss, he also saw several mushrooms of different colors. Of course, the most here is Menos Grande. In his induction, the Reiatsu of Menos Grande Killian is densely packed all around. If it is an ordinary Shinigami, even if it is the level of the elite vice-captain, it will not be able to survive here. Only the captain level can survive here. In fact, even the captain has no good way to face the endless Menos Grande. What's more, this is the lair of Menos Grande, and maybe there is a more terrifying superior Menos Grande hidden. Although this Menos Grande lair seems dangerous and inexplicable, Kuchiki Kyosuke is still very calm, and he is not at all worried that he will be besieged by more Watt-level Menos Grande in the future. As the most advanced Menos Grande, the number of Watt-level Menos Grande is actually very rare. In my memory, after the whole Hueco Mundo was misfortune by Aizen, the strong player basically lost his gear. Kuchiki Kyosuke estimated that this time Aizen took out some experimental materials to deal with himself. Now that 3 precious experimental materials have been lost, Aizen's Arrancar plan may have to be postponed. That's a good thing. Moreover, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not afraid of being besieged by Vash. For him, as long as there is Feng Haokuman who has a perfect state, no matter how many enemies come, it will be useless. In the scope of Feng Haokuman, he is the master of the domain, the only god. There are indeed many Menos Grandes in the Menos Grande forest, and it can even be said to be endless, but they are still not enough to see in front of the Feng Haokuman of the perfection realm. Next, Kuchiki Kyosuke went after Baragan without any hesitation. At this time, in the forest of Menos Grande, some tall Killians wrapped in black robes had already begun to gather. The vast majority of Killians have no sense of self, just wandering aimlessly in the forest of Menos Grande. Now these Killians begin to gather themselves, knowing without looking that there is a higher level Menos Grande in control behind them. Just like that, Kuchiki Kyosuke locks on to Baragan's Reiatsu and continues to delve into the Pegasus. He leaped forward over huge stone trees. At the same time, in the Sand Sea, the burly Zaraki Kenpeki was drenched in blood and was heading towards a certain direction at high speed. Along the way, anyone who dared to block the way, regardless of their strength, would be beheaded by him. Yakian Liu, is this the direction? Are you sure? A little worried Zaraki Kenpeki made sure again. Right, there will be no mistakes this time. Yachiliu showed her pink head from Zaraki Kenpeki's broad shoulders. She confidently guides Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki showed a slightly ferocious smile. That's good. Last time, we didn't catch up. We must catch up this time. I can't let Kuchiki Kyosuke kill all the enemies, then I wouldn't have any fun. Thinking of those powerful Reiatsu I felt before. Zaraki Kenpeki was on his way even faster. Enemies like that must be tough to cut. At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki and Komamura Seijin had already rushed to the newly established camp. Here, they saw the dark underground entrance. The two are listening to Kurako Shunsui narrating what happened. Kuchiki Daikid is so loyal, brave, and powerful, he is really a role model for my generation. Hearing that Kuchiki Kyosuke chased into the forest of Menos Grande alone, Komamura Seijin admired Kuchiki's original strength and character. When Byakuya Kuchiki was proud of Kuchiki Kyosuke's amazing performance, he was also a little worried. "General Leader, I request to enter the forest of Menos Grande to support the deputy leader." After thinking about it, Kurako Shunsui said. "The two captains can go to the forest of Menos Grande, but just check the entrance. There is no need to go deep into the forest of Menos Grande, and no support is needed unless the Kuchiki Grand Kid is perceived to be in danger. I believe that with the strength of Kuchiki Kid, it is impossible to be difficult for a Menos Grande forest." His reason is simple. Since the masters of Hueco Mundo are no match for Kuchiki Kyosuke, a mere forest of Menos Grande is nothing. After all, the name of Menos Grande Forest sounds very famous, but the most of them are Killian and ordinary Su. Endless Killians are a disaster to normal Shinigami, but nothing to Kuchiki Kyosuke at all. The two captains who had taken the order hurried down the passage to the forest of Menos Grande. Their first priority is to make sure that Kuchiki Kyosuke is safe and sound. Fortunately, when they entered the forest of Menos Grande, they noticed Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu. They also noticed that near Kuchiki Kyosuke, new Menos Grande Reiatsu kept appearing and quickly disappearing. It seems that the master of Hueco Mundo is really at the end of his skills, and can only let his subordinates die to buy time to escape. Byakuya Kuchiki immediately felt relieved. Killian is slow and has no self-awareness. Now he actively intercepts Kuchiki Kyosuke, which is very abnormal. The only explanation is that the Lord of Hueco Mundo could only order these Killians to die in order to save their lives. Feeling the incomparably rapid disappearance of Killian, Komamura Seigen, the captain of the 7th Division, said with a little emotion. After fighting continuously for so long, His Excellency Kuchiki Kyosuke still has such fighting power. With such physical strength and strong fighting spirit, Tushin is ashamed of himself. For a long time, because of race, Komamura Seigen has been regarded as the captain with outstanding physique in the 13th team. But compared with Kuchiki Kyosuke, at least in terms of endurance, Komamura Seigen is not comparable. As for strength, he is even more difficult to hold a candle to. After confirming that Kuchiki Kyosuke was in good condition and not in danger, Byakuya Kuchiki and Komamura Seigen chose to kill the nearby Menos Grande on the spot. The two 720 captains are also arrogant. Kuchiki Kyosuke has achieved such an impressive record, even if they can't catch up, at least they can't fall behind too much. At the same time, Seirai also received the latest battle report. For the performance of Kuchiki Kyosuke and the expeditionary force, Yamamoto Genre Ise Shigakuni is very satisfied. He nodded slowly and praised, "Big kid did a great job, stronger than me when I was young." Kuchiki Kyosuke fully deserves the praise. Because his contribution is greater than that of the entire expeditionary force combined. This victory by Kuchiki Kyosuke was crucial, both boosting the morale of all the Shinigami expeditions and basically breaking down the resistance of the Hueco Mundo Menos Grande. This can be said to be a great achievement. A single battle lays the foundation for the success of an expeditionary operation. Even after that, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't do anything, and he had to make the first effort in the end. And for Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength, even the strongest Shinigami has to take a high look. Although Yamamoto Genrisai has only heard about the name of the Lord of Hueco Mundo, he doesn't know much about it. But Yamamoto Genrisai was familiar with a Menos Grande who once stood alongside the Hueco Mundo Lord. He will never forget the figure that covered the sky and the sun, and he will never forget the humiliation of that day. After that defeat, Yamamoto Genrisai became even more ruthless, willing to do whatever it takes to win. Speaking of which, Kuchiki Kyosuke was about the same age as he was then. But Kuchiki Kyosuke, a young talent, was much better than he was back then. At this time, Yamamoto Genrisai regretted more and more. He should not have let go and insisted on keeping Kuchiki Kyosuke in Godei 13. In the team building of the 5th team, Aizen, who just received the news, was a little surprised. Ichimaru-jin was very surprised. After a while, Aizen spoke. There was still a hint of shock in his deep eyes. It actually won. This is really unbelievable. After all, Kuchiki Kyosuke's record is really amazing. Compared to Baragan, Kuchiki Kyosuke is like a summer bug that only lives for one season. Baragan lived a long time that worms can't understand. But now bugs actually crossed such a long time scale and won. This is really incredible. Aizen knew very well that at Kuchiki Kyosuke's age, there was absolutely no way he could beat Baragan. Looks like we're in trouble, Captain Aizen. It really is Kuchiki Kyosuke, just like a monster, so scary. Ichimaru-jin's words can be said to be true or false. He was really amazed at Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength. Obviously he has worked hard. But the strength gap between the two of them not only did not shorten, but became larger and larger. In desperation, Ichimaru-jin was also very pleasantly surprised. It has become impossible for Aizen and Kuchiki Kyosuke to reconcile. The stronger Kuchiki Kyosuke is, the harder it will be for Aizen. Watching Aizen suffer is the greatest joy of Ichimaru-jin. In the end, Aizen smiled helplessly, it seems to be true. Chapter 78. Then, there was light on his glasses, and he sighed in his heart. Kuchiki Kyosuke, besides that Urahara Kisuke, you are the second existence that makes me feel stressed. Maybe, you will be my kind. Forest of Hueco Mundo Menos Grande. Kuchiki Kyosuke has already felt the Reiatsu of Byakuya Kuchiki and Komamura Seijin. This shows that the expeditionary force has stabilized the Bureau Committee. Then it's time for him to move freely. After smoothing over the largest and strongest resistance force in the virtual circle, Kuchiki Kyosuke finally no longer needs to stay in the expeditionary force every day, and can move freely. His spiritual sense moved, and at the same time he moved the Daluo Cave Temple to look forward. 3 on the left, 4 on the right. In the next moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke gently slumped the broad Jushu trunk under his feet, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When the figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, Kuchiki Kyosuke waved Zanpakuto fiercely at the Menos Grandes hidden among the giant trees. Cut! Between the stone forest, several blood-red pupils, like a giant clown, are opening their mouths to release Zero. There is a crimson core in the blood-red monster circular light ball. Menos Grande is all Reiatsu poured into the core. Thus, the destructive Zero was born. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't seem to have much room to dodge in mid-air. It's just that he doesn't need to dodge either. As soon as the word cut came out, the light on the sharp blade flashed 7 times. In an instant, Kuchiki Kyosuke made his new debut as Daoguang. Every ray of knife light contains highly compressed powerful Reiatsu. This is the sword pressure inspired by the Shinigami slash technique, and it is also Zaraki Kenpeiki's specialty. The sharp knife light, like a huge sharp blade, shredded several Menos Grande who were releasing Zero in the blink of an eye. In the face of Kuchiki Kyosuke's unimaginably powerful sword pressure, Kylian's huge body was cut into pieces like a rag doll, completely vulnerable. Shinigami's slashing technique is actually more demanding of Reiatsu. Because the essence of the chopping technique is to attach Reiatsu to one's own blade, and then chop it out with one blow. Those who are strong in Reiatsu can use this to cut out a powerful sword pressure and directly tear the enemy apart. It can be said that Shinigami's slashing technique is the technique that most directly exploits Reiatsu's strengths. As long as Reiatsu is strong enough, just like Zaraki Kenpeiki, he can play the captain level without Shikai. Just like Kuchiki Kyosuke is standing and hard-pick these Menos Grandes Zero now, there won't be any problem. At the same time, he slashed out with a single sword, even if it was pressed outward, it could shatter Menos Grande's mask. This is the horror of beheading. After killing Menos Grande who blocked the way with a single sword, Kuchiki Kyosuke continued to fly forward without stopping. It has to be said that Baragan's move was very shameless, and he insisted on using the younger brother's life to delay time. This Baragan completely discarded the dignity and glory of the Lord of the Void Circle. Or, this guy has never had such a thing. Otherwise, he would not have been forced by Aizen to surrender immediately, and then he has not resisted. It wasn't until the last moment of death that he chopped an axe at Aizen symbolically. No wonder he has such a heaven-defying ability, and he can't be the boss in Espada. This Xingxing really doesn't work. Next, Kuchiki Kyosuke only swung his knife occasionally, clearing out Menos Grande who were in the way. He didn't bother to care about the other Killian. One is wasting his time. The second is that there are too many Killians here, and they cannot be killed at all. Along the way, in the places he passed by, spiritual suns danced, and Menos Grande was constantly purified by Dijiang. Countless red glows burst open. The shattered zero shook the ground, knocked down giant trees, and made the desert at the top of the cave tremble. With the arrival of the unexpected guest Kuchiki Kyosuke, the forest of Menos Grande, which had been quiet for a long time, became more lively than ever. After jumping over the head of a Menos Grande in one quick step again, Kuchiki Kyosuke landed on a branch more than 2 meters thick. After he passed by, the Killian, which opened its mouth wide and flashed red, suddenly split into two from the middle. Killian, who was neatly dissected, quickly disintegrated into spirit particles. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked forward suspiciously. In that direction, Reiatsu of Baragan suddenly disappeared. Could it be that this guy ran into the desert through the tunnel again? Still, Kuchiki Kyosuke is in no rush. He is a Liuku Immortal Thief with a perfect realm, and can continuously recover physical strength, Reiatsu. In this regard, it is almost the same as Su. Only in terms of recovery speed, Kuchiki Kyosuke is much better than the Watt level Menos Grande. Even now at Hueco Mundo's home court, it's the same. Kuchiki Kyosuke is confident that he will recover before Baragan. Therefore, he is not afraid to fight a protracted war. For the sake of caution, Kuchiki Kyosuke carefully observed the situation ahead with the Daluo Cave View. He found an almost completely closed cave ahead. Moreover, this cave cannot be penetrated by spiritual perception. Kuchiki Kyosuke saw several chukas under the watchful eyes of Daluo Cave. Also, he found the three Ajichas headed a bit weird, not like normal Menos Grande. Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately understood what Baragan was thinking. Because of the existence of this cave, his spiritual sense could not continue to extend to lock the opponent's position. In this way, he must go through this cave. At that time, those yakas will rush forward. In those situations, you can only fight, so you will be dragged down, and there is no way to continue to lock Baragan's position. Still, Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't want to give up. After confirming the layout of the cave, without any hesitation, he stepped a little, and his figure disappeared instantly. In the next second, Kuchiki Kyosuke came into the cave. A group of strange-looking Ajichas and dozens of Killian are waiting for his arrival in the cave. Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced around, but there was no sign of Baragan. As for the 9 Ajichas in front of him, he didn't care at all. This kind of Menos Grande, which requires a captain-level Shinigami to suppress, is a miscellaneous fish in the eyes of Kuchiki Kyosuke. But the breath of the 3 Ajichas in the front is indeed a bit weird, so he let out Reiatsu for a while to observe. In the spiritual perception, the bodies of the 3 castes were mixed with a part of the red spirit. And Shinigami's power is red. Also, the masks of the 3 Ajichas were broken in half, revealing parts of their faces. Seeing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke generally understands what is going on with these Ajichas. The virtual mask is like the Shinigami's knots and soul sleep, a source of power. Generally, if you are injured, your strength will decrease due to the sky. The masks of these 3 Ajichas were broken, but their aura was much stronger than ordinary Ajichas. This look is Aizen's approach. These 3 Ajichas should be Aizen's original Arankar experiment, and it was also a failure. The 3 Arankars are all in human form, with various lights shining in their eyes, obviously quick-witted and full of emotions. Seeing the sudden appearance of Kuchiki Kyosuke, the 3 Arankars didn't make any movement, but just watched quietly in place. Instead, the group of ordinary Ajichas flocked to Kuchiki Kyosuke and began to make noise. The taste of Shinigami is really good. Shinigami, you can't win, let's eat you. This Shinigami doesn't look too strong. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't bother to pay attention to these Menos Grande's howls and howls. Considering Hueco Mundo's size, it will be difficult for him to catch Bear again. That being the case, Kuchiki Kyosuke is ready to take down the Ajichas. In addition, he is going to see the strength of Aizen's 3 experimental products. At this stage, although Aizen can produce Arankar, but the level should be very average. However, an Arankar of the Ajichas level, even a half Arankar, is about the same strength as Vasto Lord. With the decision in mind, Kuchiki Kyosuke was not in a hurry. He began to slowly use the spiritual seeds absorbed by the Liuku Immortal Thief to restore his physical strength and Reiatsu. That is to say, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a strong physique, otherwise the physical strength bar would have been empty after this continuous battle and long journey. Now he can continue to fight, which is already very powerful. Shinigami, you look very weak. Before the 3 Arankars moved, the Ajichas behind them could hardly suppress the killing intent and desire in their hearts. Howling, they charged towards Kuchiki Kyosuke. The 3 Arankars have no say in this. One of them, Ajicha's Arankar with blue skin and a proud expression, even jumped backwards and came to a rock pillar. This Ajicha's Arankar has a turtle-like head, a lizard-like tail, is 3 meters tall, and has slender and strong limbs. The upper half of his face has been revealed, and the lower half of his face is still covered by a bone mask. At this time, this Arankar stood on the stone pillar with his hands folded in front of his chest, looking down at the battle on the ground with a lofty attitude. The other 2 Arankars were also not involved in the fight. They just looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke surrounded by Ajichas with cold and cruel eyes. In their opinion, if this Shinigami has only this level, then it is not worth devouring them. Kuchiki Kyosuke waved Taejiang in his hand and easily beheaded the rushing Ajichas. Then he flashed his figure, came behind the group of ordinary Ajichas, and raised his right hand. Immediately, thousands of thunder lights illuminated the originally small cave. Dao Dao Lake Wang suddenly shocked the formation of this group of Ajichas. Among them, the one at the front is just the most unlucky one, and it was burnt into coke by Kuchiki Kyosuke's casual spell. Seeing that Kuchiki Kyosuke dealt with the 2 Ajichas so neatly, the 2 Arankars on the side frowned slightly. There was a flash of war in the eyes of the blue Arankar on the stone pillar. The 3 Arankars thought they had seen through Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength, so they were not in a hurry, and just wanted to continue watching the show. But in fact, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't even use 1/10 of his abilities. Because he was not in a hurry, Kyosuke did not use his full strength. He wanted to take this opportunity to hone his foundation. If you go to other places, it will be difficult to find this kind of training object who is not afraid of death and is very durable. So just now, he used the most basic moves, and deliberately restrained his strength, so as not to kill these Menos Grande in one go. Ajichas, invincible to other ordinary Shinigami, are nothing more than ants to Kuchiki Kyosuke. If he explodes Reiatsu with all his strength after Shikai, it is estimated that except for the 3 Arankars, these craftsmen will not be able to move. Even outside of the fight, Kuchiki Kyosuke saw the expressions of the 3 Arankars in his eyes. Because a certain degree of Arankar was performed, the inner emptiness was suppressed. As a result, you get rid of the disadvantages of degeneration, so you become more rational. Just for that, these Arankars have to honor Aizen as their ancestors. It's no wonder that these Arankars obeyed Aizen's orders. In addition to being awed by the strength of the opponent, there was also a part of gratitude. After all, for Ajichas, not swallowing. Devouring souls of the same level will become Killian, and being injured by the same kind will completely cut off the path of evolution. Evolving into Vasto Lord is the only way to survive. It's okay when you don't awaken your self-awareness, even if you die, it doesn't matter. But once evolved from Kylian to Ajichas, with self-awareness, no one wants to degenerate into a lifeless and ignorant beast. Therefore, Ajichas will frantically yearn for a powerful soul in order to prevent degeneration and evolve. It's just that not all Ajichas have the potential to turn into Vasto Lords. An Aizen's Arankar experiment infused the Shinigami factor in the Ajichas. As a result, Ajichas, who broke the limit, naturally became the existence of the same level as Vasto Lord, without fear of degradation. Therefore, it is only natural for them to obey Aizen. While thinking, Kuchiki Kyosuke rushed forward like lightning. His target was the temporarily immobilized Ajichas stunned by the lightning talisman. To Arankar's horse heads, Arankar suddenly commented. Too impulsive. Such a good opportunity was wasted in vain. Facing so many enemies, we should deter and contain them, and defeat them one by one. That's right. This Shinigami is too young. Arankar, who had a pair of tentacles on the top of his head, kept nodding. Seeing this scene, the blue Arankar on the stone pillar also shook his head. I thought that Shinigami, who can kill Hueco Mundo and make the Emperor of Heaven so important, should be very strong. Now it seems that it is nothing more than that, this Shinigami is too weak. The three Arankars didn't intend to intervene until now. Because in their perception, Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu is not strong. Even if they were able to release strange spells, with their strength, they would be safe even if they were hit head-on by that thunder light. Roar! Several Ajichas forcefully burst into Reiatsu, roaring for a fight. These Menos Grandes all walked from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Even if their bodies were a little limp and weak due to lightning, it didn't affect their combat power at all. At critical moments, these Menos Grandes will definitely not lack the blood and courage to fight to the death. For a moment, the extremely heavy evil spirit and terror Reiatsu permeated the entire cave. Menos Grande roared like a beast, charging towards Kuchiki Kyosuke with killing intent. This kind of inhuman cry and, it's good, ferocious aura made even the vice-captain tremble and feel uneasy. Kuchiki Kyosuke seemed unaware of this terrifying evil spirit. While moving at high speed, he stepped a little bit and turned around, avoiding the Siros of Killian behind him. After landing, Kuchiki Kyosuke came to an Ajichas. Without any hesitation, he shot Byakuya for this rope directly at the hill-like Menos Grande in front of him. An invisible rope immediately bound the huge Ajichas in front of him. Kuchiki Kyosuke deliberately chose to attack from this direction, in order to use the opponent's size as a cover. As the Ajichas struggled to free itself from the sudden Byakuya, Kuchiki Kyosuke's body blurred again and eventually disappeared. The other Ajichas didn't know what was going on because of the companion's occlusion. These Menos Grande are not Arankar, the restraint is not so strong. Affected by the killing intent in their hearts, several Ajichas lost their minds and gathered Siro in the direction of their companions. At this moment, the figure of Kuchiki Kyosuke appeared in midair. Then, he waved the Dejong in his hand. In just a split second, he slashed 4 times in succession. Every knife of his is very simple, and there is nothing extraordinary about it. Compared to first-generation Kenpeki Anohanaretsu, who has mastered all kendo styles, Kuchiki Kyosuke's chopping technique is indeed very ordinary. This kind of cutting technique is indeed simple and unpretentious, but it is also unpretentious and powerful. When the move was made, Kuchiki Kyosuke's huge Reiatsu had shrunk and condensed to a point on the blade. This is the so-called concentrate on one point and reach the peak. Because his slashing technique was too fast and fierce, it seemed that only one layer of cold light appeared in the 4 knives he slashed. A sharp knife light erupted. Soon the knife light split into 4, covering the remaining 4 Ajichas. 1, 2, 3, 4. With the blessing of powerful Reiatsu, the pure sword pressure and sword light are sharp to an unimaginable level. Chapter 79. Ajicha's hard steel skin was as if it didn't exist in front of this sword pressure. In the blink of an eye, 4 menacing Ajichas were killed by Kuchiki Kyosuke. It looks simpler than chopping melons and vegetables. Shocked, the first feathered Menos Grande murmured, 4 ajichas were dealt with in just a split second. It's impossible. Arrancar, who was standing beside him, was stunned and shocked. You must know that these ajichas are not ordinary goods, they are the elites carefully selected by the emperor to guard the forest of Menos Grande. But in front of this Shinigami, he was so vulnerable. Such strength made the 2 Arrancars feel very terrified. It turned out that they were very disdainful of this Shinigami. But now, they dare not look down on this young Shinigami anymore. The scene in front of them was so shocking that the 2 Arrancars had to be terrified. The blue Arrancar on the stone pillar was also surprised. This kills it all? In a short period of time, there were more than 4 ajichas, all of which were chopped down by the young Shinigami alone. Each of these ajichas is elite. Blue Arrancar felt that even he could not win easily. And, from beginning to end, this Shinigami never exploded with too much power. This is really very strange. Thinking of this, a strong fighting spirit surged in the blue Arrancar's heart. This will be a good opponent. In the cave, feeling the not-so-powerful Reiatsu on Kuchiki Kyosuke, the 2 Arrancars were completely confused. They even began to doubt whether what they experienced was real or an illusion. The changes in the expressions of the 3 Arrancars all fell into the eyes of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Even when he quickly beheaded these ajichas, he did not give up his observation of these Arrancars. Kuchiki Kyosuke noticed that Arrancar at this stage, similar to Menos Grande at the Watt level, has been able to restrain desire and think calmly. Some aspects of performance, and people are almost the same. In fact, at the stage of ajichas, Menos Grande, except for certain obsessions, is already very human-like in terms of emotion and cognition. In Kuchiki Kyosuke's view, this is probably the difference between a wolf and a werewolf. The former cannot communicate, while the latter still has the possibility of communication. They are no longer pure beasts, but they are still objects that need to be killed and purified. But before taking on these Arrancars, Kuchiki Kyosuke needs to clip their wings first. After a flash, he came to the group of Killians with a sharp knife in his hand. This kind of low-level Menos Grande is not enough for Kuchiki Kyosuke. He is directly preparing for a wave of clearing 903. Had no 63 fiery lightning howl. Powerful Reiatsu burst out in an instant. Even if the chant was abandoned, Kuchiki Kyosuke's head was also quite powerful. A ray of thunder broke through the air, directly passing through the group of Killians. Along the way, all Menos Grande Jillian who were affected immediately screamed and fell to the ground with serious injuries. The power of Kuchiki Kyosuke's blow to Kid, even if it just brushed against them, is not something these Killians can bear. As for those Killians who were directly hit by Kuchiki Kyosuke's dragon roaring cannon, their bodies disintegrated into spirit particles and dissipated. With the blessing of the powerful Reiatsu, the lethality of his Lei Chiao Pao has been multiplied many times. Kuchiki Kyosuke's super wide-range fiery lightning howl easily took out a group of Menos Grande Killians. Then, he waved his right hand backwards, and a splitting void barrier suddenly appeared. At this time, Arrancar, the horse head, had sneaked over. It's just that Kuchiki Kyosuke's spiritual splitting void barrier suddenly destroyed the plan of the horse-head Arrancar's sneak attack. Just now, the horse-headed Arrancar signaled several times for his 2 companions to leave the country with him. This time they missed it. This Shinigami is a serious problem, so it must be resolved as soon as possible. At this time, it is the best choice for everyone to act together. However, the blue Menos Grande, who had been posing for a long time with his hands folded on his chest, did not respond to the gaze of the horse-head Arrancar at all. The other companion really wanted to have other ideas and didn't cooperate with his actions at all. As a result, Arrancar, the horse head, had to go up alone. As a result, if he hadn't reacted in time, he would have almost bumped into the extremely tough barrier. In fact, the barrier was coming right at him. If Arrancar, the horse's head, hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been hit directly. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who noticed this scene with his psychic sense, immediately realized that the horse-head Arrancar was a speed-enhanced type. Maybe the type of ghost has a certain relationship with its own ability. It seems normal for a horse to run faster. Seeing the group of Killians being wiped out like this, the horse-head Menos Grande couldn't bear it anymore. With a flash of his figure, he came to another direction, choosing to bypass the splitting void barrier for a frontal assault. Ah! Following the horse-headed and skull-masked Arrancar roaring, his figure galloped forward. Ring and turn. After bypassing the splitting void barrier, he arrived in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke extremely quickly, and then his feet fell heavily to the ground. This Arrancar suddenly jumped into the air, and then swooped down towards Kuchiki Kyosuke from top to bottom. Arrancar waved his hands, the hair on his arms grew wildly, and turned into a black steel whip strangling towards Kuchiki Kyosuke. Meanwhile, Siro has gathered in the mouth of Arrancar, the horse's head. He saw this Shinigami release two very powerful moves in a row, and guessed that the opponent might not have enough physical strength. Therefore, Matu Arrancar wanted to seize this good opportunity and kill this tricky enemy directly. Facing the terrifying ultimate move of the horse-head Arrancar, Kuchiki Kyosuke slashed out with a single knife. Now, his control over Reiatsu is more complete. Even in battle, Kuchiki Kyosuke can control his own Reiatsu to a point where there is no more and no less. You must know that no matter how much Reiatsu you put your all into, it won't last long. But because everyone has limited ability to control Reiatsu, they can only increase their lethality by bursting out with all their strength. In actual combat, few people can do not waste Reiatsu. And Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife strength and Reiatsu are just right. His sword crushed the black hair in mid-air into spirits. Among them, not much Reiatsu escaped from the sword pressure, and its power just cut off the long whip composed of these hairs. Then Kuchiki Kyosuke slapped out with a palm, used white hits, and broke out Reiatsu again. This move white hits directly shattered the unformed Siro in the horse's head Arrancar's mouth. Affected by this, turning back Arrancar's body flew out of the air. Boom! After smashing a stone pillar severely, Arrancar, the horse's head, spat out blood, and felt that all the bones in his body seemed to be broken. He struggled to get up, but found that his body was extremely heavy and it was difficult to move in a short time. At the same time, his right hand has become dilapidated. Looking back, Arrancar raised his hand to block the enemy's extremely heavy blow. Now he's glad he did. Otherwise, it wasn't his arm that was injured, but his vitals. The horsehead Arrancar used the ability of high-speed regeneration to restore his arm, but was forced to release a terrifying killing intent and powerful Reiatsu. Such a Reiatsu outbreak consumes a lot, but the horsehead Arrancar can't help it. The real Reiatsu rushed towards Kuchiki Kyosuke with cold and ruthless killing intent. These are the purest and most primitive killing intents originating from Menos Grande, which are terrifying killing intents that can only be produced after countless killings. It is full of endless greedy thirst for soul and flesh. Menos Grande's Reiatsu outbreak is a shock to the soul. It's just that this coercion means nothing to Kuchiki Kyosuke. Even in the face of Baragan, who has ruled Hueco Mundo for thousands of years, he has no waves in his heart, let alone a mere Ajicha's Arrancar. Ordinary Ajichas, even Arrancar, are but the level of Vasto Lord. Such Menos Grande, Kuchiki Kyosuke are almost tired of cutting. Faced with the impact, Kuchiki Kyosuke stood still. With a wave of his right hand, the terrifying Reiatsu on the blade condensed and exploded again. Cold light reappears. A sword that was bigger than before pressed down on Arrancar, the horse's head in the rubble. Facing such a powerful slashing technique, that Arrancar, let alone being physically weak to move, even in its heyday, could not escape such pressure from the sword. After the knife flashed, Arrancar's body had been split in half. Under the impact of the powerful Reiatsu, his shattered body turned into bits of spiritual powder and disappeared on the spot without holding on for even a second. Killing an Arrancar with a single blow, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded slightly in his heart, this cutting technique is about to be improved to a higher level. He now understands why Zaraki Kenpeki is so fond of slashing people with knives. Because it's really rewarding. As long as Reiatsu is strong enough, the sword's cutting speed is fast and fierce, and it can also shock, the enemy's mind. It's really a knife without thinking, highlighting a simple and direct, vigorously producing miracles. Now, as Kuchiki Kyosuke's slashing skills become stronger and stronger, he can also experience the joy of Chongdao team. And with Daluo Dongguan, Kuchiki Kyosuke's chopping technique is more deterrent. Coupled with the other 8 strange skills, he is an all-round fighter, and he is not afraid of being targeted. It's not like Zaraki Kenpeki, who was almost killed in the 1000-year bloody battle because of limited means. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke's complexion changed, and he felt that his Reiatsu suddenly appeared abnormal. At this moment, the iron car was shaking its chrysalis triumphantly. Humph! It seems that you have noticed, but it is too late. My tentacles are capable of producing a colorless, odorless toxin. Now your Reiatsu is useless. Then, I will accept your head unceremoniously. After speaking, the iron car rushed towards Kuchiki Kyosuke. During the process, Kuchiki Kyosuke remained motionless, and there was no Reiatsu fluctuation on his body. Now, this iron car is completely relieved. If it wasn't for being poisoned by oneself, how could it be possible that Reiatsu couldn't feel it at all? This wave is stable. 1. However, when he rushed in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke, there was only a sharp knife light to greet him. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the unbelievable iron car who died on the ground, and said calmly. The so-called toxins, to me, are just chicken crunchy proteins. You guys just don't understand the fundamentals of Reiatsu and abilities. Even if I don't do anything, your abilities won't take effect. In the Shinigami world, there are generally 2 types of abilities, one is based on matter. One is induced by Reiatsu. For example, Senbonzakura of his elder brother Byakuya Kuchiki transforms Zanpakuto into beautiful but dangerous flower petals. These petals are the carriers of Zanpakuto's powers. Baragan, who was injured by him before, has the ability of aging breath, but there is no physical manifestation. The basic carrier of this aging ability. It is Reiatsu. That is to say, the opponent releases and spreads this ability through Reiatsu. Then comes the famous quote of a certain famous orator, Shinigami's battle is Reiatsu's battle. In other words, as long as Reiatsu can crush the opponent and defeat the carrier of the opponent's ability, he can ignore the opponent's ability. In fact, Baragan's aging power can be overcome by Reiatsu. The reason why Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't do that was because Reiatsu wasn't strong enough for the time being. And, doing so consumes a lot of Reiatsu. But against this iron car, Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't have to think so much. The so-called material carrier is the spirit sun. For Kuchiki Kyosuke, spiritual seeds are nourishment. No matter what kind of toxin you have, the Liuku Thief can easily dissolve it with this operation. It can be said that this toxin-like ability was completely overcome by the Liuku Immortal Thief who was in the perfect realm. Even Ichimaru Jin's Bankai Ultimate, which can poison Hagyaku Aizen, can't do anything to Kuchiki Kyosuke. And even if he doesn't have Liuku Immortal Thieves, he can directly destroy the spirit substructure of toxins in the body by relying on Shikai Emperor Jianghao's tenfold Reiatsu boost. The ability to have a material carrier is sometimes a little more troublesome, because it involves spirit particles. But it still depends on the strength of Reiatsu. Generally speaking, in the world of Shinigami, only the top panel plus god level ability can walk sideways. This is also the path that Kuchiki Kyosuke has been pursuing. Looking at the 2 companions who died tragically one after another, the blue iron car, who had watched the play for a long time on the stone pillar, snorted coldly, 2 idiots. With a flash of his figure, he jumped off the stone pillar and came directly to Kuchiki Kyosuke not far away. Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his eyebrows, thinking that this iron car is a bit interesting. Although not exactly Aaron-car, this guy still retains some animal features. But this blue Menos Grande is indeed more calm than the previous two Aaron-cars. This shows that the other party is more rational, calmer, and has a higher degree of evolution. Before I was fighting to survive, like a beast. Now I'm going to fight for myself and enjoy the fight. While speaking, the blue Aaron-car waved his arms, and two long bone blades popped out from his arms. He sliced through the air, tried the feeling of the bone blade, nodded in satisfaction, and continued. You are strong. Even if you control Reiatsu almost perfectly and hide your strength, I can still feel your strength. There are not many strong people who can make me feel scared instinctively. But because of this, you are the most suitable opponent. An astonishing fighting spirit flashed in the blue Aaron-car's eyes. The Reiatsu all over his body is also gathered at the bone blade. While the momentum explodes, Reiatsu can be carefully controlled so that it does not leak out. It's just this control over power that surpasses most Menos Grande. Really? Kuchiki Kyosuke looked indifferent, then let me see if you are qualified to be my opponent. He could see that this blue Aaron-car was a real battle madman just like the rough men of the 11th team. This is not surprising. After all, Su is also a human being, and Menos Grande has only recovered a part of the human being. People are all kinds of people. Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't care who the opponent is, he only cares about the strength of the opponent. To be honest, Kuchiki Kyosuke would rather the opponent be stronger. In this way, he can make the chopping technique that is getting better and stronger. Before 10 years in Seirai, Kuchiki Kyosuke also practiced chopping technique. As a result, the progress is not very obvious. Not long after coming to Hueco Mundo, this cutting technique is about to be promoted to a new level. Sure enough, the chopping technique has to rely on hacking something to improve. Looking at the difference, like Kuchiki Kyosuke of Jo Feng Osawa, the blue Aaron-car took a deep breath with excitement on his face. Kill! After a roar, the blue Aaron-car started to spin, and directly rushed in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke, turning into a wolf with a wave. Facing the mighty Kuchiki Kyosuke, this blue Aaron-car has no timidity or tentative thoughts. As soon as he came up, he adopted the most dangerous and desperate tactics. While waving his arm, the sharp bone blade suddenly popped out and stretched, like a white snake spitting out a letter, swift and vicious. This tactic is no fancy, but not weak. The reason is that this Aaron-car bone knife is condensed with highly compressed Reiatsu. This is the same as Shinigami's slashing technique. It doesn't look threatening, but it is extremely destructive. Chapter 80. Just this one surprise attack is enough for a vice-captain level Shinigami in an instant, and may even threaten a captain level Shinigami. The reason is that the opponent's speed is too fast. It's just that this speed is not enough to look at in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke. While thinking about it, he slashed out, wanting to cut off the opponent's lightning-like bone blade directly. In just a split second, Kuchiki Kyosuke's T slashed at the opponent's bone blade. Even if he doesn't use any abilities, only relying on pure Reiatsu and strong strength, he can kill the enemy in an instant. His knife can not only cut off the opponent's strong and sharp bone blade, but also cut off the opponent's body. After swinging the knife, Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly noticed something was wrong. This knife did block the blue Aaron-car's bone blade, but it didn't feel right. He tilted his head slightly, and a very powerful Reiatsu blade flew past his cheek. Immediately, he pulled Tajiang to block the surprise attack of the opponent's left-handed bone knife. Then Kuchiki Kyosuke stepped lightly on the ground, his body flickered, and he took a step back. In the process, Kuchiki Kyosuke blocked the opponent's tail thrust with a Reiatsu barrier. The tail with sharp barbs is also a deadly weapon. An empty body is the best weapon, it can kill people everywhere. At this time, the blue Aaron-car also stopped moving, looking at the opponent with eyes full of fighting spirit. You are really strong. The reason why he was picked by that lord and given strength was because of his fighting ability. It is impossible for ordinary enemies to survive that wave of continuous offensive. In fact, the vast majority of opponents died during the first raid. There are very few enemies who can persist until he activates his ability. As for those who can evade his ability at close range, there are even fewer, and it can even be said to be unique. Kuchiki Kyosuke raised an eyebrow. Reiatsu rebounds. Nice ability. Almost instantly, Kuchiki Kyosuke saw through the opponent's ability. The bone blade can bounce off the enemy's Reiatsu and launch it in the form of Reiatsu blade. This ability is similar to his chopping technique. It is also unadorned and strong. Moreover, this Arrancar's ability to control is very strong. Therefore, even before Kuchiki Kyosuke used the Daluo Cave View, he did not notice the abnormality in the first place. Of course, this may also be due to the high concentration of Reiatsu attached to the opponent's bone blade. With this in mind, Kuchiki Kyosuke, under high Reiatsu compression, has the potential to overshadow the shine of ability. Facing the unimaginable ability of the blue Arrancar, Kuchiki Kyosuke's response is very simple, that is, to swing one knife after another. His first knife was to block the bone blade from the opponent. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately turned his wrist, swung the sharp blade again, and directly defeated the ejected Reiatsu blade. To do all this requires strong strength, precise vision, and extraordinary courage. The current Kuchiki Kyosuke is very much like Zaraki Kenpeki, who can only slash one knife after another. What kind of kid, what kind of tricks, what kind of swordsmanship, all of them have no box. But in fact, Kuchiki Kyosuke's chopping technique is not without skills and genres. He has only been using the most basic slashing skills and moves, so it seems that there is no genre at all. This kind of cutting technique is the crystallization of foundation and hard work, but it is not necessarily weak. The épée has no front, so great skill doesn't work. Kuchiki Kyosuke's chopping technique is changing in this direction. It has to be said that he was very disadvantaged in doing so. Because after the opponent swings the bone blade once, Kuchiki Kyosuke needs to swing the sword twice in a row to break the opponent's offensive. However, even so, he still persisted and focused. After putting all his mind into it, the world in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke became as if it was still. All he had in front of his eyes was the sharp bone blade and his own condensed snow-like blade. Why? Why don't you bind me with the spell just now? Why did you deliberately choose this suicide-like fighting style? Blue Arrancar was puzzled. This Shinigami fighting like this is equivalent to fighting two people at the same time. Doesn't that mean giving up victory? After fighting for a while, the blue Arrancar was horrified beyond words. Obviously he used his ability to ultimate, and obviously this Shinigami adopted the most stupid style of play. However, the two sides were at a stalemate. This Shinigami was able to disintegrate his own offensive on the premise of overpowering his own abilities. How can that be? At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke has comprehended a higher level of chopping. Every time he swings, the sword light and sword pressure are extremely concise. Among them is his own strong will. Because Kuchiki Kyosuke's sword light is too condensed and uniform, it is more and more difficult to be rebounded. The blue Arrancar ability can be said to be the nemesis of slashing, but it is also the best whetstone. When Kuchiki Kyosuke's blade slashing technique is no longer restrained by this ability, it means that his slashing technique has surpassed the limit and reached a new level. In fact, up to now in the battle, he has already begun to counter the opponent's ability. Because of this, the battle will be deadlocked. The blue Arrancar, who is extremely concentrated in mental strength, is concentrating on fighting while observing Kuchiki Kyosuke's movements. I must have missed something? But what is it? What the hell is this Shinigami up to? Under concentrated observation, the blue Arrancar finally saw something. He saw that Shinigami's slashing technique had an ultimate power. Under the urging of this force, cracks began to appear on his incomparably tough bone blade. Also, the Reiatsu blade that bounced back became weaker and weaker. Blue Arankar didn't know when this Shinigami realized this power. But he knew that it was the realm of his dreams. It is an extremely bright and shining world, and that is the world of the strong. I see. I see. Ahaha. It's great to meet an opponent like you. I remembered, this is my pursuit, this is my dream. I'm going to burn everything in battle and shine like you. The blue Arankar, whose body was so excited that it trembled, waved its hands desperately. The half-moon-shaped arc light keeps blooming and sublimating, like a half-circle crescent moon hanging high in the sky. This is the movement of battle, this is the clarion call of death, and it is also the last charge of a warrior. Looking at the opponent's strong fighting spirit that was about to burn and the bone blade that became more and more crystal clear, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded secretly in his heart. In the final analysis, Shinigami's cutting technique is the liberation of the soul and the sublimation of the will. Now, he has stepped into this realm. This Arankar has also approached this realm with the blessing of amazing fighting spirit. If the opponent's potential is sufficient, if the battle continues like this, it may be able to go one step further and directly complete the return to the blade. In this regard, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not in a hurry. He just works steadily, slowly building his own aura and domain. An aura that comes from the heart, and a field that belongs to tactics. With the heart as the sword, you can cut everything. This is the upper level of the chopping technique. There is no gorgeous movement in his cutting technique, but only solid notes. But no matter how beautiful the music is, it is also composed of notes. Kuchiki Kyosuke's cutting notes constitute the most natural and perfect music. The song was not over, and the blue Arankar's hands and bone blades had become scarred. This resplendent world of the strong is really wonderful, because it's flashing. Let me feel more, even if it burns my soul and body, I will not hesitate. I will ascend the supreme path of the strong in battle. With this thought in mind, the blue Arankar swung the bone blade heavily, but felt that his arms were slammed into the air. When he looked up, not to mention the bone blade, even his arms became empty. Withstanding that level of slashing, his vitality and soul power were completely burned. Blue Arankar's body began to disintegrate. It has ended. Kuchiki Kyosuke took back Taejeong indifferently. With his current chopping technique, he can directly hurt the source of the soul. This is the deadliest attack, and no one is immune to such a new sickness. When the body dissipated, the blue Arankar looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke and said sincerely, I was swallowed by endless emptiness and the instinct to survive, and I forgot about glory and self. Thank you, Shinigami, for reminding me of my beliefs. And be careful of the person who gave me strength, he is one of you. So much for the blue Arankar. For Aizen, he is also grateful. Without the gift from the other party, it would be impossible for him to become so powerful, get rid of the nightmare of degeneration, and find himself. Therefore, Blue Arankar has no intention of selling Aizen outright. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded slowly, knowing. I have purified your sins after death. Go to the Soul Society with your glory and fighting spirit, and chase your ideals. Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't hate this kind of fighting maniac. At the very least, this kind of person will not stab you in the back, nor will he lie to you with his acting skills. As for the opponent's last stubbornness, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't take it to heart either. To be honest, his understanding of Aizen may be better than Aizen himself, and he doesn't need the information provided by the other party at all. Kuchiki Kyosuke could point to Aizen's nose and say, Aizen, I think you don't understand anything. Your plan should be like this and this. After finishing the last Arankar, Kuchiki Kyosuke first walked out of the cave, and then used Kid to report to the expeditionary force. Then, he returned to the cave, ready to eliminate the trouble. After getting the message from Kuchiki Kyosuke, Byakuya Kuchiki and Komamura Seijin in the distance breathed a sigh of relief. Just because just now, they sensed that Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu suddenly disappeared. The two almost caught up. Knowing that Kuchiki Kyosuke was safe and sound, Byakuya Kuchiki and Komamura Seijin continued to kill the Kylians. In the mysterious cave, Kuchiki Kyosuke swung his sword. With a flash of cold light, his blade cut across the rock wall, leaving a deep knife mark. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded in satisfaction. He is very satisfied with the current cutting power. 0. Seeking flowers. Kuchiki Kyosuke has carefully observed this cave with Daira Cave Kin. He found that the surrounding rock wall structure was similar to the murderous stone. Because the rock wall of the mysterious cave can isolate Reiatsu, his spiritual sense could not perceive the situation here before. And, neither Menos Grande Zero nor Kuchiki Kyosuke's sword pressure and kid can shake these crags. But now, without Shikai, Kuchiki Kyosuke slashed lightly, leaving an obvious mark. In this cut, his Reiatsu was almost useless. The reason why such obvious traces can be left on the rock wall similar to the murderous stone is because of they contain stronger power. This power is the power of the mind. This dusty sword of the soul, once out of the sheath, is like a bright pearl out of prison, shining through thousands of mountains and rivers. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke carefully comprehended the sharp will on the blade, and it became clear in his heart. Now my slashing technique has its own will, which is equivalent to the reawakening of the soul, and can harm the enemy from the soul level. It turns out that Zanpakute's heart-cutting soul also has this meaning. The reason why the blue Arrancar's bone blade ability was disabled before was because Kuchiki Kyosuke caused damage from the soul level. In game parlance, this is called true damage. Now his Zanpakut is a true Zanpakut. Kuchiki Kyosuke was in no rush to try the knife with the Menos Grande outside. He glanced at the mysterious cave and waved his hands. Bakud 99, Forbidden Technique, Swastika. Numerous fine chains made of spirit particles began to climb up the cave, sealing off all the cave. After a while, the entire cave was eroded by some fine black stripes. 0. After doing all this, Kuchiki Kyosuke let out a long breath. Then, he was surprised that his Bakud forbidden technique could not penetrate into the rock wall. No wonder the murderous stone can protect Siriti for so many years, this isolation ability is really extraordinary. Kuchiki Kyosuke's chopping technique can cut and smash these extremely tough rocks, and its power can be imagined. In fact, after the slashing technique reached the soul slashing state, the enhanced lethality was much stronger than Kuchiki Kyosuke expected. No wonder Zaraki Kenpeki can solve everything with a flat cut. The power system in the Shinigami world is like this: one level stronger, the strength will be crushingly powerful. After setting up the Bakud forbidden technique, Kuchiki Kyosuke walked out of this cave. With this restriction, Menos Grande will be sealed here if he wants to rely on this cave to get rid of tracking. Instead of returning the same way, Kuchiki Kyosuke went through another entrance to the cave and continued deeper into the forest of Menos Grande. Along the way, Kuchiki Kyosuke just swung his knife lightly, killing countless causes like melons and vegetables. He has just been promoted to the soul-slashing realm, so he must be familiar with this realm through actual combat. During the continuous slashing, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a deeper understanding of the realm of slashing. For the time being, he hasn't found an opportunity to improve the realm of chopping again. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke realized that each person's state of chopping is the same as Zanpakute's ability, which varies from person to person. After each person's cutting technique is improved, the characteristics of awakening and the comprehension obtained are not the same. For example, in the realm of Kuchiki Kyosuke, what he awakens is the soul-slaying characteristic, and what Zaraki Kenpeki awakens may be the destruction characteristic. The arrogance and strength that destroyed everything is still fresh in his memory. Of course, in addition to the improvement in the chopping technique, the proficiency level of Daluo Dongguan has also increased to 68%. Only a little bit, Kuchiki Kyosuke's 8 magic skills can reach the control state. At that time, a more powerful power will definitely be awakened. The reason why Daluo Dongguan can improve so quickly is because Kuchiki Kyosuke's ability to see through is too strong. Especially the observation and analysis of the aging power of Baragan has greatly improved the proficiency of Daluo Cave View. To be honest, Siridi does not have the same atmosphere as Hueco Mundo in this regard. The captains hardly make a move, and except for someone with ulterior motives, no one is idle to show off their Zanpakuchikai. Kuchiki Kyosuke's Dara Cave is hard to come by. Not so in Hueco Mundo. While thinking, he drew the knife at will. The light of the knife flickered, and when it touched those Killians, a terrifying lethality erupted immediately. I saw that those Killian who were hit by the sword did not have any wounds on the outside, but suddenly burst from the inside, turning into spirit particles and dissipating. This is because the source of their souls was injured by the sword light. Without the support of the soul, the gigantic Killian would not be able to maintain his body. Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly thought of something. Now, Shihao and Yoryuaki can combine white hits and Kid to create a unique instant opening. Then he can also make a fuss about this. After all, the power of instant opening is not weak, and it is not weaker than Shinigami's Bankai when it is developed to ultimate. Otherwise, in the end, Yoryuaki wouldn't even take Zanpakut, and chose to fight with white hits and Shunpo only. In fact, Kuchiki Kyosuke also knows about this theory. With his relationship with Yoryuaki, the other party will naturally not hide anything. Chapter 81. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke became interested. My cutting technique is so strong now, and it is also blessed with the ability to cut space. And I have Tiantian Lu as a plug-in in Kid, and I am not far from the realm of Black Coffin Second Dog, and may even have reached it. In this case, I might as well combine the chopping technique with Kid to create a brand new move. If he does, he'll be able to show off the next time he sees Yoryuaki. And the main thing is that it's really handsome and gorgeous. We all know that in the world of Shinigami, style and glam determine your destiny. Just do it. Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately started experimenting with those Kylians. Anyway, this thing is inexhaustible, it is the best target. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Kuchiki Kyosuke beheaded 3 Vasto Lords. Because of the lack of Hueco Mundo's high-end combat power, the entire expeditionary force has benefited a lot. As the overall leader, Kurako Shunsui also uncharacteristically changed his previous cautious attitude. Up to now, the expeditionary force has made careful arrangements around the various entrances of the Menos Grande forest. The captains are responsible for guarding the various entrances, and occasionally enter the forest of Menos Grande to kill Menos Grande. The vice-captains formed horns with each other and were responsible for checking for gaps and making up for gaps. However, with the opening of the battle line, the Shinigami will inevitably suffer some damage. Fortunately, because the support was relatively fast, basically no personnel were sacrificed. All the Shinigami are very grateful for Kuchiki Kyosuke's contribution. If it weren't for the great Kid Chief who repelled the attack of the Master of the Virtual Circle before, their life would not have been so stable. After experiencing several big scenes in a row, coupled with the day and night killing of ghosts, the strength of the expeditionary army Shinigami has improved significantly. This made Kurako Shunsui lament that the days before were too leisurely, and it seemed that they really needed experience. After sighing, Kurako Shunsui went to fish secretly. As the deputy captain of the 8th Division, Ise Nanao is also in charge of a fixed area 050. On this day, she received a call for help. When Nanao Ise rushed over in a hurry, she found that several soldiers were firmly restrained by a giant vine. If she hadn't been taught one-on-one by Kuchiki Kyosuke, she might really be at a loss when faced with such a situation. Because, her head are all large-scale killing moves. If you are not careful, you will also involve the attacked Shinigami. Only with the personal guidance of Kuchiki Kyosuke, the great Kid Master, Ise Nanao is decisive and confident when she makes a move. Had S78 slashing flower wheel. Her kid killed the giant void in a split second, saving her companion with precision and time. Thank you, Vice Captain. Vice Captain's kid is really good. Several Shinigami soldiers who survived the catastrophe had a heartfelt sigh. This group of 8th Division Shinigami was skeptical when Ise Nanao first became the vice-captain. After all, Ise Shishi is a female Shinigami, not even a Zanpakuto. It is only natural that they have doubts about its strength. Only now, Ise Nanao has proved herself with strength. For the vice-captain, they are convinced. That's because a very powerful person pointed me out. Facing the compliments from everyone, Nanao Ise was very humble. At this time, Ise Nanao thought about the time when she was learning kid with Kuchiki Kyosuke, and she didn't know what happened to the big kid. With that person's strength, nothing will happen. At this moment, her spiritual sense moved, and her heart throbbed. Ise Nanao immediately gathered Reiatsu and looked forward. I saw 4 or 5 huge figures approaching quickly. Behind that huge figure, there is another strange figure. Compared to the huge figure in front of him, that strange figure was pitifully small. The figures of 5 big and 1 small looked a little funny. However, Nanao Ise frowned slightly when she felt the strange figure. Menos Grande. Ajichas. Or Vasto Lord. At this moment, Ise Nanao's heart sank. This time it's really dangerous. The giant ghost she just killed was just a normal ghost. When a normal ghost devours hundreds of its kind, it will evolve into a Menos Grande Killian. Compared to Killian, Ajichas are mostly animal forms and are petite in size. But the strength is the actual captain level. Of course, this captain level includes the vice-captain. But even for Menos Grande at the vice-captain level, in Hueco Mundo, Nanao Ise would have a hard time defeating him. What's more, this Ajichas doesn't look simple. She felt the aura of secretiveness from a distance, and the pressure doubled immediately. Is it really Vasto Lord? If this is the case, then she will have no chance of winning. No wonder Ise Nanao lost confidence. It is because Vasto Lord and ordinary Menos Grande are fundamentally two concepts. Ise Nanao used all her strength to cast Kid, and probably couldn't even break Vasto Lord's defense. Although with the help of Kuchiki Kyosuke, Ise Nanao's strength has been greatly improved compared to before, but it is still not enough to face Menos Grande, who is suspected of Vasto Lord. Just immediately, Ise Nanao shook her head. She will never give up, even if this Menos Grande is really Vasto Lord, she will fight to the end. Because the big kid chief Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't back down, so she won't back down this time either. After strengthening her belief, Ise Nanao's eyes glowed scorchingly. O King's Lander! A mask of flesh and blood, all phenomena? Wings? Winged? Named a man. Carve the double lotus on the wall of the blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. 73 of Had Shuanglian Kang Huo Pendant. With a soft shout, Ise Nanao waved her hands and launched an offensive first. The blossoming red fire lotus with the breath of death instantly enveloped the giant void that rushed over. The red lotus bloomed with a terrifying flame. All giant voids touched by the red flames were burned to ashes. After consuming a lot of Reiatsu at one time, Ise Nanao was also slightly out of breath. She immediately turned around and yelled at the group of Shinigami who were motionless and stiff. I order you as the vice-captain of the 8th Division, leave here immediately and call for help. After saying this, Ise Nanao immediately turned her head to look at the last enemy, and also the most terrifying enemy. When they felt their own powerlessness and weakness, several Shinigami from the 8th Division hesitated for a while, and chose to follow the order and turn their heads back. On the one hand, this is because Ise Nanao's order gave them steps. Of course, the most important thing is that they can't help here at all, they can only hold back. Enemies are just the Reiatsu that emanates unconsciously, making them tremble with fear. If they stay here forcibly, they will probably pass out as soon as the battle starts, and they will not be able to help at all. Through the lens, Nanao Ise saw clearly the shadowy figure suspected to be Ajichas in the distance. This virtual body is indeed very small, only over 1 meter tall, and its whole body is covered in black robes. Only the white bone mask, long white nose and blood-red pupils are exposed. The whole void looks different from the Ajichas in Kuchiki Kyosuke's memory, but more like Kyōka shrunk dozens of times. The black-robed ghost, like a weird clown, is not threatening in terms of size, much less oppressive than the giant ghost. However, the vicious and terrifying aura emanating from the other party's whole body is much, much higher than that of the giant void or even Killian. This kind of extremely oppressive force can threaten the coercion of her vice-captain, at least at the Ajicha's level. Under the cold moonlight, this Menos Grande's black robe is windless and automatic, exuding an icy breath like a bottomless cold pool. An ignorant person dare to act fiercely in front of the Russian spy. Seeing the blink of an eye of the subordinates he brought, Menos Grande, who was completely covered in black robes, suddenly made a sound, erupting a terrifying Reiatsu. Under the impact of Reiatsu, Ise Nanao only felt a howling wind. Under the sweeping of that hurricane, she stepped back a few steps, and her figure was almost unstable. Feeling this desperate disparity in strength, Ise Nanao's heart sank again. At this time, she confirmed the strength of this Menos Grande, not Vasto Lord, it should be Ajichas. It's just that the Menos Grande in front of him should be an upgraded Ajichas, which is much stronger than ordinary Ajichas. With Ise Nanao's current vice-captain level strength, it is still too difficult to fight against this upgraded Ajichas. In fact, Menos Grande at this stage is usually suppressed by Captain Shinigami. However, at this time, Ise Nanao gritted her teeth and chose to attack first without hesitation. This seems to be a move to die, but it is also a helpless choice. At this time, her team members hadn't run far. As the vice-captain of Team 9, Ise Nanao must buy them time to escape. She stepped in front of Menos Grande, shot several white thunders, and flew towards the black-robed Menos Grande. This move quickly multiple kid, is also a technique Ise Nanao learned from Kuchiki Kyosuke. It's not that she doesn't want to use the more powerful kid, but she can't. Nanao Ise knew very well in her heart that with the strength of the opponent, she would never give herself time to chant. Therefore, she chose the very fast Shirai kid. I don't know how to live or die, hum. The black-robed Menos Grande waved his right hand lightly, and several white bone spurs shot out. These sharp bone spurs quickly flew towards Ise Nanao. Even if it's just a random blow from Menos Grande, the power of the bone spur is astonishing, it can penetrate Ise Nanao's delicate body in an instant. As for the flying white thunder kid, the black-robed Menos Grande Rost simply ignored them. In fact, these white thunders did not play any role, not even smashing his robe. Shield of Reiatsu. Without any hesitation, Ise Nanao directly consumed a large amount of Reiatsu, condensing a Reiatsu shield in front of her. With her original control power, it is simply not enough to display such Reiatsu control skills. And this is all thanks to Kuchiki Kyosuke's careful guidance. Thinking of this, Ise Nanao couldn't help thinking, it would be nice if Kuchiki Kyosuke were here, then everything wouldn't be a problem. In her heart, Kuchiki Kyosuke is the kind of savior who can easily dispel the despair and haze in her heart. After all, Nanao Ise has already been saved twice by Kuchiki Kyosuke. At this time, several white bone spurs from Menos Grande were directly embedded in the blue shield. Cracks appeared on the originally very tough shield. Ise Nanao heaved a sigh of relief, fortunately she was able to guard against it. But her Reiatsu was also consumed a lot. With her current strength, she could barely use such a defensive method. At the critical moment, Ise Nanao's mind became more and more calm. Although very difficult, but she must buy more time to fight for the arrival of rescue. After thinking everything through, Ise Nanao focused more on defense and dodge. What a nasty bug! Originally, Menos Grande still held the mentality of playing cat and mouse with Ise 7. Feelings circling. However, he soon got a little tired of playing. The black robe Menos Grande shouted loudly, and stretched out his skinny, pale right hand from the hidden black robe. Immediately, a thick giant bone axe appeared from his hand. This big axe is much larger than the entire body of the black robe Menos Grande Rost. Then, Rost Reiatsu moved, started the revolving ring, and appeared in front of Ise Nanao in an instant. The Reiatsu escaping above the giant axe already made the air vibrate and twist. A Reiatsu of this strength, with just a slight touch, can shatter those giant voids. Faced with this sudden impact that directly hit the soul, Ise Nanao was caught off guard and froze. Oops, too much power was consumed before, I can't resist it. At this moment, what was reflected in Ise Nanao's eyes was the gigantic axe with an incomparably cold light. At the same time, an extremely powerful Kamui pressure locked her body. Under the heavy pressure, Ise Nanao only felt that her whole body was extremely heavy, and even her breathing was about to stop. This is not a spiritual fear, but an instinctive reaction of the body. She knew immediately that she had no time to dodge. I don't know if this is the first time she has faced death directly, but Ise Nanao is still uneasy after all. Is this the end of Nanao Ise? I cannot be reconciled. I don't want to disappoint the expectations of my family and Kuchiki Kyosuke. Clang! With a crisp sound, a familiar figure stood in front of Ise Nanao at the very moment. Seeing this figure, Ise Nanao was extremely shocked, and was even more pleasantly surprised. The person who came was Kuchiki Kyosuke, whom she couldn't forget. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke from Shunpo stood with a horizontal sword, and Dejong in his hand firmly blocked the opponent's huge axe. Compared to the giant axe, Dejong was pitifully small, but he insisted on blocking the imposing weapon like a door panel. Comparing the two, the Kuchiki Kyosuke calendar is even more apparent. However, this is not the end. Sorry, I am late. After one sentence, Kuchiki Kyosuke burst out with terror Reiatsu and bitter cold wind. With the impact of this Reiatsu, Kuchiki Kyosuke tensed up and swung his right arm. For a while, ice crystals danced, reflecting the beautiful moonlight. In the snow and ice, the black-robed Menos Grande only felt that the axe he swung with all his strength in his hand became extremely cold. This cold air even made him, a powerful Menos Grande, unable to bear it. Under the erosion of cold air, the hands of the black-robed Menos Grande relaxed slightly. At this moment, the weapon in his hand seemed to have no weight, and was knocked aside. If 3.6 hadn't been for him to rub the weapon tightly again immediately, the talisman in his hand might have been thrown out. Seeing this, the black-robed Menos Grande Rost was stunned. It's not that he has little knowledge. It's just that this kind of thing has never happened before. Enemies that Menos Grande Rost had encountered before were generally unable to sustain the first wave of bones per salvo. Even if he escaped by luck, he turned around and swung the axe to chop it down, and he would be able to chop it into pieces. This is the first time that such a situation of being directly held by a weapon has been encountered. After breaking the opponent's attack with one blow, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked indifferent, and swung the knife again at will. Rost, who gripped his weapon again, dodged the blow with a dodge. At this moment, he realized that a layer of hoarfrost had formed on the giant axe in his hand. No wonder it didn't feel right to use it just now. In fact, it wasn't just the Menos Grande who was very surprised. Looking at the generous and reliable back in front of him, Nanao Ise was still immersed in poisonous shock and joy. Great, saved! I was saved by Lord Kuchiki. This is the third time. Kuchiki Kyosuke held Tei tightly in his hand, and said to Ise Nanao who was in a daze behind him. You've managed to stall for time, and you've done a good job. In his opinion, Ise Nanao was stunned suddenly, probably because she was dissatisfied with her previous performance. Kuchiki Kyosuke knew that Ise Nanao was a very responsible person. Speaking of which, being able to come here this time is really a coincidence. Previously, Kuchiki Kyosuke had been playing in the forest of Menos Grande, and tried the combination of chopping and kid by the way. As a result, Harinmaru came out by accident. Kuchiki Kyosuke successfully mastered the technique of fusing the ice-type kid with the slashing technique. So it appears that his Zanpakuto, like Harinmaru, can control the cold and freeze enemies. But in fact, Kuchiki Kyosuke's Emperor Zhang is still in the sealed state. Chapter 82. After successfully unlocking the new trick, Kuchiki Kyosuke emerged from a new passage. As soon as he arrived in the desert of Hueco Mundo, he sensed Nanao Ise and Reiatsu, an unknown enemy. So, Kuchiki Kyosuke rushed over immediately, just in time to save Ise Nanao again. Thinking about it now, it seems that there is still some fate in it. In the sea of sand, Menos Grande looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke in a daze. Who the hell are you? Very strange, at this moment, he felt an instinctive fear of this enemy. It seems that the young Shinigami in front of him has such unfathomable strength. But how is this possible? Kuchiki Kyosuke said calmly, I am the one who killed you, but you are quite interesting. Now, he sees clearly. This Rost is the kind of upgraded Ajichas, and there are traces of experiments on zipping. Aizen's handwriting should be indispensable here. It just doesn't seem like an Arrancar experiment was being done on this Menos Grande. Because Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't feel the Shinigami factor from the other person. Kuchiki Kyosuke felt that this product had something special, just like the 9 blades killed by Rukia Kuchiki. Aranillo, who is the Shame of Espada, is the only inferior Menos Grande Killian among all Arrancars. However, because the upgraded has the ability to evolve infinitely, unlike ordinary Killian, it is valued by Aizen. The Rost in front of him should be in the same situation. It's just that this guy's upgraded situation is not as strong as Yaronilo, so he was given up. But no matter whether the other party is the upgraded Ajichas or something else, he will die here anyway. Damn bug, I'll kill you. At this moment, Rost was furious. This is anger born of fear. Although the sudden appearance of the enemy did not show particularly strong strength from the beginning to the end, the black-robed Menos Grande was still very frightened. Because of this uncontrollable fear, which seemed to come from the soul, Rost fell into madness. Only madness and killing can relieve his inner fear and anxiety. He slashed at Kuchiki Kyosuke fiercely with the giant axe in his hand. Facing the enemy who came suddenly, Kyosuke held the sword in both hands and looked indifferent, with only the enemy in front of him in his heart and eyes. In addition to beheading, there is nothing else in his heart. As his mind melted into the blade, the sealed state in his hand became even sharper. Shinigami's blade not only condenses its own Reiatsu, but also has a strong will. If you don't have the belief that there is no regret in the sword, and there is no retreat, you can't gather Reiatsu. Therefore, if Shinigami is afraid, the blade will become extremely dull. The chopping technique was limp without any strength. The current Kuchiki Kyosuke is to develop another layer of Zanpakuto's power. Sword God Wang Yu of Team Zero said that the sealed state is the strongest Zanpakuto, and there are reasons for this. When Menos Grande launched a spin attack, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Shunpo slashed out at the same time. The cold light flashed, the sun and the moon paled. Bitter cold, freezing everything. When the sword light flashed, Kuchiki Kyosuke had already come to the back of the black-robed Menos Grande and stood still. He was still immersed in the incomparably wonderful artistic conception just now. When the two passed by, Rost didn't even see Kuchiki Kyosuke's sword movement. He was still waving the huge axe in his hand in vain. Then, the black-robed Menos Grande felt something. When he looked down, he found that his void had been shattered. An extremely smooth incision is slowly emerging there. The thin body of the black-robed Menos Grande fell slowly. Such a beheading technique! His Majesty Baragan will not let you go. At the last moment, he could only utter a harsh word in vain. After carefully appreciating the aftertaste just now, Kuchiki Kyosuke sheathed his sword and complained. Forget it, even if you die in front of Baragan, none of your great emperors will look at you more. Because he ran so long that he couldn't see anyone. Nanao Ise stared at the scene in front of her with a pair of beautiful eyes in surprise. She certainly wasn't surprised that Kuchiki Kyosuke beat that Menos Grande. With the strength of Kuchiki Kyosuke, this is a matter of hand, and it is not enough. What really surprised Nanao Ise was that she actually felt the beauty of cutting from Kuchiki Kyosuke. She doesn't have Zanpakuto and doesn't know how to slash, but she is extremely resistant to slashing people with a knife, and she doesn't understand this way of fighting. But at this moment, Ise Nanao really saw the bright light from Kuchiki Kyosuke. Perhaps this is the charm of beheading. I'm sorry. Immediately, Ise Nanao blushed when she realized it. Thank you, Chief Kid, for saving me again, but I am not strong enough to kill the enemy. There's no need to be so polite between you and me, Nanao. Kuchiki Kyosuke grinned. He knew this guy was serious. As a man, he is naturally needed to adjust and relax the atmosphere. Hearing this name, the blush on Ise Nanao's face became more obvious. Because she was a little shy in her heart, she didn't object immediately. Therefore, it is equivalent to acquiescing to this slightly intimate title. Although these days, Kuchiki Kyosuke is obsessed with chopping techniques, and has also come up with some miscellaneous chopping techniques. But he's not Zaraki Kenpaku's kind of brash and straight steel guy. He began to skillfully display the art of language to appease Ise Nanao's restless heart. From time to time, Kuchiki Kyosuke also said something funny that made the two of them smile. When Kurako Shunsui arrived, he saw Kuchiki Kyosuke talking happily with his niece. He also smiled and didn't say much. For Kuchiki Kyosuke, Kurako Shunsui is very promising. Besides, Kurako Shunsui naturally knows the character of his niece. Once Ise Nanao, who is soft on the outside and strong on the inside, makes a decision, no matter what others say, she will not change it. Therefore, Kurako Shunsui didn't say anything to spoil the fun, but just congratulated Kuchiki Kyosuke cheerfully. Congratulations to your excellency the great kid, the 46 room has recorded your contribution. This expedition, Kyosuke, is your first contribution, and rewards will be indispensable at that time. Kurako Shunsui also changed his words after seeing the happy appearance of the two, and saved some politeness in the address. Calling fame directly is not disrespect, but an expression of caring and intimacy. After listening to Jingle's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke did not take credit for it, but said very modestly, "This expedition cannot be accomplished by me alone. The leader of Jingle, several other captains, and a group of team members also contributed a lot. This isn't exactly a scene either. Kuchiki Kyosuke really thinks that all the Shinigami go through life and death to conquer Hueco Mundo, which is indeed worthy of praise. Even if the strength is insufficient, the spirit is commendable." This point, Kuchiki Kyosuke has always admitted. Moreover, he has always been willing to win over these people. In fact, the entire Three Realms is only this big, and there are only so many living beings. If you don't unite with some people, you will really become a lonely family, and you will not be suffocated if you survive for thousands of years. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke has always paid attention to establishing a good relationship with people who can really relate to each other. Kurako Shunsui in front of him is such a person. Kurako Shunsui caressed the bamboo hat and smiled. "I'm ashamed of you saying that. But thanks to you, I don't have to be scolded by buyers when I go back. After I go back, I'll treat you to a drink." "Captain." Hearing Kurako Shunsui's words, Ise Nanao immediately became alert and looked at Kurako Shunsui with dissatisfaction. For several days every month, she would go to the izakaya to drag the drunk uncle home. She doesn't want her uncle to teach Kuchiki Kyosuke badly. "Ah, I was disgusted by Xiao Nanao." Kurako Shunsui winked at Kuchiki Kyosuke quietly while putting on a sad look. At this, Kuchiki Kyosuke wanted to laugh a little, but managed to hold back. After Kurako Shunsui tactfully left, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao continued to live a two-person world. While patrolling the area, the two chatted about life ideals and trivial matters. Occasionally, Kuchiki Kyosuke would raise his hand and send Kid to hit him when he couldn't open his eyes, causing him to be wiped out. This time, Nanao Ise, who has never talked too much, turned on some switch and talked endlessly. Kuchiki Kyosuke listened quietly but attentively. In this extremely dangerous Hueco Mundo, the two walked like they were walking in their own back garden. The point is, due to Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength, even if he treats Hueco Mundo as his back garden, there is no one who dares to object. Afterwards, under the witness of Hueco Mundo Crescent Moon, the two also had many such talks and walks. At Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki Kyosuke's daily activities are regular. He first used Menos Grande to experiment with moves and chopping techniques, and improved the Daluo Cave. When he was tired, he went to Ise Nanao to go for a walk in the desert. After meeting the beauties, my body and mind will be smooth, my state will be full, and I will continue to kill the virtual. Because of his frequent appearance, the area Ise Nanao is in charge of has become a very safe area, second only to the expeditionary army camp. The reason is that other captains and Shinigami kill the virtual one by one. Kuchiki Kyosuke, with his celestial talisman and powerful Kid, is a piece of cake. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who had no good impression of Su, was merciless when he started. Wherever he passed, it could be said that not a single blade of grass grew, except for small ones, nothing could escape. Over the years, countless people have died at his hands. The name Kuchiki Kyosuke has also become a taboo for Hueco Mundo, a godlike existence. During this period, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Zaraki Kenpeki competed in chopping. This beast is even more monstrous than before. For his combination of Kid and Zanjutsu, Zaraki Kenpeki's evaluation is not bad fireworks. At that time, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was furious, switched directly to Zanhun mode. Not even Zaraki Kenpeki, with his formidable defenses, is immune to the wounds of his soul. But this guy's mind is twisted, the more it hurts, the more excited he gets. The fight between the two was once full of murderous intent, the sun and the moon were dark, it didn't look like a real fight at all. In such a duel, Kuchiki Kyosuke also benefited a lot. In the 5th year, most of the entire expeditionary force withdrew. The main reason is that Kuchiki Kyosuke is too ruthless to kill falsely, and there is no need for so many captains to fight here. Kuchiki Kyosuke's eldest brother Byakuya Kuchiki also evacuated at this time. Only the Kid congregation and Kurako Shunsui, the general leader, are still at their posts. The reason why Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't evacuate was certainly not because he couldn't bear the scenery here. This shabby place, except for the desert, is a desert, and he has long been tired of seeing it. The reason why I chose to stay is to improve the proficiency of Daluo Cave Temple. Going back to Siridi, there is not so much ability for him to see through. In the last days of Hueco Mundo, because of the relationship between Ise Nanao, Kuchiki Kyosuke, and Jingle came and went. Chun Shui was also thoroughly familiar with it. In the 10th year, the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force reached the final evacuation time. News came from the Technology Development Bureau that they had killed enough. It is estimated that it will take many years for the entire Hueco Mundo to recover. It is also easier for Hueco Mundo, who has been harvested, to control the number of ghosts. In fact, the most important job of Shinigami is to maintain the balance of the 3 realms, and the second is to kill virtuals. It's just that for ordinary Shinigami, maintaining the balance of the 3 realms is too far away, and it's still true to kill the virtual. By the end, when Kuchiki Kyosuke left, the entire Hueco Mundo was nothing but a makeshift black cavity teleporter. All other items belonging to the Shinigami have been teleported away. It's not that Shinigami is so environmentally conscious, but to prevent the leakage of technology. But Kuchiki Kyosuke knew that it was meaningless to do so, after all, the scientist at Hueco Mundo had a lot of black technology. And just like that, Kuchiki Kyosuke was the last to be evacuated from Hueco Mundo. In the eyes of others, he is a model worker, a selfless hero. In fact, Kuchiki Kyosuke was just brushed out for the last bit of proficiency in Daluo. He found that the more 8 magic skills he unlocked, the more difficult it was to improve his proficiency. It took more than 10 years for Kuchiki Kyosuke to achieve a perfect 460 for the Daluo Cave. However, with the unlocking of the new 8 magic skills, this trip to Hueco Mundo is very complete for him. Before leaving, in order to celebrate the unlocking of the new 8 wonders, Kuchiki Kyosuke made a big move. After condensing Reiatsu, he flew into the air and gave a loud shout. Immediately, the sky of Hueco Mundo exploded, and a group of dazzling purple ons streaked across the sky with a long tail flame. After falling to the ground, it turns into a gorgeous dragon with a guarantee of noble temperament. A high-spirited dragon roar resounded through the sky. In an instant, the sound of the dragon's chant shook Hueco Mundo. Amidst the dragon chant, all the fierce and powerful Menos Grande trembled, not daring to look up at the demon-like figure in the sky. In the Void Night Palace, upon hearing the dragon chant that seemed to shake the entire Hueco Mundo, Byakuya, the master of the Void Circle, fell silent, and then became impotent and furious. The subordinates he had just recruited suffered immediately, their bodies fell apart and turned into dust, scattered on the ground, and finally turned into nothingness. Menos Grande of the entire Hueco Mundo was killed so hard that even he, the master of Hueco Mundo, couldn't recruit any decent subordinates. Seeing this scene, Byakuya hated those 2 Shinigami who brought him endless shame even more. In this way, the name of Kuchiki Kyosuke is etched forever in the soul and memory of these Menos Grande. For a long time after that, the Menos Grande considered the 4 words Kuchiki Kyosuke taboo. When hunting, whenever they hear the name Shinigami Kuchiki Kyosuke, they will run away immediately. Kuchiki Kyosuke's title of Hueco Mundo Killing God scares even the bloodthirsty Menos Grande. When the Hueco Mundo expeditionary force began to return one after another, the Tsunoya Shiro family was holding a family meeting in a black and white mansion with strange statues hanging on the roof. This meeting is mainly about Kuchiki Kyosuke. Although the Tsunoya Shiro family and the Kuchiki family are the same 5 nobles, the 2 sides are not close allies. Although in some matters, they must advance and retreat together, but if the other party develops too fast, it will not be a good thing for the rival Namade family. At this moment, Tsunoya Shiro Shinen, the head of the Tsunoya Shiro family, pondered. It's okay to say that Byakuya Kuchiki is just the captain of the 6th team. But with the sudden emergence of Kuchiki Kyosuke, the kid people led by the other party are becoming more and more out of control. Sooner or later, this will be a trouble, and we must prepare early. Several elders sitting in the hall were talking about it. An elder said, "It's better to send someone to assassinate him. If possible, I would have sent people long ago. Ordinary dead soldiers can't get in with the kid crowd. How can they assassinate them?" Another elder immediately refuted. Thinking of the shocking defensive measures of the kid headquarters in the report, everyone fell silent. It is really because this Kuchiki Kyosuke rises too fast and has strong personal strength. By the time they noticed this trouble, Revolving Heaven was already powerless. At this moment, Shunpo, a middle-aged man with narrow eyes and an indifferent expression, came in and said in a shallow voice. "Since you guys can't solve it, let me Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata try." Tsunoya Shiro Makoto looked at this family member who suddenly broke into the meeting hall with a face full of anger. Chapter 83. Tatsunoya Shiro Tokinata, you are crazy, how dare you break into the family meeting without authorization? Where are the guards? The other elders looked gloomy and shouted loudly. You sinner, the shame of the family, dare to show up. The patriarch treats you well, how dare you be so rude? Must be executed. Ah ha 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 ha. In the meeting room of the Tsunoya Shiro family, the shallow-faced Tsuneyashiro Tokinata let out a short but maniacal laugh. Faced with the accusations of the noble patriarch of his family and the elders, this man showed no fear, but laughed out loud. Your performance was really wonderful as expected, it's really hilarious, ah. Do you really have any good ideas? Looking at the laughing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, Tsuneyashiro Shinen suppressed his anger and asked. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata nodded and said. Of course, and you all know about this method. Tsuneyashiro Shinen raised his head suddenly, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and asked with a little deep meaning. What you mean? There is no way, there are too many secrets of the Yashiro family. And there are parts that are very dark. If this Tsuneyashiro Tokinata knew something he shouldn't know, then he could only silence it. The answer is the Soul King fragment. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata didn't care about the eyes of the head of the main family at all. Be careful what you say, the Spirit King is our supreme existence. Hearing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's words, Tsuneyashiro Shina frowned, remembering the incident back then. Those Fullbringers are nothing but trash, and they don't deserve such good things at all. So, they took action against those Fullbringers. Now the family does hold a batch of fragments of the Spirit King from the Full Manifestor. It's just how this Tsuneyashiro Tokinata knew about it. Presumptuous. Bold, dare to blaspheme. A group of elders also pretended to berate Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. On the surface, Ling Wang is the god of all Shinigami. And it is the only god with supreme status. Any Shinigami who dares to disrespect the Spirit King will be imprisoned in the infernal hell, where he will never be freed. As for what they think in their hearts, only God knows. Regarding the reactions of the head of the Tsuneyashiro family and these elders, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata received his eyes. He sneered. I, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, am just an insignificant little person, but I don't know anything. It's meaningless for you to say these words. Don't you want to use the power of the Soul King to obtain immortal life? Hearing this, the elders of Rizongmei and Tsuneyashiro Shinian fell silent. Whether it is fame, fortune, status, or power, they are all lacking. With Central 46, they can order the captain at will. In Siritii, they can be said to be able to control the wind and rain and cover the sky with one hand. But only Reiatsu in life they can't change. Looking at the old people with shining eyes in this room, Gang Erde showed a cold smile. Although I don't know who provided me with that technology, I'm sorry, Kuchiki Dai Kid, your days are over. And at this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke is shopping alone. With a smile on his face, he walked around casually, thinking that everything he saw was very fresh. Everyone thought that Kuchiki Kyosuke's return to Jinglingting would stage a good show of the return of the king and make some big moves. After all, this time the Hueco Mundo expedition, the dominance and leadership shown by Kuchiki is unique. None of the veteran captains can compare to the demeanor shown by this big kid leader. Kuchiki Kyosuke, the big kid, was in the limelight for a while. And, it's not just Kuchiki Kyosuke's big kid acting flawlessly. The team members of Kid also performed very well. In a series of actions and daily tasks, the overall level of Kid has surpassed other teams in an all-round way. This made the captains feel ashamed, and their hearts were also a little distressed. This is rolled up. The problem is, they simply don't know how to win Kuchiki Kyosuke and the Kid congregation. From ancient times to the present, the strength of this team member has been gradually improved by talent. I haven't heard of any secrets that can improve quickly. If there is such a good thing, these captains will use it first. It can only be said that Kuchiki Kyosuke is able to develop the Kid people prosperously by himself, and he really has real skills. After all, before Tessai Tsukubishi defected, the Kid were almost annexed by Godei 13. Kuchiki Kyosuke was able to develop the Kid people to where they are today, and there is definitely no shortage of ability and ambition. Therefore, everyone thinks that Kuchiki Kyosuke is likely to take more radical measures with the momentum of returning with a big victory. However, this time they guessed wrong. Returning to Siraidai, Kuchiki Kyosuke was a little teary after taking a deep breath of life-filled air. The life of Hueco Mundo is too monotonous. All these years, the reason why he can persevere. One is the goal of improving proficiency. This feeling of being able to see progress every moment is still very good and full of motivation. The second and most important is because of the company of Nanao Ise. I didn't feel it at Hueco Mundo yet, but once back in Siraidai, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt that the daytime was really good. He really felt that the world with blue sky and white clouds is the real world. For the first time, he felt that the Siraidai in front of him was so clear, so vivid, so beautiful. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke is equivalent to entering retirement life in advance. As for the development of the kid, as long as he does not fall, the kid will never fall. These days, it's time for Kuchiki Kyosuke to join Kurako Shunsui. The wages of the two supported many high-end izakayas in Siraidai. This can't be helped, Siraidai's entertainment is still too little. Kuchiki Kyosuke has experienced the baptism of various super audio-visual entertainment. In fact, he was a bit disdainful of the simple and unadorned entertainment methods here. But calm down now, Kuchiki Kyosuke can also appreciate the beauty of this kind of leisurely and elegant life. Of course, he still spends more than half of his time on the road with Ise Nanao pressing Siraidai. The two are now in a close relationship, envious of all the single dogs, making them say that the world is not worth it. It can only be said that the two are now a couple of gods, and they are very happy during the day and night. Relaxed Kuchiki Kyosuke is really comfortable. He is much more laid back than the captain Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui also needs to preside over the 8th Division. From time to time, Captain Yamamoto will call. Moreover, Kurako Shunsui's cynicism is only superficial. Deep down, the captain of the 8th Division actually cares about Siraidai and Godei 13 very much. Secretly, Kurako Shunsui has targeted possible traitors, but there is no evidence. To this end, he needs to think hard and work hard secretly. In contrast, Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't have so many troubles. Even in the daytime, when these captains are busy, Kuchiki Kyosuke can also stroll around the streets leisurely. Compared with the somewhat monotonous and outdated entertainment, Kuchiki Kyosuke is still very satisfied with the food here. The key is that the ingredients are good, and in order to empty the pockets of the captains, there are also sky-high prices for customized food. Some of these foods are rich in spiritual materials, and after eating, there will be a clear sense of satisfaction and happiness. For Shinigami with strong psychic powers like Kuchiki Kyosuke, ordinary food can only fill the stomach. Only high-grade ingredients can truly satisfy the body and mind. The origin of these rare materials is basically in the hands of the major nobles. Along the way, Kuchiki Kyosuke happily selected various delicacies. After walking for a while, Kuchiki Kyosuke came to a very famous dim sum shop. Here, he saw a familiar pink-haired loli. At this moment, this loli is drooling over the snacks in the shop. Kuchiki Kyosuke snickered, walked over quietly and said suddenly, "Yakian Liu, you don't want the team members to know about the embezzlement of public funds, do you? Xiaojing, you wronged me. How could I embezzle 1 million rings to buy snacks?" Hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's questioning, Kuzujishi Yachiru's eyes wandered, and the smile on his face was particularly stiff. "Didn't you say it all?" Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't complain about Yachiru's sincere move. Hey. We've been discovered." Kuzujishi Yachiru played cute with his tongue sticking out innocently. Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly had a great idea. "Bakian Liu, your road is too narrow, the 11th team is poor, and they can't make much money." Yakian Liu stared at her big cute eyes and said curiously, "I also want to make a lot of money and buy a lot of snacks, but there is no good way." Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately said what he had said before. "You can create an association, I think it's called the Women's Shinigami Association." At that time, you will be the president and collect the membership fee, and the money will come. In order to live a more comfortable life in the future, Kuchiki Kyosuke must of course prepare early. He knows that the future female Shinigami association is in full swing in Seireitei. Don't underestimate this group of women soldiers, their combat effectiveness is very strong. And the black-bellied loli who looks harmless to humans and animals in front of her is actually the future president. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't know how this guy became the president. But this does not prevent him from establishing a good relationship in advance. At the very least it would allow him to maintain his good name among the female Shinigami, and maybe cover or something. For this, Kuchiki Kyosuke only needs to pay a little snacks and money, which is really a bargain. Yeah, that's a great idea. For Kuchiki Kyosuke's suggestion, Kuzujishi Yachiru nodded again and again, and decided to find an opportunity to put it into practice. After chatting with Kuzujishi Yachiru for a while, and feeding the little loli a few times, Kuchiki Kyosuke walked towards the kid headquarters. At this moment, two exceptionally domineering Shinigami confront a member of the kid. One of the Shinigami sneered. You dare to disobey the order of the Tsuneya Shiro family, do you not want to live? Another Shinigami stretched out his finger, poked the kid members in the chest a few times, and shouted. Go away. We are doing business in the imaging hall, and you kid don't have the right to intervene. It turns out that the two are Shinigami, servants of the Tsuneya Shiro family. The two Shinigami were ordered by the Tsuneya Shiro family to install surveillance devices in the sphere of influence of the kid congregation. This is to perform the function of the video hall. This is the territory of the kid, and your imaging hall has no right to interfere. This is the order of our master Kuchiki, and I must obey it. Facing the threat of the two, the kid member did not back down at all. In his heart, he was actually very scared. As the five nobles, the Tsuneya Shiro family has an extremely honorable status in Seireitei. And the family's reputation is very bad. Offending the Tsuneya Shiro family with his identity will basically cut off the future, and it may even be directly taken into the nest of maggots by Seeing Jun. However, the kid Shinigami chose to follow Kuchiki Kyosuke's orders after all. Because when he was at Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki Kyosuke saved his life several times. This is when he returns. At this moment, several people heard a calm voice. It's so lively, it seems that there are distinguished guests coming. Hearing this voice, the two servants of the Tsuneya Shiro family shook their bodies and hurriedly looked up. They saw an extraordinary young man walking slowly. Every step the teenager takes is like stepping on their heart, making it hard for them to breathe. Because they know that this boy is the current chief kid. They have heard too many legends about Kuchiki Kyosuke. Even though they were backed by the Tsuneya Shiro family, one of the five great nobles, they still felt a little guilty. However, thinking of the order received earlier, the leader Shinigami bowed his head to Kuchiki Kyosuke and said in a polite but arrogant tone. Your Excellency the Great Kid, we have come with good intentions. Our patriarch has always been very optimistic about Your Excellency the Great Kid. If the two parties can cooperate sincerely, it will be beneficial to both parties. Is this face Kuchiki the Kid will not refuse. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the two Tsuneya Shiro family Shinigami servants and smiled. The Tsuneya Shiro family and our Kuchiki family are the same five nobles, so naturally we have to give them face. Hearing this, the kid team member's heart sank. He knew that if the big kid didn't stand up for him, then everything would be over. Facing the wrath of the Tsuneya Shiro family directly, he must be smashed to pieces. It's just that until now, he still doesn't regret his previous choice. Anyway, his life was given by the elder kid. If it is really necessary, I will return it to the big kid. The two Shinigami of the Tsuneya Shiro family raised their heads proudly, and looked at the kid member who didn't know what to do with complacent eyes. This is my face, whether you can catch it depends on your ability. After finishing speaking, Is Zhao's, Kuchiki Kyosuke remained motionless, and two powerful Reiatsu instantly poured into the bodies of the two Shinigami. In just a split second, the two officer-level Shinigami collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly, as ants, "You dare to ask the lion for face, I really admire your courage. These guys really don't know what to do." Even Tsuneyashiro Shinen, the patriarch of the Tsuneyashiro family, has to be polite in front of him. It's just two hyenas from Tsuneyashiro's family, and they dare to bark their teeth at themselves. Send a message to Tsuneyashiro Jinyan for me, don't provoke a battle that is doomed to failure. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke ignored the two idiots who were dying on the ground. When seeing these two people, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately understood the intention of the Tsuneyashiro family. The arrival of these two guys was actually a temptation. The kid crowd has really developed so well that they will be targeted by people. And if you want to attack the kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke is an inescapable link. In the past, the development of the kid was hindered, and they were even about to become vassals of Godai 13. At that time, these nobles did not look at the kid congregation. Now that the kid are in power, these jicky snake gods jump out. To put it bluntly, these nobles are just some parasites, they only want to rob and steal. The Tsuneyashiro family represents not only the 46 houses, but also the interests of the Seirai nobles. The sudden emergence of Kuchiki Kyosuke and Kid made these people feel threatened and jealous. That's why the Tsuneyashiro family and the interest groups behind them want to suppress themselves. If he swallows his anger and accepts this so-called goodwill, Kuchiki Kyosuke could indeed be part of the Seirai interest group. But the price to pay for this is that he will always be inferior to the Tsuneyashiro family, and he will never be able to truly control the kid people. Of course, Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't like this kind of unspoken rules that have a tacit understanding among the nobles. Since the Tsuneyashiro family dared to challenge his details, they would have to pay the price. Chapter 84. The reason he worked so hard to improve the 8 miraculous skills was not to bend over or bow his head. He thought that by sending out 2 wastes, he would be able to subdue himself with a few words, but he really didn't wake up. Kuchiki Kyosuke now holds 4 of the 8 wonders of the perfect realm, and his strength is superior to that of all captains. With such capital, he will not be used to a mere Tsuneyashiro family. Whatever plots and schemes these guys have, it doesn't work here at Kuchiki Kyosuke. Thank you, big kid, for your help. Looking at the 2 paralyzed Shinigami, the kid member felt nothing but joy. At the same time, he has more gratitude and admiration for Kuchiki Kyosuke. Big Kid Long is too strong. Just one look brought down 2 powerful Shinigami, and he was not afraid of the name of the Tsuneyashiro family at all. Recalling the scene where his subordinate was not afraid of power, Kuchiki Kyosuke praised him. Yang Yi, right? You did a good job this time. Then, with his hands behind his back, he proudly said. And you don't need to thank me, this is what a big kid should do. I said I will lead you forward together, then I will definitely do it. Big Kid Long. Hearing that Grand Kid could still remember his name, Yang Yi almost fainted from excitement. Now he is willing to go through fire and water for the kid people and Kuchiki Kyosuke. As long as Kuchiki Kyosuke gives an order, even if he is told to die, he will not frown. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded with satisfaction seeing Yoichi's die-hard fan. The more such subordinates, the better. Only when there are more loyal subordinates like this, will he be able to catch fish. Aizen will later develop Hueco Mundo Espada, and Hueco Mundo Espada has a group of monsters called Star Cross under Hueco Mundo. It's really going to be a war later, and he doesn't look good as a bare-handed commander. Kuchiki Kyosuke knows that if an organization wants to develop, it must compromise and sacrifice. Of course, he may be the only exception. Because others can only spin around within the rules, but he has the confidence to break the rules and directly turn the tables. For example, today, Kuchiki Kyosuke can totally bow his head, or make his subordinates a little bit wronged. In this way, he can better deal with the Tsuneyashiro family without completely tearing his face apart. In this way, the profit can be maximized. After all, the nobility has accumulated thousands of years and has a very profound heritage. It can be said that the influence of the Tsuneyashiro family has penetrated into all aspects of Seireitei. Most importantly, they also possess vital core knowledge. Some of the knowledge can only be collected in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, and private transmission is not allowed at all. Stronger than Aizen, you have to sneak into the corridor of the Great Spirit Book through 390 to get the information you want. Having mastered these taboo knowledge, they have an absolute advantage. As a result, they wantonly changed history and put their own existence on the same level as the safety of the world. Shinigami, who know nothing about the history and laws of operation of the world, can only be workers for a lifetime. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke will not let them down. If you dare to block your own way, no one will live. Although he is also a member of the 5 great nobles, he has never regarded these insects as his own. In contrast, Kuchiki Kyosuke values his men more. Kuchiki Kyosuke not only wants to grow the kid people, but also doesn't have to break principles in the process. If he can't do this, his skills will be in vain. Half a day later, in the meeting hall of Tsuneyashiro's house, Tsuneyashiro Shinian had a gloomy expression on his face. Both subordinates are abolished, and they have completely lost their spiritual history. An elder had a murderous look on his face. It seems that we can't be kind this time. Since this is the case, we must do everything right. Another elder said harshly. This little BD really thinks of himself as a character, even the captain would not dare to disobey us. The other elders also echoed. Even if they don't have too much strength, the glory and status of nobles are enough to handle everything. In their hearts, they simply look down on those Shinigami who only know how to fight and kill. In their view, that is just a helpless choice for the inferior people. At this time, Tsuneyashiro Shinian nodded and said, in this case, let's start the plan. Regarding Tsuneyashiro Makoto's decision, the other elders unanimously agreed. Yes, it's time to severely dampen the spirit of the Kuchiki family. Our Tsuneyashiro family is the strongest. We are the controllers of the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, and we cannot let people underestimate the glory of history. If it weren't for the hard planning of our ancestors, there would be no soul society today. Our Tsuneyashiro family controls the history of Seireitei. The history of soul society is made by us, we are Seireitei. Then, Tsuneyashiro Manuan seemed to remember something. If that thing is really successful, our rule will be longer and more stable. Speaking of this, his eyes were full of fire. Hearing Tsuneyashiro Makoto's words, all the elders of the Tsuneyashiro family showed greedy expressions. Half a month later, Seireitei is still as peaceful as ever. However, under the calm that Kuchiki Kyosuke showed tomorrow is an undercurrent. And this, undercurrent is aimed at him. But even so, Kuchiki Kyosuke is still like a normal person, doing whatever he wants. During this period, facing the concern of Kurako Shunsui and his elder brother, he smiled slightly and said that there was no problem. On this day, the Kid headquarters received a report that there was a problem with the barrier in the 80th district of West Rukanga. Because that is the boundary of the Soul Society, and the problems involved are more serious. In addition, it is not easy for ordinary soldiers to approach there. Therefore, the issue of the 80th district can only be decided by the head of the Kid, and usually the Kid cadres will be sent to deal with such issues. Upon hearing the news, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately had a decision. He wanted to go to West 80 district alone to restore the enchantment. With Kuchiki Kyosuke's current strength and status, naturally there is no need to do such a thing in person. But he is not afraid of other people's calculations, which does not mean that his subordinates are not afraid either. It's okay if it's just the barrier issue in the 80th district, but it's different if it involves the Tsuneyashiro family. With this family's disgusting means, if they can't find themselves, they will definitely attack the Kid team members. Considering these people with ulterior motives, in order not to implicate his subordinates, Kuchiki Kyosuke made such a decision. Early the next morning, he came to Byakuya alone. Once you step out of Byakuya, you will be out of Seirai and come to Rukonga, and you will be in another world. A door separated, equal to two worlds. This is where the Soul Society is. According to regulations, civilians are not allowed to set foot in Seirai. Such rules were not improved until Kurako Shunsui became the captain. This time, Kuchiki Kyosuke deliberately went to the remote Rukonga 80 district alone, just to sell a loophole. Along the way, there are too many places to start. If Kuchiki Kyosuke Ishin stays at the kid headquarters, these guys can't help themselves if they want to break their heads. So he was sure those guys in the dark would not miss this great opportunity. Kuchiki Kyosuke just wanted to lure the snake out of the hole and directly send a wave of wolves to the Tsuneyashiro family. The means of these nobles are old-fashioned back and forth, nothing more than sending dead soldiers to carry out assassinations. Ordinary people are afraid of well-trained killers because they are unpredictable. After all, when the tiger still takes a nap, no one can prevent the continuous assassination from the shadows. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke is an exception. With Daluo Cave View, he will not be afraid at all. The Daluo Cave View of the perfect state is not only the nemesis of all illusions, but also can gain insight into crises and anticipate the enemy's opportunities. Besides, Kuchiki Kyosuke's own strength is enough to crush those assassins. Anyway, those assassins and dead soldiers came and died as many as they came. Kuchiki Kyosuke wants to see if the Tsuneyashiro family can come up with any new tricks. Soon, Kuchiki Kyosuke easily Shunpo left Seirai to practice medicine towards West Rukonga 80 district. When passing through the Byakuya gate, because he had a pass to identify his identity, he naturally did not activate the preset precautionary measures. However, the hero Si Danfang who guards the gate is very dedicated, and has been guarding the vicinity with two giant axes. He naturally saw Kuchiki Kyosuke when he left, but he didn't dare to make a sound. The well-known hero of the Soul Society just respectfully watched Kuchiki Kyosuke leave. After Kuchiki Kyosuke disappeared for a long time, Si Danfang came back to his senses with a sigh. This young captain kid has many amazing legends, and it is said that his talent is stronger than that of the chief captain. Si Danfang can't imagine how strong such a character is. For the strong, he is absolutely obedient and admired. So for Kuchiki Kyosuke, Si Danbo has great respect. After leaving Seirai, Kuchiki Kyosuke quickly headed towards the 80 district. He first passed through Runjunranan in the West District 1. This place is the hometown of Hinamori Momo and Chuir. However, even Junranan, who has the best law and order, cannot compare with Seirai in all aspects. As for the next few districts, let alone, the houses have become more dilapidated, and the overall atmosphere has also deteriorated a lot. Along the way, Kuchiki Kyosuke did not encounter any attacks or obstacles. He had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that the Tsuneyashiro family gave up just like that? That's too useless. Immediately, Kuchiki Kyosuke shook his head. With the virtues of this family, it is impossible to give up like this. To them, human life is nothing more than worthless. In order to collect the fragments of the Spirit King, they slaughtered a group of full managers. This led directly to the defection of first-generation agent Shinigami Jinjo Kyujo. The key is because the Tsuneyashiro family has mastered the imaging hall, and no one has discovered the numerous crimes committed by the Tsuneyashiro family from beginning to end. A family like this doesn't know what it means to just see each other. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke has always maintained the state of opening the Daluo Cave. When he came to the area behind number 60, some malicious and sinister eyes stared at him. These people all stare greedily at the zanpakut at his waist. In this place, having a good weapon is the capital for domineering. In the area after number 60, basically the strong are respected, and the victor is king. In these places, winners take all and losers lose all. Therefore, the weight of a good weapon can be imagined. If it weren't for Kuchiki Kyosuke's luxurious clothes and decent temperament everywhere, these people would have rushed to snatch it. But the big villains in the 80th district don't have so many scruples. Rukonga's area near number 80 is completely different from the previous area. Here, there is no vigor and vitality to be seen, it is lifeless, and it does not look like a human gathering place at all. Especially the 80 district, it is no longer a slum or a refugee camp. This area can only be described as a hell on earth and a battlefield. Here, the vicious, powerful and bloodthirsty villains fight each other without giving in, just to take away the few survival resources. Here even a little water can be the reason for killing. Everyone will not hesitate to kill someone. This is the 80s. Resources that are extremely cheap in Seireiti are extremely precious here, even more valuable than human life. In Kuchiki Kyosuke's view, this is a hell made up of blood and killing. However, this also honed a group of terrifying fighting madness. Kuchiki Kyosuke even wondered if the reason why Zaraki Kenpeki has such strength is because of the influence of this area. It is not surprising that he would think so. The atmosphere here is too weird, too depressing, and it has a fight with Hueco Mundo's lifeless desolation. In such an atmosphere, it will make people feel that nothing is strange. After another quick shunpo, Kuchiki Kyosuke came to the heart of the 80s. He glanced at the dilapidated house and frowned. Only the most basic structures can be seen of these houses. Although when he came to look for Zaraki Kenpeki, Kuchiki Kyosuke had seen with his own eyes how dilapidated the 80 district was. But after seeing it with his own eyes again, he was still a little uncomfortable. To be honest, he doesn't really like the atmosphere here, it's crazy quiet. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke once again smelled the smell of blood that might be unique to the 80 district. After a Soul Society person dies, his underwear will magically disappear along with him. It stands to reason that in this place, it is impossible for a person to leave any bloody smell after death. But such a bloody smell seems to be a characteristic of several 80 districts. Kuchiki Kyosuke can only speculate that after the endless killings, the place has been affected, or some kind of power has awakened. It's such an amazing place, no wonder it's the birthplace of the likes of Zaraki Kenpeki and Anohanaretsu. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke only felt bursts of undisguised murderous aura coming from all around. The previous few areas were just malicious, but here, from the houses that are about to collapse, there is a naked killing intent. Under the effect of the Daluo Cave View of the perfect realm, he clearly observed the source of those murderous auras, which were some murderers with grinning smiles on their lips. One by one, hideous-looking big villains got out of the low and dilapidated houses. They stared at Kuchiki Kyosuke greedily with blood-red eyes. These people are murderous and crazy demons. Even though they don't have Zanpakuto and don't know Zanquan Gazeo, their killing intent and killing experience accumulated over the years make their strength far surpass that of ordinary soldiers. Some of the best are even comparable to vice captains. Soon, the group of villains with sharp knives slowly surrounded Kuchiki Kyosuke. Look what we found! A Shinigami! Why can they eat and drink spicy food in Seireiti, while we can only suffer in this hell? Shinigami, your knife is good, I want it. This Shinigami looks weak, what a waste. Kill kill kill! These people all looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with greedy, eager, and bloodthirsty eyes, and they looked like they were determined to eat him. Since we met, I'll clean up the garbage. Kuchiki Kyosuke erupted a little Reiatsu. In just a split second, an incomparably terrifying aura enveloped all the villains. How is this going? Why can't my body move? What a strong Reiatsu! The villain, who had been looking fierce just now, suddenly became trembling like a quail. They are ruthless people who have experienced hell, and have seen many strong people. But their previous experience and knowledge are nothing in front of this Reiatsu. Except for a few bloody villains who were able to stand up forcibly, the other villains fell to their knees. They looked terrified and saw the evil spirits. Kuchiki Kyosuke just let out a little breath, and frightened the group of murderous villains into immobility. This is the absolute gap in strength. Chapter 85. It seems that you really want to die. Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced around, and found that even though these people were intimidated by him, the killing intent in their hearts remained undiminished. In his heart, he gave these people a complete death sentence. Seeing a few villains who were still struggling, Kuchiki Kyosuke swung his sword, and terrifying swords flew towards him. Under the threat of death, several villains with outstanding strength exploded their potential and broke free from the shackles of Reiatsu. Faced with the indescribably powerful sword pressure, some of them defended with all their strength, some chose to dodge quickly, and some lost their minds and chose to face it head-on. However, no matter what choices they make or what actions they take, they cannot actually change their fate. From the moment they drew their knives at Kuchiki Kyosuke, the outcome was sealed. In just a split second, invisible blades composed of Reiatsu sliced through their bodies with ease and drank their blood. Their killing intent and bloody bravery mean nothing in the face of Kuchiki Kyosuke's terrifying Reiatsu. And their Reiatsu and strong bodies, which can resist sword slashing, are also extremely fragile in the face of this invincible sword pressure. With just a random sword press, Kuchiki Kyosuke brought down all the villains. Those who were less powerful died directly, and those who were stronger were left with only one breath, and could do nothing but lie on the ground and wait to die. Kuchiki Kyosuke felt a little disappointed when he saw the big villains lying on the ground unable to fight anymore. Not to mention these big villains, compared to Zaraki Kenpeki and Anohana, they are even inferior to ordinary vice-captains. But it's normal to think about it. For thousands of years, there will be only one Anohana Retsu and one Zaraki Kenpeki in total. In fact, a villain at the vice-captain level is already a rare occurrence in 100 years. Several of these big villains have reached the level of senior officials. Moreover, these guys are full of viciousness and full of evil spirits, and they even have a lot of advantages over ordinary officials. It is already very good to have such combat power. It's just that the advantages they are best at and rely on the most are useless in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Therefore, they naturally can only suffer a crushing defeat. Looking at the scene in front of him, for some reason, Kuchiki Kyosuke thought of the black long straight beauty who was as quiet as Yamato Nadeko. Kuchiki Kyosuke knew that Anohana Retsu, who voluntarily gave up the name of Kenpeki, still couldn't let go of the knife in his heart. The fire of battle in the opponent's heart has not been extinguished, but has intensified. Such Anohana Retsu is a beautiful killing flower and more attractive. In the 80th district of West Rukonga, Kuchiki Kyosuke had an epiphany and looked up helplessly. Under the afterglow, a group of ragged villains are rushing towards this side. Excited shouts came from their mouths, and the appearance of scrambling to be the first did not seem to be sending them to death at all. Kuchiki Kyosuke shook his head and said helplessly, "So, you really have no brains." All Kuchiki Kyosuke knew was that this group of people was clearly out of order. Shaking his head, Kuchiki Kyosuke took a step forward, and his aura suddenly changed. The Reiatsu on his body is getting stronger and stronger, the atmosphere and space are affected and start to vibrate slightly. The rocky land on the ground gradually cracked open, turned into debris and soared into the sky, suspended around Kuchiki Kyosuke's body and began to slowly circle and dance. This Reiatsu surged out like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't move a single finger, but he stood upright like a towering peak and remained motionless. Pure power. Absolute strength. At this time, the aura displayed by Kuchiki Kyosuke is like a creature from another dimension, like a god or a demon. Under the suffocatingly powerful Reiatsu, the villains who were rushing madly stopped and fell to their knees. They grabbed their throats one by one, feeling as if their whole bodies were being pressed down by extremely heavy boulders, making it difficult to move. Every one of them is a villain with blood on his hands. They are proud of killing, addicted to the thrill of killing, and firmly believe that nothing in this world can shake their killing intent. No matter how powerful and terrifying the enemy is, they can swing their knives without hesitation. Even in hell, they will laugh out loud and not change their colors. But the firm belief that used to kill Ningchang with blood and blood, was shattered under the shock of Reiatsu. They were frightened, panicked, and begged desperately for mercy. Monster! Please, please forgive me, I didn't do anything. Surrender. I know I was wrong, let me go. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked disgusted at the wicked people who were crying and howling on the ground. Originally, he thought that he would meet some powerful people this time, but it turned out that they were all unsightly cowards. Kuchiki Kyosuke is worthless for his Emperor Zhang. A trash like this doesn't deserve to die under his sword at all. They are also big villains. Anohanaretsu is the flower of beauty and fighting power, and these guys are a bunch of outright clowns. While thinking about it, Kuchiki Kyosuke waved Zhang amidst the begging for mercy of those big villains. With a flash of the knife, he sent all these villains to hell. Now that he has chosen to draw his sword against him, he has no choice but to invite them to die. They can surrender, and Kuchiki Kyosuke also has the right to refuse. However, at this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke's spiritual sense and eyes moved, and his body suddenly dodged backwards. He dodged this time, and Shunpo was also mixed in. So it looks like a simple retreat, but it is far from that simple. Kuchiki Kyosuke first moved Shunpo sideways, and then backed up obliquely at high speed with strong physical strength. Therefore, his simple retreat has a route that changes twice. And in this process, a little cold light with a terrifying coldness has been targeting the vitals of Kuchiki Kyosuke. No matter whether he moved sideways or retreated, the cold air that was concentrated to the extreme was always lingering around. With the insight of Daluo Cave, Kuchiki Kyosuke has long seen the source of the cold air. It was a shiny gun blade, and the gun blade was connected to a blood-red gun shaft. Holding the bloody spear is a middle-aged Shinigami with a firm expression and bright eyes. This Shinigami is dressed in a black Shiba outfit, with a vest with the Tsunoya Shiro clan crest painted on his shoulders. Just now, in a 10,000th of a second, a point of the gun blade struck like lightning with a cold light. It really is a little cold light comes first, and then the spear comes out like a dragon. When Kuchiki Kyosuke moved sideways to avoid the blade of the gun, the opponent's wrist shook, and the red gun body stretched out and then popped out, hitting Kuchiki Kyosuke's lower abdomen straight. Under Daluo's view, even though the opponent's movements were reaching the limit, Kuchiki Kyosuke still reacted in time and stepped back obliquely like lightning. This one flick, seems simple, but it is indeed coming to the ultimate. In the entire Seirei, only the captains of the various teams can avoid these two tricks. If it weren't for Kuchiki Kyosuke's perfect Daluo Cave View, there is really no way to avoid the enemy's sneak attack so easily. The Tsunoya Shiro family, the Tsunoya Shiro Jinyan. This is my post-Zanpakuto Shikai form. There was a condensed and terrifying cold light in Tsunoya Shiro Jinyan's eyes. He didn't indicate his intention to come, and he didn't need to indicate his intention. Before that, Tsunoya Shiro Jinyan had heard of the name of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Now, he has also seen the strength of Kuchiki Kyosuke with his own eyes. But the other party is still going to die, because this person is the enemy of the family, and this alone is enough. At this time, Tsunoya Shiro Jinyan exerted force on his waist and abdomen with his right hand, and the spear in his hand turned into a bloody phantom again. Kuchiki Kyosuke was completely surrounded by Uzumaki, a storm like pear blossoms. Facing the continuous piercing of the spear blade, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately understood that the opponent was really the kind of Zanpakuto who focused on skills. Different from those weapons that open and close, this kind of gun that seems to have no special ability is destined to win only by skill. This kind of Zanpakuto depends on the skill and strength of the user. The deeper the spear skill and the better the skill, the stronger the threat of this Zanpakuto. To be honest, Yada Jinyan showed his extraordinary skills and profound spear skills in a few consecutive moves. During the whole process, this Shinigami is a person who follows the gun, and a long spear turns round and round, changing endlessly, just like a poisonous dragon chasing after the soul. From a purely spear point of view, it's really good. After all, there are very few Shinigami with guns in the entire Seireitei. In this regard, Kuchiki Kyosuke admits that Tsuneya Shiroginian has done a good job. It's just that Shinigami's fight is Reiatsu's fight. There is no skill without strength, and there is no future at all. What's more, in the field of slashing skills, Tsuneya Shiroginian's spear skills can only be said to be at the captain level. However, for Kuchiki Kyosuke, such enemies can also play a role in training. If he kept chopping up those trash that only begged for mercy, his Dejong would also have a problem. While thinking, Kuchiki Kyosuke dodged easily. Facing the stormy attack of the enemy, Kuchiki Kyosuke uncharacteristically did not take the initiative to attack. He was just like a butterfly wearing a flower, very skillfully dodging the soul-hunting long spear of the other party. After a series of offensives, Tsuneya Shiroginian consumed a lot, but there was no sign of giving up or fatigue. He even complimented Kuchiki Kyosuke. As a kid master, your slashing skills are not bad, and Hueco Mundo's reputation as a god of killing is indeed worthy of the name, but it is impossible for you to beat me. For 100 years, I have been improving and honing my spear skills every day. My gun is filled with lofty and firm beliefs. What can you use to defeat me? At this moment, Tsuneya Shiroginian's momentum soared, a cold light flashed, and the blade of the spear hit Kuchiki Kyosuke's knot. Every time he makes a move, he can condense most of Reiatsu on the blade of the gun. With the help of the characteristics of Arankar, Tsunodakin's Zanpakuto has amazing destructive power. Every one of these shots has the lethality that threatens the captain. Also, this is not yet a manifestation of Zanpakuto's abilities, just a combination of pure Reiatsu and skill. This can be regarded as an extremely advanced cutting technique. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who noticed this scene, nodded secretly. 0. Seeking flowers. Just now, Tsuneya Shiroginian made a frenzied move, which logically should have cost a lot. But up to now, Tsuneya Shiroginian has not shown any signs of exhaustion, and his response is still very fast and timely. This shows that this guy didn't make a full shot, but retained his strength, and may even hide Bankai. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke always felt that he could be the trump card of the Tsuneya Shiro family. This Tsuneya Shiroginian's method cannot be so simple. This guy doesn't look like the kind of arrogant person who should be able to see the situation clearly. When he realized that his strength was insufficient, this Tsuneya Shiroginian was still so confident, so his cards would not be weak. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke decided to be more proactive and explore the bottom line of Tsuneya Shiroginian. I have been salted fish for a long time, and I occasionally experience this. It is still very happy to feel the tension and excitement of fighting with people and heaven. It's just a pity that this Tsuneya Shiroginian's pressure is limited, and he can't put too much pressure on him, just a little nervous. In an instant, Kuchiki Kyosuke's figure was moving rapidly like a swimming snake. His figure turned into an afterimage following the shadow of the gun. As far as the footwork and speed of this high-speed movement are concerned, there are not many Shinigami who can do it in the entire Seireitei. Even those captains, not everyone has the level of Shunpo. At this moment, Tsuneya Shiroginian held the gun with one hand, looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke, who retreated into the distance, and exclaimed, "Your Shunpo is the fastest I've ever seen." Being able to retreat so easily and freely while his gun blade is locked on, this Shunpo level is simply unimaginable. Because of the advantage of the length of the weapon, ordinary Shunpo can't escape Tsuneya Shiroginian's continuous pursuit. And every time he shoots like a dragon, the speed is extremely fast, and ordinary Shinigami will never be able to react. However, the elder kid, who was said to be the best at it, managed to evade his own attack by relying on the indescribable Shunpo. The opponent's method of adding Shunpo to the high-speed movement made it impossible for him to use his weapon advantage at all. Tsuneya Shiroginian even suspected that this kid might be a beast in human skin. If normal people use shunpo continuously at such high intensity, their legs would have been useless long ago. Although he didn't know how the other party did it, Tsuneyashiro Jinyan was not prepared to admit defeat. He didn't believe that his hard work day and night would be so useless. Then you still see too little about shunpo. As far as shunpo's skill is concerned, among all the captains, the current Kuchiki Kyosuke is definitely one of the best, but certainly not to the extent of being the number one. After a slight smile, Kuchiki Kyosuke made an instant move. In a pure competition of skills, he doesn't actually have an advantage. The opponent has the advantage of hundreds of years of accumulation and additional weapons, but this is a good opportunity to test the realm of Kuchiki Kyosuke's chopping technique. Hueco Mundo has cut Menos Grande for 10 years, and his sword heart has long been as crystal clear and icy cold as the Emperor Zhong in his hand. It's just that in the end, Kuchiki Kyosuke has been unable to meet any powerful Menos Grande. Ajichas wasn't the mindless Killian, who had already run out of his area. Ever since the chopping technique reached a new level, he hasn't killed a chopping technique master yet. Today, I will take this Tsuneyada Jinyan for surgery. With this in mind, Kuchiki Kyosuke stepped forward, and his figure suddenly became blurred. When his body became solid again, he had already arrived in front of Tsuneyashiro Jinyan. There was also a flashing knife light that moved over at the same time. This knife was like a dragon entering the sea, directly cutting towards Tsuneyashiro Jinyan's heart. The strong will and terror Reiatsu contained in it made Tsuneyashiro Jinyan, a master of cutting skills, feel a sense of crisis. Well done! Facing Kuchiki Kyosuke's fatal blow, Tsuneyashiro Jinyan didn't panic at all, and shot directly at Kuchiki Kyosuke's Dejong with his spear. Normally, if you want to shoot other people's weapons like this, you must first avoid the enemy's blade, and hold the gun with both hands. However, Tsuneyashiro Jinyan did not choose to do this, obviously very confident in his own strength. As long as he shoots down, he is sure to win, at least he can destroy the opponent's weapon and occupy the absolute initiative. However, at the moment when the spear was drawn, Kuchiki Kyosuke flicked his wrist, and the Taejeong in his hand erratically split into 4 sword flowers. Caught off guard, Tsuneyashiro Jinyan immediately bloomed a bright red blood flower. If he hadn't blocked 3 of the attacks with the horizontal gun in front of him in time, he might have fallen to the ground. At this time, Tsuneyashiro Jinyan had a question mark on his face. Obviously I have the absolute advantage, why is it me who gets hurt? Who will suddenly change their moves when they are about to hit the enemy's vital point? This is not in line with any kendo philosophy, no one would fight like this. Such a move is really weird. Up to now, Tsuneyashiro Jinyan still can't figure out why the opponent chose such an extremely poor attack route, which is not reasonable at all. But he was hit by the trick, and it even looked like he hit the opponent's knife on his own initiative. It's so frustrating. Chapter 86. Under the setting sun, Tsuneyashiro Jinyan, standing with his gun horizontally, took a deep breath and sighed. Kuchiki Kyosuke, you are not such an easy enemy. Before coming here, he had such a realization. It's just that he didn't expect the enemy to be so tough. Fortunately, the family prepared him a whole card that he could definitely win. Glancing at Tsuneyashiro Jinyan, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded slightly. It seems that I have to admit that you are a person of faith, but I will completely defeat it. The two sides have nothing to talk about until now, they can only divide life and death, and decide who is superior. When Kuchiki Kyosuke and Tsuneyashiro Jinyan were fighting, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family got bad news. What did you say? The kid want jurisdiction over Area 0. Kuchiki Kyosuke this BD, he did it on purpose. During the family meeting, Tsuneyashiro Shinen, who received the report from his subordinates, was full of anger, and his eyes were about to burn the air. 46 rooms and the Great Lingsha Cloister are located in Siriti's Qingjing Tower Linju. The so-called number 0 area is the portal of the Qingjing Pagoda Linju, and it is an area closely related to the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. You know, the corridor of the Great Spirit Book is the most precious asset of their family, and it must not be lost. It is absolutely impossible for them to hand over such an important place to outsiders. This move by the kid crowd is an undisguised provocation. Hearing this, the elders of Tsunoya Shiro were also furious. A whole. Presumptuous. The Great Lingsha Cloister and the Qingjing Pagoda Linju have always been our territory. The kid are asking for their own death. Since Shihaoran Yoryuaki defected, among the 5 nobles, the Shihaoran family kept a low profile, and the Kuchiki family took root in the 6th division. As for the Shiba family, they were squeezed out of the power center, and even the entire Shiba family moved to live in Rukanga. As for the last family of the 5 great nobles, the 827 has been committed to suppressing hell. Therefore, in Central 46, the Tsunoya Shiro family occupies a large right to speak. The entire Qingqing Pagoda Linju is regarded as their own territory. This place is also the glory and foundation of their Tsunoya Shiro family. What the kid are doing now is almost like putting a knife on their necks. That's why the elders of the Tsunoya Shiro family were so angry. Forget it to them. However, at this moment Jinyan suddenly calmed down. He figured out why that Kuchiki Kyosuke would choose to attack at this time. It stands to reason that Kuchiki Kyosuke is not in the kid now, so it is not a good time to attack. Without the leadership of Kuchiki Kyosuke, how will the opponent resist the revenge of their Tsunoya Shiro family? Kuchiki Kyosuke must have thought of this, but let the kid people trouble them at this point in time. It goes to show that Kuchiki Ryasuke had expected everything. The other party thought that this enchantment event might be a trap, so he made this obviously provocative application at this time. Several elders didn't understand it yet, and tried to persuade Tsunoya Shiro to change his mind. Patriarch, this is absolutely not acceptable, we cannot let the kid and that kid be so arrogant. That's right, and the Great Spirit Book corridor is our family's belief, there can't be any problems. After hearing what the elders said, Tsunoya Shiro Shinen frowned and said, I understand what you're saying, but so does that Kuchiki Kyosuke. If we directly reject the other party's request this time, or even fight for it, then the conflict between the two sides will be brought to the fore. But we've sent killers. Regardless of success this time, as long as we have conflicts with the kid congregation and Kuchiki Kyosuke, our Tsunoya Shiro family is the suspect. Yaeshi Manamo is quite familiar with the way of nobles. After all, the rules of the game among nobles are his only reliance. Of course they can attack the members of the 5 nobles secretly, but the premise is to pick themselves clean. Kuchiki Kyosuke is not some commoner and minor noble that they can deal with at will. Throughout Suritii, Kuchiki Kyosuke has both good and terrible connections. If you become a suspect in this assassination, you will be in trouble later. Facing the Kuchiki family and Godei 13, who are also the 5 major nobles, even their Tsunoya Shiro family cannot overwhelm the sky with one hand. In the conference room, several elders also understood what Tsunoya Shiro Shinen meant, and spoke indignantly. This little BD is really treacherous. What a vicious mind! He is so scheming and powerful at such a young age, let alone keep him. However, it is still difficult for them to decide how to deal with the jurisdiction of this Area 0. It is of course impossible to hand it over like this. At that time, their every word and action may be monitored by Kid. This is too uncomfortable. But if he directly refuses, it is to admit that he has conflicts with the Kid. Once the news of Kuchiki Kyosuke's assassination reaches Suritii, the Tsunoya Shiro family may become the target of public criticism. After thinking for a while, Tsunoya Shiro Shinen showed a confident smile, waved his hand grandly, and said decisively, "Give them the jurisdiction and hand it over completely." Hearing Tsunoya Shiro Makoto's words, the elders' eyes darkened, and they hurriedly tried to dissuade them. The owner of the house must not do it. Without the corridor of the Great Soul Book, there would be no Tsunoya Shiro family. Don't forget what happened to the ISE family who lost the artifact. It's no wonder that the elders are so nervous, it's because the corridor of the Great Spirit Book is really important. The reason why their Tsuneya Shiro family can have such a pivotal position in Seireiti is because they control the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. To be precise, it is to control all kinds of knowledge in the response records of the Great Spirit Book. The Great Spirit Book corridor will record the history of the Soul Society by itself, and some Shinigami secrets and various important knowledge will be automatically recorded in the books in the Great Spirit Book corridor. It is precisely because they have the handle of almost everyone that they can call the wind and rain in Seireiti and act recklessly. If there is no corridor of the Great Soul Book, the Tsuneya Shiro family will have to pay the price for what they did before, and may even be revoked as the 5 great nobles. It is precisely because of this that the elders of the Tsuneya Shiro family are so nervous. It is really because the corridor of the Great Soul Book is too important to the Tsuneya Shiro family. However, Tsuneya Shiro Shinian is full of confidence in this regard. Don't worry, I have full confidence in doing this. Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan was originally a sharp arrow in our hands, but now we have the help of that kind of power. So, this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke must die. And it doesn't matter even if this kid survives by chance, we will continue to send out a steady stream of killers. That Kuchiki Kyosuke is not omniscient, how could he avoid assassination every time? As soon as Kuchiki Kyosuke dies, the kid will be finished, and Area 0 will still be ours. At this time, the elders suddenly realized. Yet, after all, the entire kid congregation is just supported by Kuchiki Kyosuke. Without Kuchiki Kyosuke, the kid are still at our mercy. The head of the house is wise. Hearing the compliments from the elders, Tsuneya Shiro Shinen put his hands behind his back, smiled triumphantly, and thought to himself. Kuchiki Kyosuke, you are still too young. Compete with me. You are not qualified at all. However, his decision has a fatal hidden danger. That is, once Kuchiki Kyosuke can escape from assassination after assassination, Area 0 will become the territory of Kid. What Tsuneya Shiro Shinen did was tantamount to luring the wolf into the house and inviting the tiger to take a nap beside his bed. At that time, it will be easy to invite God and difficult to send God away. However, according to previous experience, Tsuneya Shiro Manuhiro didn't feel that such a worst-case scenario would happen. But what Tsuneya Shiro Shinen didn't expect was that all his calculations were actually within Kuchiki Kyosuke's expectations. Before setting off, Kuchiki Kyosuke accurately predicted how the Tsuneya Shiro family would respond. This is actually not difficult, because the behavior style of these nobles is well known to passers-by. The hard part is staying strong, and that's exactly what Kuchiki Kyosuke has. The greedy and conceited Tsuneya Shiro family will definitely take the most arrogant way to deal with it. As long as the strength is sufficient, the opponent can pay a heavy price. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke is heading in that direction. The first thing he had to do was to kill Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan in front of him. After the injury, Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan became more and more calm. He looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with a strange expression, and slowly said the last few words. I know your name, I know your strength, so I want to beat you openly. But it seems impossible now, so since this is the case, let me show you the power of God. After finishing speaking, Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan seemed to be feeling something with his heart, and an indescribable power zone erupted through his whole body. Interesting. But you are a completely different person. Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled lightly at the Shinigami who was exuding a terrifying aura everywhere in front of him. He has already seen that the opponent's Zanpakuto and strength are not so simple. Because of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't have the most powerful ultimate move, so he came to a quick fight. He wanted to see what the Tsuneya Shiro family's confidence was in daring to deal with him. It seems that this energy that can fully tap the potential of Shinigami is the means of the Tsuneya Shiro family. To be honest, it was a little stronger than he expected. Under the watchful eyes of Daluo Dongguan, Kuchiki Kyosuke clearly saw that the opponent's whole body was wrapped by an extremely powerful force. He doesn't know whether this power is considered divine power, but he knows that it is not so much that Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan controls this power, it is better to say that this power controls Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan. Through the 8 wonders of perfect realm, Kuchiki Kyosuke saw things that Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan himself did not realize. It is this force that Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan is acting on now. It'll be more interesting when I twist your head off later. Kuchiki Kyosuke, you shouldn't be against our Tsuneya Shiro family. Feeling the power rushing out of his whole body, Nade Jinyan, holding a spear in his hand, is full of confidence. There is no way, this force is too strong, and the feeling that everything is under control is really invincible. After hearing what Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan said, Kuchiki Kyosuke was speechless. So, Siridi is good in everything, but there are too many demons like you. It's a good Siridi, messed up by you monsters and making a mess. He really couldn't understand the thoughts of these people, and he didn't bother to understand. Kuchiki Kyosuke will use his own way to wipe away their stupid ideas. While thinking, Kuchiki Kyosuke took a very basic kendo pose. There are no gorgeous tricks or fancy postures, only the sharp blades are shining with cold white light. For a time, the surrounding air unexpectedly. It's all getting colder. A rushing momentum radiates in all directions, shocking the world. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't even use the shikai. Feeling this astonishing momentum, Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan, who was full of confidence just now, felt a little nervous for no reason. He swallowed, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Tsuneya Shiriken instinctively felt fear from the aura transmitted from the young man. But this shouldn't be possible. With such supreme power, he shouldn't be afraid of anyone. In the end, Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan stabilized his heart with a strong will. I will never lose, because I have the power of a god. The only response to him was an extremely bright knife light. Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife, the light of the knife is condensed and sharp, like a clear spring, heart-shattering, bright and dazzling. It's just that the way Kuchiki Kyosuke moves is extremely random, and it doesn't even seem to make any sense at all. That's right. It just doesn't make any sense, because the range of his moves didn't even cover Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan completely. In combat, grasping distance is the most basic skill, an instinct engraved in the soul of a warrior. Kuchiki Kyosuke can't even do this well, no matter how powerful this move is, it can't be a threat. Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan made a judgment in a split second, and said mockingly, only children would do such a knife. After finishing speaking, Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan thought about using the length of the weapon to play the game, first dodging and then breaking the move. However, the next moment, he was stunned. Because at this moment, the center of Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan's eyes is full of that bright sword light. It stands to reason that such a sharp knife light should be very fast. But in his eyes, the knife light was moving slowly. Can such a move hit people? This was Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan's first thought. But, immediately, he saw the extraordinariness of this knife. This knife is like an infinite extension in an infinite space, but these infinite possibilities all converge on this knife. The sword is thrown out very casually, but an eternal trajectory is born. It seems that the moment the move is made, the end of the enemy in the embarrassing has been predetermined. Next, no matter how the enemy moves around or tries to resolve it, it will be of no avail. This is like the ruling of fate, which cannot be violated, but can only be accepted. What Kuchiki Kyosuke is using now is not a pure chopping technique, but has some other concepts in it. Now his Daluo Cave View has reached the perfect state. It can be said that in battle, Kuchiki Kyosuke can see every movement of the enemy in detail, every 10 expression changes. Kuchiki Kyosuke can even discern a trace of fate. In addition, his soul-slaying realm has been promoted to a more proficient realm. Thinking of the combination of the two, Kuchiki Kyosuke's cutting technique has correspondingly undergone extremely strange changes. Ordinary moves, after the enemy sees them, they can know how to break the move, and at worst know how to dodge or defend. Whether you can avoid it or prevent it is one thing, but at least you know how to deal with it. But now, in the face of Kuchiki Kyosuke's slashing technique, the ordinary way of dealing with it is completely ineffective. This is an unreasonable and conventional move, and it cannot be defended or dodged. If you don't have a deep background and a strong enough mind, the moment you see the light of the knife, you will be taken away by the wool attached to it. The current Tsuneya Shirojinyan has fallen into such a situation. However, Tsuneya Shirojinyan is not a complete waste. This Shinigami still has a little faith in his heart after all. At the last moment, Tsuneya Shirojinyan suddenly woke up. Wrong. There's something quirky about it. This looks like a frontal battle, but the opponent must have played some tricks. This idea suddenly popped up in Tsuneya Shirojinyan's mind. Chapter 87. Tsuneya Shirojinyan, who broke free from the shackles, unleashed his strongest ultimate move without hesitation. On his spear blade, a dazzling blood-red lotus bloomed. Immediately, the red lotus exploded, turning into blossoming bloody sharp blades and flying towards Kuchiki Kyosuke. This move is very dangerous. Anything touched by these bloody air blades, no matter how hard it is, will be turned into nothingness. But everything he did didn't affect Kuchiki Kyosuke's seemingly unhurried knife light at all. The light of the saber in midair suddenly accelerated, directly piercing through Kamade Jinden's chest. The light of the knife twists and cuts the space. During the process, the light of the knife also rippled and smashed all the red lotus air blades. Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife seems to be a simple move, but it contains unimaginable power. Tsuneya Shirojinyan looked at the wound on his chest with an expression of disbelief. It turns out that this knife is not slow. As he spoke, strands of golden light began to mend the wound on his chest. Soon, Tsuneya Shirojinyan's injured area recovered as before, and this scene was very much like a virtual high-speed regeneration. I see. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded, and immediately understood the origin of the powerful force in the opponent's body. It would not be an exaggeration to say that such power is the power of the gods. In fact, the high-speed regeneration ability of ordinary Menos Grande cannot repair this wound so quickly. You must know that the knife contains Kuchiki Kyosuke's slashing technique, and it is really difficult for ordinary power to work on it. In fact, Tsuneya Shirojinyan still feels a dull pain in his chest. Although the wounds on the body healed, the pain that cut the soul could not be eliminated. For this reason, Tsuneya Shirojinyan did not continue to attack, but calmed down and said in doubt. How did you see through my Zanpakuto abilities? This is also what Tsuneya Shirojinyan has been unable to understand. Since the fight until now, Kuchiki Kyosuke seems to have avoided head-on collisions with his own weapons. In fact, his Zanpakuto named Blood Lotus after Shikai, besides being able to change form, also has the property of one-hit fatality. This ability is the power of Suilian 06. Anything but tough will crumble to pieces at the touch of his spear blade. Therefore, Tsuneya Shirojinyan can declare victory simply by stabbing the opponent's body or Zanpakuto with Zanpakuto. His last move, Red Lotus Explosion, is actually the release of Zanpakuto's ability. However, all these schemes of Tsuneya Shirojinyan became useless. Kuchiki Kyosuke's slashing technique is so weird that Tsuneya Shirojinyan couldn't catch any flaws. Over the centuries, Yokonanda developed his Zanpakuto abilities to ultimate. The power of the Blood Lotus in the Shikai state already has the lethality not inferior to Benkai Zanpakuto. As long as it is touched by the Gunblade and Blood Lotus, the captain-level Shinigami will also suffer heavy damage. But with such a powerful ability, when facing Kuchiki Kyosuke, it became a decoration. Regarding this, the more Tsuneya Shirojinyan thought about it, the more puzzled he became, and the more he thought about it, the more incredible he became. When a person becomes too self-righteous, dire consequences ensue. It's because you are so confident in your abilities that you put everything on your face. Kuchiki Kyosuke admitted that the opponent's Zanpakuto ability is not bad. If you are caught off guard and suddenly attacked by such an ability, it will indeed be very troublesome. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke had already seen through all the opponent's cards from Tsuneya Shirojinyan's confident expression. He was wary of the opponent from the beginning. A Shinigami's Zanpakuto ability is often the key to victory, but once the ability is known, or even suspected, it is less effective. Of course, it's useless even if Tsuneya Shirojinyan hides his ability well. Kuchiki Kyosuke is a Daludongwan with a perfect state. He will neither be easily attacked by others, nor will he be deceived by the enemy's camouflage and illusion. As long as you use the ability of Daluo Cave to observe, everything about the enemy will be invisible in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke. So, although Tsuneya Shiro's Zanpakuto is very capable, it is destined to not have any effect on Kuchiki Kyo. Since this is the case, let's decide the outcome in an upright manner. After the soul-tearing pain was relieved, Tsuneya Shirojinyan yelled, holding the gun with both hands, and the gun shot out like a dragon. Blood lotus burst. His spear blades stabbed out at high speed continuously, and bloody lotus flowers bloomed with each shot. Facing such an extraordinary monster as Kuchiki Kyosuke, Tsuneya Shirojinyan poured all his strength into this wave of offensive. Whether it's Reiatsu, physical strength, or the supreme power in the body, all of them are poured into the little gun blade and the blossoming blood lotus. At this moment, he almost burned his life and soul. This is not a metaphor, but a real description, because Tsuneya Shirojinyan's strength is insufficient, and if he wants to drive the supernatural power in his body, he must sacrifice his soul and life. This is the price one must pay for using the power of gods with a mortal body, and it cannot be avoided. And for all this, Tsuneya Jinyan has no complaints or regrets. With the blessing of strong faith and supreme divine power, this wave of his offensive is like a storm, continuous and amazing. This is also the strongest move that Tsuneya Shirojinyan has played so far, and his soul and belief are placed in it. However, in the face of Tsuneya Shirojinyan's overwhelming serial offensive, Kuchiki Kyosuke is still indifferent. Sound the bombing, T. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who had liberated Zanpakuto, raised his hand lightly, tenfold increase, splitting void. A huge barrier connecting heaven and earth stands in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke, protecting him firmly. The shadows of guns all over the sky and the terrifying blood lotus hit the splitting void barrier, but they couldn't penetrate it immediately. However, under the stabbing of the lightning-like spear blade, the tenfold increased splitting void barrier didn't last long, and slowly shattered. It's just that Kuchiki Kyosuke, who lost his defense, didn't show any panic. At this moment, he even had time to open the Daluo Cave View and carefully observe the blood lotus constantly blooming in the sky. The destructive power of the blood lotus is many times stronger than before, and that power can really enhance Tsuneya Shirojinyan's strength in all aspects. After observation and comparison, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a decision in his heart. Then, he waved again, splitting void. Just for a moment, several splitting void barriers gathered around Kuchiki Kyosuke. At this moment, Tsuneya Shirojinyan had already left with the gun, and Shunpo was behind Kuchiki Kyosuke. However, looking at the several high-level Bakud barriers erected in front of him again, Tsuneya Shirojinyan almost collapsed. He tried his best to play moves that could threaten the opponent, but he only needed to wave his hand to set up an endless barrier. Master Kuchiki Kyosuke Kid is even the title of God of Kid. Tsuneya Shirojinyan has naturally heard of it a lot. He knew that the opponent's kid was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. This is why Kuchiki Kyosuke is indifferent to the opponent's offensive. Even if that divine power can increase Tsuneya Shirojinyan's strength several times, it is impossible to pose a threat to him. Now he can't lose. When Kuchiki Kyosuke observed the divine power with great interest, Tsuneya Shirojinyan did not give up. He summoned up the last bit of strength in his whole body, and issued another decisive blow. Under the impact of divine power and Zanpakuto's ability, the heavy splitting void barriers laid by Kuchiki Kyosuke shattered. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke keenly noticed that the divine power condensed on the opponent's Zanpakuto had a special restraint effect on Kid. Otherwise, with this guy's strength, it would be impossible to break so many splitting void barriers. But this is not important anymore. Fighting so far, Kuchiki Kyosuke has seen through all the means of the opponent. Then it's time to end. Sparkle. At the moment when the last splitting void barrier was shattered, Kuchiki Kyosuke flashed and flew past Tsuneya Shirojinyan's body. Under the insight of his perfect Daluo Cave View, the flaws in Tsuneya Shirojinyan's moves and physical weaknesses can be seen at a glance. The moment the two passed by, a dazzling cold light suddenly burst out from the tea river in Kuchiki Kyosuke's hand. This cold light flashed away, and then everything returned to calm. Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife is very particular, and it hits the vital point directly, aiming to instantly kill the enemy. And throughout the whole process, the angle of Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife is also very mysterious, just avoiding the opponent's strongest point. Even if the other party burns out their life and soul, it is impossible to perfectly integrate that supreme divine power. What the opponent can do is to borrow the power of divine power to a certain extent. As Kuchiki Kyosuke observed before, it is the divine power that takes the initiative, not Tsuneya Shirojinyan. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife can accurately bypass the opponent's divine defense and go straight to the vital point. With the flash of the knife, the blossoming blood lotus that chased Kuchiki Kyosuke's figure quickly disintegrated and turned into nothingness. The lock knot and soul sleep were destroyed at the same time. Even that divine power was powerless. Revolving heaven, Tsuneya Shirojinyan was completely hopeless now. He looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with extremely unwilling and shocked eyes, and murmured, "It's impossible, I have the power of a god, how could I lose?" Until the last moment, Tsuneya Shirojinyan still couldn't believe everything in front of him. With the profound skills accumulated over a century of hard work, coupled with the supreme divine power and extremely firm belief, he originally thought that he could be invincible like the power of the blood lotus. But all of this is so fragile in front of the monster Kuchiki Kyosuke. From the beginning to the end, he was like a joke, thinking he had caught everything, but in the end he was empty-handed and vulnerable. "You do have the power of a god, so?" Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his eyebrows, twisted his wrist, twisted the saber, and put the saber back into its sheath beautifully. He said indifferently, "You have divine power and I can kill you. There is no contradiction." Kuchiki Kyosuke is still very satisfied with Tsuneya Shirojinyan's opponent. The other party has a firm will and extraordinary skills, and is the kind of real strong man. And only by constantly fighting against such opponents can one improve one's strength and unearth the deep potential of the 8 miraculous skills. Glancing at the unrepentant Tsuneya Shirojinyan, Kuchiki Kyosuke thought to himself, "It's a pity that my newly unlocked 8 strange skills can't increase a lot of proficiency in battle, or this wave won't make a lot of money. However, the power of this guy is quite interesting. I didn't expect the research of the Tsuneya Shiro family to be really successful." Speaking of which, the Tsuneya Shiro family really gave him a big surprise this time. He didn't expect that the Tsuneya Shiro family would actually apply the Soul King fragment to actual combat. The power possessed by Tsuneya Jinyan is the power of the Soul King, which is regarded as the top power in the Shinigami world. However, even if the opponent possesses such supreme power, he cannot change the fate of being beheaded by Kuchiki Kyosuke. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who has the 8 wonders of the 4th gate perfect realm, does not say that he can tear the Spirit King with his hands, but it is still easy to destroy the power of the Spirit King. Kuchiki Kyosuke began to summarize his results from this battle. First of all, he already has Reiatsu, who has a high-level captain, and the normal captain is a bad fish. In addition, it once again proves that Dejong has unlimited potential. Now Shikai's power cannot be said to be weak, but only semi-invincible. In addition, in this battle, Kuchiki Kyosuke's biggest gain is to see some characteristics of the power of the Soul King clearly. The reason why Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan was able to use the power of the Spirit King was because he had fragments of the Spirit King on his body. These Soul King fragments should have been obtained by the Tsuneya Shiro family's massacre of the real-life Fullbringer. But in the final analysis, the fragments of the Spirit King belong to a part of the Spirit King, and the Spirit King is the only god in this world. The existence of the Spirit King involves the origin of the world, and it can also be said to be the biggest secret of the Shinigami world. The actions of the two biggest villains are based on this secret and revolve around King Ling. In the Shinigami world, Spirit Kings are so important. 080. The Shinigami world is divided into the Chaos world, the Primordial world, and the Three Realms. The era of the chaotic world is unreliable, and the world is in chaos without anything's an ecology. It wasn't until the primordial world that there were souls, human beings, and time and space. At that time, about 110,000 years ago, human beings and the universe coexisted in the same world. At that time, the concept of death did not exist, and human beings lived forever. It's just because human beings are very weak, so they can't escape the engulfment of Su. Because there was endless food, it was a virtual golden age, and there were various Menos Grande everywhere, and human beings were miserable. It wasn't until the Spirit King appeared and started killing all kinds of Menos Grande that he was freed. The body of the Spirit King contains the power of Quincy, Shinigami, and Fullbringer at the same time, especially the power of Quincy can completely wipe out all living beings. This kind of power made the ancestors of the Tsuneya Shiro family of the five great nobles feel afraid. He was afraid that the Spirit King's power of destruction would threaten them, so he teamed up with the other four nobles to attack the Spirit King. The five nobles used the Spirit King as a wedge to divide the original world, formed the Three Realms, and established the spirit circulation system. During the whole process, King Ling didn't resist, as if he had expected all of this. Even so, the ancestors of the Tsuneya Shiro family were still afraid of the revenge of the Soul King, so they chopped up the Soul King who had become a wedge. Because the body of the Spirit King contained divine power, they couldn't completely destroy the cut parts of the Spirit King with all their means. The ancestors of the Tsuneya Shiro family could only throw these divided pieces of the Spirit King into the Three Realms. The parts of the Spirit King will automatically possess humans with high spiritual power, which is the origin of the full manifestor. Simply put, the spiritual power of the Spirit Lord is the power beyond the Quincy Master, Shinigami, and Fullbringer. To some extent, the Soul King who has gathered the power of Shinigami, Quincy, and Fullman is the creator god of this world. Because of coveting the immortal power of the Spirit King, the current Tsuneya Shiro family will attack the group of full manifestors. Originally, Kuchiki Kyosuke was very disdainful about this. The ancestors of these guys did not manage to gather this kind of divine power back then, let alone the now decayed Tsuneya Shiro family. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke did not expect that the Tsuneya Shiro family really developed the power of the Soul King fragment. After thinking for a while, an image of a gentle and nice old man with thick glasses flashed in his mind. Kuchiki Kyosuke believes that the Tsuneya Shiro family must have achieved some results in the research on the fragments of the Soul King. Otherwise, during the Millennium Bloody Battle, it would have been impossible for that scumbag Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata to create an artificial Soul King by relying on some Soul King fragments and the power left over from the battlefield. However, he also believes that there should be a shadow of Aizen in it. This is because Kuchiki is very familiar with Aizen's character and mannerisms. This guy, like Kaika Suigetsu over there, often completes the plan and achieves the goal without making a fuss. Is it you? Aizen. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked up in the direction of the 5th Division. Chapter 88. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes seemed to have penetrated through many obstacles, and saw Aizen directly. It is not unreasonable for Kuchiki Kyosuke to doubt Aizen like this. For a long time, Aizen has been paying attention to himself. After experiencing the Hueco Mundo War, it is even more impossible for this ambitious captain of the 5th Division to let himself go. Since Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't notice Aizen's methods on the bright side, then the opponent must have used his usual secret tricks again. Aizen with Hagyaku in hand can indeed take the application of the Soul Lord fragment a step further. But since this matter is inseparable from Aizen, why didn't the city bank remind me? Thinking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke had a guess. It seems that because of the last Hueco Mundo operation, Aizen has become suspicious of Ichimaru-jin, and maybe even from the beginning, Aizen knew that Ichimaru-jin had bad intentions. However, because Aizen is extremely confident in his own strength, he has not dismantled Ichimaru-jin. Aizen has always been curious about what kind of means Ichimaru-jin will use to carry out the assassination, so he keeps Ichimaru-jin by his side. Because of his strong talent, Aizen actually has a little bit of a lonely and defeated mood. As a result, Ichimaru-jin's performance did not disappoint Aizen, and directly killed Aizen's life. If it weren't for the perfect Hagyaku's ability to bring the dead back to life, Aizen would have really failed. Whatever the reason, though, Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't really care. He was not strong enough before, and Ichimaru-jin was needed to provide intelligence to check and balance Aizen. Now Kuchiki Kyosuke already has the confidence and strength to turn the table. At worst, he directly activates the unparalleled posture and kills all directions. As far as the current situation is concerned, Aizen really has to play this game with him. Now, Kuchiki Kyosuke has taken the initiative. As for the future, Aizen is even less likely to have any right to speak. He's really a scary person. At the same time, in the team building of the 5th Division, Ichimaru-jin pretended to wipe the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, and said with a smile. "The grand kid can't really see us, can he?" Aizen, who wears Captain Hayori and has an unruly expression, is completely different from the image in front of everyone. No one would have imagined that Captain Aizen, who is always pleasant to everyone, would have such a look and eyes. Glancing at the staring Kuchiki Kyosuke on the monitor, Aizen said casually, "Who knows? This big kid has so many tricks that even I can't see through." Ichimaru-jin looked surprised. Does Kuchiki Kyosuke have such strength? It's really scary. Then, he changed the topic. Isn't the Spirit King fragment from the Spirit King's power? Why can't you beat Kuchiki Kyosuke like this? The two tacitly did not mention that Aizen secretly helped the Tsuneyashiro family control the fragments of the Soul King. This part of the plan, Aizen did not tell Ichimaru-jin. As for the reason, Ichimaru-jin is naturally well aware. He didn't pretend to be smart to try or quibble, which would only make Aizen feel that he was boring. The truth is, no matter how gaudy Ichimaru-jin says, it is impossible to hide from Aizen's eyes. The reason why he was able to lurk here in Aizen was not because he was flawless, but because of Aizen's acquiescence. The way Ichimaru-jin is handling it now is the way of a smart person. Seeing that Ichimaru-jin didn't mention the situation of the Yayoi family, Aizen looked at Ichimaru-jin again in his heart. In his opinion, it doesn't matter whether Ichimaru-jin has two hearts or not, as long as the other party is interesting enough. Just now, Ichimaru-jin's performance aroused Aizen's interest again. Therefore, he patiently explained. The power of our world is based on the soul, and a strong soul equals a strong talent and potential. However, the only way to draw out the power of the soul is the liberation of the mind, and this is the principle of Zanpakuchikai and Bankai. Obtaining the divine power of the Spirit King is equivalent to obtaining part of the potential and talent of the Spirit King, but without a strong will, this part of the potential cannot be liberated. Kinyan Tsuneyashiro is like a mediocre person who came to the treasure house without a key. In the final analysis, mortals can only look up to the light of gods, even if they are lucky enough to be bathed in this light, they are only mortals after all. One day is an ant, and you can't escape the heart of an ant. That weak heart is not enough to control a powerful force. I see. Ichimaru-jin understood the subtext in Aizen's words. That is, if you only obtain divine power without the corresponding divine heart, you can only be a mortal in the end, at most a false god. So the question is Kuchiki Kyosuke who defeated the false god a human being or a god? Does this peerless genius of the same age as him have the so-called heart of God? At this point, Aizen continued. Moreover, the bodies and souls of mortals are too weak to carry such a powerful force. Even if this Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan can get away with defeating Kuchiki Kyosuke this time, the structure of his body and soul will collapse afterwards. That's why, he assuredly handed over this technology to the Tsuneya Shiro family. Originally, he was thinking about the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. It's just that the conditions are not ripe, so Aizen hasn't done it for a long time. Now that Kuchiki Kyosuke has conflicts with the Tsuneya Shiro family, he can go along with the flow and hand over this immature technology to the Tsuneya Shiro family. In this way, Kuchiki Kyosuke can be killed with a knife, and part of the strength of the Tsuneya Shiro family can also be consumed. In the future, it will be easier for him to control the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. Hearing this, Ichimarujin nodded thoughtfully. It's no wonder that Fulman cannot be cultivated, because the body cannot adapt to the strength of the Spirit King's fragments. In fact, he was a little anxious. Aizen has opened Shikai to analyze the mystery of the power of the Spirit King, but Ichimarujin has no chance to start. Although in the daily relationship, the captain of the 5th squad seems to be completely defenseless against himself, as if he can solve the opponent with a single blow. However, Ichimarujin knew that this was all an illusion. The opponent's flaws are the same as that Zanpakuto, all Kaika Suigetsu. As long as Ichimarujin dares to fight, he must be the one who dies in the end. Just because he was sure of this, Ichimarujin didn't do anything. Fortunately, he is not fighting alone. With Kuchiki Kyosuke as a powerful ally, he will not despair no matter what. In the end, Aizen made his own conclusion, so it is meaningless to simply imitate or steal. Only by going out of your own way can you set foot on the sky. After his research and analysis, he saw that the fragments of the Spirit King and the power of the Spirit King were just a trap. Unless one possesses soul power beyond the will of the Spirit King, it is a dead end. It is impossible for anyone to obliterate the will in the Spirit King's divine power, and the result is to become the puppet and meaning carrier of the Spirit King. Just like that Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan, who burned himself in the end, but only maintained the existence of the Spirit King's divine power, and never really controlled this power at all. At this time, Aizen's eyes became more determined, and only perfect beautiful jade and beyond the boundaries are the only way out. On a hillside in Rukonga 80 district, Kuchiki Kyosuke was recalling some characteristics of the power of the Soul King's fragment. Like Aizen, he disdained to wield such power. He felt that only by maintaining the purity of the self could he evolve to a higher level, and he might even surpass the Creator God, the Spirit King. The fragments of the Spirit King contain the will of the Spirit King, and they might contaminate themselves. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke is still very interested in learning about some of the characteristics of the Spirit King's divine power. After all, this kind of power constitutes the cornerstone of the world in front of us, and there is no harm in knowing more about it. Moreover, the Spirit King itself is also the source of the Fullbringer, Shinigami, and Quincy Master. Studying the power of each other is really helpful for self-improvement. Earlier, Kuchiki Kyosuke had noticed that Tsuneya Shiro Kinhiro's Zanpakuto attack was actually closer to Shinigami's Kid. Therefore, he deliberately used the splitting void barrier for defense. Originally, Kuchiki Kyosuke's crushing Reiatsu combined with advanced Kid skills should be able to ignore Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan's attack. But the opponent's Zanpakuto shattered his splitting void barrier. This is because the divine power of the Spirit King is at work. Kuchiki Kyosuke feels that the simple increase in ability is not enough to perfectly explain this phenomenon. This may be because the divine power of the Spirit King is the embodiment of the rules of the world, and it can be said to be the highest power. Because of this, moves with this kind of power can break the barrier of splitting void across realms. Kuchiki Kyosuke even suspects that the power of the Spirit King is the true omniscient power. As for Yubaka's so-called all-knowing and omnipotent ability, it actually has great limitations, and it is not even as comprehensive as Kuchiki Kyosuke's Feng Kaokuman. This kind of high-level power may correspond to a higher control over the spirit, just like Shenkong in the state of destroying the holy body. The basic composition of Shinigami's world is spiritual suns and utensils, and there are no so-called powers of various elements. All elemental reactions are essentially changes in the form and structure of spirits. And Shinigami's Reiatsu, or the power of the soul, can manipulate the structure and shape of the spirit, and thus have a series of elemental reactions. In response to this elemental reaction, there are ice-type Zanpakuto, fire-type Zanpakuto, and other abilities. Theoretically, as long as one's own soul is strong enough, one can directly control spirit particles and produce various elemental reactions without the assistance of Zanpakuto and Kid. For example, as long as Reiatsu on the blade is strengthened, Kuchiki Kyosuke can cut down with a single knife, and the enemy can be frozen directly without any ice system Zanpakuto and Kid. After some analysis, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt a sudden realization. So the divine power of the Spirit King is the true omniscience and omnipotence. Under the blessing of high-level power, not only the strength of power has been increased, but also the control authority of spirit particles has been improved. With this in mind, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a clear idea of the path he will take in the future. It is not enough to improve Reiatsu and strength, but also to strengthen the control over Lingzi. At present, the best way is to break through your own limits. It is possible that virtual and Shinigami have different corresponding permissions. After the fusion of the two, the authority to control the spirits has been further improved, and the performance is naturally breaking through the limit and greatly increasing the strength. In this regard, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt that his best solution was to use the power of the perfect Hagyaku. For the rest of the time, his main energy was still spent on improving and unlocking the 8 magic skills. Kuchiki Kyosuke enhances his strength and breaks the limit, which will strengthen his control over the rules of the world, but the 8 wonders are 8 rules. And this power of rules can only be fully controlled by him. Under the same level, Kuchiki Kyosuke has mastered the power of 8 more rules than others, so he can be invincible naturally. So, next, Kuchiki Kyosuke is in no rush to leave Rukanga. He began to walk through the most dangerous areas. This time, his main purpose is not to cut people but to save them. Kuchiki Kyosuke transformed into a hanging pot to help the world. Benevolent doctor. Of course, if he encounters a scumbag who doesn't open his eyes, he will still kill him. With the power of Kite alone, Kuchiki Kyosuke has been able to become a qualified doctor. But with only Kite's power, he won't waste his time grabbing the work of the 4th team. With this time, he might as well touch fish, relax or go shopping and fight with Ise Nanao. Kuchiki Kyosuke's motivation to persist in treating diseases and saving lives in Rukanga lies in the prompt on the virtual screen in front of him, both hands, proficiency 31%. After reaching the consummation state of Daluo Cave Temple, the new 8 miraculous skills he unlocked is Shuankanshao. This 8 miraculous skill has the terrifying healing ability of raw bones and living dead. If he had perfect hands and an indestructible body created by the immortal thief Liuku, it would be hard for Kuchiki Kyosuke to die. It has to be said that the previous proficiency is still very easy to improve. Walking around in Rukanga, plus the previous accumulation, Kyosuke's proficiency in both hands has reached 31%. As for the effect, all those who have used it say it is good, even those big villains who were hacked and cured by Kuchiki Kyosuke also said it was good. However, his attempt to get stuck was unsuccessful. This system seems to have some monitoring measures. Any wounds caused by Kuchiki Kyosuke will not increase the proficiency of both hands after treatment. It is outrageous that even if it is indirectly caused, it will not work. Therefore, his evil idea of trying to catch a person who crazily brushed his proficiency also failed. On this day, Kuchiki Kyosuke walked towards a beautiful mountain. This place is located in the 70th district of West Rukanga, which is considered a relatively backward area, and the surrounding area is not very safe. The reason why Kuchiki Kyosuke came here is to relax. Treating patients every day, although you can receive a lot of gratitude and admiration, but occasionally you will be tired. The main reason is mental fatigue. While treating the trauma, Kuchiki Kyosuke can also feel the internal injuries of some residents. Naturally, a lot of negative emotions have accumulated. The vast majority of Rukonga's civilians are reorganized families. Because of the special mechanism of the Soul Society, many people are not even from the same era. It may take a long time for some dead people to appear in Rukonga, so naturally there is no way to find their original relatives. It's just that even if you have a new family here, the longing for your loved ones will not stop. During the treatment, Kuchiki Kyosuke was able to feel the emotions of these people acutely. Generally speaking, the civilians of Rukonga are just alive, not happy. It stands to reason that this world can be divided in a more reasonable way, but the rules are like this. At present, Kuchiki Kyosuke has no way to change this rule. It may seem to high-level people that these animals will eventually be reincarnated anyway and become part of the spiritual cycle. In this case, there is no need to think too hard about these whole ideas. For this kind of system, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not used to it. In this regard, Kurako Shunsui thinks similarly to him, and both of them have opinions on the current system. It's just that Kurako Shunsui is full of worries, his hands are tied, and he has no way to change if he wants to change. Kuchiki Kyosuke is waiting for the day when all the 8 magic skills will be completed. At that time, he will do what he says, and he doesn't need to think so much at all. Having lived in Soul Society for so long, he is not only familiar with the life and environment here, but also the people here. In Kuchiki Kyosuke's view, the world is very malleable, and he can't wait to shape and change the whole world according to his will. Chapter 89. To some extent, people in Seireiti are a group of dead people, so they are all dead-headed. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke has long since given up the idea of convincing people with reason, and pure language does not work for some people. Just like when he confronted Tsunoya Shiro Jinyan just now, even if the opponent insisted that the Tsunoya Shiro family was on the side of justice, he was very self-righteous. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't say much either, because it didn't matter at all. After his strength reached a certain level, he looked away. You don't need to persuade others, you don't need to let others agree with you, and you don't need to understand some people's ideas. Those inherent thoughts formed over thousands of years have long since decayed and deteriorated, like rotten wounds. To deal with this kind of wound, the best way to deal with it is to cut it with a knife and cut the carrion. Kuchiki Kyosuke thinks so, does so, and he has the ability to do so. On a high mountain, Kuchiki Kyosuke walks slowly. These days, he has seen a lot in Rukonga and learned a lot. These perceptions cannot directly improve his strength, but they have virtually broadened his horizons and enhanced his state of mind. These improvements cannot be seen at this stage, but when the strength reaches the bottleneck in the future, they will be able to reflect their due value. When thinking, Kuchiki Kyosuke's spiritual sense is in the state of being scattered but full of spirit, and he can still receive the necessary information even though he didn't observe it specially. Without any accident, he found the mouse hiding in the shadow. These assassins ordered by the Tsunoya Shiro family have never stopped these days and have been attacking him continuously. Fortunately, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a perfect state of Daluo Cave View, so he is not afraid of sneak attack at all, otherwise he will be exhausted if his nerves are tense all the time. After the assassin appeared, without any hesitation, Shunpo came to Kuchiki Kyosuke directly, and then waved his hand and slashed at Kuchiki Kyosuke's vitals. The weapons used by the assassins are small wrist blade-like weapons, concealed and sharp, and coated with a poison specifically for Shinigami. This blow was so sinister and vicious that ordinary people would never be able to react to it. Successful. Seeing that the opponent had no reaction at all when the sharp blade came to his body, the assassin looked excited. What is the most powerful kid leader in history? What is Hueco Mundo killing God? Nothing more. This dead man had already started to fantasize about the day when he would become famous, beheading such a big shot with his own hands, and he would be able to raise conditions at will, whatever he wanted. It's so boring. Kuchiki Kyosuke said with a single blow. The simple white hits has unimaginable strength, and the condensed Reiatsu directly shattered the killer's right shoulder and sent him flying. At the same time, Japanese stocks are like the powerful Reiatsu 510 in the vast starry sky, permeating the entire space. Ah, my! Holding his injured arm, he rolled to the ground. The killer screamed out in agony, then became speechless and was crushed to the ground. Under the pressure of terror Reiatsu, he didn't even have the strength to speak. Such an assassination method without aesthetic feeling made Kuchiki Kyosuke feel a little bored. Are these people really damned for not doing even the most basic research before coming here? It is better to count on the reality that he will suddenly die from a serious illness than expecting to be able to assassinate himself with such a risky strike. It can be said that one of Kuchiki Kyosuke's most powerful means is his amazing perception and observation ability. He can even vaguely see the monitoring device in the spiritual state, not to mention these snail-speed assassins. If you want to rely on speed to surprise yourself without relying on the number of people, that is a dream. Soon, the assassin on the ground was completely out of breath. Under the pressure of Kuchiki Kyosuke horror Reiatsu, the already seriously injured killer stopped breathing. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke casually looked up and thought, "This is interesting, let's pass the time with you for a while." His spiritual sense and Daluo's Cave View clearly saw a group of killers quietly surrounding him. The white hits and shunpo levels of these Sing army soldiers are very good, and they are also absolute experts in concealing aura. Moreover, they also pay great attention to teamwork and have all kinds of black technology equipment provided by the Technology Development Bureau. Therefore, even if they are unarmed, they can bring down Shikai Zanpakute's chief. It's just that the concealment methods they are proud of are completely invisible in front of the Daluo Cave Temple in the perfect state. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at it carefully for a while, then shook his head. I thought that since these people have an army structure, they might have some unique skills, such as military formation coordination and the like. However, after his observation, there is indeed cooperation, but in essence, they still fight on their own. In the final analysis, their cooperation is not accomplished through skills, but by strength and personal experience. Of course, there are also factors of mutual familiarity. They can complete a very delicate cooperation with each other, but it won't work if they are replaced by others. After all, this is only the result of personal strength and time accumulation, which is not surprising. Kuchiki Kyosuke knew that the Sing army was originally the private army of the nobles, and it was normal for the Tsuneyashiro family to control part of the Sing army personnel. In this regard, the Kuchiki family and the Shihaoran family can also do it. It's just that generally speaking, they won't direct these Sing troops to do some shady things. After thinking about it, Kuchiki Kyosuke still gave up the method of directly washing the ground with kid. This is really simple and fast, but not enough to decompress. Coincidentally, as Kuchiki Kyosuke continued to accumulate in chopping skills, he was almost touching the edge of Bankai. After all, while at Hueco Mundo, he worked hard on Zanpakut. As a result, Kuchiki Kyosuke's control over Taejeong became more handy. This is exactly the first step of Bankai, all that remains is to free the mind and practice sword meditation, so that the image of Zanpakut can be concretized. The tea after Shikai is already so strong and invincible, how powerful the tea after Bankai can be, even Kuchiki Kyosuke himself can't imagine. And if the 8 wonders are unlocked later, Kuchiki Kyosuke can further transform Zanpakut and Zanpakut's Bankai. Mad scientists like Xingori and Urahara Kisuke have already accomplished such transformations. Thinking about it this way, Kuchiki Kyosuke also has some expectations in his heart about how invincible Tei is in his strongest form. While thinking, Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced at the dead soldiers who were eager to try with calm eyes. These people happened to be the nourishment for unblocking Zanpakut. Immediately afterwards, Kuchiki Kyosuke drew Tei and began to fight with the purest slashing technique. Like the beast named Zaraki Kenpeiki, he didn't use all of his Reiatsu to fight this time either. But even if he deliberately suppressed his Reiatsu and didn't use any kid, none of these killers is his one-sided enemy. Although several of the dead men had Shikai'd Zanpakut, it was still not enough to see in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke. He slashed out at random, seemingly without speed or strength, and his soft, slow appearance was really threatening. This kind of slashing technique is not to mention the school of swordsmanship, it doesn't even conform to the basic principle of swordsmanship, it can be said to be extremely clumsy, like a child's scribbles, there is no technique at all. Every killer thinks that he can easily dodge such a slash, and then counterattack. The combat thinking formed by their years of training tells them that this is the most perfect and appropriate way. So, every dead man dodges without thinking, and then, there is no more. They clearly dodged the snow-bright cold light, but the moment they dodged, somehow they bumped into each other's sharp blade. Until death came, they didn't understand how they were recruited. They thought it was the ability of the other party's Zanpakut or some kind of weird kid. But in fact, this is just the purest cutting technique, without any other abilities. No logic, no common sense, but unpredictable, this is Kuchiki Kyosuke's chopping technique. The principle is very simple to put it bluntly. Kuchiki Kyosuke's moves look weird and different from ordinary routines. That's because they are not popular. This is Kuchiki Kyosuke's unique chopping technique. It is a special kendo deduced on the basis of several 8 wonders of perfection. It has unpredictable power. For other schools of swordsmanship, no matter how complicated the sword theory is, they are actually based on the consideration of various situations, or they have specialized their own style. But no matter what, these sword principles are generally aimed at oneself. And Kuchiki Kyosuke's chopping technique returns to the original principle of chopping technique, which is to defeat the enemy. His, Agdi, slashing technique is impermanent and invisible, and is not limited to specific rules, but changes freely according to the characteristics of the enemy. While making moves, Kuchiki Kyosuke has predicted all possible countermeasures of the enemy. Therefore, every move of his is tailor-made for the opponent, just like the choice of fate. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, Kuchiki Kyosuke can pull out the bullet with the opponent's name written on it. Because of this, the enemy cannot avoid his moves, because all the changes of the opponent are within his expectation. Because there are no variables or accidents, Kuchiki Kyosuke's Dijiang will definitely hit the enemy. This feeling of controlling everything is really good. During the battle, Kuchiki Kyosuke devoted himself to killing the enemy while constantly improving his mind and the realm of cutting skills. Gradually, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt a stronger connection with Zanpakut in his hands. He knew he was not far from Bankai. However, he will not rush for success. After all, with the 8 wonders of the 4th gate, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a profound background and powerful combat power. For now, Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't need to use too crude a means to develop his own Bankai. As the ultimate liberation of Shinigami Zanpakut, there is no way for ordinary Shinigami to complete this practice, but it does not mean that there are no shortcuts. Actually, Kuchiki Kyosuke still knows some ways to learn Bankai quickly. It's just that these methods are more or less hidden dangers, so he naturally won't use them. Kuchiki Kyosuke believes that as the realm improves, Dijiang's god-level Zanpakut will inevitably shine more dazzlingly, just like his chopping technique. This process is just as natural as it should be. With his strength and talent, there is no need to summon him. Kuchiki Kyosuke just stabbed one step at a time, one person at a time, and soon the enemy in front of him had been killed in 7s and 80s. He found that most of the dead soldiers were very stubborn, and they didn't know how to fear and give up at all. As long as the goal is determined, these people will not stop, even if they die without regret. Kuchiki Kyosuke thinks it's not how firm their beliefs are, but that they don't have too complicated feelings. This kind of dead man has been brainwashed and stupid, and has no normal judgment ability at all. No wonder these people can make excellent tool people. However, soon Kuchiki Kyosuke frowned, and his spiritual sense spread, and he saw something abnormal. Noticing the scene in the distance, he thought to himself, it seems that not all dead soldiers have no brains, but it seems that this one is too. Intellect is limited. In the distance, a dead warrior suddenly grabbed a female Shinigami, who came step by step and shouted at Kuchiki Kyosuke. This Shinigami should be with you, as long as you behave. Shinigami, held hostage by the black-clothed killer, is a tall, straightforward, and cute girl. Idiots! Kuchiki Kyosuke's body swayed slightly, and disappeared for a moment, and the right arm of the sun exploded immediately. In fact, the moment Kuchiki Kyosuke disappeared, this experienced killer had already reacted. As the small leader of the Sing army, his reaction ability, combat experience, and Shunpo level are not comparable to ordinary Sing army Shinigami. But Kuchiki Kyosuke's Shunpo was too fast. This Sing Jun Shinigami was able to react with his brain, but his body didn't. He just felt his eyes go dark, and then there was a sharp pain in his right arm. This old and vicious Sing Jun killer didn't even know what kind of moves the opponent used to attack him. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke has returned to the original place gracefully, his left hand is holding a very moist and soft plump body. This killer still has some brains, but crooked ones. I don't know what this person thinks, he thinks that he can threaten himself by pulling anyone over on the road. If I really think that I am the kind of soft-hearted protagonist in the center of the manga, who really can't do anything, Kuchiki Kyosuke will never hesitate to make a move. Sometimes dragging your feet and trying to save everyone just hurts you and yourself. Only by being decisive and vicious enough can the enemy be deterred, which is the most effective way to save people. Of course, this kind of enemy in front of him is not enough to make Kuchiki Kyosuke serious. Even his Shunpo couldn't react, so he still wanted to play wits with himself. I'm sorry that with your strength, there is no need to use a second thought to solve you. It wasn't until he heard the killer's screams that Kotetsu Aizen recovered and realized that he was saved. She raised her head and looked at the pretty face in front of her eyes and the warm breath from the other person. She felt weak all over and her eyes were blurred. Almost all female Shinigami praise this face. While indulging in gratitude, Kotetsu Aizen also felt a little uneasy. She felt very ashamed, thinking that her own reasons had almost dragged down the famous grand kid. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced at the very familiar girl in front of him. The other party was dressed in a black domineering outfit, with short silver grey hair tied in a few braids, and a pair of red striped earrings hanging down from the back of his ears. Although he is tall and plump, his round face and golden pupils give him the cuteness of a simple and honest feline. This person is Kotetsu Aizen, the third seat of the fourth team, and I don't know why the other party came to Rukonga Deep Yamanaka. It's Hutch Sangzi, how did you get caught by this person? Having doubts in his heart, Kuchiki Kyosuke asked. Looking at the fainted Sing Jun killer, Kotetsu Aizen said with some fear in a soft voice. I came here to collect some medicinal materials and practice kite. Who knew that this person appeared suddenly and arrested me, but fortunately Master Kuchiki saved me. In her heart, she is very grateful and trusts Kuchiki Kyosuke. At the moment of being held hostage, Kotetsu Aizen fell into despair. Because he is not good at fighting and has not experienced many battles, Kotetsu Aizen is powerless to resist at all. Chapter 90. Now recalling the terrifying killing intent on that person, Kotetsu Aizen is still terrified, and his body is still trembling a little. She couldn't help leaning towards Kuchiki Kyosuke. After listening to Kotetsu Aizen's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at Kotetsu Aizen with interest. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and directly as Shunpo dragged the killer on the ground to Kotetsu Aizen. Heal this man's injury and show me. Since it was fate to meet each other, he didn't mind pointing at the other party's kite and medical skills. Yes. As soon as he saw the patient, Kotetsu Aizen was no longer afraid, and his expression became very firm. She looked at the other party's injury, and on the surface it was an ordinary trauma. Although such an injury looks scary, it is only a small problem for Shinigami, and he only needs timely treatment to save his life. As for the broken arm, there is no other way. To deal with this kind of common trauma, Kotetsu Aizen is very handy as the third seat of the fourth team. The reason is that many of their patients are from the 11th team. As a combat team, the Shinigami of the 11th team generally have an arrogant attitude, but when something really happens, they really can. For those who are fighting on the front line, injuries are just commonplace, and most of them are traumatic injuries. However, Kotetsu Aizen didn't slack off even if he performed this kind of treatment for an unknown number of times, and still concentrated all his attention. Seeing this scene, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded in satisfaction, and deliberately asked, "This person wanted to hurt you just now, so you want to save him?" "I only know that I am the Shinigami of the 4th division, so I want to save lives." Kotetsu Aizen looked sincere, obviously thinking so in his heart. Next, Kuchiki Kyosuke did not speak and carefully observed Kotetsu Aizen's demeanor when he saved the life. When performing kaide, it is a bit like when Shinigami slays people. It needs to be very careful, and it is also a matter of life and death. If you are distracted or disturbed when killing people, you will be killed by others. If you can't concentrate when saving people, it will lead to accidents. Asking, which seems to be usable without chanting, is actually very difficult to learn. At least in terms of concentration, Kotetsu Aizen is impeccable and is indeed a qualified kaide user. Just when Kuchiki Kyosuke was about to give advice on Kotetsu Aizen's medical skills, another family meeting was held in the Tsuneyashiro family meeting hall. It's just that Tsuneyashiro Shinian and the other elders lost the confidence and composure they had before, and the whole meeting hall was dead silent, which could be heard. Everyone's expressions were ugly, and the atmosphere was very dignified. Half a day later, Tsuneyashiro Shinian frowned and said, "How many days has it been? Why is this man not dead? Then our previous decision, isn't it shooting ourselves in the foot?" His tone was full of unwillingness and shock. Facing the tough killers they dispatched one after another, this Kuchiki Kyosuke really survived. Won't the damn BD be tired and hurt? In the past, Tsuneyashiro Shinian thought he was smart enough to assign the gate of the Qingjing Pagoda Linju to the kid people. In his view, as long as Kuchiki Kyosuke dies, the leaderless kid will inevitably decline again. At that time, their Tsuneyashiro family will be able to easily control the kid people, so that the Zone 0 that has been marked out can be returned to their own hands. The plan was perfect, but something went wrong in a critical link. For some reason, they just can't kill this Kuchiki Kyosuke. Now things are in trouble, and the originally seemingly brilliant plan has become ridiculous. This made Tsuneyashiro Manuto look like a clown. Now he regrets it too much, but there is nothing he can do. The order was given by them themselves, and taking it back now is tantamount to slapping themselves in the face. If it is forcibly withdrawn, the Kuchiki family will definitely give Kuchiki Kyosuke a head, and their best result is a tie if they don't take it for granted. In the end, they were unable to reclaim their lost territories. For the Tsuneyashiro family, a series of operations can only lose troops and generals, and they have to voluntarily give up their territory, which is tantamount to slapping Nishiro in the face. Neither the family nor himself could accept such a result. Therefore, Tsuneyashiro Shinian is now ready to concentrate all his strength on Kuchiki Kyosuke. After a moment of silence, Rikan elders offered their own opinions. It's all because Tsuneyashiro Jinyan was too careless and refused to bring elite soldiers to besiege that kid. Patriarch, you can't wait any longer, continue to use the power of that lord. If this continues, our Tsuneyashiro family will become a laughing stock, and Kuchiki Kyosuke must die. There is no way, there are always people who have to sacrifice, and it is the glory of those people to dedicate themselves to the great Tsuneyashiro. Hearing this, Tsuneyashiro Shinian, who originally planned to do so, gritted his teeth and said, "Although using those powers will deplete our elites, we really can't use them anymore. The Soul King technology obtained from Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is immature, and the person who bears the power will inevitably die due to physical collapse. Ordinary dead warriors can't bear this kind of power at all, and they will explode and die the moment they are implanted. Therefore, only those centuries-old masters under their hands are qualified to use this kind of power and persist for a period of time. But in the end, these centuries-old powerhouses could not escape the fate of death. And these powerhouses are the heritage of their Tsuneyashiro family, so if you use some, you will use less." Originally, Yayoi Shinin wanted to use these subordinates to kill the Shiba family's life history. In his heart, he has a comprehensive plan. If he succeeds, he will definitely become the head of the 5 nobles, and maybe he will become the top 4 nobles by then. It's just that Kuchiki Kyosuke is too difficult to deal with. Tsuneyashiro Shinin and the Tsuneyashiro family dare not wait any longer. Every day the monster lived, they couldn't sleep or eat. So, they decided to kill Kuchiki Kyosuke completely regardless of the consequences. Of course Kuchiki Kyosuke was unaware of the almost crazy idea of the Tsuneyashiro family. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke is looking at Kotetsu Aizen, who is focused on saving lives. Why is this happening? Kotetsu Aizen's round face was covered with sweat. As usual, she concentrated on casting Kide, but there was no reaction at all. This person's wound was like a black hole, swallowing her Reiatsu completely, but the wound didn't show any improvement. Kotetsu Aizen thought he was not good enough and made a mistake. She felt very guilty and blamed herself. Seeing Kotetsu Aizen's unaffected expression, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded, "This girl is worthy of the word benevolence of a doctor." He comforted Kotetsu Aizen saying, "The essence of Kide is the same as Zanpakuto and other Kid, involving Reiatsu and the confrontation of will. This person's soul has been destroyed by my Reiatsu and will, so it cannot be saved. Even if the will and Reiatsu and his sword pressure did not destroy the opponent's soul structure, it is impossible to heal this person with Kotetsu Aizen's Reiatsu. Because the Reiatsu of the two are not at the same level at all, the Reiatsu left by Kuchiki Kyosuke in the opponent's wound exceeds the limit of Kotetsu Aizen. Therefore, this seemingly ordinary injury is actually beyond the scope of Kotetsu Aizen's ability." After hearing what Kuchiki Kyosuke said, Kotetsu Aizen breathed a sigh of relief, and patted the big white rabbit on his chest. "Master Kuchiki is really amazing. As a Grand Master of Medicine, she naturally knows how strong Reiatsu is needed to do this. The strength of this Kuchiki-sama is really unfathomable." Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled and said, "Actually, you don't have to be so polite to me, just call me by my name." He is still very optimistic about this girl. In the Millennium Bloody Battle, Kotetsu Aizen also performed very well. Relying on his good Kide level, he saved many lives. Such a Shinigami is worth making friends with Kuchiki Kyosuke. What's more, Kotetsu Aizen is still a cute girl. How is this possible? You are the famous head of the Kid, and the noble young master of the Kuchiki family. I must not call you by your first name, it is too disrespectful." Kotetsu Aizen stared at his round eyes, looking like a cute little tiger. Kuchiki Kyosuke is not impressed by this. "As far as I know, some people have some prejudice and contempt for the Shinigami of your 4th team, but in my opinion, that's just because they are too ignorant and stupid. If you stick with that title, that puts me on the same level as those people. I think this is the biggest insult to me, don't you think?" Kuchiki Kyosuke knows that the Shinigami of the 11th team have been fighting on the front line, basically doing the most dangerous things. Some of them do have pride, but that doesn't mean they're free to mock other Shinigami. After all, even the support team members of the 4th division are silently contributing, not to mention that the Kid people under Kuchiki Kyosuke's management have always been taking corresponding risks and responsibilities. Besides, Kuchiki Kyosuke has such strength and talent, and he has always been low-key and down-to-earth. What right do these guys have to laugh at others? After hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, Kotetsu Aizen dared not say anything, wanted to refute but couldn't say anything. But she seems really afraid to call Kuchiki Kyosuke directly. Forget it, do as you like. It was just a title, and Kuchiki didn't take it to heart. Thank you, Kuchiki-sama. Kotetsu Aizen breathed a sigh of relief seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke give up his previous thoughts. But from this, she also found that the eldest kid in front of her seemed to be different from those big men. He was a truly generous person. Moreover, Kotetsu Aizen can feel that the other party has a special temperament. Let's go, I'll take you back. Considering that Kotetsu Aizen had just been frightened, Kuchiki Kyosuke decided to send the opponent to a safer area before speaking. 0. Seeking flowers. In fact, this is also because Kotetsu Aizen is not good at fighting, and his fighting spirit and vigilance are not good enough. Otherwise, with her Reiatsu level, even if she is not the opponent of the Jun killer, she will not be powerless to resist. Logically speaking, this part of the area is not able to threaten the existence of Kotetsu Aizen, but who makes this beauty look like a tiger is actually Hello Kit. Woolen cloth. Kotetsu Aizen's heart warmed up again, and he said gratefully, Master Kuchiki has bothered you. Looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke's kind eyes and calm expression, Kotetsu Aizen thought to himself, Captain Anohana, you may have missed this time, Mr. Kuchiki is really a very gentle person. Before that, she had heard the team leader comment on this big kid leader. The other party's original words were, the appearance is leisurely, but the inside is unfathomable. He is a very dangerous person. But after getting in touch with him, Kotetsu Aizen found that this elder kid is a rare good person. This elder kid is so powerful and yet so gentle, it is really admirable and touching. Excited. Although the chilling Jun killer lying on the ground may have a different opinion about Kuchiki Kyosuke, but he is speechless, so his opinion doesn't matter. Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly, it's a small effort, don't take it to heart, I just have some questions I want to ask. To Kuchiki Kyosuke's modest statement, Kotetsu Aizen waved his hands again and again, saying that he dare not. She could see that this elder kid had an extremely profound level of kide. Not to mention that the opposing kid is the strongest in the entire Seireitei, she really has nothing to teach. While whispering some personal insights to Kotetsu Aizen, Kuchiki was also aware of Kotetsu Aizen's peculiar pace. This girl is obviously tall, but when she walks, she chooses to walk with small, awkward steps. That cautious look looks very cute. Kuchiki Kyosuke knew this was because Kotetsu Aizen had always felt a little inferior because of his tall stature. Kuchiki Kyosuke also knew that in order not to let herself continue to grow taller, she ate some unnutritious porridge every meal, but even so, the height did not stop growing. At the beginning of the discussion on kide and medical skills, Kotetsu Aizen seemed to be a different person, and he immediately became confident, and he was no longer the timid group before. Looking at Kotetsu Aizen's radiant face as if reborn, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded secretly. Kotetsu Aizen is actually not lacking in courage and self-confidence, but he is a little afraid of areas that he is not good at. Another important reason is that the other party is too kind and does not want to hurt others. If the other party didn't have the confidence and momentum they should have at all, then Kuchiki Kyosuke wouldn't have talked so much with Kotetsu Aizen at all. He patiently explained. I thought that Reiatsu was the root of Shinigami, even if they were fatally injured, as long as they had high-quality Reiatsu, Shinigami could return to life. 0. In fact, this phenomenon is not an isolated case, and some ignorance is such a creature. When Shinigami engage in fierce confrontation and shoot with all their strength, you can feel the opponent's true thoughts from the opponent's Reiatsu. In this regard, Reiatsu, like chakra in the neighboring Hokage village, can become a carrier of wool. That's why by restoring Shinigami's Reiatsu it works as a cure, and that's why the Reiatsu is immortal. Only Reiatsu is strong enough to carry the will of the soul itself. Because of this, high-level Shinigami and Su will fall into hell, unable to truly die. Just because their Reiatsu is too strong, the soul can continue to exist through Reiatsu. In the Shinigami world, the soul is the body of life, and the rest are just appearances. As long as the soul is immortal, people will not really die. After hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words here, Kotetsu Aizen seems to have seen the new world, and his mood is probably similar to "I don't understand, but I am very shocked." She said very excitedly, "Master Kuchiki, although I have never heard of these before, I can feel that this is very useful knowledge." With her level, it is naturally impossible to accurately judge the truth or falsehood of Kuchiki Kyosuke's theories, and she even only understands a small part. But combined with some therapy experience, Kotetsu Aizen felt that Kuchiki Kyosuke should be right. This made her fond of Kuchiki Kyosuke even more. Kuchiki Kyosuke encouraged Kotetsu Aizen. "Sooner or later you will put this knowledge to good use, and I believe you have the talent. Even if you don't believe in yourself, believe in me." He could see that Kotetsu Aizen's biggest problem was lack of self-confidence. That's why Kuchiki Kyosuke said this in order to strengthen the other party's belief. As long as Kotetsu Aizen can become confident and make good use of the knowledge he just learned, he will definitely have a bright future in medicine. You know, what Kuchiki Kyosuke said just now is full of dry stuff, and most people can't hear it if they want to hear it. Although he didn't spend much time on Kaide, in terms of medicine, he is the strongest and it's not too wide. Chapter 91. In fact, before time travel, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't know much about medicine. But ever since he mastered the perfect state of Liuku Immortal Thief, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a full understanding of the various mysteries and basic structures of the spirit body. Kuchiki Kyosuke's understanding of the spirit body is second to none, and he is an absolute expert. Even Kuratsuka Mayuri and Sayalaporo, who can put people on the operating table at every turn, can't compare with him in this respect. As a result, Kuchiki Kyosuke naturally possesses medical skills that ordinary people cannot possess, and advanced medical skills have greatly added to Kaide. It can be said that his medical skills, chopping skills, and kid are all self-contained and unmatched. The reason is that each of these three kinds of RU is supported by one of the 8 wonders of consummation realm. Just like what he thought before, each of the 8 miraculous skills in the perfect realm also represents an extremely advanced method of cultivation. Because of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke acquired some extremely unique medical knowledge and theories. He felt that even a genius like Urahara Kisuke would not be able to master this knowledge. In the Shinigami world, knowledge is also a kind of power, and it is still a very powerful force. However, the law is not passed on lightly. Most of the high-end knowledge in the Shinigami world is monopolized by nobles like the Tsunoya Shiro family. The Corridor of the Great Soul book is the encyclopedia of the Shinigami world, with all-inclusive content, and even various taboo knowledge. The reason why Kuchiki Kyosuke taught this part of medical knowledge to Kotetsu Aizen is actually the idea of cherishing talent. The two walked while talking, and when the sun was setting, they came to the vicinity of the first district. "Come here then, I have a lot to deal with at Rukanga." At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke did not want to return to Seireitei immediately because of his troubles. In Seireitei, he can certainly get a lot of help, and there is an absolutely safe place to rest. 1, 2, 3 However, Kuchiki Kyosuke wants to solve his troubles completely. This time, he didn't want to hurt the Tsunoya Shiro family, but wanted to kill them directly. Before parting, Kuchiki Kyosuke could naturally see that Kotetsu Aizen was reluctant. He knew it was because he had just saved the other party, and with Kotetsu Aizen's character, he would naturally rely on him. So Kuchiki Kyosuke laughed and said, "As long as you have time, you can come to me to discuss some medical issues at any time, and I welcome you at any time. After all, Shinigami of your 4th team is an expert in this aspect, and you are the only ones who can discuss this aspect with me." "Really? That's great. Kotetsu Aizen exclaimed in a rare voice, and even waved his fist happily. After she reacted, she blushed and changed back to that little Niao-iron appearance. Obviously has an unusually tall body, but is so soft and cute. This kind of contrast is really charming, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled, and then waved goodbye to the third seat of the 4th division. Next, he has to deal with attacks from all directions, but chatting with such a girl really helps to ease his mood. Moreover, what he just said is not a lie. In the entire Seireitei, the only one who can discuss medical skills with him is Kotetsu Aizen. Although Kuratsuka Mayuri's medical skills are high, they are actually closer to the black technology of spiritual body transformation, which cannot be regarded as normal medical skills at all. As for Anohanaretsu's Kaide level, there is no doubt about it, but I am afraid that after the two communicate for a while, Anohana wants to kill people instead of saving them. Kuchiki Kyosuke can see the fire in each other's heart. These years Anohanaretsu endured very painful and difficult. Now Anohanaretsu should be very eager to fight against the master. If I, a master of slashing techniques, keeps dangling in front of the opponent, isn't that the same as putting flowers in front of bees? Therefore, unless Kuchiki Kyosuke wants to compete with Anohanaretsu, otherwise, there is a high probability that he will not appear in front of Anohanaretsu. And the two of them are bound to fight. This is the sympathy and recognition between the masters. It was a fight that Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't pass up, and one that he craved. After all, it would be a pity if he didn't show off his hard-working cutting skills. But ordinary enemies don't even have the qualifications to let him draw his sword, let alone comprehend the mysteries of his slashing technique. In terms of slashing techniques, Kenpeki and Anohana are considered the purest and strongest in the entire Seireitei. In Kuchiki Kyosuke's view, only these two people are qualified to appreciate the beauty of his chopping technique. In Rukonga, Kuchiki Kyosuke stopped healing again. He has cured all the patients amazingly fast. With such a healing speed, even Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th team, can only feel ashamed. All the people in the village were very grateful to him and entertained him with the best things. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the 41% proficiency and didn't linger too much here. In this hierarchical world, even if he is tolerant and doesn't put on airs, these villagers still feel uncomfortable. It seems that this is almost the limit of Rukonga. Next, we need to change the way to improve the proficiency of both hands. So far, both hands is the 8 wonders that Kuchiki Kyosuke finds most difficult to improve. Of course, this may also be because he has unlocked too many 8 wonders, which makes it more difficult to improve the proficiency of the new 8 wonders. However, the conditions for improving Shuangquanchao itself are a bit harsh, and Shuangquanchao in Xiaocheng realm needs a master healer to quickly improve proficiency. However, how can a master be easily injured, unless Kuchiki Kyosuke plays a black hand in order to increase his proficiency? However, the system had thought of this a long time ago and blocked the road. Kuchiki Kyosuke pondered, since we have decided to attack the Tsunoya Shiro family, why not take the opportunity to see if we can do something, and take the opportunity to improve the proficiency of both hands. Each of the 8 Gate 8 Wonders is a magical skill, and each of the 8 gates has a power beyond Shinigami Bankai. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke will not give up no matter which of the 8 wonders is, and he will try to improve his proficiency as soon as possible to unlock all of them. When he was thinking, his figure was erratic, and his spiritual sense Reiatsu became more and more unpredictable. In fact, if Kuchiki Kyosuke hadn't deliberately released Reiatsu, it would not have been easy for the Tsunoya Shiro family to lock his position through the image. Kuchiki Kyosuke is now consuming the vitality of the Tsunoya Shiro family. As long as he doesn't fall, nothing will happen to the kid. And in Rukonga, Kuchiki Kyosuke is more hands-off. After all, in Seireitei, the Shinigami cannot free Zanpakuto at will. If Kuchiki Kyosuke wants Bankai, he must use Zanpakuto a lot and liberate Zanpakuto a lot, so that he can better communicate with the sword spirit. This time, Kuchiki Kyosuke also chose an extremely remote location. The place he approached was already close to the border of the Soul Society. This is also the place where he came to restabilize the enchantment last time. There are many forbidden places near here, including the place where the Komamura people live. Then, at this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke's spiritual sense moved, and he felt a slight Reiatsu breath coming quickly. Noticing the imposing manner of the person coming, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, at last, there is someone to watch. To be honest, batches of assassins are not fatal, but very annoying. Kuchiki Kyosuke owns Liuku Immortal Thief, extremely energetic, and the endurance is so strong that it is outrageous. He felt that an ordinary captain might overturn in the face of this continuous offensive. Now Kuchiki Kyosuke has killed enough ordinary dead soldiers, and he wants to challenge stronger opponents. Moreover, Kuchiki Kyosuke is very curious what 10 steps the Tsuneyashiro family has reached in the research and application of the main fragments. It would be nice if he could figure something out of it and push the limits of the Shinigami without hollow. To be honest, Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't really want to break his own limit by means of hollow, even if he has obtained the perfect beautiful jade. There is no other reason, but it is too ugly. After hollow, not only his appearance will be greatly reduced, but he may even become brainless, just like Aizen before. Without hollow, it can be said that there is nothing left to do. Once he finished hollow, he lost his mind, and dared to let a monster like Urahara Kisuke, who is comparable to a Doraemon, touch his body. As a result, I won the Seal Kid developed by Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukubishi, and then played GG in the final battle and was directly sealed. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't really think about using hollow to break the limit of Shinigami. At this moment, he saw a middle-aged Shinigami moving in front of him like a ghost. This person is wearing a black death suit, but there is no fan team logo on it, and the Zanpakuta in his hand has turned into a metal claw. Under the view of Daluo Cave, the movement trajectory of this person is clearly visible, but Kuchiki Kyosuke did not take the opportunity to attack the opponent. Because the assassin who came this time seemed to be a rare honest man. He wants to see what this guy has to say. Yo! Are you the big kid chief, Kuchiki Kyosuke? The visitor looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke curiously, but his personality was a little cheerful. My name is Tsuneyashiro Takashi, and I am the one who wants to take your life. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked curiously at the figure from Shunpo in front of him and said. Don't you choose to sneak attack? This way the chances of winning are higher. Your speed is not too slow, and if you want to sneak attack, it is not impossible. He thought back on this Tsuneyashiro Takashi's Shunpo, and always felt that this person's Shunpo was slightly different from the normal one. Immediately, Kuchiki Kyosuke seemed to think of something, concentrated his attention and fully displayed the Daluo Cave, looking at the core of Tsuneyashiro Takashi. After a divine light flashed in his eyes, Kuchiki Kyosuke saw a cloud of mixed and violent energy in Tsuneyashiro Takashi's heart. This is exactly the power of the virtual, representing Tsuneyashi, the Shinigami who is implanted with the virtual factor. Therefore, the Tsuneyashiro Takashi in front of me is a Shinigami that can be hollowed, a masked Shinigami similar to Hirako Shinji and the others. Most importantly, this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke saw or felt the power of the fragment belonging to the Soul King. Good Guy, Hollow, and Ling Wang fragments are placed in this stack of buf. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke also became interested. He really wanted to know how powerful Tsuneyashiro Takashi could exert after such a double strengthening. After hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, Tsuneyashiro Takashi laughed. Forget it, I don't want to die, it is impossible to succeed in the sneak attack. Really? Kuchiki Kyosuke was a little puzzled, how do you know? In his heart, he has already begun to think whether this is Tsuneyashiro Takashi's special ability. After all, the current Tsuneyashiro Takashi is Shikai Zanpakuta, it doesn't look like a strengthening system, so it may be kid or a rule system. That unreasonable rule system is a bit troublesome. Until now, Kuchiki Kyosuke still remembers how pervert Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan's blood lotus power was under the blessing of the Spirit King's divine power. It was released at will like no money, and the destructive power was amazing. The power of the Spirit King for the rule system. The blessing of strength is really disgusting. Unlike those murderous killers who are very manic, Tsuneya Shiro Takashi is very calm and seems to have a good temper. At this time, he patiently explained, "I'm not those trash. If you don't have beyond the conventional perception ability, it is impossible to be alive now, absolutely impossible. In fact, you only need to think about it for a while to know this point. This Kuchiki Kyosuke can calmly deal with attacks again and again, and he must have a special trick." Tsuneya Shiro Takashi is not the group of old men who can only talk but not do it. He guessed right away that the elder kid was fearless of sneak attacks. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to persevere until now. The reason why Tsuneya Shiro Takashi talked about perception ability is because he thinks this possibility is the greatest. "You are really different from those mindless assassins." Kuchiki Kyosuke heard that the other party was testing his ability. He immediately understood that this guy's cheerfulness might be just a disguise, and the other party was using this disguise to make the opponent lose vigilance and collect intelligence. Then this person's combat IQ is not bad. It seems that this battle can be fought quickly. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke just doesn't care. In fact, he also wanted to collect information about the other party. After all, it was the first time he encountered the superposition of the Spirit King's fragments and the power of the void. Kuchiki Kyosuke really wanted to see what kind of wonderful reaction would happen when the two combined. Maybe this could reveal part of the secret of the Spirit King's divine power. When mentioning those people, Tsuneya Shiro Takashi also looked disdainful. That group of people are more powerful than anyone else in pointing fingers, and they are not good at fighting. They are the first to lie down. Then do you know that you are going to die? Now, Kuchiki Kyosuke is really interested in Tsuneya Takashi. This person doesn't seem to be the kind of die-hard member of the Tsuneya Shiro family. If so, why does the other party risk his life to make a 1.0 against himself? He has long seen that the damage to the body caused by the fragments of the Spirit King will cause irreversible fatal injuries. Choosing the fragments of the Spirit King means choosing death. Could it be that the other party has some clues that fell into the hands of the Tsuneya Shiro family, such as relatives being kidnapped or something? In this regard, Kuchiki Kyosuke is somewhat curious. But the other party's answer was completely beyond Kuchiki Kyosuke's expectation. I knew it before implanting that power." Speaking of this, Tsuneya Shiro Takashi hesitated for a moment, and continued to answer. "I just want to experience the power of King Ling and Su personally. I just think it's very interesting." Hearing the somewhat crude answer, Kuchiki Kyosuke was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood that the guy in front of him was a real fun person. Just because he thinks it's funny, he takes his own life. This kind of person sounds ridiculous at first, but it's scary when you think about it carefully. Kuchiki Kyosuke said quietly, "Since this is the case, let me see what kind of state your pursuit of fun will take you to. You can rest assured, I'm very good." After finishing speaking, Tsuneya Shiro Takashi flashed his figure, and instantly came to Kuchiki Kyosuke, and swung his claws. Amid the howling sound of piercing the air, 5 extremely sharp metal claws straightened Kuchiki Kyosuke's face. In the nick of time, Kuchiki Kyosuke dodged out of the way and would have been disfigured had he been a little slower. Because of the experience of fighting against Tsuneya Shiro Kinyan before, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't want to get in touch with the opponent's Zanpakuto. Who knows if there is anything weird about this guy's Zanpakuto ability? If Tsuneya Shiro Jinyan's ability is not very fancy, it's okay to say, he is not afraid of head-to-head. I'm afraid that those who directly absorb Reiatsu like the glazed peacock will be caught off guard, and ordinary people will really suffer a big loss. Although Kuchiki Kyosuke has a way to deal with it, it is better not to take risks if you can. Chapter 92. After the shot was missed, Tsuneyashiro Takashi did not have any surprises, and said with a smile, "You are really strong." After saying this, the aura of this Shinigami changed suddenly. I saw that Tsuneyashiro Takashi wiped his face with his hands, and a bone mask covered his face. This is the unique white mask of Su. Immediately, Tsuneyashiro Takashi's Reiatsu became complicated and extremely heavy. Under the berserk impact of the mighty Reiatsu, sand and rocks were flying, and the world was dark. Kuchiki Kyosuke on one side is naturally different. He keeps observing the other's body changes with Daluo Cave View with a calm expression. Very quickly, the hollow was completed with a snap. The white mask looked very firm and stable, and the eyes were very clear, as if the consciousness was occupied by the void. Well, it is indeed a very perfect hollow, and it seems that Su's power has spread to the Zanpakuto in the hands of Tsuneyashiro Takashi. After a little thought, Kuchiki came to a conclusion. It should be the power of Hagyaku and the Spirit King that accelerated the process of hollow. Otherwise, normally speaking, no matter what, this guy couldn't have mastered hollow so quickly. And it seems to be very perfect. It seems that it has not been invaded by the power of the void, at least it has maintained a certain degree of self. The Spirit King fragment may have played a vital role here. After all, there are several kinds of incomparably powerful forces in Ling Wang's body at the same time, and they can also maintain a perfect balance, reinforcing each other to the extent beyond the limit. I have to say that this kid is very decisive, and after the move, he will turn around. Ah! At this moment, Tsuneyashiro Takashi couldn't help but let out an inhuman roar. After shouting, he felt the incomparably powerful power in his whole body, nodded and said, "Is this the power of Su? It's really interesting." After finishing speaking, Tsuneyashiro Takashi stepped out in one step, and his body was instantly informed, and his speed was more than a notch faster than before. Kuchiki Kyosuke saw at a glance that this was a unique ringing. However, Tsuneyashiro Takashi's reincarnation is the same as Shunpo in the Shinigami state, and has undergone a certain transformation, becoming different from the original form. Clearly this is a benign change. Seeing the other party's faint 06 pace of fusion of Shinigami Shunpo and Hibiki, Kuchiki Kyosuke thought of the superb speed of the middle-class Kinyahoku and the four great nobles. It is a combination of Shinigami's Shunpo, Ironcar's spin and Quincy's flying scythe. The combination of the three advantages makes this movement extremely fast. Tsuneyashiro Takashi in front of him is of course far away from that level, but Kuchiki Kyosuke also understands why the Namiyo family chose this person to be the host of the Spirit Jade Fragments. Obviously this person's loyalty is not as good as that of the previous killer, and he may lose control. Now it seems that it is because this guy's soul is very strange, even if it is not specially stimulated, Tsuneyashiro Takashi can unconsciously use the power of the Soul King. Good. If so, don't hold back too much. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked slightly cold, and then stabbed out with a knife. Tsuneyashiro Takashi, who was flying towards him, swung his claws down, but somehow used all his brows. Before that, he didn't realize the threat of this knife at all. He saw the opponent's move, but instinctively thought that it was impossible to hit himself. With one blow, Kuniheo Takashi's shoulder started to bleed as expected. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, stared at the sharp blade and took a step forward. After a little adjustment, he stabbed forward with the metal claws in his hand. Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately understood that Tsuneyashiro Takashi was aware of the characteristics of his virtual power and planned to use Hollow's advantage. Sure enough, as Kuchiki Kyosuke retreated with the knife drawn, the wound on the opponent's shoulder responded quickly. This is the power of high-speed regeneration. My hollow is not bad. Tsuneyashiro Takashi showed a very sunny smile to Kuchiki Kyosuke, then moved forward with a sound, and continued to chase Kuchiki Kyosuke. This guy isn't using Zanpakuto the right way. After dodging the opponent's attack casually, Kuchiki Kyosuke noticed that the 2 times Tsuneyashiro Takashi adjusted slightly before attacking. Shinigami is extremely familiar with Zanpakuto, and there is no need to adjust posture and footwork when making moves. They are generally able to attack from any angle. But Tsuneyashio Takashi did not do this. The reason is that the Zanpakuto in the hands of the other party has become different, and it is because of this change that the other party has become unsuitable. Seeing Tsuneyuro Takashi's somewhat awkward handling of Zanpakuto, Kuchiki Kyosuke had an idea in his mind. This guy's Zanpakuto may also have a mystery. Does it mean that this guy can return to the sword after hollow? He became more and more curious. However, if things go on like this, Tijong in the sealed state alone is not enough to pose too much threat to Namiyo Takashi. Fighting like this, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't see anything at all. Tsuneyashiro Takashi also looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke curiously, and said doubtfully, "You are really strange, you seem to be able to see through every attack of mine with ease. You don't seem to rely on your perception, but your eyesight, but what's the matter with your slashing technique? Why can't I understand it?" In fact, there is one sentence that Tsuneyashiro Takashi did not say: the other party still does not have Shikai, nor did they use Kid. In other words, so far, the two have reached the same starting line. Even if he still has the power of the Spirit King and hasn't used it, the other party has hidden two ultimate moves. Now it's up to who gets impatient first. Tsuneyashiro Takashi thinks that if he competes with patience, he will definitely not lose. The virtual steel skin and high-speed regeneration are really suitable for protracted battles. The longer the time, the greater the advantage. With this thought in mind, Tsuneyashiro Takashi concentrated his mind and tried to concentrate the power of Hollow and Shinigami Reiatsu beyond the limit on the sharp claws. He can feel that he now has a power that he didn't dare to think about before, but even with the help of his family, he still can't fully exert this power. Tsuneyashiro Takashi, who has just completed Hollow, can only display half of his own strength at most. With the concentration of attention, he can finally exert more power. The power to break the limit is the power beyond the dimension, and it has infinite possibilities in itself. With a loud roar, Tsuneyashiro Takashi rushed towards Kuchiki Kyosuke with incredible speed and power. This time, in the face of the masked Shinigami attacking again, Kuchiki Kyosuke did not stay on. He said softly, "Sound the bombing, Dijiang." In an instant, the sharp blade in Kuchiki Kyosuke's hand turned into a magnificent and sharp weapon. Then, he waved his hand lightly, "Kid unifies, Tien doubles." In the blink of an eye, he released several high-level Kid, and lightning, fire, and frost raged across the area. After everything calmed down, the surrounding terrain had completely changed. This is the current strength of Kuchiki Kyosuke, who can easily change the terrain distance. Yamamoto Genrisai's strength that can affect the whole world is not selected. You really are not such an easy opponent to defeat. Masked Shinigami Tsuna and Takashi said excitedly. It's great to meet an enemy like you at the end of your life. Thanks to the Tsuneyashiro family, thanks to the head of the family, and thanks to Ling Wangtian. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling that the fighting spirit in his body was boiling, and along with it, there was a continuous stream of supreme divine power. Now the white hits formed by his ordinary punches already have the strength of a captain. With the blessing of fighting will, his perception of the power of the Spirit King is more acute, and he is more proficient in using it. Is this steel skin? As Menos Grande Nemesis and Hueco Mundo Killing God, Kuchiki Kyosuke can see at a glance the reason why this guy is able to stand here. It should be that Su's steel skin and Ling Wang's divine power have played a defensive role. However, the combination of the power of the Spirit King and Hyaku is really worth seeing. His kid just now can't stand even the Watt level Menos Grande. Even Hollow's mask shouldn't be able to bear it, but this Tsuneyashiro Takashi managed to bear it all, and even continued to fight. This Spirit King's divine power is really extraordinary. At this moment, Tsuneyashiro Takashi has some solidified white foreign substances all over his body, which looks like a layer of white bone armor is covering his whole body. Just like Su's revolving ring, under the blessing of the Spirit King, the surrounding steel skin has also evolved. But that's what makes it interesting. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at Tsuneya Takashi with a burning gaze, and his eyes were also full of fighting spirit and exploration. In the next second, the figures of the two disappeared at the same time, and when they reappeared, Kuchiki Kyosuke had already slashed at the opponent's head in mid-air. Facing Kuchiki Kyosuke's high-speed surprise attack, Tsuneya Shiro Takashi, who also entered the Shunpo state, flashed his eyes and disappeared again. With the help of the Spirit King's divine power and hollow characteristics, Tsuneya Shiro Takashi, wearing a ghost mask, first used Shunpo, and then used the ring. In just a split second, he came behind Kuchiki Kyosuke and shouted, "I won!" As he spoke, he swung Zanpakuto, which had transformed into a sharp claw, and slashed hard at Kuchiki Kyosuke's back. However, at this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was still in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Oops! Be cheated! How can that be? The moment Kuchiki Kyosuke disappeared, Tsuneya Shiro Takashi realized something was wrong, and began to think quickly in his heart. Above, below, or in the middle? In a hurry, Tsuneya Shiro Takashi turned around and grabbed it with one claw, choosing to block upwards. He has the power of the Spirit King and the ability of steel skin and high-speed regeneration, so as long as he keeps the key points of his head, there will be absolutely no problems. However, after Tsuneya Shiro Takashi turned back, the claw hit the air again, and there was no Kuchiki Kyosuke in front of his eyes. He immediately realized that the opponent was waiting for him to make a move, and the moment he made a move, the opponent immediately moved to the rear to attack again. At this time, Tsuneya Shiro Takashi had no way to block with Zanpakuto, and there was a slight flaw in the Reiatsu defense of his whole body. Oops, I'm too impatient. Tsuneya Shiro Takashi, who made another misjudgment, only felt a sharp pain in his back. He knew it was the enemy's Zanpakuto who had breached his defenses. Although I don't know how the opponent did it, Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife really hurt him. Fortunately, he dodged a little at the critical moment, otherwise this knife might behead his head. Enduring the severe pain, Dai Dang's Hixiong turned and rushed forward. However, when his wound was recovering quickly, Kuchiki Kyosuke had appeared in front of him out of thin air like a demon, and then swung his knife down. That fluttering look didn't seem to have much strength, but the wound on Tsuneya Shiro Takashi's back reminded him that he must not take it lightly. Moreover, the timing of this enemy's appearance was too ingenious, just when he focused all his attention on his back. At this moment of distraction, a cold light flashed, and Tsuneya Shiro Takashi's right arm holding Zanpakuto shattered. This time, Tsuneya Shiro Takashi clearly saw what happened. His Reiatsu defense, steel skin, and Spirit King's divine power disappeared almost instantly, and then the terrifying Reiatsu impact came, directly blasting him to pieces. Arm. Suffering from this drastic change, the only thing Tsuneya Shiro Takashi could do was to reach out his left hand, grab the falling Zanpakuto, and swipe forward hard. His move was not to hurt the enemy, but to protect himself. The will is quite tenacious. Kuchiki Kyosuke noticed that when he swung the knife, the opponent's long face was deformed and distorted. Although the lost arm can grow back through high-speed regeneration, the heart-breaking pain cannot be avoided. What's more, Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife also has the power to kill the soul, and the pain of tearing the soul can drive a person crazy. And Tsuneya Shiro Takashi was able to endure the severe pain and counterattack in an instant. Such willpower is indeed amazing. In addition, 870 Kuchiki Kyosuke noticed that in a short period of time, the opponent's right arm had grown back, and it was almost back to its original state. Now, he felt a little helpless in his heart. In the blow just now, Kuchiki Kyosuke combined three powers, namely the Zanpakuto ability to cut space, chopping technique, and white hits. After using the Zanpakuto ability to break through the opponent's defense, he added a white hits to that wound. But even so, the other party insisted on relying on the divine power of the Spirit King and Su's power to survive. Comparing the two, Kuchiki Kyosuke beats Tsuneyashiro Takashi in all aspects of Zhanchuan guiding and Reiatsu. But the divine power of the Spirit King in this guy's body is really troublesome, even a little unsolvable. Unfortunately, Tsuneyashiro Takashi faced the almost all-powerful Kuchiki Kyosuke. There is no incomprehension in him, he has 10,000 ways to kill, and there is always one that can take effect. Immediately, Kuchiki Kyosuke flipped his left hand, Bakuda's 6200 step railing. As he concentrated his mind, a large number of Reiatsu gathered around him. A thick white beam of light condensed into Kuchiki Kyosuke's hands, and then he flung it out. It has to be said that this move of the 100-step railing is really comprehensive, it can fight, defend, and restrain the enemy. In the Millennium Bloody War chapter, the leader of Team Zero, Monkey, even used this trick when he fought his comrade Habuch, and it was very popular. In mid-air, that white beam of light had already split into dozens of beams and smashed towards Tsuneyashiro Takashi, who had just recovered. Looking at the huge beam of light crashing down in the sky, Tsuneyashiro Takashi complained. Where is this 100-step railing? Shouldn't it be called a 100-step column? Should I say that he is indeed the head of the great kid? This kid is really strong enough to be like a god. At this moment, he has no idea of dodging at all, because the diameter of these beams of light is too large, covering all his dodging space. Moreover, Tsuneyashiro Takashi is very confident in his defense ability, as long as he is not directly hit by the enemy's blade, he is just a kid, and he can withstand it. This kind of kid, he can only bear it head-on, it's better than facing the opponent's weird Zanpakuto ability head-on. Almost instantly, Tsuneyashiro Takashi was smashed to the ground by the thick beam of light all over the sky. When he was just about to break free, Kuchiki Kyosuke over there swung Zanpakuto and cast a strong Bakuda again, Bakuda 99, Forbidden Technique, Swastika. Tsuneyashiro Takashi, who was restrained by layers of beams of light, could only desperately explode the divine power of the Spirit King, trying to get out. Just after he shattered several beams of light, countless slender chains with black runes coiled around like snakes. Every Bakuda from number 90 onwards contains knowledge and mysteries that are difficult for ordinary people to understand, and its power is definitely not weaker than that of Shinigami's Zanpakuto Bankai. Soon, Tsumayo Takashi felt that the strength of his whole body became weaker and weaker. This Bakuda can even seal the divine power of the Spirit King. Chapter 93. Facing this sudden super Bakuda, Tsuneyashiro Takashi did not stop resisting even though his power was weakened a lot. However, the profound meaning of this move Bakuda 99 is that it can continuously strengthen Reiatsu, exert pressure on the enemy, and even transform the form to suppress and kill the enemy. What's even more frightening is that this is the number 99 Bakuda that belongs exclusively to Kuchiki Kyosuke, which incorporates the mysteries of the realm of killing souls. Tsuneyashiro Takashi looked at the dense black mysterious characters with unknown meanings on his body, and sighed. Such a Bakuda might even be able to seal the power of Bankai, the Tsuneyashiro family. You really picked a good opponent for yourself. It's better to choose a good cemetery for yourself than to choose such an opponent. At this moment, Yao Takashi no longer looks like a middle-aged man before. His face was covered with wrinkles, his hair became pale, his muscles atrophied, his hands and feet were weak, and Reiatsu's strength also dropped to the level of a senior officer. Tsuneyashiro Takashi has been forced out of the hollow state due to lack of stamina and Reiatsu. Now that he doesn't even have the strength to move a finger, the horrible Bakuda has sealed all his hope, and even seemed to seal his soul. Tsuneyashiro Takashi had never encountered such a terrifying kid, or even heard of it. Is this the true strength of the great kid head of the kid people? No wonder even Godai 13 can't suppress the development of the kid crowd. At the last moment, Tsuneyashiro Takashi looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke falling from the sky, as if he was meeting a newly born god. When he came to Tsuneyashiro Takashi, Kuchiki Kyosuke swung his sword and cut it down. In fact, even if he doesn't make a move, this guy won't live long. In such a short period of time, Tsuneyashiro Takashi seemed to have become a gray-haired old man after thousands of years. Under the Daluo Cave, Kuchiki Kyosuke could clearly see the opponent's spirit body begin to disintegrate. Such a disintegration phenomenon will never occur with ordinary injuries, and it is obvious that this is a problem with the soul. Kuchiki Kyosuke beheading the opponent at this time is tantamount to helping to get rid of it. After one cut, everything returned to calm, and Tsuneyashiro Takashi's body was wiped out almost instantly. Even using hollows means, the Tsuneyashiro family is really desperate and can't play any new tricks. Kuchiki Kyosuke hasn't let his guard down entirely, though. He must keep an eye on Sirai's movements at all times to prevent these disgusting things from jumping over the wall. In addition, this battle gave him a deeper understanding of the top kid. The 99 Bakud of Kuchiki Kyosuke is not the same as the 99 Bakud in the conventional sense. Just as the highly skilled Urahara Kisuke and Kuratsuka Mayuri were able to modify their own Zanpakuto Bankai, Kuchiki Kyosuke can also optimize the 99 Bakud to a certain extent. This is simply unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people. For them, they will never be able to touch Bankai and number 99 Kid for the rest of their lives. As for transforming this power, it is even more impossible. This time in the battle with Tsuneyo Takashi, Kuchiki Kyosuke's transformation of Bakud played a very good role. Of course, his Bakud is not a directly sealed fragment of the Soul King, but works against Tsuneyoshi Takashi's soul source. After all, no matter how powerful the Spirit King's divine power is, it must rely on the power of the border to function. In the end, Tsuneyashiro Takashi didn't even have a good effect on mobilizing the Spiritual King's divine power. It wasn't that the Spiritual King's power was not strong enough, but his own power was blocked. Recalling the power of confrontation from the opponent at that time, Kuchiki Kyo sighed. Even the power of seal number 99 has been backlashed so badly, there is something about the divine power of the Spirit King, no wonder those who have full manifestation abilities are so outrageous. It seems that we have to find a way to target the power of the Spirit King. After this battle, Kuchiki Kyosuke could really understand why the Quincy guards were so strong in the Millennium Blood War chapter. For example, the Immortal M and the All-Penetrating X, not only the blood is so thick that it is outrageous, but also the attack power is surprisingly high. Each one is either the Soul King's brain or the Soul King's heart, can it not be strong? Only the fragments of the Spirit King gave Tsuneyashiro Jinyan and Tsuneyashiro Takashi such amazing power, and the complete Soul King's organs are still important organs, which is indeed very tricky. What Kuchiki Kyosuke thinks is that if his Bakud can directly block the power of the Soul King, it will be almost impossible to overturn when encountering these opponents. For others, this is impossible, because even scientists like Kuratsuka Mayuri, Urahara Kisuke seem to be able to use only the power of the Soul King, but cannot seal it. After all, the power of the Spirit King is the original power of Quincy and Shinigami. It is almost impossible to seal this power, because the level of power is too poor. In the Shinigami world, the high-dimensional Reiatsu and abilities are overwhelming to the low-dimensional ones, and can even invalidate the latter. The classic case is Aizen ignoring Suifeng's level 2 kill ability and saying that famous quote. But Kuchiki Kyosuke is a Feng Kaokuman with a perfect state, even if this is the creator of the world, so what? Even if one of the 8 magic skills is not enough, when he unlocks all the 8 magic skills and reaches the perfection state, he will not be able to seal the power of the Spirit King. Kuchiki Kyosuke admitted that the Soul King is indeed the only ceiling in the Shinigami world, an existence of an extraterrestrial level. But the 8 wonders is his confidence. With the 8 gates 8 wonders, he is confident that he will not be weaker than the Spirit King in his heyday. After making a decision in his mind, Kuchiki Kyosuke is ready to collect some special fulmen and treasures depending on the situation, and then use the Daluo Cave for research. Only when he knows himself and the enemy can he develop the most perfect seal. Of course, Yanluo Jingdian, which can copy Zanpakuto's ability, and Ise Nanao's 8 mirror sword, can be learned by chance. After all, they are ancient artifacts, which are quite mysterious. Also, Kuchiki Kyosuke suspects that these two artifacts might also work against the Soul King. Otherwise, how did the Tsunoya Shiro family cut up the body of the Soul King? You must know that even Aizen in the sealed state is an existence that cannot be killed or touched, let alone a superstandard boss like Lingshu. These two artifacts, Yanluo Jingdian, are in the hands of the mortal enemy Tsunoya Shiro family, so you don't have to be polite, just grab them directly. The 8 mirror sword is now hidden in Kaiten Kaikotsu's eyes, let alone his own family. Of course, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not in a hurry about these things. Anyway, recently, the entire Three Realms has been peaceful, and nothing major has happened. He can touch the fish for a while, take his time, and just keep these plans in his heart. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke thought of another special Fullman, that is Michihane Aura. Fullbringers rely on their own unique abilities to fight, but this one doesn't have his own abilities, but his combat effectiveness is far superior to that of ordinary captains. The reason is that this Dao Yugen has the knot of the Spirit King on his body, and the other party's ability to control the spirit power and spirit seeds has reached an unimaginable level. Kuchiki Kyosuke calculated the time and felt that this person might not be just a little girl now. Given the chance, he wouldn't mind taking it for his own use. It's a pity that such a talent is left to that rotten guy Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. At this moment, Kurako Shunsui is receiving his old classmates in the captain's dormitory of the 8th Division. He looked at Mishima Takeda, who came to visit suddenly. His expression was completely devoid of the usual cynicism, and his eyes became very sharp. Since you are here at this time, it means that the situation is very serious. Takeda is the head of the Mishima family. This family and the ISE family are both Shinto families. The Mishima family has guarded the artifact for generations, and is also responsible for suppressing the blood spirit forbidden area. The forbidden place of the Soul Society is the place of heavy spirits in this world. It is not only a place where spiritual power gathers, but also contains great danger. Before Godai 13 was established, these dangerous forbidden places were sealed and suppressed by the Shinto family with the power of artifacts. At the same time, both artifacts and forbidden places contain ominous power. Therefore, members of the Shinto family will be more or less contaminated with some very strange powers. It may be for this reason that these members of the Shinto family have to bear some inexplicable curses. For example, every generation of the ISE family is all female, and the men who marry them cannot live long, and even die strangely. Fortunately, many years ago, Ise Nanao's mother gave the family artifact to Kurako Shunsui. In this way, Ise Nanao does not have to bear this responsibility and curse. Compared with the Ise family who only guarded the 8 mirror swords, the pressure on the Mishima family who guarded the forbidden area was greater and more terrifying. Because the blood spirit forbidden land has not been peaceful all these years. Hearing Kurako Shunsui's question, Takeda directly pulled up his right sleeve, revealing blood red on his exposed arm. His arms are covered with twisted and weird red stripes, which looks like a little bloody snake. And the weird thing is, as long as you see these weird blood marks, you will feel extremely disgusting, as if you see and smell something extremely dirty and evil. How could it be so serious? Kurako Shunsui was taken aback when he saw the blood-red power twisted and deformed like a living creature on Takeda, and wondered. Don't you have artifacts to suppress the forbidden area? How did the power of the blood demon spread? While speaking, Kurako Shunsui gathered Reiatsu and released the seal of the host to restrain the blood demon power for Takeda. It's much better now, band leader Jing, thank you. Without the power of the blood demon that erodes the spirit all the time, Takeda's whole body relaxed a lot in an instant, as if he was born again. However, Kurako Shunsui was dissatisfied and shook his head. It's a pity that Kuchiki Kyosuke is not in Seireitei, otherwise with his kid level, he could imprison these evil spirits forever. In terms of kid, Kurako Shunsui's attainment is not low, but it is still far behind Kuchiki Kyosuke. Faced with this extremely difficult and strange force, all he can do is temporarily seal it with the powerful Reiatsu, and there is no way to completely eradicate it. In fact, the best weapon against this kind of power is the family artifact of the Mishima family. Our family's artifact was suddenly destroyed by an outsider, and I suspect it was the Tsunoya Shiro family's fault again. When mentioning this family, Mishima Takeda gritted his teeth with anger on his face and said, "Back then, our family had completely sealed that forbidden area, and the Blood Moon Valley was peaceful. As a result, the Tsunoya Shiro family tried to control this evil force in vain, and opened the seal, making our Mishima family's century-old efforts pay off." Thinking of those clansmen who sacrificed for this, Mishima Takeda's heart was bleeding, and veins bloomed on his forehead, obviously extremely angry. However, the most helpless thing is that the Tsunoya Shiro family has no remorse for what they have done, and has not received any decent punishment. If Kurako Shunsui hadn't spoken for the Mishima family, it might have been the Mishima family who were punished. Such an absurd thing happened naturally. Mishima Takeda hated the Tsunoya Shiro family to the core, and wished he could skin that old BD Tsunoya Shiro Shinen. But because of the status of the 5 nobles of the Tsunoya Shiro family, in the end he and his family could do nothing. Beijing. Li Chun Shui sighed and said, "Today's Siridi does have imperfections in the system, but it can't be changed overnight. What we have to do now is to solve the mutation in the forbidden area first. This is no small matter. If the power of the blood spirit spreads, thousands of lives will be lost." Kurako Shunsui knew the whole story of this incident, so he knew it was reasonable for Takeda to hate the Tsunoya Shiro family. It's just that the Tsunoya Shiro family conducted special research under the pretext of better suppressing the forbidden area. It's obviously an unreasonable statement, but Room 46 is on their side, which is very helpless. This incident is exactly the same as the murder of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada's wife. For the Tsunoya Shiro family, Kurako Shunsui has long been dissatisfied in his heart, but he can do nothing. After all, this is one of the 5 great nobles. In the Shinigami manual, it is clearly stated that the 1 king and 5 princes should be protected with their lives. These 5 princes are the 5 great nobles. Just when Kurako Shunsui was about to find an excuse to leave Siridi and solve the incident himself, Ise Nanao walked in from the outside and said in a firm voice, "Captain, let me complete this task. Now, you." Kurako Shunsui understood Ise Nanao's thoughts in an instant, and sighed, "You don't need to do this, you have already left that Uzumaki, why are you still? Take the initiative to enter." He knew that Nanao Ise couldn't let go of the identity of the Ise family. Before the Siridi existed, these Shinto families formed an alliance together. They help each other, accumulate strength together, and fight against various evil forces. For the Shinto family, Zhao, helping the Shinto family in crisis is the most basic covenant, and it is also an eternal covenant. Ise Nanao obviously intends to abide by this agreement that does not need to be obeyed. Because strictly speaking, Ise Nanao is not obliged to abide by this so-called rule. Because until now, Ise Nanao has not even obtained her own family artifact, so she cannot be regarded as a real priest. "Captain, I insist on doing this, this is what I should do." As for the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley, Nanao Ise, who was born in the Shinto family, once knew about it on purpose. She knew the danger of this mission, but she was still not ready to quit. As a member of the Shinto family and the vice-captain of the 8th Division, Nanao Ise thought it was her responsibility to protect civilians from evil forces. Moreover, she believes that she also has this ability. After Kuchiki Kyosuke's long-term special training, the current Ise Nanao is no longer what it used to be. Her persistence is not only to prove her own strength, but also to prove that Kuchiki Kyosuke is not wrong about the house. Although Nanao Ise stayed honestly in Team 8, the 2 people who cared about her the most would be very happy. However, Ise Nanao also has her own beliefs. She feels that if she shrinks here, she is not worthy of a genius like Kuchiki Kyosuke. Okay then, but you must not have any accidents, otherwise the big kid leader will definitely burn down the 8th Division team building and me. Seeing Ise Nanao's expression, Kurako Shunsui gave up the idea of continuing to persuade. For Ise Nanao, who has always been serious, once a decision is made, it is really difficult to change. But the only person who can make her change her mind is not in Jingling Ting. However, Kurako Shunsui also knows that his niece has learned a lot from Kuchiki Kyosuke. Therefore, in his heart, Kurako Shunsui is not too worried. Mishima Takeda expressed his gratitude to Ise Nanao. Thank you, Vice Captain Ise, my people are saved. Chapter 94. In the past few days, Takeda and his tribe have lived like years. First of all, the power of the blood spirit began to spread to the entire Blood Moon Valley, and a blood moon rose in the sky. From time to time, some puppet monsters appeared from the depths of the valley. Fortunately, because of the power of the seal, they were temporarily unable to directly attack the residents of the Mishima family. It's just that due to the precepts of the ancestors, the Suigetsu family couldn't move out of the valley, which became more and more weird and infiltrating. Under the attack of evil spirits, many people became in a trance, like Walking Dead. In the end, because the family artifact was destroyed, Mishima Takeda could only regard himself as a Jinkraki, absorbing the evil spirits of blood spirits in order to save the clansmen. It's just that his Reiatsu was limited, and he couldn't hold on yesterday, so he came to ask for help. At this moment, in Mishima Takeda's mind, Ise Nanao is their savior and only hope. When Ise Nanao went to the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley for support, Tsuneyashiro Makoto Tsuneyashiro's family looked proud. Humph! Let's see how this damn Kuchiki jumps through our net this time. A group of elders also flaunted their power and expressed their opinions very proudly. This is the fate of going against our Tsuneyashiro family. Since you can't kill Kuchiki Kyosuke, kill the people who are most important to him. In this way, his heart will be confused, and he will be useless. Patriarch is wise, good plan. It turned out that this was a conspiracy of the Tsuneyashiro family from beginning to end, and this was their usual method. The timing of the outbreak of the Blood Moon Valley's evil energy this time was precisely the work of the Tsuneyashiro family. The artifact of the Mishima family was also destroyed by Tsuneyashiro Shinin himself. The successive defeats of several capable subordinates have already caused the top level of the Gangji family to collapse a bit. Because they were too afraid of Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength, they could only choose to go to the doctor in a hurry. In Tsuneyashiro Shinin's mind, as long as Ise Nanao can be led to the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley, it will be considered a great victory. At the very least, it would distract Kuchiki Kyosuke so the monster wouldn't have time to deal with them right away. Taking advantage of this time, they will try their best to develop new technologies and cultivate stronger dead soldiers. Moreover, Tsuneyashiro Shinin is very clear about the situation in Blood Moon Valley. There are endless puppets and monsters there, and there is no human power to contend with them. In the luxuriously decorated hall, Kunde Jinyan showed a smug smile when he heard the praises from the elders. He stroked his long beard, pretending to be calm and said, 543. This is just an ordinary operation, don't be surprised, and Kuchiki Kyosuke will definitely care about it and make chaos. When our people suddenly break out, he will definitely die. This is the vicious strategy set by Tsuneyashiro Shinin, which is the sage's heart attack. They have long known that Mishima Takeda and Kurako Shunsui have a good relationship, plus Ise Nanao is also a member of the Shinto family. Therefore, in the face of the Mishima family's request for help, Ise Nanao will definitely not sit idly by. Kuchiki Kyosuke is good at fighting alone, but facing countless puppets in the forbidden area, he has to be distracted to take care of his loved ones. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible for this kid to survive. The more he thought about it, the more Tsuneyashiro felt that this plan was reliable. He thought proudly, I'm back. Whether it's the control of Area Zero, the glory of the family, or my face, they're all back. At this moment, the unpleasant shallow voice came over again, seeing that you are so happy, you must have found a solution to Kuchiki Kyosuke, right? Then Shunpo Tsuneyashiro Tokinata with narrow eyes appeared. He couldn't wait any longer. As an ambitious man, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata thinks he is very patient and capable. Only this time, he didn't expect that things would exceed his expectations. For Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, everyone is just his pawn. As long as the chess game can be exciting, he is willing to give everything, including his own life. Provoking the relationship between the family and Kuchiki Kyosuke is a very important part of the plan. As a result, the blood and sins of the Tsuneyashiro family will be purified. But Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength is too strong, to the point of despair. Even using the power of Hollow and the Spirit King, can't hurt this man to share. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is afraid that if this continues, this group of old ghosts who are greedy for life and afraid of death will voluntarily surrender or use some out-of-the-box tricks shamelessly. He came here this time to ensure that the plan can be carried out as usual, and he wants to add fire to the dead people in this room. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, you're still a little clever. Tsuneyashiro Shina narrowed his eyes, glanced casually at Tsuneyashiro Tokinata and said, "The technology you provided before is good, but it is not as good as my wisdom. I have tricked Kuchiki Kyosuke into the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley, and soon that kid will be overwhelmed by endless monsters. And that's what happens against us." After hearing what Tsuneyashiro Shinen said, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata recalled it, and said with a short mocking laugh, "Ah ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Your plan is really perfect. But you who have such a perfect plan, why haven't you brought Banling land under your control until now? I remember that forbidden place, but it has always been under the control of the Mishima family. Your plan has always been good." After hearing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's malicious and mocking words, Tsuneyashiro Shinen's expression became very ugly, and he shouted angrily, "BD, shut up! That forbidden land will soon become the property of our Tsuneyashiro family. That kind of power is only qualified to be controlled by our Tsuneyashiro family. What is a mere Mishima family? If it weren't for that talkative Kurako Shunsui, we would have." "I hope so." Tsuneyashiro Tokinata showed disdain. He didn't even listen to the next words, it was the same old routine anyway. These old guys have lived in vain for so many years. Except for some dark tricks, they have no weapons or abilities. I'm afraid these people will never understand that those conspiracy calculations are completely worthless in front of absolute strength. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata didn't care about the life and death of the Tsuneyashiro family, on the contrary, he just wanted to see the blood of the Tsuneyashiro family flow into rivers. He felt that Kuchiki Kyosuke could do it all. Still, that Kurako Shunsui and Kuchiki Kyosuke do give a damn, too. Thinking of the family's ancestral artifact, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's eyes became dangerous. "Kuchiki Kyosuke, Kurako Shunsui will make you proud for a while. Sooner or later, I will." While the calculations were unfolding, Kuchiki Kyosuke received a message from the kid congregation in Nanao Ise. He and Ise Nanao have always had a separate communication channel. Every day, Kuchiki Kyosuke takes time to connect with Ise Nanao. The two are still in the period of passionate love, and there is endless talk every day. Nanao Ise, who has always liked reading, cut down her reading time for this reason. As for the kid congregation, news about Ise Nanao and the Kuchiki family never stopped without Kuchiki Kyosuke's special orders. No matter which of the two parties has problems, Kuchiki Kyosuke will always know the first time. After hearing the news, he also received information about the Blood Moon Valley from Kid. After reading these materials, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately rushed towards the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley. In terms of Ise Nanao's strength, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not very worried. The guidance of the unity of body and mind these years is not in vain, and now Ise Nanao's strength is actually comparable to that of ordinary captains. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke knew that Nanao Ise was a bit of a deadhead. If this woman finds something is wrong, she will not evacuate, but will investigate to the end. Her sense of responsibility is too heavy. On the strategic level, Ise Nanao may suffer a disadvantage. Therefore, he must rush to the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley as quickly as possible to completely prevent accidents, even if there is only a small possibility of accidents. Fortunately, I gave Nanao a lot of kid talismans before, including the power of Feng Kaokuman. No matter what, she can persist for a while. Feng Kaokuman, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who is in a perfect state, is not used much. It's not that the 8 wonders are not strong enough, on the contrary, the reason is that the 8 wonders are really too strong. It is so strong that it can almost decide the outcome by using it, but Feng Kaokuman actually has certain limitations and flaws. Kuchiki Kyosuke is afraid that if he uses too much, he will rely too much on this power. In the world of Shinigami, nothing is invincible, and several bosses are also extremely smart, such as the old and cunning Aizen Ishisuke. If all his hopes were pinned on Feng Kaokuman, then once the enemy tried to target him, it would be all over. Such an obvious mistake, Kuchiki Kyosuke will not make. Therefore, he was very relieved to have the talisman of Feng Kaokuman protecting Ise Nanao. However, the power of the talisman cannot be maintained for a long time, and Kuchiki Kyosuke had to go there in person to rest assured. He deeply understood that this might be a trap aimed at him, but all of this was under his control, so there was nothing to worry about. And at this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke gave the high level of the Tsuneyashiro family a complete death sentence. This is the final judgment issued by him, Kuchiki Kyosuke, and the Ling Wang cannot change it. As Shunpo kept moving forward, Kuchiki Kyosuke continued to analyze the forbidden area in his mind that he had never set foot on. It seems that there should be a passage connecting the large valley. It's no wonder that the Tsuneyashiro family is very interested in this forbidden place. They really have a lot of research on the miniature world of Jiaogu. But this time you have made a mistake. The so-called Jiaogu is actually a small world formed by spirit particles. If the current world and the Soul Society are compared to planets, then the pipe connecting the planets is the boundary, and the cosmic space that covers everything is called the black chamber. And in that black cavity, from time to time, like bubbles, the space filled with spirits, where humans and Shinigami can barely survive, is the existence that was given the name Xiaogu together. In fact, Minggu can be regarded as a small world independent of the 3 realms. It's just that the causes of these small worlds are temporarily unknown, and the rules and environments in them are also different, which is very magical. With Kuchiki Kyosuke's knowledge, he only briefly reads some related materials, and he can see the reality of this Blood Moon Forbidden Land. According to the information, there have been some puppets like zombie monsters appearing in this forbidden area since ancient times. These puppets have terrifying evil spirits that can corrode the will and soul. The lifespan and Reiatsu of any Shinigami eroded by evil spirits will be greatly reduced. These puppets can't be killed enough, so the Mishima family of the Shinto family at that time specially sealed and guarded the forbidden area. Under the conscientious care of the Mishima family, there has been no change in this forbidden area until 30 years ago, when the Namade family attempted to control these puppet monsters. They felt that it could be made into a good weapon, but instead of succeeding, the plan caused damage to the seal. The Mishima family was almost exterminated because of this, and they could only suppress it with the power of the artifact. This time of year is the time when evil spirits are at their peak, and not long ago, Mishima, the family's artifact, was even destroyed. In Kuchiki Kyosuke's opinion, the strongest part of Blood Moon Forbidden Land is that it is actually backed by a small world called Valley. Those puppet monsters are obviously from another world. It is meaningless to kill more puppet monsters in this world, because the source is not here. Only by solving the problem fundamentally can this forbidden area disappear completely. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke once again analyzed the specific composition of this forbidden area. Being able to form a valley is itself a manifestation of power. No matter what form of power it is not something that can be achieved by ordinary abilities. Under this premise, they can continue to exert pressure on the soul society. There must be something extraordinary about this valley. It was fun, it was so much fun. The more Kuchiki Kyosuke thought about it, the more he felt that there was a lot of mystery in it, and it might be a good opportunity for him to be promoted to a higher level. He decided to investigate the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley after reuniting with Ise Nanao. After this, Kuchiki Kyosuke will settle accounts with the Tsuneyashiro family. In the depths of the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley, Ise Nanao looked at the monsters coming from all directions like a tide, and her face became a little ugly. When she came, she just wanted to check it out by the way. Unexpectedly, he accidentally fell into a tight siege. Oops, careless. Ise Nanao's heart sank. She didn't expect that these seemingly insane monsters would still lure the enemy deep. Due to the previous monster riots, the Mishima family suffered huge losses, and now they have no strength to fight. Even Mishima Takeda can only stay in a state of rest for the time being because he has absorbed too much evil energy. Before that, Mishima Takeda expressed his shame, and wanted to forcibly drag the remnant body and Ise Nanao into the valley. It was just rejected by Ise Nanao, and then she came to the minister of the valley alone. At the beginning, Ise Nanao didn't notice any danger, nor did she see any puppet monsters. During the conversation with Mishima Takeda, she learned that there should be some time before the next outbreak of magic energy. Therefore, Ise Nanao boldly came to the deepest part of the valley. Who would have thought that he would be ambushed because of this? Roar! The puppet monster, which does not look like a living person, but looks like a zombie, let out a neat and inhuman roar. Then a group of tall, blue-faced, and long-toothed humanoid puppets rushed towards Nanao Ise. These puppets are different from puppets in the conventional sense. Although the whole body is made of extremely hard materials, they are also very flexible, just like living people. Also, these golems have a strangely evil aura that is completely different from Shinigami's Reiatsu. Just feel this breath a little bit. Nanao Ise felt that her Reiatsu was limited. She felt that if she continued to be affected by this power, her strength would be further weakened. After personally experiencing the horror of these puppets, Ise Nanao understood why this forbidden place is so difficult. Each of these puppets has the strength of giant ghosts, and can also suppress the power of Shinigami. Coupled with this amazing number, it is indeed difficult to deal with. However, Nanao Ise didn't show any fear in the face of the densely packed puppet monsters with violent auras. Chapter 95. Had S73 Double Lotus Kanghuo Pendant. As Reiatsu condensed, Ise Nanao erupted with a powerful aura, and terrifying flames spewed out from her hands. All the puppet monsters touched by the scorching flames ignited raging fires, and soon turned into piles of ashes. Even rocks and sand were melted by the kid flames. In an instant, a large area was emptied in front of Ise Nanao, leaving only a charred pit in the shape of a human. Before meeting Kuchiki Kyosuke, Ise Nanao felt powerless when faced with the siege of 2 or 3 giant ghosts. But now, who just gave up enchanted, burned to death dozens of puppet monsters whose strength was not weaker than the giant virtual. After understanding the mysterious and difficult characteristics of these monsters, Ise Nanao did not choose to confront these puppets head-on. She first sent Shunpo to the front, and then released several kid in a row to open the way. After such a charge, Ise Nanao has completely stretched the formation of these monsters. At this time, she broke out Reiatsu, scattered the puppets around, and by the way saw the distribution of the puppets behind her. Because of Ise Nanao's continuous forward movements, the puppets behind her had already gathered, and they were so densely packed that they couldn't be seen clearly. Before all the puppets gathered around, Ise Nanao Shunpo took to the air and began to chant. O King's Lander! A mask of flesh and blood, all phenomena? Wings? Winged? Named a man. Carve the double lotus on the wall of the blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. 73 of Had Shuanglian Kanghuo Pendant. The Shuanglian Kanghuo Pendant that has been abandoned and chanted can instantly kill dozens of puppets, let alone the fully chanted Shuanglian Kanghuo Pendant. I saw Nanao Ise in the sky swung down fiercely at her body, and in an instant 2 fire dragons circled and danced and began to strangle and burn the gathered puppets. After clearing the way to retreat, Ise Nanao no longer hesitated, and Shunpo retreated directly. However, at this moment, a 5-meter-tall humanoid puppet suddenly appeared, blocking Ise Nanao's retreat. Obviously so far, all her actions have been anticipated by the enemy, and targeted deployments have been made. After fighting till now, Ise Nanao certainly understands that these puppets are not simple dead objects, but have certain intelligence. Behind them, too, there must be a leading figure conducting command. The giant puppet rushed towards Nanao Ise with a violent breath. This puppet monster is not at the same level as ordinary puppets. It is huge but not slow. Had S-31 red cannon. With a soft shout, Ise Nanao directly released streams of red flames, instantly entangled the giant puppet. Under the burning of the red flame, the special puppet didn't last long, and several joints were burned out of the sky hole soon. The damaged puppet will soon be unable to continue to move, but the eyes are still glowing red. Ise Nanao breathed a sigh of relief, and thought to herself. Thanks to Kyosuke's previous teaching, my judgment ability has been greatly improved, otherwise, it would definitely waste a lot of Reiatsu to deal with this enemy. This is a very important lesson that Kuchiki Kyosuke taught Ise Nanao. One must accurately judge the strength of the enemy, and save as much power as possible to kill the enemy. The advantage of Kid is its comprehensiveness, so it can kill enemies quickly and precisely. If only brute force was used, Kid would be much less threatening. It was only because of such an obstacle from the giant puppet that Nanao Ise's retreat was blocked again. A large number of puppet monsters came from all directions. Seeing this scene, Ise Nanao's heart sank, and she realized instantly, these guys want to slowly consume my physical strength and Reiatsu. These two aspects are indeed her weaknesses. But thinking of the various powerful skills and life-saving talismans learned from Kuchiki Kyosuke, Ise Nanao has no fear at all. When she was about to continue to perform a large-scale Kid to clear the field, she suddenly felt a majestic Reiatsu breath passing over like a great sun. At the same time, a gigantic splitting void barrier completely enveloped the space in front of her. The group of puppet monsters swarming up suddenly hit the extremely hard splitting void barrier. Although this is only a defensive Bakud, the Reiatsu condensed on it has exceeded the limits of ordinary people's recognition. It is just the most basic defense and disintegration function of Reiatsu, and the group of puppet monsters close to the splitting void barrier are directly disintegrated into spirit particles. Kyosuke! Nanao Ise yelled with surprise on her face. Not to mention the extremely familiar warm Reiatsu breath, seeing the power of this kid, Ise Nanao knew that Kuchiki Kyosuke was coming. 0. Seeking flowers. After all, not everyone can easily release a splitting void barrier the size of a hill, and such a kid is beyond the comprehension of normal people. In Ise Nanao's cognition, only Kuchiki Kyosuke among the Seireitei can release this powerful kid without chanting. This is something that even the strongest Captain Shinigami can't do. The other side admits that in terms of kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke is the strongest, far more powerful than anyone else. Ise Nanao knew in an instant that both herself and the Mishima family were saved. After a shunpo, Kuchiki Kyosuke came to Ise Nanao, as if no one was around to stop her familiar soft and delicate body, and tapped her lips lightly. The moment the bodies came into contact, both of them felt the pleasure of being connected with each other and uniting soul and body. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked back at the endless puppet monsters in the valley like a black wave. He frowned, you really deserve to die. Had no 99 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Facing the almost endless golem monsters in the valley, Kuchiki Kyosuke directly cast Had, the highest level. This trick is powerful, and the consumption is also very huge. Using such a Had against these golems is completely overkill, like a sub. It's just that these ghost things dare to stretch out their claws to Ise Nanao, and their inevitable fate is to be wiped out. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't think about saving Reiatsu, and there is no need to save Reiatsu against such an enemy. As the unimaginable Reiatsu solidified and spread, the earth cracked and the sun and the moon were darkened. For a moment, even the atmosphere became distorted and deformed, as if it was shivering, and it seemed to be afraid of everything that was coming. 5 purple light dragons broke through the ground, shaking their heads and tails, and roaming the sky. Every purple dragon is full of supreme majesty, and those who look at it will immediately feel powerless and confused. The 5 giant purple dragons perfectly interpret what it means to rule the world, Haki Wushuan. This is 5 swirling dragons of destruction, the highest level kid. Looking at this earth-shattering kid, Ise Nanao's eyes sparkled, and the surprise and excitement in her heart were indescribable. Chapter 96. Although Kuchiki Kyosuke had shown her this trick before, but as a kid master, every time she saw this kind of kid, she would feel inexplicably excited. It's like an ordinary painter sees a palace-level painting, and his heart is full of admiration and excitement for the master's skill. What's more, this kind of kid comes from the hands of Kuchiki Kyosuke, the strongest kid. This is almost the strongest form of 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Unless the Spirit King reappears, no one can cast a stronger 5 swirling dragons of destruction than this. This kind of kid is a perfect kid that Nanao Ise couldn't even dream of. This kind of excitement is like a mortal seeing a god with his own eyes. As the 5 purple giant dragons rampaged and destroyed everything with the aura of extinction, the terrain of the entire valley changed immediately, as if a natural disaster had come. When the 5 swirling dragons of destruction swept across the entire valley, shaking the world, a huge strange figure appeared in midair. The white shadow is in the overall human shape, with wings on its back, its whole body is pure white, crystal clear like snow. 583, its eyes are blood red, like gems. At the moment of spreading its wings, the huge bone puppet showed a powerful and unparalleled breath of death like an angel of death. In an instant, the entire space was filled with an ominous evil that eroded the vitality of all things and corroded the will and spirit. It's just that the 5 swirling dragons of destruction had already swept away before this force erupted completely. The momentum of the 5 purple giant dragons looking down on the world has not diminished at all, and they did not even stop for a moment because of the appearance of the bone puppets. Then, the terrifying bone puppet that suddenly appeared from the void was completely annihilated almost immediately after it appeared, and died on the spot. Ise Nanao only saw a strange and terrifying phantom suddenly appearing in the sky, and then felt a chill from the soul. Before she could make any reaction, everything was calm again. This huge bone puppet exuding a strong evil aura was directly obliterated by Kuchiki Kyosuke's kid almost as soon as it appeared. Sure enough, it is the 5 swirling dragons of destruction, the strongest kid. Of course, my lover is also the veritable strongest kid leader in history, and it should not be possible for anyone to surpass him in the future. What was that just now? That feeling makes me feel very uncomfortable. Recalling that ominous atmosphere, Ise Nanao still felt disgusted instinctively. That kind of breath seems to be the nemesis of all living beings, similar to Su but with some differences. Kuchiki Kyosuke shrugged, I don't know. Maybe it's a captain-level boss. He had long seen the bone puppet lurking in the air. It's just that he didn't do anything specially. Anyway, before Wolong, all living beings are equal. Destined to be reduced to ashes, not worthy of Kuchiki Kyosuke's wasteful attention. Standing on countless corpses, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who wiped out all the evil spirits with a single strike, said this with great momentum and convincing. Just a simple sentence, spoken from his mouth, is more shocking than 1,000 words, and more reassuring to worship. Only you can say this. Hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, Nanao Ise was speechless for a while. A captain-level enemy doesn't even have the qualifications to make Kuchiki Kyosuke look straight at him, which made the Shinigami of Godai 13 feel embarrassed. But this is the man I love. For a moment, Nanao Ise felt relieved and proud, and couldn't help holding Kuchiki Kyosuke's big hand and said softly. It seems that these things have been directing behind the scenes. This time I was really careless. During the battle just now, I should have taken defensive measures long ago. That's right. Kuchiki Kyosuke admired Ise Nanao's self-reliance, but still didn't want her to take too many risks, and reminded. Don't underestimate the world, and don't think how strong the captain is. The truth is, in this world, a captain-level powerhouse is nothing at all. You will understand later. In addition, there are some extremely rogue abilities in this world, so you should be steady, and you must not underestimate the enemy and advance rashly. Although with the protection of Feng Kaokuman, unless those ultimate bosses make a move, Ise Nanao will never have a problem, but she can't relax her mentality. In his heart, Kuchiki Kyosuke is still happy for Ise Nanao's progress. I remember that when I first joined Hueco Mundo, Ise Nanao, the vice-captain, did not perform well, but now she is already a strong player in her own right. At the same time, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt a familiar Reiatsu in the distance gradually away, and secretly smiled in his heart. Kurako Shunsui counts you as sensible. If you dare to continue to be a light bulb, I will credit all my expenses in Siridi to your account. Kuchiki Kyosuke has long felt Kurako Shunsui's Reiatsu. In this regard, he is not surprised. With Kurako Shunsui as a person, he would not rest assured that Ise Nanao, the only relative, would take risks, and would definitely follow secretly just in case. But seeing himself coming, Kurako Shunsui naturally had no reason to stay. At this time, Ise Nanao sighed a little. As soon as you make a move, this Forbidden Land mutation will be resolved. I always feel that with you around, there is no need for us people to exist. Ise Nanao and the Mishima family felt extremely troubled by the monster riot, but for Kuchiki Kyosuke, it was a small problem that could be solved with a wave of hands. The gap between them is really too big, and the gap between people is sometimes really desperate. Ise Nanao is not a competitive person, but she doesn't want to be the one who keeps holding Kuchiki Kyosuke back. She wanted to be able to keep up with Kuchiki Kyosuke. The solution is only the appearance, the source has not been solved yet. Kuchiki Kyosuke is not satisfied with the current result. Although the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley should be stable for a while after the release of 5 swirling dragons of destruction, he is still very interested in the cause of the forbidden area and the power of the source. As for Ise Nanao's thoughts, Kuchiki Kyosuke has always been very clear. In this regard, he can only say that the idea is good, but it is difficult to realize, because maybe in the end, no one dares to say that he will not hold him back. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke believes that this kind of thinking will have a positive impact on Ise Nanao, and it will give her the motivation to become stronger. In his opinion, this is a good thing. Hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's views on the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley, Nanao Ise agreed very much. Then let's find out about the situation with the guardian family stationed here. Earlier, she had already asked Mishima Takeda for relevant information, but time was limited, and many clues might have been missed. This time, she had time to investigate slowly. Anyway, with Kuchiki Kyosuke around, Ise Nanao can act and explore with confidence, without fear of danger at all. Under the moonlight, the two held hands and returned to the residence of the Mishima family, laughing and laughing all the way. Only when facing Kuchiki Kyosuke can Ise Nanao keep smiling so happily. When talking about 2.3 laughing and laughing, the two had already arrived at the residence of the Mishima family. Kuchiki Kyosuke stopped in front of the station and began to observe, which was a courtesy and no malice. The residence of the Majima family does not occupy a large area, and its location is just not far from the entrance of the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley. At the same time, Kuchiki Kyosuke also found that there is a good defense here. That is a defense system inherited from ancient times, and it is not exactly the same as the kid enchantment system of Seireitei today. However, in terms of defensive effect, this barrier is not weak, otherwise the Mishima family would not be able to survive in this dangerous forbidden area until now. Don't look at Kuchiki Kyosuke's effortless ability to deal with the group of monsters, but the strength of the group of puppet monsters is not weak. An ordinary captain might overturn his car, not to mention a small family like the Mishima family that is on the decline. Being able to survive the monster riots again and again, this enchantment has contributed a lot. Chapter 97. When Kuchiki Kyosuke was analyzing this kind of Shinto enchantment with great interest in the Daluo Cave, a pale, tall and thin middle-aged Shinigami came out. Seeing this person's appearance, Kuchiki Kyosuke knew that the person coming should be Mishima Takeda, the head of the Mishima family. He has seen the information about this person in the information submitted by Kid. In Kuchiki Kyosuke's view, Mishima Takeda is still a good person, worthy of his help. Vice Captain Nanao, Captain Kuchiki Dai Kid, thank you for your help. Without your help, our Mishima family might really perish this time. The grace of saving lives, our Mishima family will definitely be engraved in our hearts from generation to generation, and we will never forget it. From now on, if you have any orders, just ask, our Mishima family will definitely do our best to repay today's favor. Majima Takeda has just received the news from Kurako Shunsui, knowing that a great person has come. At the same time, they also felt the extremely strong Reiatsu fluctuations in the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley. In fact, it's hard for the Mishima family not to pay attention. After all, 506 beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky, shining through mountains and rivers. Anyone who is not blind can see them. Even if you can't see it, you can still feel the powerful energy that shocks the soul. Mishima Takeda could feel the breath of Kid at that time. He just couldn't believe that a kid could be so strong, and this was the aftermath of breaking through the seal of the Forbidden Land and the family barrier. Just that slight breath made them all lose their fighting spirit. They feel that even with the protection of the family enchantment, this terrifying kid can easily raise the family residence to the ground. Ise Nanao smiled slightly, I didn't do anything, everything is due to the great Kid Chief. By the way, Senior Takeda, are your injuries all right? Hearing Ise Nanao's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately looked at Mishima Takeda and found something unusual. Under the view of Daladong, Kuchiki Kyosuke saw the situation of Takeda clearly. He waved his right hand, and suddenly a kid seal combined with the strange script had broken through the air and hit Wushin directly. All evils are scattered. All the evil spirits in my body are gone. Kuchiki Dai Kid, thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay your kindness. This time, Takeda felt that the icy evil spirit lingering on his soul like a gangrene finally dissipated completely, not suppressed or sealed, but truly annihilated and disappeared. As a result, he has truly regained his life. Kid, who Kuchiki Kyosuke did casually, is no less than a life-saving grace to Takeda. Because these evil spirits don't disappear for a day, his lifespan and Reiatsu will keep decreasing. Probably soon, Takeda will grow old and die. At the same time, Takeda was extremely admirable and shocked by Kuchiki Kyosuke's kid level. Just now, as a member of the Shinto family, he can see more mysteries than ordinary people. He could feel that this seemingly simple kid seal contained some Shinto ideas. This kid, which combines the power of heaven and earth, is not simple, it is extremely extraordinary. Nanao Ise, who is a strong kid, can also see this point. There was also a look of astonishment in her eyes. Only those who are familiar with Kid and Shinto can know how amazing Kuchiki Kyosuke's move is. The power of heaven and earth is powerful, but it is also extremely difficult to control. Even the Shendao family has no way to directly use the power of heaven and earth, they all use artifacts to indirectly exert the power of heaven and earth. But for this, they also have to bear the backlash of the power of heaven and earth, and they have to pay a heavy price for this. This is why the various Shinto families have always been cursed. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke seems to have broken this rule and can use the power of heaven and earth so easily. Ise Nanao felt more and more that the gap between the two on Kid did not shrink as she became stronger, but instead became larger and larger, gradually turning into an insurmountable gap. After listening to Mishima Takeda's words of gratitude, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked calm. It's just a matter of raising your hands, and that's what a big kid leader like me should do. In fact, strictly speaking, the control and sealing of the forbidden area is also the responsibility of the kid. So even without Ise Nanao's relationship, Kuchiki Kyosuke is willing to help. Besides, the Mishima family and the Tsuneya Shiro family seem to be at odds. An enemy's enemy is a friend. If you can help, you will naturally help. Of course, the premise is that Mishima Takeda is worthy of Kuchiki Kyosuke's help. If the other party is the kind of person he doesn't like, it is impossible to get any help from him. At this moment, Ise Nanao asked about the Blood Moon Forbidden Area. Senior Takeda, what is going on with this forbidden area? Where did those puppets come from? Actually, our Mishima family doesn't know the specific details. After all, our abilities are limited, and passive defense is already the limit of what we can do. We just know that these monsters may have come from another world, and that world is dangerous. Ise Nanao praised, for so many years, the Mishima family has done very well. Ise Nanao admires the perseverance of the Mishima family, and the Soul Society cannot do without such a family. Actually, we can do better. The hateful Tsuneya Shiro family ruined the good situation. This family is really doing bad things. Having said that, Mishima Takeda mentioned another old thing. The Mojo family back then was targeted by the Tsuneya Shiro family because they accumulated a lot of wealth. In the end, this small family was tragically destroyed, and the remaining pair of siblings were thrown into the arena and forced to fight Joe. In the end, I still wanted to let those two children kill each other, it was too cruel. Moreover, the only victim of the Machin family, there are nearly 100 generations of families who have exterminated the family in the past 100 years. Our Mishima family 637 offended the Tsuneya Shiro family by saying a few words because we couldn't understand this cruel practice, so they strongly disliked us. The Tsuneya Shiro family's several sabotage actions caused our family to suffer huge losses and almost perished. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded, this family is broken from the root, and I won't be surprised if they do anything outrageous. Just look at how the ancestors of the Tsuneya Shiro family treated the Soul King, and you can know what kind of people this family is. First of all, because of the fear in their hearts, they came up with the idea of assassinating the Spirit King, and beautified it as for righteousness, for balance, and for the world. For the sake of the overall situation, the Spirit King at that time had obviously given up resistance and chose to sacrifice himself. But the Tsuneya Shiro family was still worried, and chose to divide the body of the Spirit King, thinking twice about merging the body. This is still the case for the creators of this world, let alone those ordinary people. In fact, in the eyes of the Tsuneya Shiro family, ordinary civilians are not even worthless. Kuchiki Kyosuke really feels that there is no need for such a family to continue to exist. The Tsuneya Shiro family is nothing more than a historian of the Soul Society. They are like the Emperor of the Earth, wanting to be king and hegemony. Have you asked him about Kuchiki Kyosuke? What's more, this group of scum dares to plot against Ise Nanao, whoever touches the dragon and reverses the scales will surely die. Nanao Ise, who was still somewhat naive, said indignantly, it's a pity that there is no evidence of their evil deeds, otherwise they will be punished as they should be. Chapter 98. Mishima Takeda smiled bitterly, and said helplessly. Even if there is evidence, it won't work. The last time the evidence was solid, the Tsuneyashiro family was still not punished. Hearing this, Ise Nanao fell into silence. Kuchiki Kyosuke said with a relaxed face. If you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. I believe Siridi will get better and better in the future, and garbage like the Tsuneyashiro family will not be proud for too long. I hope so. Mishima Takeda seemed to have thought of something, and said a little worriedly, there are many dangers in the forbidden area, you must be careful. His worry was not unreasonable, after all, it was just a bit of blood spirit and devilish energy that was leaked, and the evil energy born from the source would only be stronger. Moreover, the evil energy in the Blood Moon Valley has been reduced by the seal, so Mishima Takeda hopes to relieve this nightmare that has plagued the family for thousands of years. However, he did not want Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao, the two great benefactors of the Mishima family, to risk their lives for this. It doesn't matter, I will make a move. Kuchiki was naturally not worried about this. With the 8 wonders of the perfect realm of the 4th gate and this strength, he basically walks sideways in this Shinigami world, without fear of any challenges at all. Moreover, he is still a little interested in this so-called evil spirit of demons. The Shinigami world just has some weird abilities and powers. In the end, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao walked slowly towards the depths of the valley under the gratitude, admiration, excitement and anticipation of everyone in the Mishima family. Regardless of whether Kuchiki Kyosuke's operation is successful or not, he has gained the loyalty of the Mishima family, and it is the kind that will never change. Kuchiki Kyosuke's 5 swirling dragons of destruction is indeed very useful. It not only cleans up all enemies cleanly, but also purifies all evil spirits. According to past experience, these puppet monsters and blood spirit evil spirits will calm down for a period of time after they erupt again. As they moved forward, the two chatted about some daily chores, both in a very happy mood, and they didn't look like they were going to go deep into dangerous places to explore. This is a habit that Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao developed during Hueco Mundo, and both of them are used to it. This is of course because Kuchiki Kyosuke is extremely powerful and can settle all troubles. Moreover, Kuchiki Kyosuke's perception is extremely keen, and he can see through the prophets and predict dangers, so he will not be attacked by surprise at all. That's why the two of them can be so relaxed, exploring when and wrong like strolling in the courtyard. There is plenty of spiritual power here, if the problem can be solved fundamentally, the persistence of the Mishima family will be rewarded. Sensing the astonishing concentration of spiritual particles in the air, Ise Nanao sighed a little. She knew that the Mishima family did not persevere until today for the so-called reward. However, Ise Nanao still hopes that good people will be rewarded. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded confidently and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine, I will definitely solve this forbidden area." When the two of them came to the deepest part of the valley, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the dark passage ahead that was difficult for ordinary people to find. The entrance is here, but the world behind is not ordinary. While speaking, he waved his hand and released a mysterious kid talisman, exhorting. This is a composite kid seal. If you encounter danger, don't insist on activating this kid directly, and then this talisman will transfer you here by itself. For Kuchiki Kyosuke's compound kid, Ise Nanao was also very surprised. This is a skill that she has worked hard for a long time but has not fully mastered. Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke's serious look, Ise Nanao immediately nodded and said, "I will be careful." After solving the worries, Kuchiki Kyosuke condensed Reiatsu, and instantly built a space channel for the two to pass through. He explained. Behind this is a large valley, which should contain extremely strong blood spirit power. Also, I suspect that the nature of this goo is unusual, otherwise this so-called devilish energy will be produced. Under the watchful eye of Daluo Dongguan, Kuchiki Kyosuke could see that Ming-gu behind him was quite murderous, so he was so careful. With Kuchiki Kyosuke's current strength, the killing intent that can make him feel vigilant, the strength level is definitely not weak. Before entering the tunnel, Kuchiki Kyosuke also carefully released a protective barrier to protect the two. If the world over there is too dangerous and chaotic, he will directly send Ise Nanao out, and then explore alone. Soon the two of them came to the place called Gu World through this passage. The air here is still very fresh, interesting. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the world of yellow sand under the night sky in front of him, feeling a little surprised in his heart. Not only is this place not as dangerous and violent as imagined, but it looks very peaceful, which is really strange. After feeling that the spirits here were not polluted, Kuchiki Kyosuke removed the protective shields surrounding the two of them. It was the first time for Ise Nanao to set foot in the mysterious world called Gugu. She looked around and found that the sky was full of yellow sand, but there was a lot of life in the vast desert, which were green cactus trees. These cactus trees are growing well, not small in size, full of vigor and vitality. Moreover, she noticed that there was a layer of blood falling on the two of them. Ise Nanao looked up, and saw a semicircular blood moon hanging high in the sky, which contained some familiar ominous aura. Looking at this strange blood-colored world, Ise Nanao sighed. It looks a bit like Hueco Mundo, but it's different. It's a wonderful feeling. Kuchiki Kyosuke was also a bit surprised. I thought this place was filled with that kind of strange power, but it seems that this place is more complicated than I imagined. But it looks like someone doesn't like our arrival. After finishing speaking, he looked forward and saw a huge puppet with green flames coming towards them. At this time, the huge green puppet jumped up and down, and it only spanned a distance of 100 meters in an instant. Bang! It fell extremely heavily on the sand, like a moving hill. It's just that after it landed, its huge body didn't knock out many sand grains, it just blew away a layer of sand on the surface. This is very unscientific. If you look carefully, you will find that under the support of an unknown force, the huge body of the green puppet did not sink into the sand, but seemed to be suspended on the sand. But when this big guy walked around, the movement was not small, and it didn't look like he was flying in suspension. The puppet monster is full of evil green flames. Every time it takes a step, its aura becomes a little more violent, the flames all over its body become more vigorous, and the pressure becomes stronger. That powerful aura is enough to shake everything. Every time he moves a certain distance, the heavy steps make the sand tremble violently. For the tonnage of this thing, no weapons are needed. It only needs to be bumped lightly, and no matter how strong the building is, it will collapse, as fragile as a piece of paper. Moreover, there is an inexplicable chill on this thing, which makes people feel frightened. Chapter 99. However, both Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao looked calm in the face of this terrifying beast-like flame puppet. Kuchiki Kyosuke flicked his fingertips in the air, and the powerful Reiatsu gushed out again, gathering in the palm of his right hand. Soon, these Reiatsu began to emit dazzling golden light. The golden light flickered slightly in the air, and then began to concentrate and compress. In just an instant, a ball of lightning compressed to resemble a small sun suddenly appeared in his palm. This ball of lightning, which was illuminated to ultimate, glowed brightly in the hands of Kuchiki Kyosuke, and the electric current generated in it could directly penetrate the air and extend to extremely far away. Die! Kuchiki Kyosuke just waved his hand lightly, and threw the lightning ball towards the huge dark green puppet. This is just an ordinary thunder system spell, and there is no power bonus after passing through Dijiang Shikai. However, its power has reached an unimaginable level. Facing the swiftly approaching ball of lightning, the green puppet burst into flames all over its body. The green flame that seemed to be able to burn everything was full of momentum. And the flame can make people feel the scorching breath from a long distance, obviously the power is not bad. However, in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke's ordinary lightning method, both the flame and the hard body of the green puppet 817 were pierced by time. Then the ball of lightning exploded instantly, forming hundreds of dazzling lightning. Each bolt of lightning has the power not inferior to that of a high-level kid. Almost instantly, this evil-looking but powerful green puppet was melted by lightning. Its chest was scorched black, and its huge body began to disintegrate. Seeing that the fight took only a split second from start to finish, Ise Nanao slowly let go of the kid from her hands. She didn't have time to help. Moreover, Ise Nanao has a deeper understanding of Kuchiki Kyosuke's kid power. The green puppet looks very powerful, and its actual strength is not bad, but it still can't withstand Kuchiki Kyosuke's casual kid. Noticing Ise Nanao's actions, Kuchiki Kyosuke comforted Ise Nanao very intimately and said, "Don't worry, there is still a long way to go, and you have a chance to perform." He was very satisfied with the power of the thunder method just now. In terms of kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke is now the ultimate full value, almost reaching the limit that Shinigami achieved on kid. That said, it's impossible to surpass Kuchiki Kyosuke on kid as long as it's a Shinigami. Unless it is facing Aizen's "I'm not a human anymore" mask that breaks the limit of Shinigami, and his own kid talent is also extremely high, it is possible to surpass Kuchiki Kyosuke on kid. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke also has the blessing of Feng Kaokuman and other 8 wonders. So in terms of kid, it is not an exaggeration for him to say that he seeks defeat alone and is lonely at the peak. Of course, this is not to say that Kuchiki Kyosuke's kid can no longer be improved. After all, in this world, there is still a way to break the limit of Shinigami, and there are also bugs such as kid and perfect collapse. Even on kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke has already stood at a peak that ordinary people cannot surpass, but his kid road has not yet reached the end. What the hell are these things? Why is it so uncomfortable? Regarding the origin of these puppets, Nanao Ise was not even a little curious. When she has doubts in her heart, she can't help but ask Kuchiki Kyosuke for advice. This is because Kuchiki Kyosuke is her half-teacher, and it seems that there is nothing in this world that Kuchiki Kyosuke does not know. Nanao Ise, who is well-read, often asks some weird questions. Even Ise Nanao, the questioner, felt that these questions were a bit difficult, and it was impossible to have an answer. And Kuchiki Kyosuke can always give the answer. For this, Nanao Ise can only attribute it to the fact that Kuchiki Kyosuke is a genius and the accumulation of the 5 nobles is very deep. Other than that, she couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. This time, Kuchiki Kyosuke also did not disappoint Ise Nanao, and gave the answer very easily. The essence of these puppets should be the upgraded soul. Their bodies should be composed of this unique spirit called Gu, so the material is very special, but, AGF, still has a soul inside. It's just that some mutations have taken place in these souls, leaving only fighting instinct and fighting experience without previous memories. And the reason for the mutation is the power of the blood spirit called Gu Zhong, which should be the culprit who created the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley. Kuchiki Kyosuke has long noticed that puppets that appear to be identical have subtle differences in how they act. This is obviously not a stereotyped clone, but a special application technology for the soul. In the Shinigami world, the soul can be said to be the source of Reiatsu, an extremely high-quality energy source that is not considered an upper limit. It's just that the application and research on the soul has always been a high-end topic, and it is impossible for ordinary people to have access to research in this area, let alone practical application. Like those modified spirits in Seireitei. Thinking of the tragic end of those transformed souls, Ise Nanao's expression darkened. Those experimental subjects are also poor people. In this matter, Seireitei did not do well. That kind of experiment and research was a tragedy from the beginning to the end. The soul that was forcibly made into a weapon was ruthlessly destroyed in the end. Ise Nanao does not agree with this approach, but she is soft-spoken. Even if she is dissatisfied, she is powerless to change all this. And in order not to trouble uncle, she couldn't even say much about it. But facing Kuchiki Kyosuke, Ise Nanao naturally has no scruples and can speak freely. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded and said, "The essence of these mutated souls is no different from those transformed souls, they are all specially transformed and used for souls. It's just that transforming the soul is a product of technology, more refined and more systematic. But these puppet monsters are more like being affected by some kind of energy, and they are naturally directional upgraded. Kuchiki Kyosuke also knows something about those who transform souls. Among the 4 legendary Uranus, one of them transforms souls, that is, the famous Master Soul. The matter or spiritual particles here are also different from our world. In Ise Nanao's perception, everything in this world is different from soul society, and the concentration of spirit particles in the atmosphere is even stronger than that of Hueco Mundo. If those Menos Grande come to this world, the fighting power will become stronger. And she was vaguely aware that the spirits here were strange. It's really interesting here. Kuchiki Kyosuke grabs a handful of sand, which are the shells of the puppets. Compared with Ise Nanao's vague cognition, Kuchiki Kyosuke can see through all the mysteries here. Under the inside of Daluo Cave View, he can even see the microscopic structure of the sand clearly. At a glance, he saw that this world was very different from Soul Society, where the basic structure of spirit particles and the transformation method of energy groups had changed. This is a change in the ground rules. By observing this strange rule, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a clearer understanding of the laws of the Shinigami world. Chapter 100. Let's go and see what interesting things are waiting for us ahead. After speaking, Kuchiki Kyosuke threw away the sand in his hands and took the lead, walking forward confidently. His self-confidence and confidence come from his extremely powerful strength. After all, looking at the entire 3 realms, there are very few who can threaten him. As they went deeper into this place called the Forbidden Valley, the 2 encountered sporadic puppet monsters. These monsters are more vicious than those outside, and they also look smarter. Not only can they sneak attack and ambush, but they also know the principle of squeezing soft persimmons madly. The first attack targets they choose are all Kuchiki Kyosuke, who has no Reiatsu aura. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't come up and crushed these bug-like things. Instead, she always stepped away and let Ise Nanao deal with these puppets. Kuchiki Kyosuke intends to cultivate Ise Nanao's actual combat ability, so facing these enemies, he just supervises the battle from the sidelines. With Kuchiki Kyosuke in charge and confidence in her own strength, Nanao Ise will naturally not swell. During the fight, Ise Nanao could feel that although the puppets here were not many in number, they were much stronger than the puppets outside. The same puppet monster, which only has a giant imaginary level outside, but in this place called the Valley, has the strength of Menos Grande. While using Kid to eliminate the puppet monsters that keep appearing, Ise Nanao sighed. Fortunately, you, Kyosuke, killed most of the puppets before, otherwise we would have a headache now. Seeing Ise Nanao's heroic fighting posture and decisive and sharp movements, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded secretly. He could see that Ise Nanao had integrated what he had taught him into actual combat. This has greatly improved Ise Nanao's overall strength, at least at the level of 1 car punching the west, and the battery life and Kid's power have also been greatly improved. After making up for these 2 weaknesses, the current Ise Nanao can be regarded as a real strongman. Ko, you are already very strong now, you need to have more confidence in yourself. Kuchiki Kyosuke still has countless advanced skills waiting to be taught to Ise Nanao. It's just that all these skills require a strong mind to control. The current Ise Nanao still has some shortcomings in this aspect and needs to be strengthened. These evil spirits seem troublesome, are they really all right? Nanao Ise was also very happy about her improvement in strength, but she was still a little worried. If these evil spirits are just pure energy without a specific carrier, how should we deal with them? Regarding Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength, Nanao Ise has no doubts. In her heart, there might be only the strongest Shinigami who can defeat Kuchiki Kyosuke in this world. Just being strong doesn't mean omnipotent. The reason why this forbidden place can become a forbidden place is that the power of the blood spirit is immortal, and the division of the land is difficult. Ise Nanao, who was born in the Shinto family, knows how difficult it is to be listed as a forbidden power. Regarding Ise Nanao's worries, Kuchiki Kyosuke just smiled mysteriously and did not explain too much. He is not as simple as being powerful. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who possesses the 8 miraculous skills, has, to some extent, greater and more comprehensive potential than Ling Wang, the creator god. No one in the 3 realms surpasses Kuchiki Kyosuke in talent, potential, and versatility. Soon, Kuchiki Kyosuke relieved Ise Nanao's worries with actions. Just when the two were moving forward steadily, a strange red and black Reiatsu burst out in front of them. This Reiatsu breath is similar but not the same as Menos Grande. What is this? Nanao Ise looked up and saw a humanoid thing made of red and black lines running towards her. In an instant, she felt that her whole body was enveloped by a familiar warm atmosphere. Thanks to Kuchiki Kyosuke's timely shot, Ise Nanao was not affected by that weird thing too much, but she still felt a chill in her heart and her coffin became unstable. Kyosuke, be careful! Nanao Ise couldn't help but exclaimed after realizing that the monster that suddenly appeared was stronger than the ordinary Siriti captain. Don't worry, it's just mere ants, not worth mentioning. Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly, his figure flashed, and he came to the monster. At this moment, the monster was wrapped in yellow sand all over the sky. When Kuchiki Kyosuke Shunpo came, the yellow sand condensed into shape, and a huge black puppet was standing in the sand pit. In an instant, this monster absorbed unimaginable grains of sand onto itself, forming a huge and solid body. 0. Seeking flowers. It seems that you are the source of all this, I really can't hold back. Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately realized the origin of this thing, it looked like the remnant soul of some powerful being. Because the quality of Reiatsu is too high, it cannot be digested naturally. It has survived until today, and continuously produces the so-called blood spirit power. Originally, this kind of thing should be contained in hell, and then it will come out in its early days. But obviously, Jiaogu cut off the traction of hell, thus forming this forbidden place. At this time, the black puppet showed an extremely powerful momentum, and the released Reiatsu made the world tremble, and the sun and the moon dimmed. Roar! After an inhuman roar, the black puppet said, "Why don't you kneel before the gods?" Even though it's just a puppet, even though it's just a short sentence, you can still feel the arrogant and domineering aura of the black puppet. This is the first talking puppet Ji and Ise Nanao have encountered, and it should also be the last. Without any hesitation, Kuchiki Kyosuke went straight to Shikai Taejiang, and a short time later, he came out with a knife. Under the tenfold Reiatsu boost, the Reiatsu condensed on Dijiang is surprisingly strong, and this knife seems to be able to cut everything. Humph! With a blow that doesn't hurt or itch, how can a mortal hurt a god? After the cold light passed, the black puppet was safe and sound, with no wounds on its body. Seeing this scene, Ise Nanao's heart tightened, thinking that Kuchiki Kyosuke had missed. When she was about to help, Kuchiki Kyosuke had already sheathed his sword. "I've dealt with you, but you didn't know it." He has long seen that this black puppet is quite mysterious, and it cannot be solved by a simple slashing technique. This guy's body is just a foreign object, and the real core is hidden deep in the innermost part of that puppet body. It is not easy to kill him with one blow. Therefore, at the beginning, Kuchiki Kyosuke did not intend to use the slashing technique to deal with this enemy. A mere mortal can only say a few words. At this point, the black puppet couldn't say anything else. He looked down and saw some mysterious blue lines surrounding the body of the puppet. These lines are tightening and deforming, and finally become a chain 7 composed of countless strange characters. Chapter 101. The moment the chain appeared, the black puppet felt unable to move his whole body, and could not even speak. "I know that ordinary kid and slashing techniques probably can't do anything to you, so I used a little bit of my exclusive ability. This time, Kuchiki Kyosuke used the spirit sealing and cutting off amulet in the Tiantian talisman. This is a secret technique born out of the wandering scripture talisman, which can block the energy transmission and operation of the enemy. To deal with those fast enemies, this move is of little significance, and being cut by Dejong basically means that the battle is over. So under normal circumstances, this trick is very tasteless. But it is very useful to deal with the black puppet, which can be resurrected infinitely and is immortal. Since you claim to be a god, you should desperately resist the methods of me, immortal, 073. Because this is your last chance. While talking, Kuchiki Kyosuke condensed a lot of Reiatsu, and time and space seemed to be frozen at this moment. Ise Nanao, who has been paying attention to the battle situation, her eyes lit up. He noticed that Kuchiki Kyosuke was gestating a particularly powerful kid power, the kind of kid that seemed to be able to control the world. After cutting off the opponent's Reiatsu movement means, Kuchiki Kyosuke started the next operation. Looking at the black puppet that stood still like a sculpture, with the thought, Reiatsu instantly turned into some extremely complicated kid seals and wrapped around the black puppet. Before, because he had restricted the energy supply of this puppet, this thing could not resist at all and could only be sealed. 99 of Byakuya forbidden technique. Everything is sealed. Kuchiki Kyosuke concentrates on controlling the seal, bringing 99's Byakuya power to ultimate. Layers of seals began to condense into physical chains and shackles. Hundreds of black chains began to extend towards the ground, dragging the black puppet-like body into the ground. The dense chains tightly strangled the body of the black puppet. Each chain is extremely strong, while restricting the movement of the black puppet, it also isolates the transmission of energy. At this moment, the black puppet who claims to be a god can only utter the last impotent rage in his heart. I'm a god, how could I be sealed by this bug-like thing? These ants are all dead when I sleep, how can I fail? He desperately wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, when he was finally dragged into the deepest part of the desert, he still couldn't break free from the shackles of those black chains. It's so easy to solve. Seeing that group of evil forces and black puppets were easily eliminated by Kuchiki Kyosuke, Ise Nanao was a little shocked. Although, she would try to overestimate the strength of Kuchiki Kyosuke every time, but every time she would be shocked by Kuchiki Kyosuke's performance. Ise Nanao, who looked surprised, was still a little worried. He won't come out again, right? Kuchiki Kyosuke wrote. This is the seal I specially imposed on it. Once hit by this trick, whether it is internal resistance or external shock, it will be transformed into a part of the chain. So, these chains will only become more and more strong, and will not disappear with the passage of time. With this guy's strength, he won't be able to get out of trouble for the rest of his life. The Byakuya just released by Kuchiki Kyosuke could be called the forbidden technique. If it is so easy to crack, this trick cannot be called forbidden technique. Originally, number 99 Byakuya was already the highest level Byakuya, and there were very few Shinigami masters. What's more, this is an enhanced version performed by Kuchiki Ryasuke himself. The powerful kid that Urahara Kisuke sealed Benglin was only at this level, and it was impossible for a mere remnant soul to break free from this seal. Moreover, Kuchiki Kyosuke has long discovered that the powerful kid seal is designed to kill these remnants and mutant spirits. That's good, thank you, return. While talking, Nanao Ise held Kuchiki Kyosuke's big hand lightly, feeling that Kuchiki Kyosuke is more reliable now. In fact, she was still very shocked by Kuchiki Kyosuke's performance just now. With a wave of his hand, he solved an evil spirit stronger than the captain. This can no longer be described as a genius, it can only be described as a monster and evildoer. It's just that Ise Nanao felt that she was used to this shocking feeling. After getting to know Kuchiki Kyosuke, Nanao Ise felt that her worldview had been broadened a lot. Something she thought was impossible happened before her eyes. But what reassures Nanao the most is that no matter how strong Kuchiki Kyosuke becomes, the two are always connected in spirit. With this feeling of connectedness, no matter how big the difference in strength between the two is, Ise Nanao will not be unfamiliar with Kuchiki Kyosuke. As the black puppet was completely sealed, the half-circle moon in the sky completely faded its blood color and sprinkled golden light like a veil. At the same time, under the surprised gaze of the two, the surrounding cactus trees also began to stretch out, and a small flower bud bloomed at the top. Soon the buds swelled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, these buds grew into incomparably gorgeous bright red flowers. The blood-colored desert, which was originally like a purgatory, instantly became a sea of flowers, and the sea of sand was filled with fiery red colors as far as the eye could see. What a nice view! Looking at the flaming flowers blooming on the 2.0 cactus, Ise Nanao was intoxicated. She did not expect to see such an unimaginable beauty in such a forbidden place. While seeing the beautiful scenery, Ise Nanao was sure what Kuchiki Kyosuke said earlier was true. There really is nothing evil about this place. From then on, the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley is only Blood Moon Valley, and the Mishima family, which has been suffering for thousands of years, is finally free. This forbidden area is really interesting. Kuchiki Kyosuke was equally amazed by the beauty. Then, while admiring the rare beauty, the two slowly returned to the residence of the Mishima family. Kuchiki Kyosuke is still very interested in the strange puppet called Yunika. Chapter 102. Therefore, when he returned, he deliberately gathered some puppets and treated them with special seals, and then took them away from this place called Valley. He wanted to study the structure, and these studies might come in handy after he unlocked the divine mechanism. Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke's actions, Ise Nanao was a little curious. Isn't the biggest hidden danger here solved? Are these puppets still useful? In her opinion, as long as the haunted black puppets are sealed away, some puppet monsters are not a threat at all. After all, without the energy provided by the black puppets, these puppets are like trees without roots and will soon be unable to persist. In fact, the few puppets they saw along the way had become much weaker. It seems that these puppet monsters are connected with the group of weird evil spirits in a special way. After the source of blood spirit power was sealed by Kuchiki Kyosuke, these puppet monsters gradually became completely dead. Kuchiki Kyosuke explains, these golems have some research value, and they're good as collectibles. It's a pity that there is too little information about the time-space forbidden technique, otherwise, Kuchiki would have to set up a transmission channel here. Regarding the unique environment and laws here, he also felt that there was a lot of mystery, and he thought that 06 should study it from time to time. When it was dawn, Ise Nanao and Kuchiki Kyosuke who returned to the Mishima family clan were warmly welcomed by the whole clan. If they hadn't stopped them, the small clan would have to kneel down for them. Kuchiki Kyosuke noticed that the whole family was indeed in a dire situation, with very few adults except the elderly and children. It seems that until now, the Mishima family has not recovered from the previous disaster. But without the threat of the Forbidden Land, they were finally able to get out of the past sorrows and redevelop the family. Our Mishima family will never forget your kindness forever and ever. This is the grace of regeneration. At this time, Mishima Takeda was very excited, his face flushed with excitement, and his eyes shone with a light called hope. The Mishima family has been looking forward to this day for a long time, and now their wish has finally come true. Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao are respected and worshipped like God in the Mishima family. What they couldn't solve for thousands of years was easily settled by this extremely young Shinigami. Just by looking at the expressions of these people, one can tell that since then Kuchiki Kyosuke has gained a group of die-hard loyalists. After solving the catastrophe in the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao were not in a hurry to leave here. The two decided to restore Reiatsu and physical strength here, and at the same time observe the situation in the forbidden area to prevent any omissions. Of course, one of the important reasons is that Kuchiki Kyosuke wants to solve the hidden danger of the Tsuneyashiro family once and for all. When night just arrived, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao came into the room. You take a good rest, This incident is not a coincidence, I need to deal with it. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked calm. Since they dare to plot against you, then don't expect to be safe. If you mess with yourself, Kuchiki Kyosuke can keep those guys bouncing around for days. But if he dared to do something to the people around him, then he would never allow them to live another night. Ise Nanao calmly nodded and said, I wish you guy a good return. At this moment, compared to Siraidi's rules, she sided with Kuchiki Kyosuke without hesitation. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't say much, just poured a glass of wine and smiled slightly, when I come back, the wine will still be warm. In the end, he gently straightened the black hair on Ise Nanao's forehead, his movements were very gentle. Ise Nanao has the same temperament as hers. At first glance, it looks like nothing, but it is very soft, but when it is carefully tasted, it is like a cold spring, with endless aftertaste. Kuchiki Kyosuke really likes this girl, and anyone who dares to hurt her will pay a heavy price. Before leaving, Kuchiki Kyosuke deliberately cast Kid, leaving a phantom with his own Reiatsu breath in place. This is not some advanced Kid, it's just a combination of talisman and Kid, but it can also hide from the supervision section of the Technology Development Bureau. In this way, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a perfect alibi. This time, he will directly send the Tsuneya Shiro family to heaven. Kuchiki Kyosuke took advantage of the dark night to quickly rush to Shunpo. The speed was extremely fast, and he came to the Lingting in a short time. In yesterday's battle, his Reiatsu was attrition, but the recovery ability of the Liuku Immortal Thief in the Perfect Realm was too strong. By the time Kuchiki Kyosuke arrives at the Tsuneya Shiro family's mansion, his Reiatsu has been fully restored. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke's ability to perfectly hide his Reiatsu aura comes into full play. He doesn't need anything to hide Reiatsu's cloak to infiltrate Siraidii perfectly. The protection is not bad, but useless. Looking at the family enchantment belonging to the Tsuneya Shiro family in front of him, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled disdainfully. He could have easily broken the barrier with his superb kid skills. But if this is the case, it will inevitably leave some flaws. After all, Reiatsu's breath and unique kid skills will not deceive people. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyo used a special technique that would never be discovered by his own purpose. That is the power of Feng Kaokuman. In an instant, he opened the Feng Kaokuman of the Perfect Realm, and then the whole person silently merged into the entire enchantment, and even this piece of heaven and earth. With Dala Dongguan, Feng Kaokuman, and Reiatsu's hidden ability, Waki Kyosuke is like no one in the entire Namade family. Looking around, he chose a direction and killed directly. In that direction, there is a barrier composed of murderous stones, which is a treatment that ordinary people cannot enjoy. The moment Kuchiki Kyosuke stepped into that luxurious bedroom, he touched some invisible alarm mechanism. Of course, this is also because Kuchiki Kyosuke did not deliberately choose to defuse these warning methods, because they are no longer needed. The moment you walk in, the big door of one Kimen. Under the shroud of Feng Kaokuman in the realm of perfection, Room 40 seems to exist independently of Soul Society. Even the eye monk who can see through everyone's spiritual world can't see what happened here. What the Tsuneya Shiro family did really angered Kuchiki Kyosuke. He would not let Tsuneya Shiro Mamura die so easily. How did you break through the defense of the murderous stone and get here? Tsuneya Shiro Shinen, who woke up in an instant, was puzzled. It is common sense that Shinigami cannot break the defense of the murderous stone. Moreover, their Tsuneya Shiro family still has a powerful enchantment that has been passed down for a long time. Why is there no reaction from the enchantment? As for the arrival of Kuchiki Kyosuke, he wasn't surprised at all. Until now, Tsuneya Shiro thought that Kuchiki Kyosuke was here to negotiate. He predicted that the other party would not dare to do anything to him, the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family. You know, their Tsuneya Shiro family is one of the 5 nobles, unless Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't want to mix in Siraidii, otherwise he will not dare to resist with all his strength. It is because they control everything in Seireii that they are so lawless, so unscrupulous, and so confident. Kuchiki Kyosuke said with a disdainful smile, "Don't talk about the murderous spirit stone and your simple enchantment, even the defense of the Lingwang Palace is the same in my opinion. These idiots are still clinging to the old times, thinking that they can use those things to protect them and maintain their high status. These people don't know at all that in front of the real strong, the so-called rules they trust and adhere to are just jokes." Chapter 103. Now, what do you want? Do you want power or money or something else? Tsuneyashiro Shinen, who knew he was no match, could still remain calm at this moment. Looking around the bedroom, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly. "These are all available to me, and I have no interest in them. If you can't come up with any more innovative chips, then you can go on the road with peace of mind." He wanted to see if the Tsuneyashiro family, who had inherited 10,000 years, had any other means and trump cards besides the artifact like Yan Luo Jingdian. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke estimated that there might have been, and now there is no more. There is nothing more terrifying than self-importance, and these corrupt Tsuneyashiro rulers are far worse than their ancestors. After discovering that Kuchiki Kyosuke was really not joking, Tsuneyashiro Shinen immediately said, "You can't kill me, otherwise the 46 house and other nobles will not let you go, the entire jingling court cannot tolerate you." "Who knew I did it?" Kuchiki Kyosuke looked indifferent, and said, "If you let the Seireii choose between me and you nobles, the Seireii can only choose me, because if you don't choose me, there will be no Seireii from now on." Realizing that no matter what, it is impossible to escape the fate of death, Tsuneyashiro Manamo mustered up the last courage and said furiously, Our Tsuneyashiro family is the history of Seireii, we created this world, how dare you?" And the only answer to Tsuneyashiro Shinen was that merciless sword. With this knife, Kuchiki Kyosuke used the soul-slashing technique, directly tearing the soul of Tsuneyashiro Shinen. This is more secure than headshots and corpses. In this world, if there is a problem with the body, there is still a way to make up for it. If the soul is destroyed, it is completely over, and even the chance of reincarnation is gone. Why do you dare to resist us? Tsuneyashiro Jinyan only felt his whole body turn cold, and his consciousness was about to fall into eternal darkness. Until the last moment, he was still threatening unwillingly, "If you do something to our Tsuneyashiro family, even if you have superpowers, this world will not be able to accommodate you." Hearing Tsuneyashiro's weak threat, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled again. For that knife just now, he deliberately only used a little bit of strength. He would like to see how hard this Tsuneyashiro Manukli's mouth is. At this moment, Tsuneyashiro Jinyan, who had finished speaking, only felt an indescribable pain gushing from the deepest part of his body. The severe pain that tore his soul almost exceeded his limit. Under the torment of this unbearable pain, Tsunejide Jinyan only wants to die quickly. The only thing that can keep him from fainting is the pride and recognition he has accumulated over the years. But now under the impact of this intense pain, the belief in the family has gradually become illusory. Looking at Tsuneyashiro Shinen, who had a distorted face and clenched teeth, Kuchiki Kyosuke said calmly, "They dare not resist you because they cannot see your evil and dark history. The reason I dare to kill you all is because your rules and righteousness don't make sense to me. As the long-standing rulers of the Soul Society, the Tsuneyashiro family and the 46 houses are Dai, the nominal emperor of the Soul Society. This kind of majesty similar to imperial power penetrates into the hearts of every Shinigami, like shackles that lock their hearts and hearts of resistance. Moreover, behind the Tsuneyashiro family stood the Soul King and the Zero Division, which made those captain-level Shinigami obediently accept their fate. The Tsuneyashiro family took it for granted that they could do whatever they wanted even if they had no top strength. These people may have forgotten how their Tsuneyashiro family survived in the original world where the weak preyed on the strong. Kuchiki Kyosuke is not used to them. His strength and insight allow him to easily break all the rules and constraints. Tonight is destined to be a bloody night. When the guards of the Tsuneyashiro family screamed, Kuchiki Kyosuke had already left Seirai calmly and returned to the residence of the Mishima family. Then passed by seeing June, the news that the case surprised all the captains and nobles spread throughout the jingling court. Overnight, a tragedy happened to the Tsuneyashiro family, one of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society, and almost all the high-level personnel were wiped out. The murderer is currently unknown, and the motive for the killing is unknown. This is the worst fall since the Soul Society was founded. Captain Yamamoto Genrisai, furious on the spot, ordered Seeing Jun and the 8th Division to investigate the case strictly, and must arrest the murderer as soon as possible, and then punish him with Suigetsu. The entire Seirai was in chaos and shock. The Tsuneyashiro family, one of the 5 great nobles, is the same existence for ordinary Shinigami. Now the sky is falling. Although in order to maintain the dignity and reputation of the 5 nobles, Seeing army personnel restricted the transmission of information. However, some Shinigami and the public knew about the tragedy last night, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really terrible, what kind of person would do such a terrible thing? Even the 5 nobles have ended up like this, will we also be attacked?" Ordinary Shinigami and the people panicked, felt sorry for the tragedy of the Tsuneyashiro family, and hated the murderer very much. After all, in their cognition, the 5 nobles are like perfect monarchs aloft. But for Kurako Shunsui, a high-level figure who knows the darkness of the Tsuneyashiro family, there are only 5 words in his mind. Damn, champagne! In the team building of the 5th Division, Ichimaru-jin, who heard the news, even widened his squinted eyes a little bit. He said as if muttering to himself, "Couldn't this timing be too coincidental? The Tsuneyashiro family just had a bad relationship with that big kid chief, and then they were almost exterminated." At this time, Aizen looked surprised, and even had a hint of surprise and shock. However, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes became deep and firm again, and he said indifferently, "Limos. Of course this is not a coincidence. It is not difficult to kill those wastes, but it is not easy to solve them silently. In the entire Seirai, only Kuchiki Kyosuke has the courage and ability to do this. Kuchiki Kyosuke is a really scary guy, there's no way to predict his actions. Is it so exaggerated?" Ichimaru-jin was a little suspicious. He thought that Kuchiki Kyosuke would take measures to fight back against what the Tsuneyashiro family did. However, Ichimaru-jin never thought that the other party would treat one of the 5 nobles so decisively and thoroughly. Overnight, all the high-level officials of the entire Tsuneyashiro family were slaughtered and almost exterminated. With such a ruthless attack, are you really not afraid of the nobles' counterattack? Besides, Captain Yamamoto is the one who doesn't rub the sand in his eyes. Such a big thing happened, can the old man bear it? It stands to reason that Kuchiki shouldn't be such an irrational alter. Chapter 104. Aizen said firmly, "Kuchiki Kyosuke has always acted in an unpredictable manner, but he never fights unprepared battles, and usually leaves behind. Those 46 idiots combined can't beat Kuchiki Kyosuke. It's Godai 13's side." Speaking of this, Aizen pondered, even if he was resourceful, he couldn't think of how Kuchiki Kyosuke could evade the investigation from Godai 13. Immediately, Ichimaru-jin clapped his hands and said, "Captain Aizen, this incident seems to have turned into a complete farce, isn't it in line with your original plan?" In fact, even Ichimaru-jin felt that things had deviated from their predetermined track. It seemed like they were trying to restrain Kuchiki Kyosuke by Tsuneyashiro's hand, but it was completely useless. After all, no matter how they plan or calculate, Kuchiki Kyosuke is still standing there, can this not be deviated? At this time, Aizen also realized that his previous plan was a bit clown, but he was still full of confidence and said calmly, "I admit that Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength and talent are far beyond everyone's expectations, but strength alone is not enough in this world. Even the strongest Shinigami is just a short-sighted person. No matter how strong a person who can't see the world is, he is just a mortal. Those who cannot go beyond the limit of 643 and advance towards the sky will not be able to touch the high throne after all. Ichimaru-jin applauded face-saving, then I wish Aizen-sama all the best, and completely surpass these mortals. In his heart, he became more and more stable. No matter how beautiful Aizen's words were, they couldn't cover up an obvious fact. That is, from now on, Aizen-suke can probably only go around Kuchiki Kyosuke. The candle that Aizen once thought could be blown out has grown into a great sun that will never fall. Just as the Shinigami were talking about the tragedy last night, the various teams in the 46 room received an anonymous report, which listed the numerous crimes of the Tsuneyashiro family. There are countless crimes such as murdering colleagues wantonly and suppressing members of the other 5 nobles, and there are even heinous crimes such as blasphemy against the Spirit King and Hollow Shinigami. Among these documents are very detailed hollow reports and descriptions of the Soul King fragments. The document also reveals that a few years ago, the Tsuneyashiro family massacred a large number of Fullbringers in this world and stole the Soul King fragments from them. After committing such a serious crime, they also pushed the crime to the then agent Shinigami Jinjo Kyujo through the false surveillance images in the imaging hall. And the Tsuneyashiro family committed several such inhuman crimes like Agfa, but never received any substantial punishment. For a moment, the wind direction of Seirai changed. Although the 46th room did not recognize the authenticity of this report, the captains of the various departments had obvious dislike for the Tsuneyashiro family. After all, even if they didn't see what the Tsuneyashiro family did before, they had heard about it. As a result, they became more and more sure of the authenticity of the report. Finally, in desperation, Room 46 characterized the tragedy as revenge by the wanted criminal Urahara Kisuke. After all, those hollow masks are powerful, and Urahara Kisuke has mastered the hollow materials, making these files is a breeze. Due to the pressure of public opinion and the maintenance of the reputation of the Tsuneyashiro family, the investigation of the tragedy was hastily stopped. The sages of the 46 chambers just ordered Godi I-13 to step up the arrest of the criminal Urahara Kisuke and a group of defecting captains. Yamamoto Genrisaya chose to remain silent on the decision of the 46 room, apparently agreeing with the result. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, the 2 Millennium captains, couldn't understand this bizarre scene of changing circumstances. In fact, everyone is very clear that this matter is definitely not that simple. Captains with keen senses like them can even be sure that this matter has something to do with that big kid leader. The conflict between the Tsuneyashiro family and Kuchiki Kyosuke can be hidden from ordinary people, but not from them. The Tsuneyashiro family had intended to intervene in the kid before, but was mercilessly rejected by Kuchiki Kyosuke. Afterwards, Kuchiki Kyosuke was repeatedly assassinated by dead men in Rukanga. This is to say that it has nothing to do with the Tsuneyashiro family, and no fool would believe it. Does the teacher have no opinion on this matter? Jushiro, who is familiar with Yamamoto's character, felt a little strange. Why is the teacher so calm when such a big event happened in Seirai? You must know that all along, anyone who dares to challenge the majesty of Seirai and the 13th team will be burned to the ground by the terrible fire of Rijinjaka. Maintaining the rules of the Soul Society is Mr. Yamamoto's beliefs and principles, which cannot be easily changed. After hearing Jushiro's words, Kurako Shunsui shrugged and said indifferently, "What can be said? The Mishima family and Nanao can attest that Kuchiki Kyosuke was not in Seirai at the time. In addition, Seirai's entry and exit records can also prove this point. Most importantly, Room 46 has announced that Urahara Kisuke and others are responsible for this matter. If this thing is really done by the big kid, I can only say that it is beautiful in every sense." Actually, this time, Kurako Shunsui was also very surprised. He knew that with the teacher's violent temper, he only recognized the rules and did not distinguish between right and wrong. As long as someone breaks the rules, no matter who it is, the teacher will not show mercy. But this time, the old man unexpectedly didn't say much. I really don't know if Kuchiki Kyosuke is too special, or the old man changed his temper. Seeing Kurako Shunsui's eyes full of joy, Jaishur Yukatake shook his head and said, "It seems that you really hate the Tsuneyashiro family." Jaishur Yukatake of the good old man has always tried his best to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, hoping to solve the problem in a peaceful way. Kurako Shunsui laughed and said, "Don't say you don't hate it, don't forget that document said that the debt of Jinjo Kyujo will be settled on them." He knew that his old classmate had always been brooding about the matter of Jinjo Kyujo. It was Jushiro who was in charge of representing Shinigami back then. After Jinjo's rebellion, this old friend always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't produce evidence. There are other solutions anyway. Jaishur Yukatake fell silent when referring to the Shinigami agent. In this matter, the Tsuneyashiro family can't be cleaned up, and the hands of those people are covered with the blood of innocent people. At this moment, Kurako Shunsui's expression became serious. "I used to think so too, but it was only because of lack of ability and belief. What Kuchiki Kyosuke has done proves that there is no other solution in this matter, and that they are the real change-makers and winners. In that regard, I really admire Kuchiki Kyosuke. He did what I always wanted to do but couldn't do." Although Jaishur Yukatake admits that there is some truth to Kurako Shunsui's words, the deep-seated class concept that has been formed for thousands of years is still difficult to change. Seeing his old friend's expression, Kurako Shunsui smiled slightly. "If I had to choose between the existing system and Kuchiki Kyosuke, I would definitely choose Kuchiki Kyosuke." Although he himself does not advocate the extreme approach of Kuchiki Kyosuke, he can accept it. The blame is to blame the Tsuneyashiro family for going too far. Kurako Shunsui only hates his lack of ability, and there is no way to sanction the Tsuneyashiro family with Kuchiki Kyosuke. At this very moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who has done amazing things, is enjoying the beautiful time alone with Nanao Ise. Chapter 105. He didn't care what a huge wave last night's spontaneity created in Siraidai. Even if the world falls, Kuchiki Kyosuke is confident that he can change the situation on his own, so he doesn't worry about how the situation in Siraidai will change at all. Besides, he still has a backhand, and it should work now, and even if the plan doesn't work, the big thing is to turn the table and shout, "If it's difficult, then don't do it." At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke is visiting Ise Nanayako with a relaxed face. After yesterday's purification, everything in the Blood Moon Valley has returned to normal. It is foreseeable that this somewhat barren canyon will soon become green. After all, there is plenty of spiritual power here, and it should have unlimited vitality. It was a bit desolate before, but the lack of vitality was caused by the erosion of blood spirit and devil energy. Looking at it like this, it shouldn't be a problem. Nanao Ise was satisfied when she saw the sprouts that were stubbornly emerging from the crack. This sense of accomplishment of being able to make the world a better place really made her feel very happy, although in this matter, she actually did not do much. Holding Ise Nanao's crispy and soft little hand, Kuchiki Kyosuke was very relaxed. "Look how happy we are now, you should hang out with me more, let the Captain Kurako Shunsui do anything. There have been a lot of things recently, and his time for fishing has been greatly reduced. Now that the scourge of the Tsuneyashiro family has been settled, Kuchiki Kyosuke will of course enjoy a happy life of fishing." Therefore, he took Ise Nanao, who was addicted to work, to relax. In his opinion, Kurako Shunsui, the captain, is too idle, which makes the two of them spend less time alone, which is not acceptable. After that, under the grateful eyes of the Mishima family, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao left Blood Moon Valley and returned to Siraidai. Although one of the 5 nobles of Siraidai suffered a heavy loss, Siraidai as a whole is still peaceful and has not been affected at all. In the eyes of ordinary people and Shinigami, they even think that people like the Tsuneyashiro family died well. After all, they deserve death for doing so many bad things. Except for the well-informed captain of Godai 13, Everyone thought Urahara Kisuke, the defected captains, was the murderer. For these captains, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not worried, even if they may have guessed the truth of the matter. Godai 13 was on his side when he released evidence against the Tsunoya Shiro family. As for the other minor nobles, after knowing how terrifying Kuchiki Kyosuke's full-strength actions were, even if they knew what Kuchiki Kyosuke did, they didn't dare to say anything. After returning to the exclusive office of Chief Kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the familiar surroundings and felt very friendly. At this moment, he felt a familiar Reiatsu breath, and his subordinates reported, the leader of the Big Kid, the leader of the Kyo band came to visit. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded secretly in his heart, he was about to come. He touched the mechanism casually, and the door of the office opened slowly, and a fancy-dressed Kurako Shunsui walked in, even with a lipstick mark on his face. I want to thank you for the matter of Mishima and Xiaonanao. I have always wanted to solve the problem there, but because of lack of ability, I have delayed until now. And you are so courageous, you really dare to do anything, it seems that there is nothing you can't do, hell. While talking, Kurako Shunsui observed Kuchiki Kyosuke's expression and found that the other party was very calm. Kurako Shunsui really admired Kuchiki Kyosuke returning to Siridi just now as if nothing had happened. If it were him, he would not have the guts to come back so ostentatiously after doing such a big event. Even if there are various witnesses and evidences to prove that Kuchiki Kyosuke is innocent, he will never be the murderer of this tragedy. However, for Kurako Shunsui and the captains, the so-called evidence is not important at all. Some things, you can know the result just by feeling, just like he has always suspected that Urahara Kisuke may be wronged. What Kuchiki Kyosuke has done, it is okay to hide it from ordinary people, but it is impossible to hide it from the captain. At the same time, Kurako Shunsui was also relieved after seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ise Nanao return to Siridi together. Although I don't know how Kuchiki Kyosuke did it, but looking at it now, this is the most perfect ending. A world in which only the Tsunoya Shiro family is injured is a perfect world. Kurako Shunsui can only say submit to Kuchiki Kyosuke's counterattack this time. Kuchiki Kyosuke said with a slight smile, I just solved those problems by coincidence. In words, he didn't think about hiding anything, it was tantamount to directly admitting that he was responsible for the Tsunoya Shiro family's affairs. By the way, how are you sure the old man won't turn against you? This point, Kurako Shunsui is very curious. 0. Seeking Flowers 00. With the relationship between the two of them, he didn't need to make any roundabout temptations, he just went straight to the point and asked whatever he wanted. Kuchiki Kyosuke explained. You guys still underestimated the commander-in-chief, the old man can naturally figure out what you can figure out. Actually, looking at it from another angle, this is actually a contest between nobles, and the old man has every reason not to intervene. It is really because the name of the strongest Shinigami is too loud, so the Shinigami will always consider the captain's thoughts when they act, except for the battle madman and Frankenstein. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke had already figured everything out. This time, it can actually be seen as an infighting between the Kuchiki family and the Tsunoya Shiro family. In this way, Yamamoto Genrisai has no reason to make a move. 0. And if you really want to choose one between the Tsunoya Shiro family and the Kuchiki family, unless Yamamoto has dementia, the strongest Shinigami will definitely stand on the side of the Kuchiki family and Kuchiki Kyosuke. So from the beginning to the end, Captain Yamamoto was not a threat to Kuchiki Kyosuke, and there was no possibility of conflict between the two. Wonderful! Kurako Shunsui clapped his hands and instantly understood the key point. To put it bluntly, Godai 13 are the men and guards of the 5 nobles. Facing foreign enemies, they must of course fight bravely and carry out their beliefs to the end. However, the infighting between employers is also the game between nobles, and Godai 13 is not qualified to intervene. Since the old man is very concerned about rules, then use rules to restrict him. In the end, these captains can only be bound by the rules and can't do anything. On the other hand, Kuchiki Kyosuke played the rules to the fullest. While breaking the rules, he also protects himself with the decadent rules of Seireitei. This wave is really to let the enemy checkmate himself. Such a strategy is amazing. Kurako Shunsui was full of admiration and exclaimed sincerely, "It's you Kuchiki Kyosuke who dares to break the rules and can use the rules to get the best benefit for himself." Kuchiki Kyosuke said modestly, "I just took advantage of my status." With full talent and strength, coupled with the status of a member of the Five Nobles, Kuchiki Kyosuke is really walking sideways in Seireitei. It is simply a replica of "I can do whatever I want." Kurako Shunsui nodded and said, "After this battle, among the nobles, you and the Kuchiki family are respected. You, the big kid chief, and the kid people will be soaring to zero." Chapter 106. Now that I think about it, Kuchiki Kyosuke's seemingly reckless act of killing him turned out to be a stroke of genius, which established the status of the strongest family of the Kuchiki family in one fell swoop. The other nobles could only turn to the Kuchiki family because they didn't know the truth of the matter. But, what if those people know that it was Kuchiki Kyosuke who killed Tsuneyashiro's top brass? Even because he knew it, he was even more afraid. Since Kuchiki Kyosuke could easily destroy the strongest force of the Tsuneyashiro family, several small families were no problem. Now that everyone knows how terrifying the angry Kuchiki Kyosuke really is, who else would dare to provoke the great kid chief? So no matter what, the status of the Kuchiki family is as stable as Mount Tai. Kuchiki Kyosuke said indifferently, "I'm already in the sky." Shinigami's side pays too much attention to the balance of the situation, so the 287 side of the strength side will stagnate. Simply put, it is a bit complacent. No wonder Aizen looks down on these Shinigami captains. They have been at peace for a long time, and they really ignore the fundamentals of strength. Because of this, in the Millennium Bloody Battle, these captains were calculated miserably. Kuchiki Kyosuke can have today's status and achievements, the identities of the Five Nobles are only auxiliary, strong strength is the most critical and fundamental reason. If he didn't have such strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the Tsuneyashiro family who controlled the right to speak. Tsuneyashiro and those trash are used to intrigue, thinking that everything can be resolved with political games. That night, Kuchiki Kyosuke proved with facts that in the face of absolute strength, no matter how they play, they will always be losers. Kurako Shunsui said cheerfully, "Forget it, let's not talk about it. Do you want to come together tonight? I'm treating you. I heard that there is a new tea coming out. It's very beautiful." On the surface, he looks harmless to humans and animals, but in his heart he is thinking about Kuchiki Kyosuke's joke. If the other party really nods in agreement, then there is something in his hands. "Don't talk, if I have time, of course I will go to accompany Kigzu." Kuchiki Kyosuke shook his head solemnly and refused, with disdain in his heart. "You still want to use such low-level means to frame me, naive. This guy wants to destroy my perfect image in Ise Nanao's heart, and his intentions are really sinister. Even if he really had an idea, he wouldn't show it. Otherwise, the front foot agreed, and the back foot was sold by the old silver coin Kurako Shunsui. Oh, I'd have forgotten if you didn't tell me." Kurako Shunsui gave a clumsy performance, and then he said with a smile, "Then this wonderful nightlife is destined to miss you. I'll enjoy it, goodbye." Single old men are so horny and scary. Kuchiki Kyosuke watched Kurako Shunsui briskly leave with a speechless face. He began to think about his future practice plan, which is actually very simple, mainly the practice of Bankai in both hands. However, to a certain extent, the two are the same thing, and they can be regarded as a kind of complementarity. After the trip to the Forbidden Area, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a new understanding of both full hands and unsolved. Shinigami's Bankai is actually the manifestation of the sword spirit, which requires extremely powerful Reiatsu and psychic abilities to do so. In addition to the healing ability of heaven defying, Shuangchuan hand also has the magical power of manipulating the mind. The key to both hands is to have both life and life. The so-called life, body is life, and way is nature. Both life and life are the absolute safety of the body and soul and the absolute strength, that is, the red and blue hands in general. The original Shuangquanchao refers to the red and blue hands. The red hand heals the body, and the blue hand controls the soul. In the past, Kuchiki Kyosuke has been working hard on the body and treatment, and did not suck too much on the spiritual side. Now that the progress in Shuangquanchao has accumulated to 41%, it is time to practice spiritually with Bankai. After confirming his future practice path, Kuchiki Kyosuke continued to carry out his familiar daily life in Seireitei like a normal person. Except for practicing, working, and accompanying Ise Nanao, he spends all his time fishing, and his small life is extremely nourishing. During the period, Kuchiki Kyosuke went home a few times to see his grandfather, elder brother, and newly married sister-in-law Kuchiki Fiajin. After just a few contacts, he could see that this pale sister-in-law was a very tolerant woman. Kuchiki Kyosuke can also see that there is indeed something wrong with Kuchiki Fiajin's body, but it is not too serious. Due to Kuchiki's status as a commoner, Byakuya's wedding was very low-key, so he invited Kuchiki Kyosuke and a few close relatives. At that wedding, Kuchiki Kyosuke took Ise Nanao to the wedding. Although the latter was still very shy, she did not refuse. Considering that his eldest brother and sister-in-law are in their honeymoon period, he rarely visits the house, and he moved away from the Kuchiki family and lived in the luxurious bedroom of the kid. In addition, as a man, he naturally has several secret bases. This will not delay the lingering with Ise Nanao, but also has enough personal space. Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke's leisurely performance, the other captains all admired the great kid's concentration. Obviously it was Kuchiki Kyosuke who did such a big thing, but they are not as calm as others. As the five nobles, they will not bow their heads easily. Kuchiki Kyosuke is noble, powerful, and able to withstand it, but the kid people are different. You must know that the Tsunoya Shiro family represents a whole of interests, and many captains are not optimistic about the future development of kid. All think that Kuchiki Kyosuke should proceed carefully in the future. No one knows what kind of hole cards are hidden in a powerful family that has lasted for thousands of years. But in fact, Kuchiki Kyosuke really didn't take the Tsunoya Shiro family to heart. He has never regarded the trash at the level of the Tsunoya Shiro family as an opponent, but can only be regarded as a pebble on the way forward. It can only be said that even these Millennium captains are not at the same level as Kuchiki Kyosuke in terms of structure and thinking. Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't have so much 1.0 slavish thinking and rules in his heart. If the Tsunoya Shiro family provokes him, he will be crushed to death. It doesn't matter how beautiful your ancestors are and how important the family is. In fact, in the following days, Kuchiki Kyosuke not only did not compromise, but even intensified and began to attack the subsidiary strength of the Tsunoya Shiro family. Many small nobles were affected, and Kuchiki Kyosuke's reputation among nobles became very bad for a time. With this move, Kuchiki Kyosuke pushed himself against a certain noble interest community in Seireitei. It's just that he doesn't care, it's just a bunch of scum, why should he care? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kuchiki Kyosuke decided to take care of these so-called nobles in Seireitei. This is the same as seeing something dirty in your house and always thinking about cleaning it, there is no other reason. Chapter 107. This time, Kuchiki Kyosuke does not intend to crush with strength. On the one hand, he cannot do too much on the bright side. On the other hand, he thought about trying to start from the perspective of the mind and soul, to see if he could improve the perspective of both hands. And this needs some guinea pigs to cooperate. Kuchiki Kyosuke thinks those nobles are good. So time passed so peacefully. On this day, when Kuchiki Kyosuke was enjoying the good fishing time with a full face, there was a knock on the door. After getting permission from Kuchiki Kyosuke, a middle-aged man came in and said in a calm and unusual tone, President Daikid, Tsuneya Shiro Matsuhisa brought a group of nobles to make trouble in the meeting. Do you want to send them away? Looking at Kuchiki Ike with a calm face, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded secretly in his heart. Unhurried, quite admiral style, not bad. This man was sent by the Kuchiki family to assist him in affairs, responsible for reporting daily work and handling unimportant paperwork. Loyalty and heart can stand the test. He is also very easy to use, saving a lot of trouble. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke asked 06, what are these guys doing? Kuchiki immediately said respectfully, they don't agree with the charging strategy of our kid people, and they don't agree to open the family enchantment to us. At this moment, hearing what Kuchiki Chipping said, Kuchiki Kyosuke leaned back comfortably, and said nonchalantly. I've thought for a long time that they won't surrender obediently, so I just use them to pass the time. Compared to the hard-earned money they squeezed from other places, our fees are already very cheap. These people still want to make trouble, and they really want money. Kuchiki Kyosuke's reaction clearly exceeded Kuchiki Ike's expectations. He was slightly taken aback, and immediately said, return. With long-term education and experience, Kuchiki Chipping will never question the orders of the master. Even if he doesn't understand in his heart, he will unswervingly carry out the order of the master's family to the end. For Kuchiki Ike's performance, Kuchiki Jing is naturally very satisfied. At the same time, he also understands that this Tsuneya Shiro Matsuhisa who jumped out suddenly is the same as the Kuchiki Chihei in front of him. They are the kind of people who can sacrifice themselves for the sake of the family without hesitation. The Tsuneya Shiro family has suffered such a big loss, so naturally they will not let it go. However, on the surface, they can't do much anymore, they can only resort to such unappealing little tricks to disgust themselves. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly and thought to himself, these guys really think that I can be manipulated at will, and they want to put me on the fire, and you are almost ready. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Kuchiki Chihei came to the meeting room together. With a slender figure, he is wearing a black windbreaker painted with gold stripes. With his handsome face, which is full of stars and high spirits, it is 100% eye-catching. Seeing such Kuchiki Kyosuke walk in, the resentful nobles immediately felt an inexplicable aura, and suddenly felt that the surrounding space became much colder. Although Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't seem to have any Reiatsu fluctuations on his body, another invisible chill frightened people's hearts. The originally aggressive nobles immediately stagnated, and the killing intent on their faces eased, but each of them still looked very ugly. Now they are in a dilemma. They don't want to be oppressed by the kid crowd and they don't want to fight against Kuchiki Kyosuke, but they still have to act according to the face of the Tsuneya Shiro family. So they feel very embarrassed. Kuchiki Kyosuke is all about making these people unhappy. These people and the Tsuneya Shiro family are a community of interests, which can be regarded as vassals. When the Tsuneya Shiro family attacked Kuchiki Kyosuke before, these people thought they could take advantage of it, so they launched an offensive against the kid crowd. As a result, who would have thought that in this battle, the previously invincible Gangerde family would suffer a crushing defeat? Then, they received the news that the kid people would take over their barrier defense, and by the way, they would also draw a lot of protection fees every month. If you really agree to these conditions, it will be tantamount to opening the door to the robbers, and life and death will be in the hands of people from then on. How can they bear it? What's the matter? Don't you have something to say to me? Are you dumb? Taking a casual glance, Kuchiki Kyosuke exclaimed loudly. He had anticipated the arrival of these people. Master Kid, we came here this time with sincerity. The money matter is fine, but the family enchantment matter is not negotiable. This is our bottom line. Furthermore, the family enchantment is related to the life of the family, how can it be handed over to an outsider? Tsuneya Shiro Matsuhisa looked angry, as if he really thought about these little nobles. In fact, in his heart, he certainly didn't care about the life and death of these little nobles. If it weren't for the setbacks encountered by the Tsuneya Shiro family, these little nobles would not be worthy of being dogs to their Tsuneya Shiro family. Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly and said, "Why not? The enchantment of your Tsuneya Shiro family is in your hands. What will be the result?" "You." Kuchiki Kyosuke's words almost gave Tsuneya Shiro Matsuhisa a heart attack. It hurts so much." Seeing Tsuneya Shiro Matsuhisa, who broke the defense instantly, Kuchiki Kyosuke thought with some disdain. "Is there no way? You want to play tricks on me and put pressure on me? You guys are not good enough. It seems that this person has no other skills except not being afraid of death and being courageous." Several other courageous nobles shouted. "Nobles have their own rules, how can we let those lowly people get involved?" "Kuchiki Kyosuke, you really crossed the line this time." 043 Although they don't want to directly confront Kuchiki Kyosuke, the current situation is beyond their control. The other nobles also agreed with the words of the two leaders, but looking at them was like looking at a dead person. Everyone knows that Kuchiki Kyosuke is cruel and easy to kill. How can he get good results if he offends this person? Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced at all the nobles present with his sharp eyes, and everyone's voices suddenly lowered, and finally the audience fell silent. Even Tsuneya Shiro Matsuhisa, the spokesperson of the Tsuneya Shiro family, dare not look at Kuchiki Kyosuke, who is covered in aura at this moment. Seeing the worthless looks of these people, Kuchiki Ryasuke said in a tone of hatred. "We are nobles, a family of honor. How did our ancestors create Seireitei? Look at what you have become now. In my eyes, you are just a group of pigs raised in captivity. Don't take the so-called protection as a good thing, or even be complacent about it, it would be even more shameful. Why are you nobles here obediently listening to me? It's not because you are too weak. Don't you want to prove yourself? Don't you want to get rid of the situation where you are ruled and humiliated?" I have to say that Kuchiki Kyosuke's remarks are extremely provocative. The key point is that when he said these words, he thought so from the bottom of his heart, without any falsehood. Chapter 108. He also uses a little bit of Reiatsu's strength and a little bit of finesse when speaking. Reiatsu contains a strong spiritual will, and these people simply cannot withstand the impact of Reiatsu with the power of the 8 wonders. These nobles who know how to eat, drink and have fun every day have no self-control and brains, and they can't stand Kuchiki Kyosuke's brainwashing magic sound. They couldn't help thinking, although this person sounds like he is scolding us, but for some reason, I think this persimmon fungus novel is very reasonable. So, 3 people shouted out on the spot with red eyes. "Of course I do. I dream of overthrowing your rule. I want to take back everything I lost, I want to become the king of Seireitei, and I want to be the master of my own house." Tsuneya Shiro Matsuhisa looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. "That's okay, what are you stupid pigs doing? Are you crazy? You don't really think that this guy will take the lead against himself, do you? If you think about it with your butt, you will know that this guy will definitely not let you strengthen your strength. What are you dreaming of?" Although he complained wildly in his heart, on the surface, he nodded again and again, with a look of deep approval. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, Tsunejide Matsuhisa knows how cruel this Kuchiki Kyosuke is. Just because he is willing to sacrifice for the family does not mean that he is not afraid of death, it is better not to die. Not bad, very energetic, this is the blood that a man should have. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked approvingly at the 3 minor noble members who were the first to speak, and thought in his heart, tell Kuchiki Chipping later that the protection fees of these 3 families have doubled, what? Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke bewitched while the iron was hot. Don't be obliterated by temporary benefits and ordinary life, you must shine in the sky of Seireitei. In this way, you will live up to your noble status. If you don't want to be trash anymore, but want to become stronger again and become real nobles, then I can show you the way. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee that you will have the strength that you never dared to imagine before, and you can do whatever you want without bowing your head to anyone. Hearing the beautiful scenery described by Kuchiki Kyosuke, the blood of the aristocratic children boiled with excitement and they screamed strangely. Everyone's eyes are red, as if looking at the ISP of the peerless beauty, the blood in the brain is almost drained. If there is such a good thing, our Tsuneyashiro family will of course agree, but what is the specific method? Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa was the first to agree to join. He thought in his heart to fool the past first, wait for the opportunity slowly, sooner or later there will be a day of revenge. That's right, Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa's goal today is actually to reach a settlement with Kuchiki Kyosuke, and it's just a cover to stand up for those nobles. Their original intention was to make a concession to Kuchiki Kyosuke, and they used this step to make peace with Kuchiki Kyosuke and the kid. The reason is because the previous attack severely damaged their Tsuneyashiro family's vitality. It will take time for their family to regain their former strength. Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced at Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa with meaningful eyes, and said, "Of course I have a good idea. You just need to prepare manpower and determination to make Madara. At that time, I will make the most reasonable arrangements for you. Although it may be a bit dangerous, I guarantee that the participants will be reborn and their strength will increase greatly. Apart from the Tsuneyashiro family, is there anyone else who wants to participate?" This is his plan. Not only will he sell these nobles, but he will even count the money for himself. As a result, the rest of the aristocratic children agreed to join, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. They were intoxicated by the beautiful scenes depicted by Kuchiki Kyosuke, and more importantly, their strength was limited, and they could not resist the invasion of Reiatsu's will at all. Therefore, at this moment, they have completely lost the ability to distinguish between true and false. They wish they could turn into evil wolves now and tear all the obstacles they encountered along the way to pieces. It's no wonder that these noble children are too useless, but that Kuchiki Kyosuke's use of Tongdianlu and Zhuangquanchao has reached a state of perfection. Unknowingly, Kuchiki Kyosuke casts an imperceptible hint on these people. This is not some powerful ability to rewrite cognition. Kuchiki Kyosuke just triggers the hidden desires and thoughts in the person so that their tendencies change. Although this kind of influence ability is not strong, but because it directly starts from the soul, it is almost impossible to be noticed, and it is difficult to get rid of this influence. After a successful learning brainwashing, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the proficiency of both hands, and suddenly jumped to 43%. It seems that what he thought before was not wrong, and the future Zhuangquanchao can also start with the soul to improve the proficiency. It's just that this kind of improvement is a test of operation and grasp of people's hearts. Looks like it's time to show off your skills. Then, congratulations for making the wisest choice. Seeing the unconcealable excitement of the crowd, Kuchiki Kyosuke showed a satisfied smile. People's hearts are available, but chicken blood is not enough, and a little encouragement is needed. He is very clear about the virtues of these nobles. They are typical fear of power but not virtue, and they need a little wolf to deter them. This group of scumbags are scumbags, and they will be lazy or shrink back without a few blows with a big stick. As a master fisherman, Kuchiki Kyosuke does not allow anyone to be lazy except him. I'm going to report to the family to prepare manpower. This will be the beginning of a good cooperation between the kid people and the Namade family. After speaking, Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa, who thought he had achieved his goal, was about to slip away first. He could see that this young elder kid was really like a demon, erratic and elusive. The key is that the opponent still has the strength to kill him at will, so Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa can't wait for a moment. As for doing so is tantamount to selling these little nobles. In Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa's view, since these people choose to submit to Kuchiki Kyosuke, they should die. While speaking, Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa Kyosuke saluted slightly, and then drove away with the people. He pays attention to details and doesn't want to lose his life because of such a trivial matter. He thinks that his performance is perfect and there is no way out. When he was about to walk out of the gate, Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa smiled slightly and thought triumphantly. Lila how, I survived, even a demon like Kuchiki Kyosuke can't do anything to me, Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa is really too strong. Sooner or later, our Tsuneyashiro family will make a comeback and return to the top. At that time, I will tear down all the kid, and put Kuchiki. Then there was no more. Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa's thoughts stopped abruptly. A flash of thunder flashed, and a hole the size of a bowl appeared in his chest, and the surrounding area was scorched black. The powerful force of lightning pierced through his heart in an instant and took his life. Until he was about to die, he still had that slightly satisfied look on his face, and he didn't even realize that death was coming. Tsuneyashiro Matsuhisa never dreamed that a big man like Kuchiki Kyosuke would be so non-martial arts. I'm sorry, my hand slipped. Kuchiki Kyosuke shook his head and sighed, I wanted to hit the head, but I turned it crookedly, sorry. The few people brought by Tsunade Matsuhisa were stunned for a moment, and then they went to touch the weapon, but they touched an empty class. Chapter 109. They just remembered that when they came, all their weapons were confiscated by the kid people. How dare you assassinate our chief kid, you will die. As Kuchiki Chihei next to Kuchiki Kyosuke roared, the kid who were hiding in the dark for a moment shot out one after another. Soon several subordinates of the Tsuneyashiro family lay on the ground and turned into a pile of coke. First, he gave Kuchiki Ik a look of approval, then Kuchiki Kyosuke turned his head and glanced at the noble children again. After many years, when you look back on the present, you will be grateful for the choice you made now. You chose to follow me to the light instead of embracing the darkness like these guys on the ground. After you go back, prepare your manpower and wait for my order to become stronger together, create brilliance together, and gain glory together. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke's words seemed to have a kind of magic power, making people extremely convincing. After all, the pile of strangely shaped corpses on the ground is more convincing than any threatening words. Just today, this group of aristocratic children have seen what cruelty, despair, and what it means to be a man is a knife and I am a fish. Just today, they experienced the feeling of ants and bugs, which they had never experienced before. They never thought that one day, they would experience such a sense of hopelessness and helplessness. Kuchiki Kyosuke added at the end. Don't forget to hand in this month's protection money when you go back. It's not much, just 50% of your family's income. If this is not much, then what is more? Compared with this one, the devils in hell want to do charity. Even in their hearts, 10,000 of them were unwilling, but feeling the terrifying power of Reiatsu remaining in the air, everyone fell silent. This group of noble children who have always been fearless, faced this almost skinny squeeze, they all nodded in agreement helplessly, and no one dared to say no from the beginning to the end. At this moment, they even agreed with Kuchiki Kyosuke's previous words, it really doesn't work without strength. For the silence and weakness of these people, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not surprised. This group of people has no bones and conscience, and I feel sorry for them if they are not squeezed. Are we going to fight the Tsuneyashiro family to the end? After the group of aristocratic children who had suffered so much left, Kuchiki Chipping had a slightly complicated expression. The style of the second young master is incompatible with the philosophy of the Kuchiki family. But it is precisely because of this unrestrained, unimaginable character that the Kuchiki family has become the head of the five nobles. Whenever he thinks of this, Kuchiki Chipping gets very excited. He even looked forward to continuing the war with the Tsuneyashiro family. The reason is that the Tsuneyashiro family is really nothing. With the influence of the 46th room, they have been suppressing their Kuchiki family and other families who do not obey them. If it weren't for the Kuchiki family's strict adherence to tradition and rules, they would have broken up with the Tsunade family a long time ago. Once the chain of hatred is started, it cannot be broken. So many people have died, and the Tsuneyashiro family will not stop. A truce, fooling a fool. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked disdainful, and there is no need for a truce, get rid of all evil, from the moment they attacked me. Seireitei has no place for Tsuneya Shiro. Thinking of the way Kuchiki Kyosuke performed hard before, Kuchiki Ik admired it very much. Big kid, the appearance of the impassioned statement just now is really convincing, I almost believed it. However, how do you plan to arrange those people? Can they really become stronger? From Kuchiki Chipping's point of view, those sons are standard waste, and they have the possibility of becoming stronger at all. After listening to what Kuchiki Ikeda said, Kuchiki Kyosuke said seriously. Don't underestimate the creativity of mortals, you must know that as long as the mind is strong enough, a human body can be compared to a god. Of course I'm not talking about this group of rubbish. They are just bait I use for fishing, and they can also collect a lot of money. Now our kid crowd is expanding massively, but we lack everything, and we can't function without money. Originally the kid congregation was funded by the 46 room, but since Kuchiki Kyosuke and the nobles tore their face apart, there is no need to count on that. If you are not in charge of the family, you don't know how expensive it is. When you are in charge of your own house, Kuchiki Kyosuke understands what it means to be the boss is often empty-handed. It's not that he treats his own people badly, so the welfare benefits of all the kid are surprisingly good, which makes other team members envious. In addition, the influence of the kid people has penetrated into Noble Street and Qingjing Talon Bureau, and various sealing materials are indispensable. Therefore, the cost will naturally go to C, so he charges half of the income of those families as protection fees, which is really not much, and it is already very conscientious. Kuchiki Chipping side, we kid are developing very fast, but it is too expensive. There was a twinkle in Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes. If I'm not wrong, there will be a big fat sheep delivered to your door soon, regardless of money and equipment. But the premise is that you keep an eye on the acting master Tsuneya Shiro Yoshizuru for me, and tell me as soon as he makes a move. According to the report, this Tsuneya Shiro Yoshizuru is the only real power figure remaining in the Tsuneya Shiro family, and there are some people under him. He estimated that this person would take action against the kid soon. After all, the face of the 5 nobles still needed to be maintained. Kuchiki Kyosuke wanted to kill Tsuneya Shiro Kizuru directly, and then the entire Tsuneya Shiro family would no longer have the possibility of a comeback, and basically there would be no harm left. Everything else is fine, but he must control the imaging hall that can monitor the movements of the 3 realms. Kuchiki Kyosuke is well aware of the importance of information and intelligence. Kuchiki Chipping nodded firmly and said, I will arrange people to take turns to monitor, and there is absolutely no chance of mistakes. Fine, let's do it like this. Kuchiki Kyosuke was satisfied with Chuang. At the same time, Kuchiki Kyosuke's notoriety shocked the entire Seireitei again, and a disagreement could kill people. Although he is accused of assassination, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Kuchiki Kyosuke wants to fight the Tsuneya Shiro family to the end. With this action, he directly caught the Tsuneya Shiro family by surprise, and all the senior executives who had just taken office were autistic. Originally, these people were still very pleasantly surprised by their successful promotion to the top. Who would have thought that there would be a big hole ahead? Tsuneya Shiro's Izuru completely lost control and smashed several precious collections in the room to pieces. Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't know about this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In the past few days, he has been sending people to pay attention to the actions of Tsuneya Shiro's eye. He doesn't believe that the Tsuneya Shiro family will always swallow their anger. They must either carry on to the end or withdraw from Seireitei's power group. However, Kuchiki Jing doesn't feel that these guys with power in their heads are reluctant to part with the power they finally got. Chapter 110. After all, these people are not strong. If they don't have the power in their hands, they are really useless. Sure enough, in the evening, Kuchiki Chipping brought the latest news. Master Kid, you are so powerful, you are right in everything, these people really want to attack us. As he spoke, he put a photo similar to an ink painting in front of Kuchiki Jing's eyes. This photo is an image rubbed by Kid, which is extremely real and extremely clear. From the photo, Kuchiki Kyosuke saw a group of uniformed black-clothed killers gathering. Kuchiki Kyosuke noticed that all of these dead soldiers looked tough and had vigilant eyes. At first glance, they were elite fighters, and there should be many lives underneath. As for the location on the photo, he can also see clearly, it is near the supply line of their kid. That place is on the edge of Rukonga, which is rarely visited by people and is very suitable for ambushes. Seeing this scene, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately understood, this group of people want to ambush our team members here. Kuchiki Chihei looked a little angry, nodded and said, as you expected, this Tsuneya Shiro Zaizuru should be targeting our people. This Tsuneya Shiro family is really too domineering. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke calmly said, this is just right, let Tsuneya Shizuru and the surrendered nobles fight first, and we will finish it at the end, it is perfect. The Tsuneya Shiro family's final counterattack this time is more like an unwilling attempt. They have given up the idea of assassination, because it is impossible to succeed, so they can only turn to the kid, wanting this method to save face and show force. Sometimes, these people are very afraid of death, but sometimes they can make the most stupid choice for the so-called face, and bury everything they have. All of this was expected by Kuchiki Kyosuke. After this battle, the situation in the entire Siridi will calm down again, and the kid people will become truly independent and become a real power department comparable to Godi 13. At that time, Kuchiki Kyosuke will be able to fish more easily and comfortably. For Kuchiki Kyosuke's strategizing means, Kuchiki Ik is admirable. Although he has some brains, compared with the second young master of the family, he is almost a fool. Kuchiki Chipping looked even more respectful, and asked for instructions, Master Kid, I will go and arrange according to the plan. Go, be careful, don't damage our manpower. Kuchiki Kyosuke specially asked. Regardless of the ability of these subordinates, at least there is no problem with their loyalty. This is his team and there is no room for loss. It's impossible to go wrong. With your plan, the enemy is already a group of dead people. Kuchiki Chipping went down with a face full of excitement. For the upcoming action, Kuchiki Kyosuke has no worries. He has arranged everything, even if it is a pig, as long as it follows the plan, there will be no problems. His subordinates are fighting the boss of Xinqiao village with artifacts and customs clearance strategies. If they can't overthrow the boss, then they are pure waste. And Kuchiki Kyosuke can hold the place, even if there is any accident, he is not afraid. After receiving the order, the entire kid congregation mobilized. Earlier, those families had dispatched a group of subordinates to the surrounding Taoists. Another purpose of these men here is to pay the enchantment management fee, which is actually the protection fee. These people are both hostages and sincerity, and even a few noble children listened to Kuchiki Kyosuke's words and planned to go to battle in person. Although there are a few sober-minded people who hate Kuchiki Kyosuke, they still want people to give and money to give. Even the Tsuneya Shiro family chose to bow their heads to Kuchiki Kyosuke, they naturally had no choice but to submit. On Kuchiki Kyosuke's orders, Kuchiki Ik disguised the group as Shinigami, the kid congregation maintaining the barrier. As for Kuchiki Chipping himself led the elite of the kid to ambush. In order to make this operation more smooth, Kuchiki Kyosuke deliberately stayed at the kid headquarters. In this way, Tsuneya Shiro Zaizuru will rest assured that he will step into a dead end according to Kuchiki Kyosuke's design. Kuchiki Chipping knew very well in his heart that Tsuneya Shiro Zaizuru would act soon, and there was not much time left for them. A big battle is imminent. 20 kilometers away from the border of Rukonga North 80 district, a group of elite dead soldiers in black are ambushing here. As long as the patriarch gives an order, they will rush out and chop up the group of kid members into a pulp. At this time, a group of kid members were slowly approaching this line, seemingly unaware of the trap at all. In fact, the members of the kid are disguised as members of the noble group and their followers. Although they didn't get clear news, this group of people can also think that it will definitely not be a good thing for them to wait. One of them, a short and ugly man, was facing the statue in his hand, muttering to himself, praying to the gods to bring him good luck and bless him to survive. 0. Seeking flowers. Cut. The tall companion next to him squinted at him, and said with a cold snort. You have really disgraced our nobles. If you are afraid of this, why did you come? Noticing the look in his companion's eyes, the little man quibbled with some lack of confidence. This is an order from that Kuchiki Kyosuke, who dares to refuse? Sora, a tall man with a scar, waved the samurai sword in his hand, and said coolly, I only trust the weapon in my hand. The little man looked at the other party with disdain. When you say this, put away the statue in your pocket first. People like them are usually not welcomed by the family, not to mention their strength, they don't even have the courage, otherwise they wouldn't be thrown out as outcasts. Soon the group stepped into that death trap. Following Tsuneya Shirokizura's silent gesture, the ambushed dead soldiers rushed out immediately. There is no soul-stirring battle of wits and courage, but only a moment of swift and ruthless charge. The strength and quality of this group of noble members are useless, and they are naturally powerless to fight back against the elite dead soldiers of the Tsuneya Shiro family. Soon, this group of bait was cut down to the ground by those dead soldiers, and only a few people were still fighting the enemy bravely. During this period, several people wanted to escape, but they lost their lives the moment they turned around. If they turned their backs to the beast, they would die even faster. Seeing that the enemy's vitality was quickly wiped out, Tsuneya Shiro Yoshizuru showed a smile on his stern face. In his capacity, he shouldn't have participated in this foolproof attack, but that Kuchiki Kyosuke was just too hateful. Tsuneya Shirozizuru must see this scene with his own eyes, so that he can feel at ease. The thought that Kuchiki Kyosuke will taste the pain and failure because of this loss brings joy to his heart. However, at this moment, a strong Reiatsu wave came from behind them, followed by a uniform kid chant. At the same time, dense and powerful kid came through the air, directly surrounding them. The first moment Tsuneya Shirokizuru heard the sound, he fell down the hillside. The location he chose was particularly good. He could see the situation in the distance and quickly run to the only bunker. After coming to the bunker formed by several hills, Tsuneya Shirokizuru looked up to the rear and found a group of kid squadrons attacking them wantonly. Chapter 111. His men were caught off guard and suffered heavy injuries for a while. Tsuneya Shirokizuru's eyes were bloodshot when he saw his subordinates falling down continuously. The elite of this army, which he had managed to cultivate with great difficulty, was also the last armed force of the Tsuneya Shiro family, and now it is all gone. This is a trap, damn Kuchiki Kyosuke, so cruel that he let his subordinates be the bait. Although Tsuneya Shiro's eye was furious in his heart, he also knew that there was nothing he could do. If they strike first, the kid team members who are good at kid will be beheaded if they can't perform kid at all. But once the enemy takes the initiative in this way, this battle cannot be fought. Before the next wave of kid poured in, Tsuneya Shirozizuru gave a few orders casually, and started the escape journey with a few confidants. At this time, Tsuneya Shiro Yoshizuru was running away with his head in his arms, and he hated Kuchiki Kyosuke to death. When the progress was smooth, when I thought that there was no March 17th legacy, I suddenly found that all my plans were in other people's calculations. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, I was just a clown. No one could bear this kind of instant reversal from heaven to hell. As the backbone of the former family, and now the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family, Tsuneya Shiro Yoshizuru has never been so aggrieved. Before, he thought he was so happy when the sneak attack was successful, but now he is so aggrieved. Soon, Tsuneya Shiro's eye and several of his men came to the edge of the battlefield. Just when Tsuneya Shirokizuru's eyes lit up and he thought he had successfully escaped, a cold voice came from the night, this is a gift from our Grand Master Kid. Then there was a boom, and an extremely terrifying kid flame completely surrounded them. As the patriarch of the Tsuneyashiro family, Tsuneyashiro Yoshizuru still has some self-defense on him. It's just that these treasures can't defend against such a powerful kid at all. Before he died, he didn't know which link went wrong and why he was calculated so miserably. The talisman given by the great kid is really useful. Looking at Tsuneyashiro Kizuru, who was burned to ashes, Kuchiki Chihei sighed in a very complicated mood. Unexpectedly, one day, I personally killed the patriarch of the 5-day noble. The head of the Tsuneyashiro family, who was once high and mighty, died so easily like an ant in the calculations of the second young master. This kind of strength and wrist, even Kuchiki Yinling-sama is incomparable. Then Kuchiki Ikei, who was shocked and admiring Kuchiki Kyosuke in his heart, launched Kid and reported to Kuchiki Kyosuke, "Big Kid, it's been resolved easy." Seeing that things are going smoothly, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded with satisfaction, and casually said, "Okay, those nobles who survived can be taken for their own use, and there are disobedient thorns, you are welcome." Without the obstruction of the Tsuneyashiro family, these small and medium-sized nobles would not be able to succeed at all, and trying to gather them together is a little bit of help. After all, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not some murderous demon who would not kill needlessly. However, he will not be used to the death-seeking behavior of the Tsuneyashiro family, and will kill them all, leaving no one behind. In the office, Kuchiki Kyosuke found that his proficiency of both hands had inexplicably increased to 51%. At the same time, the Emperor River in his hand also shone brighter, and a brand new mysterious and infinite power was being used. Get rich. This was Kuchiki Kyosuke's first thought. You must know that the proficiency of the 8 wonders is more difficult to improve. Kuchiki Kyosuke spent so many days in Rukonga before, and only got a total of more than 10 points of proficiency, but this time he gained so much proficiency with a little attempt. Such an improvement is really amazing. It seems that if you want the proficiency of both hands, you can really start from the aspect of manipulating people's mentality. However, if I only deal with a few weak chickens, it is impossible to improve so much proficiency. In the final analysis, my mind has been further liberated, and I have a deeper understanding of Bankai. While thinking, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at Tei, who was shining brightly in his hand. He is looking forward to the day of Bankai. He is also curious about what kind of powerful ability Dijiang will awaken after the end. It's just that Shikai's Dijiang can awaken the overbearing ability of cutting space, and Bankai's ability after that will be qualitatively improved. This is really exciting. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke still chooses to take his time. After all, he has a lifespan of thousands of years, so there is no need to rush. I saw a red light flickering in his hand, and he immediately endowed himself with an extremely pure energy. In the room, Kuchiki Kyosuke was experiencing the continuous life force in his body. It's a really good feeling to feel full of power all over your body. He could feel that with the support of this vitality, even if he suffered any fatal injuries, he could instantly recover to the original state. This is the power of both hands and red hands. As the proficiency increases again, Li Huang, who is red-handed and protects his life, also represents the healing power of life, which is almost raised to ultimate. As for the function of controlling the soul of the blue hand, Kuchiki Kyosuke tried it a little bit, and the effect is very good. A sudden realization rose in his heart. Red and blue hands, life-saving and soul-controlling, both are indispensable. Only by grasping the life and grasping the twins, can we truly achieve a cure for everything. If these 8 magic skills are cultivated to the ultimate level, they can completely control a person's life and soul. In a way, this is similar to creating life. While thinking about it, Kuchiki Kyosuke flashed a blue light in his hand, and immediately cast a full-handed blue-handed calendar on himself. He carefully felt the changes in his body before and after. Soon, Kuchiki Kyosuke realized the benefits of blue hands. At this moment, he felt that his attention had become unprecedentedly concentrated, and his thinking had become extremely calm and clear. All the details of the past come to mind, and everything in front of me is showing a clear change. Cooperating with the Daluo Cave Temple in a perfect state, Kuchiki Kyosuke only felt that at this time, he seemed to be transformed into a supreme god, and all changes in the world could not be hidden from his own eyes. And he felt that the firmer his will, the more inexplicably sheltered his heart and soul would be. In the exclusive office, Kuchiki Kyosuke is experiencing the subtle difference between Zhuangquanchao and Daluo. Daluo Cave Temple can see through all illusions, even Kaika Suigetsu of Deboso.6's Aizen is no exception. But in the face of Hirako Shinji's upside-down world, it doesn't work, because this ability acts directly on the nerves, and then modifies cognition. Once the trick is taken, the Daluo Cave Temple is also likely to fail. But with both hands, this is not a problem at all. Red and blue hands can be activated together, which can instantly restore Kuchiki Kyosuke's state to its original state. Not to mention changing the nerves, even if it is the supernatural power that works on the soul, Kuchiki Kyosuke can get rid of it in minutes. Moreover, if Hirako's Zanpakuto is really mediated by the fragrance of the spiritual state, then the moment it enters his body, it will be digested by the Liuku Immortal Thief without using all hands. With both hands, Kuchiki Kyosuke no longer has to worry about the clairvoyance of the eye monk. Although the leader of Team Zero may not care about soul society at all, this sense of security is the most important thing. Chapter 112. Like the super life-saving ability of both hands, Kuchiki Kyosuke is always coming. After all, he defines himself as a god-level late stage, only those who are alive can output and develop such ability. For Kuchiki Kyosuke, the more the better. Kuchiki Kyosuke feels that he is becoming more and more invincible, and all the invincible abilities of the enemy are invalid when facing him. How can he fight this way? If you add Shenjiang's Bankai ability and 8 Gates Perfect 8 skills, he has the confidence to defeat the omniscience and omnipotence of the final boss Yhwach head-on. Kuchiki Kyosuke is looking forward to what kind of wonderful expression Yhwach will show at that time. Whether he will shout, man's dream will never end. Of course, what makes him happiest is that in the whole process of becoming stronger, he only needs to relax his body and mind, and he can achieve it with a little planning, and he doesn't need to work too hard at all. Compared with Aizen racking his brains to cheat, grab, and sneak attack, Kuchiki Kyosuke's road to becoming stronger is so easy that other geniuses can only envy and hate. Thinking of his big brother who still insisted on practicing hard after getting married, Kuchiki Kyosuke sighed pretendingly, life is really lonely like snow. After another patriarch died in 06, the Tsunoya Shiro family finally became honest. Seeing the reality clearly, resigned to fate. The first thing the acting head of the family does after taking office is to offer to the kid, just to resolve the previous conflicts. Kuchiki Kyosuke knew that the rest of the Tsunoya Shiro members were marginal people, and he didn't do anything harmful, so he let them go. To be honest, as far as the current Tsunoya Shiro family is concerned, they don't even have any interest in letting him wipe out the roots. In addition, Kuchiki Kyosuke opened a promotion channel to promote several noble members who fought bravely before. After becoming a kid, although there are many restrictions, it is basically impossible to bully men and women, but you will definitely not be bullied. Moreover, following Kuchiki Kyosuke, a talented and strong man like Kuchiki Kyosuke, is particularly honorable. Even the ordinary team members of the kid all hold their heads high when they are outside. The reason is that their chief kid is Kuchiki Kyosuke, and being able to fight under such a character is a real death without regret. Kuchiki Kyosuke's appeal in Seireitei is no less than that of Captain Yamamoto Shigekuni. In the quiet courtyard full of pines and bamboos, the white-haired Kuchiki Yinling is drinking tea and chatting with his friend Ziyu and Jin. Both of them used to be the heads of a family, and they were also friends for many years. After retirement, they enjoyed the leisure time together. At this time, Ziyu and Jin, who was also full of white hair, thought of the changing situation in Siraitai these days, and the magic boy who controlled the thunder and lightning, and sighed. Your grandson is really outstanding, and the Waidao people and your Kuchiki family are in full swing. As the lower-level nobles of the Kuchiki family, the Zaiwan family has not been less angry with the Tsuneyashiro family over the years. It's just that the Kuchiki family has always abided by the rules and obeyed the law, so they can't do anything to the despicable and cunning Tsuneyashiro family. Who would have thought that such a real dragon would emerge from the younger generation, and with the addition of a kid, they almost wiped out the entire Tsuneyashiro family. Even Zi Yuanjin, who doesn't care about world affairs, soon found out about this, and was extremely shocked by it. The Kuchiki family has thus become the strongest family in Siraitai. As allies and affiliated families of the Kuchiki family, their Long Yuan family has also benefited a lot. Kuchiki Yinling took a sip of tea and smiled slightly. The name of the strongest family is nothing more than everyone's support, a false name, like a white cloud in the sky. I don't care. But I can see the efforts of Kyosuke and Byakuya, which is hundreds of times stronger than the reputation of the worst family. That's what he said, but the smile on the corner of his mouth never stopped. Kuchiki Yinling is still very happy about becoming the strongest family while lying down. The greater the ability of the two grandsons, the more comfortable his retirement life will be. Zi Yuanjin said with admiration. If only the power of thunder is enough to amaze me, but now Master Kyosuke has also shown the grace of rain and dew. These days, Master Yuan has distributed the benefits he got from the Ganger Day family to several other families with good reputations. It will also open the kid people to those families who have fallen to him. These favored families will only be devoted to Master Kyosuke and will never betray. This kind of vision, knowledge, and pattern are much better than ours. For these words, Kuchiki Yinling is naturally very useful. Generally speaking, when others praise his family, out of politeness, he has to be modest, but when others praise Kuchiki Kyosuke, Kuchiki Yinling will smile and nod. The reason is that Kuchiki Kyosuke's talents and achievements are there, and it would be insincere to be humble. Kuchiki Yinling felt helpless but also full of pride. This grandson, who made him unable to be humble, is really a blessing for the Kuchiki family. In Siraitai, anyone with insight can see that Kuchiki Kyosuke's act of dividing the cake is to create a community of interests and to divide the aristocratic class of Siraitai. But even if someone can see through it, no one can crack it. After all, the so-called promises and alliances are worthless in front of interests, and the law of the nobility is like this. After successfully attracting a group of small and medium-sized nobles and obtaining sufficient logistical support, the status of the kid people in Siraitai has become unshakable. The next day, a refreshed Kuchiki Kyosuke came to the hall, while the kid team members were familiarizing themselves with the new equipment they had just acquired. Thanks to the 417 gift of friendship from the Tsuneyashiro family, the kid are getting richer this time. Big Kid Long, good morning. This equipment is too strong, long live the great kid. No matter whether it is a newcomer or a member who arrived later, they all nodded to Kuchiki Kyosuke and said hello. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded to the group of team members who were more energetic than before. Every player watched by Kuchiki Kyosuke was radiant and excited. Especially the members of the nobles who just joined, their faces were flushed. Now they have determined that it was the most correct choice in their lives to risk their lives to support Kuchiki Kyosuke. Just such a choice not only allows them to enjoy money and status that they never dared to imagine before, but also allows future generations to follow suit. For the Tsuneyashiro family, Kuchiki Kyosuke is a tyrant-like figure, and for them, Kuchiki Kyosuke is the only god. Big Kid, look how charming these babies are. After saluting respectfully, several elite soldiers looked at the batch of new equipment just received with obsessive eyes. For people like them, weapons and equipment are their second life, just like Shinigami's Zanpakuto. To some extent they are closer than their wives and can't be touched by others. Chapter 113. Each of these equipments cost a lot of money, which is equivalent to the annual income of some small families, and at the same time, the addition to kid has also reached an astonishing level. The players have these equipments, and Kuchiki Kyosuke can fish with more confidence. After inspecting a group of kid soldiers whose strength has greatly increased, Kuchiki Kyosuke came to the exclusive office humming. Compared with before, his office is much more luxurious, and now he highlights a rich and powerful man. The Tsunoya Shiro family, who were completely frightened by the beating, really vomited blood this time, and spit out a lot of good things. The Tsunoya Shiro family has accumulated thousands of years, and their food is extremely ugly, and they have accumulated terrifying wealth. I don't know how many generations of family business have saved more than half of it into Kuchiki Kyosuke's pocket. Even if the hearts of the Tsunoya Shiro family hate Kuchiki Kyosuke, they still have to donate their property obediently. This is the privilege of the winner. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't pay too much attention to these properties, and gave away a lot of them casually. As far as the closed circle of Seireiti is concerned, strength is fundamental, and everything else is imaginary. Money or something, for the current Kuchiki Kyosuke, that is really as much as he wants. The reason why he chooses to give up his interests is to show his attitude, which means he is willing to bring others to play together. After cleaning up the Tsunoya Shiro family, these nobles became much more honest. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't have the thought and time to really make Seireiti bloody. Without this fairly prosperous Seireiti, he would have no place to fish, which is no good. With the rise of the kid, I have a stable rear, and the rest is to slowly unlock the new 8 magic skills and acquire Bankai. After fishing as usual, Kuchiki Kyosuke came to his secret base. This was originally an underground base built by Shihour and Yoryuki, but Kuchiki Kyosuke thought it was a good place, so he remodeled it when he was idle anyway. Originally, except for a hot spring for restoring physical strength and healing injuries, there was nothing here, very empty. However, after the transformation of Kuchiki Kyosuke, it has not only expanded a lot, but also erected many luxurious rooms. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't want to live the life of primitive people, so he spent a lot of effort and carefully transformed the place. The facilities here include several luxury houses, which he moved here bit by bit with Kid. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke is standing on a well-repaired, flat and tidy square, practicing with his eyes closed. He is practicing sword zen. After entering the ethereal state, Kuchiki Kyosuke vaguely saw the existence of his sword spirit, but the image and voice of the sword spirit were very vague. But he didn't care too much, it was a natural process. Moreover, practicing Dao Zen can also strengthen one's mind and increase the proficiency of both hands by the way. This practice is full of motivation and full of sense of accomplishment. Kuchiki Kyosuke opened his eyes with a flash of light, and then smiled slightly. Long time no see, Miss Yoryuki. In his perception, he had already spotted Shihour and Yoryuki, but he didn't speak. After a while, a black cat ran out from the darkness, and said abruptly, "I never thought I would be discovered by you like this. If so, let's see the trick." As the familiar voice sounded, in an instant, the black cat began to perform a dramatic transformation into a living person. Its body began to elongate and deform, and then receded, revealing a brown honey-like attractive skin. What finally appeared in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke was a vigorous and dynamic body. Watching the lively scene, Kuchiki Kyosuke not only did not avoid it, but also watched it with gusto. "You kid is really disgusting." Seeing that Kuchiki Kyosuke wasn't shy at all, and didn't have a panicked expression, Shihour and Yoryuki almost broke his defense. She finally came up with this trick, thinking that she could see Kuchiki Kyosuke's shy expression, and it turned out that this trick was used by Shihour and Yoryuki for the first time, and it will only be used against Kuchiki Kyosuke regardless of the past and future. Because for the current Kuchiki Kyosuke, Shihour and Yoryuki is full of interest, various interests. With golden cat eyes, she has the same personality as a cute cat, always chasing the brightest and most mysterious light. And in this aspect, Wang Zhao, no one can surpass this handsome young man in front of him. Brother Jing, you are gone. Shihaoran Yahu put on his clothes, looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with an annoyed face. You do this in front of me, you say I've learned badly? Tisk tisk, you woman. Kuchiki Kyosuke shook his head with a smile on his face. Hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, Shihaoran Yoryuaki curled his lips, then looked up and looked around. You really take care of this, if I remember correctly, this should be my territory. I thought about it, and no one wanted it. Besides, in the past, this place was no different from a cave. Kuchiki Kyosuke shrugged indifferently. Chapter 114. Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke, whose aura doesn't seem to have changed much, but whose aura is more stable and stronger, Shihaoran Yoryuaki seemed to be sure of something, nodded and said. It seems that the legend is true, the Tsunoya Shiro family was really settled by you. How dare you? Why didn't you see it at the beginning, you are so brave. Shihaoran Yoryuaki looked Kuchiki Kyosuke up and down several times, his eyes full of curiosity. Before that, she and Urahara Kisuke discovered that Seirai was in trouble again, and the corrupt Tsunoya Shiro family was severely cleaned up. Originally, Shihaoran Yoryuaki thought it was Aizen's new conspiracy, so he sneaked into Seirai and found his friends to understand the situation. As a result, the truth of the matter was beyond her expectations, and the person who did it turned out to be Kuchiki Kyosuke. Who would have thought that the lazy and unreliable Kuchiki Kyosuke could be so ruthless in his hands? It's okay, I'm nothing. Kuchiki Kyosuke said in a teasing tone. You rescued Urahara Kisuke in front of the sages, and defected directly from the Soul Society. The group of old things from the Tsunoya Shiro family are nothing but vicious scum, killing a few pests is really not a big deal. 113. I couldn't help it, and I wanted to kill those idiots at the time, but unfortunately I didn't have the courage. Speaking of this, Shihaoran Yoryuaki was full of annoyance. Maybe he should have stopped doing two things and knocked out the brains of those sages. A group of pig-like things, stupid and bad, with this group of insects, Seirai can't be better. Thinking of this, the way she looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke became more kind and appreciative. He is a talent, better than my sister. Regarding Shihaoran Yoryuaki's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke lightly said, peace is made by fighting, not by compromise. His foresight and insight surpassed all the captains of Seirai, and he has absolute confidence in the future and his own strength. This kind of absolute sense of certainty brings absolute peace of mind, and naturally there will not be too many scruples when doing it. Just like a group of commoners and ordinary Shinigami thought that the world would be over without the five nobles. In fact, without the local emperors like the Tsunoya Shiro family, the sun will still rise, and the world will be a better place. The reason why Shihaoran Yoryuaki is restrained is not because he is timid, but because he has scruples and concerns in his heart that he is afraid of implicating important people. Brother Kyosuke's words are always very reasonable. It doesn't look like a young man can say it. This is probably a genius. Speaking of this, Shihaoran Yoryuaki showed a cold and moving smile, and his eyes were shining with scorching flames. Since this is the case, I want to experience the strength of a genius. I want to see how much you have improved and how much stronger I have become. Ever since Kuchiki Kyosuke and Zaraki Kenpei's amazing fight, Shihaoran Yoryuaki has been aroused to be competitive and curious. While avoiding the Soul Society all these years, she became stronger with Ishin. Shihaoran Yoryuaki never thought of surpassing Kuchiki Kyosuke, that's not realistic. She just wants to see where the limit of Kuchiki Kyosuke is, and she also wants to experience the desirable world of the strong. Okay. Kuchiki Kyosuke agreed, but made a request, but the content of the competition is limited to white hits. It's just what I want. Shihaoran Yoryuaki didn't refuse, nor was he hypocritical. She does prefer and is more used to the fist-to-flesh fighting style. She also knew that it was Kuchiki Kyosuke who was letting her in, but she really didn't have a good way to deal with Kuchiki Kyosuke's Zanpakuto ability. That kind of weird killing ability is almost unsolvable, and it can't defeat her type of melee combat. But it seems that this kind of ability to kill at touch is not afraid of anyone. In the huge underground base, Kuchiki Kyosuke concentrated on looking at the beauty in front of him. The peerless beauty is tall and slim, forming a beautiful landscape. After admiring the never-ending beauty, Kuchiki Kyosuke said seriously, "Let's get started." "Kyosuke, my white hits are very strong, you have to be careful," Shihoran Yoryuaki said with a half-truth and half-fake smile. "That would be great, just in time for me to test my limits." Not only Shihoran Yoryuaki can't see through the depth of his own strength, even Kuchiki himself is not very clear. He is also very curious about his own strength. The reason why he chose to fight Shihoran Yoryuaki is because his strength has grown too fast these days, and he has faintly reached a limit. The competition with Shihoran Yoryuaki can allow him to position his own strength to a certain extent. The fight started quickly, with Shunpo raiding as the first choice of both, looking for an opportunity. I saw two figures collided in mid-air, and then separated at the touch of a touch, and then each of them entered the high-speed moving Shunpo state again. It was only a short contact just now, but it has already shown a lot of things. First of all, Shihoran Yoryuaki's offense is soft but tough. She threw out a punch while leaning her body. The fist on the bright side was just a secret move, and the side kick that was secretly ready to go was the real killing move. Sure enough, Kuchiki Kyosuke easily blocked her punch, but what Kuchiki Kyosuke did next was far beyond her expectations. Just when Shihoran Yoryuaki's beautiful leg was about to be kicked out like lightning, Kuchiki Kyosuke blocked Shihoran Yoryuaki's fist with one hand, and quietly pressed Shihoran Yoryuaki's waist with the other hand. As a result, she couldn't kick the next kick and was forced to distance herself from Kuchiki Kyosuke first. After the fight, Shihoran Yoryuaki was a little surprised. I remember at the very beginning, Kyosuke's control over Shunpo had reached a perfect level. Now it is even more accurate to predict my movements, making my next offensive completely impossible. This strength is really too strong. As expected of a man recognized by my Shihoran Yoryuaki. Chapter 115. Thinking of this, Shihoran Yoryuaki smiled at Kuchiki Kyosuke. "Brother, your hands are dishonest, don't you know that you can't touch a woman's waist?" Faced with Shihoran Yoryuaki's teasing, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't know how to respond for a while. He obviously didn't think so much when he made the move, he just did it subconsciously. As a result, Yoryuaki, the old Siji, had the car marks on his face. However, he looked at Shihoran Yoryuaki's small waist, which was tightly grasped, and recollected the touch just now, feeling that it was not bad. Kuchiki Kyosuke was very satisfied with his performance just now. For the first time, he played white hits and Shunpo to such a good effect, in which Daluo Dongguan and Zhuangquan Feng played a vital role. In particular, the effect of strengthening the spirit and stabilizing the mind with both hands seems to be nothing, but it often allows him to grasp a close combat opportunity. With the blessing of both hands, Kuchiki Kyosuke can make the correct response at the fastest speed in the fierce fight, and the combat power is doubled. So just now he saw through all the changes of Shihoran Yoryuaki's moves in an instant, and resolved them invisibly in a timely and correct manner. Next, Shihoran Yoryuaki also felt this strange feeling. No matter how tricky and weird her moves are, how sharp and quick her reactions are, she is always destroyed by Kuchiki Kyosuke first. Shihoran Yoryuaki let alone hurt Kuchiki Kyosuke, she couldn't even make a normal move. At this moment, she felt like she was in an invisible net, and all her actions were bound and difficult to take effect. When a normal person encounters this situation, he will definitely be very annoyed and frustrated, and even feel hopeless. However, Shihoran Yoryuaki licked his lips and became excited instead. "I never expected to see such white hits in my lifetime, and they suppressed me so badly. This rare experience is really refreshing." Shihoran Yoryuaki's eyes changed, his aura became extremely dangerous, and the Reiatsu around him also became ups and downs. Seeing this scene, Kuchiki Kyosuke's figure flashed, and his whole body instantly came to the distance. He looked at Shihao and Yoryuki with interest in his eyes. Blink off? Interesting. At this moment, Shihao and Yoryuki's back and hands are all condensed with a high concentration of had power, and any punch or kick has great power. When he was just getting excited, Shihao and Yoryuki performed a unique move unexpectedly. When she used it, she realized that this was not in line with the rules they had set before, so she immediately explained. This is where I developed a combat technique called Instant Open, which can be used to unleash the Kid 5 with the white hits technique. Actually, strictly speaking, this trick is suspected of cheating, so you can use Kid or Zanpakuto. Hearing Shihao and Yoryuki's kind reminder, Kuchiki Kyosuke said to himself, "No need, I quite like your form." Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the energetic and sassy Yoryuki in front of him with a full face of admiration. This kind of wild beauty is unique in the whole Seireitei, and it is so charming that people can't help but have a desire to conquer. Really? Then let me treat you well. In the next second, Shihao and Yoryuki disappeared on the spot, and the speed has exceeded the limit that the naked eye can capture. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at his hands calmly, and muttered, "So this is instant opening, it's really interesting." As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind rushed towards his face, and at the same time with his super eyesight, he could only vaguely see the purple ponytail hitting like a meteor chasing the moon. After a clear shout, Shihao and Yoryuki clenched his right hand and swung it down. There was a strong thunderbolt faintly attached to the fist with his bent arm. After the instant opening, the Reiatsu breath revealed by the famous flash goddess is already very amazing. Of course, what is even more shocking is the extremely destructive terrifying aura on the opponent. And it's not just a show, but an imposing manner. Yoryuki's powerful had-s fists and feet seem to have the destructive power to destroy everything. 0. Ask for flowers. Facing Shihao and Yoryuki's powerful killing move, Kuchiki Kyosuke just raised his hand lightly, blocking Shihao and Yoryuki's instant attack in an understatement. What? It blocked my instant opening so easily. At this point Shihao and Yoryuki couldn't believe his eyes. How could the powerful killing move she had placed high hopes on be so vulnerable? But immediately, Shihao and Yoryuki frowned slightly, and realized something was wrong. Kyosuke's right arm was only on the right arm, and at this moment, a very terrifying Zhuhuang was condensing. While feeling the intensity of this energy, a little cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and then quickly backed away like a cat with fried fur. 0. Are you instant opening? When did you learn this trick? Feeling the pure and powerful kid power on Kuchiki Kyosuke's right arm, Shihao and Yoryuki almost doubted his life. Now she understood why she felt mortal threat from this power. With Kuchiki Kyosuke's kid level, even a random shot is very powerful, enough for her to treat it with caution, not to mention the compressed and condensed kid power. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked indifferent. So this is called instant opening? I just learned it, so don't tell me this trick is quite suitable for me. That certainly fits perfectly. Kuchiki Kyosuke has the most powerful kid in all of Seireitei. Coupled with the nourishment of Liuku Immortal Thief, his physique is extremely strong, and his white hits level is also very strong, which can be regarded as the upper body among the Captain Shinigami. With the help of the instant opening technique, Kuchiki Kyosuke can attach the extremely destructive and explosive kid around the body, which explodes in the form of white hits. In this way, he will be able to turn his Reiatsu 1,000-fold into lethal and destructive power. Such fighting skills are somewhat similar to the legendary Shuangziyu of magic and martial arts. With instant open, Kuchiki Kyosuke's fighting style becomes more diverse and flexible. Chapter 116. At this moment, after hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, Shihao and Yoryuki also had a terrifying thought in his mind. If Kyosuke really mastered the moment, how terrifying would this combat power become? But immediately Shihoran Yoryuki shook his head, throwing this unreliable idea out of his mind. Impossible. Instant opening is my unique skill. No matter how talented Kuchiki Kyosuke is, it is impossible to develop it from nothing in such a short period of time, right? After calming down, Shihoran Yoryuki regained his fighting spirit. This time, her eyes became more determined, and she thought to herself, "Humph, brother Kyosuke, it's not so easy to play tricks on me." Shihoran Yoryuki fooled himself by thinking that Kuchiki Kyosuke was only using the superb kid power. Moreover, even if the other party really learns his 280 trick, it is impossible to be proficient in a short time. On the integration and use of white hits, shunpo, and instant opening, Shihoran Yoryuki has reached an ultimate early. She does not believe that she is inferior to others in this respect. Thinking of this, Shihoran Yoryuki smiled confidently. "I, Shihoran Yoryuki, accept your challenge. I want to see the difference between the two of us." Her figure disappeared again. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who noticed this scene, captured Shihoran Yoryuki's movements more easily this time. He smiled slightly and thought to himself, "It seems that I have adapted to Shihoran Yoryuki's speed, and with the combination of both hands and Daluo Dongguan, I can really see everything and control everything." While thinking, Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his fist imbued with the power of Ultimate Kid and punched it out. Boom! The fists of the two collided again, and the shock wave that was set off shook the atmosphere, forming a small hurricane. Shihoran Yoryuki was fully fired, his body was moving and flying. He punched and kicked in a short time, and surrounded Kuchiki Kyosuke with all his strength like lightning, and his killer moves came out one after another. Kuchiki Kyosuke is very easy to match because of the powerful explosive power provided by Kai. After strong collisions again and again, the two separated again. Immediately, Kuchiki Kyosuke took a breath and continued to cast, and the powerful kid power was condensed in his hands and feet. Under the influence of these powerful kid's power, his whole body came directly in front of Shihoran Yoryuki like a lightning bolt. Shihoran Yoryuki was stunned. This speed actually exceeded her perception limit, which is too amazing. How did my younger brother become so strong in such a short period of time? Is this really instant? It is true that someone can learn the instant opening stunt at a glance. This is no longer a genius, it should be a monster. Shihoran Yoryuki held back his curiosity, activated the instant open, and continued to attack. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt as if her whole body was entangled by an invisible net. This feeling is a bit familiar, which is the embodiment of the power of instant opening. She immediately understood that this was the combination of Byakuya's power and white hits. Kuchiki Kyosuke really learned it in an instant, and even made an improvement immediately and can switch forms freely. Such a genius is too hopeless. At this moment, Shihoran Yoryuki instinctively released a stronger instant opening force, wanting to completely break free from the invisible force that bound him. Relying on the perfect control of her own strength, she tore apart the fifth of the shackles covering her whole body. However, in the next second, a fist with a strong wind stopped in front of her perfect face. "I lost." Shihoran Yoryuki felt lost for a while, and then became curious immediately. "You really learned my instant opening just by looking at it." Shihoran Yoryuki is not surprised by the outcome of this battle. She didn't feel too disappointed about her defeat, because it was expected. Shihoran Yoryuki knew that Kuchiki Kyosuke was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Shihoran Yoryuki wouldn't be so surprised if Kuchiki Kyosuke beat himself by other means. The key is that the other party used his unique move, and he used it very decently, and even made himself, the pioneer, feel ashamed in some aspects. Naturally, she would be extremely surprised. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded. "This is indeed your instant opening, but my fighting style is different from yours, so the way to use the ability is also different." His fighting style is destined to be different from anyone else. Because in a sense, Kuchiki Kyosuke is truly all-powerful. His abilities are so comprehensive that he can switch his fighting style at will according to the target's weakness. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke feels that in order to fully utilize his own strength, he actually needs uninterrupted training and fighting. This is also the significance of today's duel. Shihoran Yoryuki was quick to let go of his loss to Kuchiki Kyosuke. However, what made her heart broken was that she was defeated in the field she was best at. The open-minded Shihoran Yoryuki couldn't help sighing. Your talent simply does not give others a chance to survive. Fortunately, you are my younger brother, so let's go to the hot spring together to relieve fatigue. Seeing the serious Shihoran Yoryuki say something not very serious, Kuchiki Kyosuke was very moved, but he still dressed hesitantly and said, "It's not good, then come on, have a good time." So, the two of them came to the hot spring on one side of the square and soaked beautifully. The process was very frank and very 5.4 eclectic. Afterwards, Kuchiki Kyosuke, whose muscles and bones were sore and refreshed, and Shihoran Yoryuki came to the most luxurious house among the several mansions, and waved his hands proudly. "This place will be given to Miss Yoryuki from now on." "Good brother, well done." Shihoran Yoryuki is very satisfied with Kuchiki Kyosuke's approach. While nodding, she patted Kuchiki Kyosuke's thick chest, and felt that it felt good in the hand. After the pat, she patted it a few more times to feel it carefully. Regarding Shihoran Yoryuki's funny behavior, Kuchiki Kyosuke expressed his understanding. After all, he has been hiding in this world for so many years and has never seen any good men, let alone Shinigami high-quality men like himself. Then, Kuchiki-do took Shihoran Yoryuki around this well-decorated mansion. Chapter 117. Seeing the layout and decoration of this mansion, Shihoran Yoryuki was even happier. This style is exactly her favorite, and Kuchiki Kyosuke clearly puts his heart into it. When Shihoran Yoryuki got acquainted with this Yoryuki residence, Kuchiki Kyosuke returned to his residence and selected a bottle of fine wine from the full liquor cabinet. Soon, Kuchiki Kyosuke brought this bottle of good wine to find Shihoran Yesan, who was enjoying the garden scenery. "Kyosuke, thank you for your gift, I like it very much." At this time, Shihoran Yoryuki was very happy, as if he had turned back into the carefree eldest lady of the Shihoran family. After admiring Shihoran Yoryuki's beautiful smile, Kuchiki Kyosuke held up the expensive bottle of wine and invited Shihoran Yoryuki, "Have a drink." Shihoran Yoryuki readily agreed. Kuchiki Kyosuke snapped his fingers, "Now is the time to witness a miracle." As his voice fell, a piece of golden moonlight projected from the void. In just a split second, Kuchiki Kyosuke used the power of Kid to change the sky in the underground base and artificially created a full moon. Cheers! Under the faint moonlight, Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his wine glass and gave Shihoran Yoryuki a 06 light gesture. The lights are dim and the atmosphere is beautiful. The more you look at the beauties, the more you look at them. Shihoran Yoryuki also raised his glass in response, then lightly parted his red lips and drank it down. After drinking a glass of wine, the beauty's golden eyes revealed a clear mist, and she whispered softly, "Kyosuke, it's good to have you, otherwise I would feel very helpless." Shihoran Yoryuki has thought a lot since he was forced to flee Jinglingting. Among them, her most intuitive feeling is that Aizen is really a terrible man, whether it is the opponent's strength, strategy, or Kaika Suigetsu. They are all invulnerable to the extent that Shihoran Yoryuki can't even see the hope of revenge. But in the end, she has not given up hope and faith, just because of the existence of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Even Aizen is unfathomable. But there are also geniuses like Kuchiki Kyosuke and Siraitai. In her opinion, because of Kuchiki Kyosuke, Aizen can't do whatever she wants, and because of Kuchiki Kyosuke, she has never been truly hopeless and helpless. Kuchiki Kyosuke is her strongest protection, and she is also an opponent that Aizen has to look at. Is that so? After pondering for a while, looking at the charming beauty in front of him, Kuchiki Kyosuke shook the wine glass. The blood-red liquid flowed continuously, releasing fragrance. Among them, there is a tangy aroma from Shihoran Yoryuaki. With flashing eyes, Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his glass again. The past is gone, and soon we will usher in a better future. This glass of wine allows us to celebrate a new life. At this moment, he was very moved. Kuchiki Kyosuke knows that with Shihoran Yoryuaki's strong personality, she will never open her heart to others easily, but she is an exception. When facing herself, she almost has nothing to say, and she doesn't mind showing her weakness at all. It's like a cat showing its belly to its owner, it's a sign of trust. Regard the new life. Just by making eye contact, Shihoran Yoryuaki understood the hidden meaning in Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, smiled slightly, raised his glass and drank it down. After a few glasses of wine, the relationship between the two quickly warmed up, and the relationship that was originally as close as a brother and sister became more uncertain. Afterwards, Kuchiki Kyosuke returned to his room contentedly. Looking back on the fight against Shihoran Yoryuaki during the day, he still feels that he has gained a lot. In particular, he learned the instant opening trick, which made Kuchiki Kyosuke's whole cards and ultimate moves more like one more. Instant open has a strong potential, well developed, not weaker than Shinigami's Bankai. Shihoran Yoryuaki is really strong, as long as the pure white hits, Shunpo and Kid can have the strength far beyond the ordinary captain. Shihoran Yoryuaki's talent and hard work can be imagined. My sister really honed her white hit skills to ultimate, to a state of perfection. After the skill reaches ultimate, it will indeed explode with power beyond imagination. It's just that Kuchiki Kyosuke also has the skill to reach ultimate, that is, the 8 wonders of Fourth Gate. And the 8 miraculous skills represent the power of regular supernatural powers, so he has infinite possibilities and stronger talents. As a result, Kuchiki Kyosuke was able to comprehend the profound meaning of instant opening in an instant. This technique sounds simple, just combining Kid with white hits, but this process requires great care. Any detail that goes wrong can lead to disastrous aftermath. In addition, extremely harsh conditions are required to perform instant opening, such as amazing Reiatsu control, white hits skills, and strong physique. As for these 3, Kuchiki Kyosuke has met the standard, even far exceeding the concept of good. Therefore, he was able to easily replicate Shihoran Yoryuaki's instant open. Throughout the battle, Kuchiki Kyosuke was very relaxed and freehand. With his level of strength, if he doesn't stop playing, he won't be able to test his progress in white hits at all. In the Shinigami world, Reiatsu is strong enough to destroy the world even with a basic level A. Reiatsu is not good, even with the ability of heaven defying, it can only deal with minions, and it may not be able to beat, such as INOUE897 Orium who has Vientian rejection. The current Kuchiki Kyosuke is a werewolf with attribute crushing and pervert ability. As far as his current strength is concerned, as long as he doesn't jump too much, in the current era when mechanism monsters have not yet rampant, that is to walk sideways. The so-called mechanism monsters refer to those proguards in the Millennium Bloody Battle, and the various holy script abilities are really outrageous. Shaking his head, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the proficiency of his hands and felt more at ease. In a short period of time, this proficiency has actually increased by 2% proficiency. This is a combination of many aspects, and there is also the factor of Kuchiki Kyosuke's manipulation of people's hearts. These days, Kuchiki Kyosuke is making a lot of noise. When he mercilessly devoured most of the Tsunoya Shiro family's property, even the dullest person could realize that what happened in front of and behind the Naya-Shiro family's store had an extremely close relationship with Kurikyo. After all, whoever benefits the most is likely to be the murderer, which is almost common sense in some cases. Kuchiki Kyosuke's iron-blooded move that almost destroyed the Tsunoya Shiro family made all the nobles fear him and trembled. Even the powerful Tsunoya Shiro family knelt down and begged for mercy. Not to mention these other minor nobles. Chapter 118. Thanks to the fear of these people, Kuchiki Kyosuke can better manipulate the thoughts and will of these people, which indirectly improves his proficiency with both hands. If this continues, he will soon be able to unlock the new 8 wonders. I don't know what the next 8 miraculous skills will be, but Zhuling Dispatch General is truly invincible, and it's not bad to practice all kinds of magic tricks. Thinking of the magic trick, Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced at the tall and unusual creature in the room. It was a huge black puppet made of special materials. This thing is the puppet monster that Kuchiki Kyosuke took a lot of effort to bring back from the forbidden area of Blood Moon Valley. He thought the puppet was quite desirable before, but now it is a bit of an eyesore. After a lot of hard work, he found that this stupid, black, and thick thing was just a pile of scrap metal. Without the support of that kind of blood demon power, this thing will not move at all. To make this thing move, Kuchiki Kyosuke needed to overhaul its creation and energy conversion circuits. It's not that he can't do it at all, he just doesn't want to waste time on it. This thing is really useless unless Kuchiki Kyosuke unlocks the magic mechanism. Originally, he planned to create a group of loyal and fearless guards for the kid. But after he found that the operating mechanism of this thing was incompatible with the current Shinigami system, he gave up the idea. Until now, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't even bother to look at this stuff. On the second day, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who finished a series of inhuman training, was not blushing or out of breath, and his lotus body was vigorous. Shihaoran Yoryuaki next to him handed a towel to Kuchiki Kyosuke, and looked generously at Kuchiki Kyosuke's strong and powerful muscles. With a sculptural figure, smooth and beautiful muscles, and a perfect handsome face, this charm is really scary. My little brother has really grown up. Kuchiki Kyosuke is very satisfied with his current physique. As far as this physical fitness is concerned, it feels like drinking a super serum, and I can get 50/50ths with anyone. This is a sense of self-confidence that can only be possessed by a strong and resilient person. It can only be said that the effect of Liuku Immortal Thief is too strong. For men, such a good body is very necessary. After exercising, Kuchiki Kyosuke stands still. In the huge underground practice field, there are only 2 people, Shihaoran Yoryuaki and him. At this moment, Shihaoran Yoryuaki seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, "By the way, I have a good friend who is coming to visit me and may stay here for a few days, don't you mind?" "Of course, your friend is my friend, as long as you stay." Kuchiki Kyosuke agreed without hesitation. However, he was a little puzzled, what kind of friends need to live here? If Kuchiki Kyosuke hadn't understood Suifeng's arrogant character, he would have thought that the two were reunited. Shihaoran Yoryuaki showed a charming smile, "This friend is my best friend. It's a good thing I need to find you this time." "Who is this person? Do I know him?" Kuchiki Kyosuke was even more confused. Shihaoran Yoryuaki smiled, "Don't worry, she's a beauty, I'm sure you are satisfied." In the afternoon, Kuchiki Kyosuke saw the mysterious girlfriend that Shihaoran Yoryuaki was talking about. At this time, Shihaoran Yoryuaki pulled a short-haired beauty with an astonishing bust and introduced to Kuchiki. "This is my best friend, Shiba Kongzuru from the Shiba family." Shiba Kongzuru, who has always been upright and generous, was obviously a little cautious when facing Kuchiki Kyosuke, and thanked softly. "We, the Shiba family, would like to thank Dai Kid for sanctioning the Tsunoya Shiro family. Our family has conflicts with the Tsunoya Shiro family that cannot be resolved, and we have been squeezed out a lot these years. So no matter what, I have to say thank you to your excellency in person. Also, I really admire your achievements in Hueco Mundo and your merciless attack on the Okaya Shiro family. If it weren't for the big kid, our life would still be difficult." In the underground practice field, Shihaoran Yoryuaki looked at Shiba Konghi in such a bewildered state, raised his eyebrows, and his expression became subtle. "Hey, that's not how you talk when you're out there. It's interesting that Konghi, who has always been bold and unrestrained, can have this kind of childlike attitude. At BH at 2, plus." Then, Shihaoran Yoryuaki nodded approvingly and said, This Tsuneyashiro family has indeed done all kinds of bad things. When I went to play with Kyuzuru, the members of the Shiba family avoided me in order to avoid suspicion, for fear of being misunderstood by other nobles and dragging down our Shihaoran family. Speaking of this, Shihaoran Yoryuaki was still a little bit aggrieved. It was also the Tsuneyashiro family who controlled the power of the 46th room back then, which left her with no choice but to defect. Kuchiki Kyosuke first said to Shiba Kyuzuru, "No need to be like this, you are too polite. The reason why I went to war with the Tsuneyashiro family is just because they bullied people so much that I couldn't bear it. The Tsuneyashiro family has committed many unrighteous acts and will kill themselves. Therefore, the Shiba family does not need to thank me." Then, he smiled and said, "I should have been more ruthless when I attacked the Tsuneyashiro family for making the two beauties so upset." 11. In the underground base, Shihaoran Yoryuaki smirked after hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words. She raised her eyebrows and said in a teasing tone, "If you had to choose one of us, which one would you choose? If you want to think about this kind of question, of course I want all of them." Kuchiki replied in a natural tone. "Greedy brat, look for a fight." Shihaoran Yoryuaki pretended to be angry, and punched Kuchiki Kyosuke's chest with his small fist. Kuchiki Kyosuke also made Ziza holding his heart and exhaling pain. After Kuchiki Kyosuke and Shihaoran Yoryuaki's very tacit gag, Wang's miscellaneous Shiba Konghe also felt relaxed. After some conversation, Shiba Kongzuru and Kuchiki Kyosuke, who had resumed their normal conversation, quickly became acquainted. She also didn't expect that a genius like Kuchiki Kyosuke would not have any airs and arrogance. In the next period of time, Kuchiki Kyosuke began to deal with the main beauty. The relationship between him and Ise Nanao is progressing steadily, the relationship between the two is very good, and the romance is getting hotter and hotter. Shihaoran Yoryuaki didn't know what to think. He stayed in the underground base and didn't return to the real world, so he stayed and flew together with Shiba Konghe every day. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who controls the kid crowd, easily covered for Shihaoran Yoryuaki. The current kid are responsible for monitoring the barriers in various places, and can modify the data from the route. With the reputation of Kuchiki Kyosuke, everyone will strictly obey the order to help destroy the evidence, no matter what. Chapter 119. These days, the relationship between Kuchiki Kyosuke and Shiba Kyuzuru has also become familiar quickly. This is a self-familiar character. It makes people feel very relaxed and familiar with each other. Soon, the two of them reached the point where they could joke around at will. During this period, Kuchiki Kyosuke's normal practice is sword zen. During this process, he relaxes his mind, escapes into the sky, and connects with the sword spirit in the sea of consciousness. After Dao Zen, he continued to use the blue hands and Chuangchuan hands to stabilize the soul and soul, so as to speed up the process of Bankai's practice. Kuchiki Kyosuke's 8 Wonders system is that the more 8 Wonders you unlock, the more difficult it is to improve, and the higher the proficiency, the more difficult it will be to improve. In addition, the blue hand with both hands can only start from the aspect of the soul, and the difficulty of upgrading increases a little. Therefore, it is difficult to improve the original proficiency of both hands. But Shinigami's Zanpakut Bankai happens to be spiritual improvement and practice, so every Bankai practice can improve the proficiency of both hands. The closer the Bankai is liberated, the greater the proficiency increase. And the greatly increased proficiency of both hands can better stabilize the mind and soul, which can speed up the progress of Bankai's completion. This is a process that complements and reinforces each other. Under the effect of the two phases, the proficiency of both hands has improved rapidly, Bankai's practice is also progressing rapidly, and the final liberation is getting closer and closer. Kyuji 907 Wood Kyosuke seems to practice like fish, but it has an extremely good effect, which is more than 10 times stronger than that of ordinary Shinigami. With such a speed of improvement, even the captains would call them monsters. Unknowingly, Kuchiki Kyosuke's full hands have reached 63%, which is much faster than expected. The two hands in this realm are only 7% proficiency short of Dachan, and 37% proficiency short of the perfect state. After the completion of both hands, Kuchiki Kyosuke can continue to unlock new 8 wonders. The current power of both hands is much stronger than before, which made him finally feel that state. The complementarity of Bankai's practice and both hands has greatly increased his speed of becoming stronger. On this day, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who had finished his practice, left his mansion and came to the spacious and neat practice field, and saw Shihao and Yoryuki and Shiba Konghe were fighting and chatting and laughing. Both of these two are cheerful and unrestrained temperaments, and they can't rest for a moment. At the same time, their sweet smiles will also infect the people around them, which can heal the soul. Kuchiki Kyosuke's mood will improve a lot every time he sees Shihao and Yoryuki and Shiba Kyuzuru, two smiling beauties. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who also couldn't help smiling, walked slowly towards the two. When seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke, Shihao and Yoryuki's face was happy, and then his pupils shrank, and he was surprised. Kyosuke has actually become stronger again, and it is still a transformation and improvement in chi machine breath. Looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke, whose aura looks more peaceful, longer, and more mysterious now, Shihao and Yoryuki couldn't help complaining. It's just too unfair. We work hard every day, and our strength is almost unchanged. You are as leisurely as a salted fish every day, but your strength is improving rapidly. Your talent is too strong. You can't really be the illegitimate son of the Spirit King, can you? As a real strong person, she saw at a glance that some kind of astonishing improvement had taken place inside Kuchiki Kyosuke, which was a sign of evolution towards a higher level. As the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander of the Sing Army, Shihao and Yoryuki has dealt with many strong men and geniuses. But, none of them are as outrageous as Kuchiki Kyosuke. No matter how great a genius is, it will take time to grow up, and there will be limits and bottlenecks. But Kuchiki Kyosuke's performance seems to break this rule. He is a monster who has no limit, no bottleneck, and can continue to become stronger, rapidly. Shiba Kongzuru with short black hair next to him also looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with curious eyes. Now she has not experienced the tragedy that followed, her will has not been depressed, and her arms are still intact. When Kuchiki Kyosuke appeared, Shiba Kyuzuru also felt the inexplicable change in the other party. This feeling is very strange, the person is still the same person but the temperament has changed. The Kuchiki Kyosuke in front of me is the same as the Kuchiki Kyosuke a few days ago, but it feels like two people. The point is, she didn't see how diligent Kuchiki Kyosuke practiced. At most, take a little time every day to practice sword meditation leisurely. As far as the strength of practice is concerned, it is not as good as her devotion to researching the fireworks mechanism. After all, she was almost injured and disabled several times. Therefore, Shiba Konghe can especially understand the mood of Shihao and Yoryuki, who is unwilling to be a mortal at this time. Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly, it's just an occasional income, it's nothing. He also knows that his entry these days is very gratifying, much faster than expected, and he will even be able to carry out Bankai immediately. It is precisely because the room is too small that Kuchiki Kyosuke came to the training ground for Bankai liberation. Are you about to Bankai? Shihao and Yoryuki's perception was naturally outstanding. She already faintly sensed something terrifying was awakening in Kuchiki Kyosuke. That breath should be the power of Shinigami's Bankai. Just at the beginning of her awakening, she, the captain, felt pressured and even felt a fatal threat. The strength of this Bankai is even more heavyweight, much stronger than ordinary Bankai. Facing such a genius who is extremely evil and can become stronger while lying down, Shihao and Yoryuki couldn't help but mutter again. The gap between the captain and the captain, the gap between Bankai and Bankai is too big. Compared to this kid, I'm afraid it's not a fake captain, a fake Bankai. Soon, soon. Kuchiki Kyosuke, full of anticipation, couldn't help but be eager to try. Then let us have a good look at your Bankai. Until now, Shihour and Yoryuki still can't forget the battle between Kuchiki Kyosuke and Zaraki Kenpei, not to mention the mysterious sharp blade that seems to be able to obliterate things. Dijiang has unpredictable power. The moment the cold light flashed across, the sky and the earth were about to turn pale. Thinking of that terrifying Shikai ability, Shihour and Night 10 will secretly startle. In Shihour and Yoryuki's view, the Zanpakuto of Kuchiki Kyosuke is a supreme weapon capable of suppressing Siriti and shocking the three realms. Its touch-to-kill Shikai ability is more dangerous and terrifying than most Zanpakuto's Bankai abilities. Noticing Shihouren's expression, thinking of the various titles and amazing achievements of this peerless genius in front of him, Shiba Konghe couldn't help but his throat was startled, his face was full of excitement and anticipation. Chapter 120. She followed, watch, see Kuchiki Kyosuke's Bankai. Generally speaking, Shinigami's Bankai are secrets and will never be revealed easily. Shiba Kyuzuru and Shihour and Yoryuki were able to say without hesitation that they wanted to watch Kuchiki Kyosuke's Bankai, which shows that the relationship between the three has reached a level where it can be extremely close. For these two people, Kuchiki Kyosuke trusts and recognizes the close relationship with them. He nodded and said with a smile, "Then you just wait for a while, I will swastika right away." While talking, Kuchiki Kyosuke sat down on the spot, closed his eyes and began to practice sword zen. His spirit once again came to that vast and incomparable spiritual world. The soul of the Shinigami world has infinite possibilities and hidden unimaginable power. It can be developed to the limit and even transcend time and space to embrace the universe. This time the Saber Zen practice was smoother than every time before, and the feeling of unity of mind and mind was extremely obvious. At the same time, a certain pleasant voice lingering in his ears became more and more obvious. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked up, the sun was hanging high in the sky, and the white clouds were fluttering. This spiritual world was clearer, wider, and full of vitality than every time before. Seeing the spiritual world in front of him that was almost identical to the real world, he smiled slightly, and said to the empty space, "I'm already here, should you show up too?" As his voice fell, there were ripples in the air. In the void, first two extremely long legs appeared out of thin air, and then a body with bumps and convexities appeared. Finally, a beautiful and coquettish beauty appeared in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke. The coquettish beauty is wearing a fiery red long dress, and behind the long skirt are a few fiery red ribbons floating, like flames, wings, and sharp claws. This woman is not as beautiful as a mortal creature, she can make the sun and the moon pale with a slight smile, and she can make the country fall in love with a frown and a smile. In addition, the woman has a very special aura, primitive, rough and unrestrained haki, adding an incomparable unique charm to this stunning beauty. With a slight frown, the horrible aura of the Japanese stock market filled the entire space of consciousness like a frenzied tide. For a while, the time and space of this space became distorted and chaotic. It seemed that there was no beginning in the past, and every point lost its original coordinates, and it seemed that it could be moved to other places at any time. Your weak strength is not enough to control me, step back. My power is too strong, only the truly strong can control it. Now you are not qualified to be my master. The coquettish woman's words reveal haki and self-confidence that look down on all sentient beings. Its momentum is so strong that people can't help but feel frightened. It was a coercion from the soul level, just like the trembling and panic of mortals when facing gods and demons. After listening to Dao Ling's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke applauded lightly, and then the incomparable Reiatsu and 8 wonders of the perfect realm of Fourth Gate poured out, wantonly showing dazzling light. The wave of time and space that originally belonged to the sword spirit was instantly crushed to nothing left. The violent tide receded, and Kuchiki Kyosuke's mental space became peaceful and stable again, and the strange changes before seemed to be just hallucinations. For a while, the atmosphere was very awkward, and after a long time, The coquettish beauty spit out 3 words, "You are awesome." Ordinary beauties say these 3 words, which may damage the image. But when these 3 words came out of Dejong Daoling's mouth, they were very natural and coordinated, and even added to her unique charm of wild waves. Then the sword spirit disappeared, and Kuchiki returned to the practice field of the underground base after he was out of space. He stood up without saying a word, drew his knife and stood. His whole body exuded an extremely wonderful rhythm, as if he had completely integrated into this world. Is it about to start? Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke, Shihoran Yoryuaki, and Shiba Kukakuru, who were standing with a knife and their momentum changed drastically, they were both nervous and excited. The two looked expectantly at Kuchiki Kyosuke and the unremarkable Zanpakuto, and were so nervous that they almost stopped breathing. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly, and softly spoke Bankai's liberating words, 100 rivers return, 1,000 shadows gather, butterflies flap their wings, everything is upside down, Bankai the Crimson Emperor. 0. Ask for flowers. Very awkward. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful Reiatsu shock erupted from his whole body, and when the strong wind howled, a small hurricane had already been set off in this underground base. With the outbreak of Reiatsu, Tijong in the hands of Kuchiki Kyosuke has undergone a surprising change. The original white blade has now turned into sky blue, without the mysterious and dangerous atmosphere before, but with a mysterious and ancient prehistoric atmosphere. Silently, the whole air was filled with a thick air. This is the prelude to huge waves and frenzied tides, a power that can transcend time and space, and this is Dijiang's Bankai power. 0. Even the eternal power of time and space, in front of Dijiang's Bankai, is like dough that can be kneaded at will and change its shape. At this time, Shihoran Yoryuaki and Shiba Konghe, who were watching Kuchiki Kyosuke Bankai, were nothing but shocked. The mood of the two beauties can only be described in one sentence: I was overwhelmed by the water and I was at a loss. Of course, this water is not water in the conventional sense, but a metaphor, a feeling. They only feel that the surroundings are in chaos, and there is neither night nor day in front of them, and their bodies are neither above nor below. Shihoran Yoryuaki and Shiba Kyuzuru clearly know that they are here and now, but they cannot sense the current time and location. At this moment, they seem to be transformed into a small fish in the river of time and space. They can only drift with the current in the surging river, unable to control themselves. Well, this movement is a bit loud, and we must restrain ourselves. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was immersed in the power of Bankai, noticed the abnormality of Shihoran Yoryuaki and Shiba Kyuzuru, and immediately gathered the power of Bankai that was emitted. At this time, the entire underground base seemed to be submerged by an invisible flow of water, and the power of Bankai, like the flow of water, began to wantonly modify the laws of time and space around the world. If you look carefully, there are almost transparent small swallowtails flying out from the Zanpakuto held by Kuchiki Kyosuke from time to time. Chapter 121. At the same time, just in case, Kuchiki Kyosuke has launched a strange door to cover the surrounding world. Under the protection of the 8 wonders of perfect realm, the impact on Shihoran Yoryuaki and Shiba Konghe will be minimized. And neither the monitoring device of the Technology Development Bureau, the imaging hall of the Tsunoya Shiro family, the eyeliner of the Invisible Empire, nor even Ichibe Hisabe's clairvoyance, which can see through everything, can't see through the area covered by Feng Kaokuman. In short, no matter whether it is the instrument, the line of sight, or the ability, it is impossible to see what happened here. In this way, Kuchiki Kyosuke ensured the mystery of the Crimson Emperor to the greatest extent so that information would not be spread out. After taking precautions, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the Bankai the Crimson Emperor in his hands with probing and satisfied eyes. With 593 his concentration was high, he instantly took control of the Bankai in his hand. This has not been easy for Shinigami. Even if it is a captain-level character, after developing Bankai, it will take 100 years to successfully exert all of Bankai's powers. It does not mean that everything will be fine after developing Bankai. An unskilled Bankai does not improve strength that much, and sometimes even has the opposite effect. Kuchiki Kyosuke has no problems with this aspect at all because of his high proficiency in both hands. Because of the solid will of the soul, he can control the Bankai in his hand more skillfully in the first time. Kuchiki Kyosuke quickly realized the ability of the Crimson Emperor, which is indeed very powerful and invincible. Then under the impact of Bankai's power, a powerful force expanded rapidly in Kuchiki Kyosuke's body. It was a terrifying Reiatsu that was extremely powerful, and whose quality was several levels higher than that of captain-level Reiatsu. This is the highest level of Reiatsu, a height that most Shinigami captains cannot reach in their lifetime. Reiatsu somehow represents the realm and rank of Shinigami. And now Kuchiki Kyosuke has become the top existence in Shinigami. Reiatsu reaching the full value is the proof of breaking through that bottleneck. This is a realm that all the captains of the Shinigami have been pursuing so hard, but Kuchiki Kyōka has naturally broken through. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who has greatly increased Reiatsu, only feels transparent and wide. It's like he's entered a whole new world. Everything around has changed in some way, and of course it's a good change. The whole person is filled with an aura and self-confidence that can conquer the world, so vast that it makes the world, the sun, and the moon pale. At this moment, he felt a lot. The world around him was two completely different worlds from before. Some powers and mysteries that he could not feel and understand before, gradually became clear. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke seems to have touched the fundamental rules and true meaning of this world. He was sure that his Reiatsu level had reached an astonishing level, which should be at the level of a first-class Lingwei and a top captain. After possessing the highest level of Reiatsu, whether it is the amount of spirit fragments on the Fullbringer or other divine powers, it is possible for him to peek into its origin. Faced with this sudden terror, Reiatsu, Shihao and Yoryuki and Shiba Konghi both had their knees go limp and almost fell to their knees, while beads of sweat ooze from their foreheads. Shihao and Yoryuki was slightly better, and Shiba Kyuzuru almost passed out. If Kuchiki Kyosuke hadn't used Feng Kaokumen's power to protect the spirits of the two in time, reducing the influence of Reiatsu's coercion, the performance of the two would have been even more unbearable. They looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with shock, as if looking up to a god. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke took control of the mighty Reiatsu, converging on his own Zanpakuto. Feeling the concentration of Bankai's power became stronger, and finally turned into a very special and terrifying ability, Kuchiki Kyosuke thought of a fun idea. I saw that Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly raised the knife and cut his arm like crazy, and the blood instantly stained his left half of his body. In the terrified exclamation of the two beauties, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately consumed a large amount of Reiatsu. Activated Bankai's ability. Shihao and Yoryuki and Shiba Kyuzuru were actually startled by Kuchiki Kyosuke's sudden self-mutilation. After all, Kuchiki Kyosuke's injuries seemed to be very serious, and this scene was very frightening, but as the two exclaimed, they found that the world in front of them had turned upside down, and the boundless water vapor filled the sky blue Zanpakuto zero. Immediately afterwards, a miraculous scene happened, the world returned to normal, and Kuchiki Kyosuke returned to normal with it. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was still covered in blood just now, was looking at the two of them with a smile. His arm just injured was still smooth and white, and he didn't look injured at all. At the same time, Kuchiki Kyosuke's body and surroundings are clean, without any bloodline. Who I am? Where am I? What did I just see? For a moment, Shihao and Yoryuki and Shiba Konghi were all stunned, and Chinen couldn't help but ask three questions from their souls. Shihao and Yoryuki thought it was just a hallucination at the first moment, but Kuchiki's appearance of bleeding profusely before he tied it didn't look fake. Most importantly, of course, Shihao and Yoryuki decided that Kuchiki Kyosuke's Bankai ability could not be as simple as illusion. If that was the case, she wouldn't have felt such a strong sense of threat just now, and she was only close to being unable to resist fighting back. The feeling that even my own existence seems to be erased is very uncomfortable. That is definitely not something that ordinary illusions can do. Shihoran Yoryuki, who couldn't figure it out, wondered, Kyosuke, what happened just now? Is that your Zanpakuto ability? Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded and said, that's right, this is exactly the ability of my Crimson Emperor 4.4, Miss Yoryuki, did you scare you just now? It's not that easy to fool me, brother Kyosuke, you're still too tender. Shihoran Yoryuki's mouth was hard. In this regard, she is very serious. She has always been the only one who scares others. If Kyosuke's younger brother is played around with applause like this, it would be too embarrassing. Although this is the case, it is a woman's privilege to be unreasonable. Shiba Konghi over there also said with a shocked face, although I can't understand it, I was greatly shocked. This Bankai's ability is so oppressive. What kind of ability is this? Even, she just endured the remaining force of Kuchiki Kyosuke Reiatsu and Bankai, she felt powerless and weak all over. Because until now, Shiba Konghi's body has not recovered, it is still soft. Chapter 122. So there is no way to be stubborn. Kuchiki Kyosuke casually said. It's too troublesome to explain, it's the most convenient for you to experience it yourself. You and I will discuss everything and everything will be clear, come on with the two of you. The experiment just now made him truly realize the power of the Crimson Emperor, which is indeed an unsolvable ability. It would be great if there is a sparring partner to accompany me in the next test. Kuchiki Kyosuke's calculation was very good, and Shihoran Yoryuki over there was also gearing up, eager to try, and immediately nodded in agreement. She is very curious about Kuchiki Kyosuke's Bankai ability. If such a powerful ability does not know a thing or two, it will really suffocate people. I saw Shihoran Yoryuki dragging the Shiba empty crane to a far corner. Arrange the next tactics towards Shiba Konghi with gestures. Yes. Shiba Konghi nodded obediently, with a serious face. At first glance, Shiba Konghi is just a young beauty with delicate face and glamorous expression. The most eye-catching thing is that broad mind. But this young girl with a relaxed posture has an inexplicable sense of oppression that she doesn't talk too much. Seeing this scene, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded in satisfaction. The more serious they were, the more they could test the power of the Crimson Emperor. Soon, a group of three confronted each other in the square. Compared with Kaedian Yoryuki and Shiba Kukakura who are full of seriousness, Kuchiki is very relaxed. He calmly handed over the mobile phone to the two beauties. It's about to go. Shihoran Yoryuki didn't hold back, gathered spirit particles under his feet, launched Shunpo, and disappeared in an instant. As Shihoran Yoryuki galloped out, Shiba Konghi followed immediately, and came straight to Kuchiki Kyosuke, and shot suddenly. She shot very sharply and quickly, as expected of an elite cultivated by a big family. Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately understood the tactics of the two, which was nothing more than a mutual cover. Faced with such tactics, when the strength is insufficient, they can only choose to avoid their edge and focus on defense and avoidance. After all, they have the advantage of numbers, and if they get entangled with one of them, they will be attacked by the other. Now Kuchiki Kyosuke can crush the two of them only by relying on the hard power on the panel, so naturally there is no need for such troublesome tactics. However, the purpose of this sparring is not to defeat the two of them, but to demonstrate and test the ability of the Crimson Emperor. So, this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke did something that a normal person would do but would never do. Facing Shiba Konghi's offensive, he chose to stand still and start thinking about life without moving, seeming to completely ignore the white fist right in front of him. Although Shihoran Yoryuki and Shiba Kongzuru were very puzzled by the way Kuchiki Kyosuke responded. But the instinctive movements of the body are faster than their thoughts. In an instant, Kuchiki Kyosuke received a heavy punch from Shiba Kuzuru in front of him. A long, straight, and powerful long leg kicked directly behind him. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who did not take any countermeasures and defense measures, was immediately sent flying. Although they don't know what kind of medicine is sold in Kuchiki Kyosuke's gourd, Shihao and Yoryuaki and Shiba Konghe didn't dare to neglect, and immediately flew forward, wanting to continue attacking. They couldn't believe that Kuchiki Kyosuke would lose so easily. In a state of high concentration, Shihao and Yoryuaki and Shiba Kyuzuru could even see Kuchiki Kyosuke making faces at them. The two wondered, didn't he be beaten away? Why are you happy? However, at this moment, Shihao and Yoryuaki and Shiba Konghe trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. In their Reiatsu perception, at some point, Kuchiki Kyosuke came behind the two of them, and the Kuchiki Kyosuke in front of them had disappeared. But in the perception of the two, Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu breath has not changed, so how could it be possible to come behind them inexplicably? Even Yoryuaki, known as the Flash Goddess, couldn't cast Shunpo without a trace. There was no time to think about it so much. One of the two yelled and turned back to fight back, the other wanted Shunpo to leave. As a result, Kuchiki Kyosuke stretched out his hand, since you're here, don't even think about leaving. After finishing speaking, he directly hugged the two beauties one by one. Being embraced by Kuchiki Kyosuke's warm and powerful arms, the two beauties immediately stopped struggling. After all, this is a duel. According to the rules, they have already lost, so they will no longer resist. However, the two of them were still immersed in the strange changes just now. Such speed of action and degree of concealment were definitely not something Shunpo could do. Your ability is to control time. After thinking for a while, Shihao and Yoryuaki said the answer first, and then began to deny himself with a shocked face. Controlling time is too outrageous, it is absolutely impossible. You know, in the Soul Society, time and space kid are forbidden 970 the power of time and space is a taboo power. There is a saying that the power of time and space is the power of the gods, and mortals who try to study the power of the gods are blaspheming the gods and the Spirit King. So far, the Soul Society Shinigami has not awakened the outdated space Zanpakuto. Kuchiki Kyosuke is still the first one. If the power of time and space is really the power of gods, then what kind of existence is Kuchiki Kyosuke who has mastered the power of gods? Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded and said, my Bankai can indeed manipulate time, but you need to keep this secret. I will claim that my Bankai can increase the speed of Shunpo. Although, with his current Reiatsu and the ability of the Crimson Emperor, he is no longer afraid of anyone, but it is better to be careful. The entire Soul Society is vast, and there are unexplored areas outside Rukonga. In addition, there are various forbidden and fierce places. The mysterious hell is only the tip of the iceberg. There might be some kind of scary monsters out there outside of the Soul Society. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke thinks it's better to be more stable, so that he can take the initiative to deal with those Kunishers who can capture Bankai in the future. You lied to a fool. Shihao and Yoryuaki looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke speechlessly. Chapter 123. This statement can only deceive those who are weak. For captain-level characters, if they can't even tell whether it is Shunpo or space movement, then they are pure waste and are not worthy of being a captain. Shiba Konghe also nodded approvingly. Just now, Kuchiki Kyosuke appeared behind the two of them without any warning. Shinigami who has a little bit of strength can know that it is definitely not what Shunpo can do. There is nothing but speed. Kuchiki Kyosuke insisted on his statement. Shihao and Yoryuaki said helplessly, forget it and you'll be happy. Even if those people don't believe it, there is nothing they can do, and it is impossible for them to defeat Kuchiki Kyosuke, not to mention what Kuchiki Kyosuke says. The power to control time is too powerful, with such invincible ability, Kuchiki Kyosuke can never lose. Then, at this moment, Shihao and Yoryuaki gave Kuchiki Kyosuke an evil look. Have you hugged enough? Don't let go. Two at a time, you are really greedy. Yet. Shiba Konghe called softly. Only then did I remember that I was still in Kuchiki Kyosuke's warm embrace. Shihao and Yoryuaki didn't say it was bad before, but Shiba Konghe realized that he and Kuchiki Kyosuke were very close, too close. Close enough to feel the hot breath of the other party, and hear the steady and powerful heartbeat. The breath is full of the taste of Kuchiki Kyosuke. After realizing this, Shiba Konghe bit his red lip, his face turned red. Shihao and Yoryuki looked strangely at Shiba Konghe, who seemed calm but his face was getting redder and his eyes were getting more and more blurred. Then, she looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke, whose temperament became more and more dusty, and his appearance became more and more outstanding, and she thought to herself, Kyosuke, you are really a sinful man. After the two left Kuchiki Kyosuke's arms, it took a while before Shiba calmed down. Over there, Shihao and Yoryuki is having an enthusiastic discussion with Kuchiki Kyosuke about the 10,000 uses of the Crimson Emperor. She said enviously, my Bankai is not very suitable for my fighting style, so I am more used to fighting with Taijutsu. This time I will go back and appease my Zanpakuto. Soon, Shiba Konghe also joined the discussion. While discussing, the three came to Kuchiki Kyosuke's bedroom. This is Shihao and Yoryuki's request, saying that he is very curious about the layout of Kuchiki Kyosuke's room and wants to see it. It's just an ordinary room, I just arranged it casually, and there is nothing worth noting. Why? Kuchiki Kyosuke opened the door and showed the two of his bedroom. As Kuchiki Kyosuke said, apart from being too big, the room doesn't have any luxurious decorations. It looks very ordinary and doesn't match Kuchiki Kyosuke's identity at all. Of course, he chose the furniture, floor, and bed here specially for the comfort of living. Kuchiki Kyosuke is not a person who blindly pursues luxury and showing off his wealth. For him, as long as the bedroom is comfortable to live in, everything else is just a cloud and has no meaning. Shihao and Yoryuki and Shiba Kongzuru looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke's bedroom curiously, and felt that the layout was very simple and ordinary. What is this? Shihao and Yoryuki, who was a little disappointed, had his eyes lit up, staring at the huge thing in the corner and asked curiously. This thing looks quite special, not like ordinary stuff. This is my trophy, not a good thing. Mentioning this trophy, Kuchiki Kyosuke remembered the trip to the Forbidden Area at that time, and couldn't help smiling. This is a special kind of puppet, a technology that Siridi does not have, but it is scrapped and cannot move. This thing has only commemorative value now, but it doesn't matter even if the puppet doesn't play its due value. The former Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't care about such foreign things, and after awakening Bankai, he didn't care much. Kuchiki Kyosuke developed this kind of puppet before to enhance the foundation of the kid people. This technology can only serve as icing on the cake, so it's okay to fail. It turned out to be a puppet. Hearing that this thing would not move, Shihao and Yoryuki lost interest in an instant and focused his attention elsewhere. As a member of the Tian Shao Bing Zhuang fan family, Shihao and Yoryuki is not very interested in this kind of thing. She will also use equipment to fight, but has little interest in researching and manufacturing various equipment. That's why Shihao and Yoryuki regards Urahara Kisuke as her tool man. In her opinion, as long as she knows how to use people well, she is a good captain and head of the family. In this regard, Shihao and Yoryuki has indeed done a good job. Shiba Kuzuru looked at the huge puppet in Kuchiki Kyosuke's room with probing eyes. As a member of the Shiba family, she has a lot of research on mechanisms and various explosion arts, and the fireworks made by her are amazing. Although this puppet has no artistic content and will not explode, it still has merits. How nice is it? Kuchiki Kyosuke's mood brightened seeing someone admiring his booty. Although this thing is not very good as a weapon, it still has a certain value as a collectible. What boy doesn't love giant robots? Shiba Konghe said disdainfully, it's ugly, but the structure is a bit interesting, and the rest is useless. Hearing Shiba Kuzuru's comment on this puppet, Kuchiki Kyosuke thought of the strange shape of the other party in the future, resembling Armstrong's whirling cannon mansion, and complained in his heart. Konghe, as far as your aesthetic level is concerned, these words are not convincing. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his eyebrows and said, "So, you know a lot about mechanism technology, so can you modify this thing to make it move?" When it comes to his own, are you good, professional field, Shiba Kyuzuru's spirit is high and full of momentum, he immediately nodded and said, "It's as easy as flipping the palm of your hand." Seeing Shiba Kukaihe's confident expression, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded, "Okay, if you need anything, you can directly find me or ask Kuchiki Chipping for." Winning Shiba Konghe is showing his favor to the Shiba family. Although he doesn't quite agree with some of the Shiba family's ideas, this family does have few black spots. If all the nobles in Seireii are like the Shiba family, then he can fish with confidence, so there is no need to think so much. It sounds very interesting. After thinking about it, Shihao and Yoryuki thought that the big guy that could move must be very interesting, I will join them too. Besides, if these two people participated, she said that she wanted to attend the next session. Life in this world is too boring, and Kuchiki Kyosuke is not only safe, but never boring. Chapter 124. Kuchiki Kyosuke joked, "If Miss Yoryuki participates, the funding will be doubled. Don't look at it as just a modified puppet, in the hands of Shiba Kyuzuru, it will definitely not be so simple, this wild beauty must be able to do the whole job." A single Shiba Konghe is estimated to be able to make a lot of noise, not to mention Shihao and Yoryuki, who is not too big to watch. Kuchiki Kyosuke can already predict that the base will soon become lively. Of course, he didn't dislike this excitement, but found it very interesting. Shihao and Yoryuki showed a smirk, "Don't worry, if you fail, I will give you the empty crane to pay off the debt. You should do it yourself." When he spoke, Shiba Konghe took a step back with a blushing face, then made a face at the two of them, then turned his head and ran away. Ha ha ha. Kuchiki Kyosuke and Shihao and Yoryuki couldn't help laughing seeing each other's funny faces. Just as he was smiling, a strip of white cloth protruded from the door, directly tied the giant puppet in the room, and dragged it out forcefully. This strip of cloth is extremely tough, and the added force is amazing. It can easily drag the huge puppet to move outward, but the floor and the door suffered. Amidst the rumbling sound, there seemed to be a soft laughter like a silver bell. My solid wood floor, my century-old antique door 217. Looking at the messy bedroom, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't laugh anymore, and thought bitterly in his heart, this little girl definitely did it on purpose. Seeing this scene, Shihao and Yoryuki also snickered, and fanned the flames. "Kyosuke, you must punish her well, this woman has been so complacent recently, she's almost going to heaven. I think you are God." Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at Shihao and Yoryuki speechlessly. In the room, after dismissing Shihao and Yoryuki, whose curiosity had been satisfied, Kuchiki Kyosuke began to continue to comprehend the power of his Bankai. Taejeong's Shikai can cut off a part of the space in order to cut off the space. Attachment will erase all incidental things in the space. This is true touch kill, an ability that Reiatsu cannot defend against. The ability of Bankai Crimson Emperor is even more pervert, it is a time causal skill. This is an ability similar to the butterfly effect and the ability to go back in time. But this is also similar in effect. In fact, the principle of the Crimson King is more complicated, the energy is more mysterious, and the potential is greater. Of course, it also takes more time and energy to develop. Compared with ordinary time, Agba, backtracking, the ability of the Crimson Emperor is more mysterious and unpredictable and has the power to change the world. As long as the Crimson King is developed to ultimate, it will really be able to reach the highest level of one card for all time. Kuchiki Kyosuke carefully analyzed in his mind. Tai's Bankai ability can cut time, but it's the past time. From the results, the deletion is my timeline in the past. Although it can only be deleted for about a second or two, changing the past is changing the future. The reason why my arm is not hurt is because I cut off the moment when I was hurt and bled. Since the past me was not injured, the present me will not bleed. Similarly, after cutting out the moment when I was hit, I was equal to not being hit, so the position will remain unchanged. Cutting away time is tantamount to cutting out facts. This is the real ability to rewrite reality and change the world. In short, for the current Kuchiki Kyosuke, the phrase "leave the past aside" is no longer useful. For others, the past has passed and cannot be changed, and it is meaningless to talk about it. The most important thing is to grasp the present and look to the future. But the past is no longer an unchangeable reality for Kuchiki Kyosuke. He can influence the present by changing the past. This is the real power of the gods. It's just that the newly awakened Crimson Emperor still has a lot of development time, which is not enough to completely change the world and drastically change the timeline. While analyzing, Kuchiki Kyosuke immersed his mind into the deepest part of his soul, and came to the spiritual world of Sea of Consciousness. He looked at the empty spiritual space in front of him, and said calmly, "Dejong, you should have heard what I just said. After all, I said it to you specially. Do you think what I said is right? Since you are so powerful, do you still need my approval?" With the sound of a somewhat angry and cold voice, the incomparably gorgeous Emperor Zhang Daoling in a red dress reappeared. At that time, her first thought when she saw Kuchiki Kyosuke was, "I am the supreme artifact that controls the power of eternity, and the mere Shinigami wants to control me." It's not that she really resists Kuchiki Kyosuke, she just thinks that it's too unreserved and embarrassing to treat him as the main one when they first meet. As a result, Dejong didn't expect that Kuchiki Kyosuke would use several big moves in a row, breaking her power completely. This made her very upset and felt ashamed. It's just that she thought about it and didn't know how to get back her face, and she couldn't get it back. After all, no matter how powerful a weapon is, it still needs to be used by people. Still have to obey the master's orders. Kuchiki Kyosuke said with a smile. Of course I need it. After all, we are partners, and inseparable partners. We only have each other, and we must trust and help each other in order to keep moving forward. This is a fact that even the Crimson Emperor cannot rewrite. At this time, of course he will not put on airs. Zanpakute's knife spirit is pure in mind, and it is still easy to fool. You can win favorability by saying a little bit of kindness, don't be too simple. Kuchiki Kyosuke showed his strength before and hit him with a stick, now it's time to give a sweet date. Nonsense, my Crimson Emperor is invincible and has no shortcomings. Dejong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a proud and confident expression on his face. Such a powerful ability cannot be unlimited, even the Crimson Emperor is not absolutely perfect. Speaking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke stretched out 3 fingers and said calmly. Up to now, I have discovered 3 limitations of the Crimson Emperor. The first one is that the past cannot be modified without limit. The Crimson Emperor can only modify his own past within 10 seconds, and can only delete it for a moment. The second limitation is that the Crimson Emperor cannot be used continuously. There is an interval of more than 10 seconds between uses, so for the time being, it is not possible to delete the same past twice. The third limitation is that the Crimson Emperor consumes a lot, and every time it is used, it will consume a lot of Reiatsu and stamina. Of course, he also knows that these restrictions are only small problems. Compared to the invincible ability of the Crimson Emperor, this limitation is nothing at all. And, as he continues to develop and become more familiar with the Crimson King, those limitations may not become limitations either. After hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, Dejong didn't blow his hair this time, but nodded in agreement. It's rare that you can still stay awake, I admit that you are my master. Chapter 125. In her heart, she thought silently, it doesn't seem ashamed to serve such a powerful, determined, and clear-headed Shinigami as the leader. Such a master, Dejong has no way not to recognize it. Then I'll leave it to you in the future, and you can just call me Kyosuke. While speaking, Kuchiki Kyosuke carefully observed the body of Dai Sword Spirit with the Daluo Cave. In the eyes of Kuchiki Kyosuke, the knife spirit is very magical, just like a special spiritual energy body, and it is an independent individual. Therefore, although the sword spirit is a part of Shinigami's soul, but from the moment of splitting, the sword spirit has its own will and ideas, and some even have a bad relationship with Shinigami. In short, the soul of the Shinigami world has a lot to say and possesses unimaginable power. Daoling and Zanpakuto are only part of the power of the soul. Tisk. Noticing Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes, Taejeong felt like she was being seen through, but she didn't care. If someone peeps at her like this, she will definitely be furious, and directly use her ability to slash the other party. But Kuchiki Kyosuke is different, as the other party said before, the two are an inseparable whole, and they can trust each other. That kind of intimacy from the soul made it impossible for her to go against the wishes of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Through constant observation, Kuchiki Kyosuke gained a deeper understanding of the mysteries of the sword spirit and Zanpakuto. The sword spirit is indeed the manifestation of the soul, and compared to other Zanpakuto sword spirits, his sword spirit appears more solid and stable. This is because there is a special energy at work in Taejeong Daoling. After seeing those energies, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes lit up. It turns out that I have unknowingly transformed my Zanpakuto, and it has been changed and strengthened at the essence and soul level. He discovered the power of both hands in Daoling, to be precise, the power of blue hands. It is precisely because of the existence of these powers that Taejeong Daoling has a very perfect mind, and once manifested, he is full of spirituality. Moreover, Kuchiki Kyosuke's Zanpakuto has been completely transformed after being strengthened by the 8 wonders of perfection realm. The current Taejeong does not look like much on the outside, but inside it is already 2 knives, which is fundamentally different from the ordinary Zanpakuto. This strengthening of the soul level has many benefits, which touches the improvement of the rule level, which is the optimization of Shinigami's original power. For example, even if Kuchiki Kyosuke's Bankai information is leaked, the group of lingering Quincy's will not be able to take away his Crimson Tomb. If you continue to use both hands, maybe you can really. Looking at Dai's body mixed with the strength of both blue hands, Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly thought of a good idea. Although the idea seemed a little shaky and crazy, he felt it could be done. While Kuchiki Kyosuke was carefully verifying his own ideas, the entire strong Seirai and some peepers hiding in the shadows fell into shock, even fear. Although Kuchiki Kyosuke has been careful to hide his Zanpakuto ability, the breath of Taejeong Bankai is too terrifying. The ability of the Crimson Emperor is an irresistible threat to all living beings. And at the beginning, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't expect his Bankai to be so powerful. So he didn't use Feng Kaokuman to block the Crimson Emperor's aura all the way, and even if it was covered by Feng Kaokuman, it was not safe, and a little aftermath still leaked out. Just a little aftermath caused an uproar in Seirai. Because the gap between the two sides is too great, ordinary Shinigami can't feel this level of power at all, but those captains feel chills in their hearts, feeling like they have been hit by a dagger. When feeling this deadly threat, most of the Shinigami captains were shocked and nervous at first, and then relaxed with a sigh. The reason is, they feel the Reiatsu of Kuchiki Kyosuke from this breath. For Kuchiki Kyosuke's consistently astonishing performance, they were all a little surprised and talked a lot. Kuchiki Kyosuke, this is Bankai, isn't it? It's amazingly fast. The potential of this elder kid is really terrifying, and this old man is convinced. 0. Seeking flowers. Kyosuke is really getting better and better, maybe in the future he can really surpass old man Shan. Ha ha ha, it's more fun to chop like this. Kuchiki Kyosuke, where are you? Come and fight. Unfortunately, after Bankai, the research value has been greatly enhanced, but the difficulty of obtaining it is almost 0, give up. When he felt this power, Anohanaretsu, the dignified and demure captain of the 4th Division, immediately had a look of terror in his eyes. Aikyu! 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 Next to him, Katetsu Aizen, the 3rd seat of the 4th Division, just inexplicably felt cold all over his body, and even sneezed several times, as if winter had come early. 0. Captain, do you feel cold? It's really strange. Are you wearing less clothes? Kotetsu Aizen, who was naturally stunned, didn't notice the abnormality of the captain. Regarding Kotetsu Aizen's doubts, Anohanaretsu, who had his back to Kotetsu Aizen, just looked out the window and gave a faint hum. Then she looked at the headquarters of the kid with eyes full of fighting spirit. At this time, the murderous intent in her heart had dissipated, because she recognized Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu, and she knew that this peerless genius with unlimited potential had become stronger again, and it was a leap-forward improvement. At this time, Anohanaretsu couldn't help but think of the soul burial test back then. Until now, she can't forget that extremely confident and imposing young man. At that time, the boy's eyes were bright, shining like stars, and he was able to kill Ajichas in a group of Menos Grande before he graduated, and his talent and strength were overflowing, visible to the naked eye. At that time, Anohanaretsu felt that the other party was definitely not something in the pool, but he didn't expect that the other party would match their 1,000-year accumulation so quickly. In the soul burial test more than 10 years ago, Anohanaretsu felt that he felt something very familiar and nostalgic from Kuchiki Jinggong. At that moment, she was even aroused by that boy to fight. Later events proved that Anohanaretsu's judgment on Kuchiki Kyosuke was not wrong, and that the other party did have a sense of Kyosuke that he wanted to feel again. Chapter 126. Thinking of this, Anohanaretsu's complexion became slightly flushed. She touched the scar on her collarbone, and whispered to herself with a little excitement. Sure enough, you have climbed to this level, and it only took such a short time. That kind of slashing technique that even Zaraki Kenpeiga can't match, I really want to see it. At this time, Kotetsu Aizen had a question mark on her face. Although she couldn't hear what her captain was muttering clearly, the instinct from the weak animal made her feel a little bit of coolness again. The captain in front of her eyes actually made Kotetsu Aizen feel a little bit scared, and she couldn't help shrinking back. It's just that no matter how Kotetsu Aizen gathers his body is still very tall, without any sign of becoming petite. Fortunately, the chill from the bottom of my heart was fleeting. Anohanaretsu in front of the window restrained her aura and turned back into the gentle, dignified, generous, and demure August 17th good woman. When Kotetsu Aizen looked at the captain again, the sense of uneasiness disappeared suddenly, and she felt relieved immediately, thinking that it was just her own illusion, maybe she was sick, and there was something wrong with her brain. Otherwise, why would she feel that the gentle and generous captain is a bit scary? Compared with the relaxation and surprise of other Shinigami captains, Aizensuke's expression was a bit dignified in the captain's quarters. He sensed the outside world with all his strength, and after a while, he shook his head and gave up. It seems that he has a very strong ability to hide, which is really an enviable talent. Ichimaru-jin also gave up the idea of locking Kuchiki Kyosuke's position. Generally speaking, after the Reiatsu is fully erupted, no matter what, the Reiatsu fluctuations and spirit particles with its own breath will be left behind, and it is impossible to disappear without a trace in such an instant. But no matter how unbelievable things are, they are commonplace here at Kuchiki Kyosuke. After feeling the powerful Reiatsu breath, Aizen and Ichimaru-jin tried their best to trace the source of that power. However, everything calmed down immediately. No matter how they perceive it, they can't detect any clues. After Reiatsu broke out, Kuchiki Kyosuke seemed to have completely disappeared from this world. Until now, the two still couldn't grasp the vein of that power. The powerful Reiatsu that just erupted turned out to be just an illusion. Considering the opponent's extremely hidden Reiatsu aura, it can only be said that this is the most unpretentious skill among Kuchiki Kyosuke's various incredible skills. After being silent for a while, Aizen's eyes suddenly sparkled. It seems that we must become friends with this elder kid, even if we can't be friends, we can't be enemies. After hearing Aizen's words, the city silver couldn't believe it. Could it be that even Aizen-sama is afraid of Kuchiki Kyosuke? Isn't that impossible? Is that person really that strong? Just looking at his seemingly idle shattered appearance, anyone would think that Ichimaru-jin is a big fan of Aizen. But deep down, Ichimaru-jin has a different idea from the outside. Will Aizen really choose to reconcile? 10 people who are so proud will bow their heads so easily. He definitely believes that Aizen is afraid of Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength and talent, but he believes that the man named Aizen-suke is definitely more than that. If Aizen only had this level, Ichimaru-jin would have done it a long time ago, so there is no need to endure until today. Taking a quick glance at Ichimaru-jin, who has amazing acting skills, Aizen comforted him. Silver, there is no need to be so alarmed. In the face of fate, fear and panic are the most unnecessary mistakes. The brighter the light, the thicker the shadow will be. If Kuchiki Kyosuke just shines, then there is nothing to fear. As expected of Master Aizen, he is always so calm and confident. Facing such Aizen, what else can Ichimaru-jin say? He can only praise him. Anyway, no matter whether he understands or not, he just needs to pretend to understand and shout 666. No one understands Master Aizen better than me. In the shadow of Siraitai, in the royal palace of the Invisible Empire, Hugelin Hasward, who controls the entire empire, had a solemn face, and said to the 10 guards and star-crossed knights. It's not far from the time when His Majesty regains his strength and fully wakes up. Who would have thought that such a character would appear in Siraitai? The other party's completely unknown Bankai can actually make us who have His Majesty's power feel threatened. Next, I order you to do your best to collect information about Kuchiki Kyosuke, and to grasp all the information about the other party's Bankai. No matter how amazing Bankai this Kuchiki Kyosuke possesses, it will be futile as long as he has the Bankai information of the opponent. Facing the star-crossed knights who can capture Bankai, even the strongest Shinigami Yamamoto Genrisai is just an ant. But the current chief kid is so talented that even a top powerhouse like Hasward is amazed by the other party's talent. These personal guards rely on His Majesty's power to quickly become stronger in a short period of time, but even so, their speed of becoming stronger is not as fast as this Kuchiki Kyosuke Zero. This startled Hasward, who was watching Siraitai's changes. In his opinion, this Kuchiki must die. As Juhabaka's personal bodyguard, Hasward must nip in the bud any dangerous factors that might threaten the Invisible Empire. Aljabero, the captain of the God's Forgiveness Guard, said with some doubts. I remember this guy just graduated. How did he get Bankai so soon? Is Shinigami's Bankai so easy? Gerald Valkyrie, codenamed M who owns the Soul King's heart, said disdainfully. It's just a Shinigami. No matter what kind of ability the opponent's Bankai has, he is doomed to disappear in front of my miracle. What is there to be afraid of such a person? Wearing a white military uniform and looking pure and lovely, Bambietta licked her red lips, showed a cruel smile, and said in a cheerful voice. It's a pity to kill a handsome guy like this directly, at least use it once. The fellow star-crossed knights Lidato, Minina, and Gadis looked at this lustful and cruel female devil with contemptuous eyes. The loyalty of these 3 beauties to Juhabak cannot be doubted. It's just that the Shinigami named Kuchiki Kyosuke is so handsome, even they are very tempted, and instinctively have an undue affection for him. After hearing Bambietta's violent theory, they couldn't help but feel subtle anger, just like a child who has been deprived of his favorite 2.9 toys. Women are still really scary. The tall and mighty Jiluja looked at the 4 women who couldn't deal with them for no reason, stroked his glasses, and took a step back quietly. Next, go and do what I say. Hathward is also a little used to this group of subordinates who have their own ideas and are arrogant. He finally gave the order very seriously. As a result, Kuchiki Kyosuke entered the key observation list of the Pro-Guards and Star-Crossed Knights. Inside the Lingwang Palace, the Eye Monk Ichai Bei Hisub withdrew his eyes and said with a strange smile. Being able to hide it from my eyes is considered a bit of a skill. You are worthy of being a member of the 5 great nobles. In addition to Yan Luo Jingdian and Bajingjian, there is another Zanpakut whose real name I can't even name. It's really weird.